The Book of the Sword. Chapter Roman 1 Preamble on the origin of weapons. Man's civilization began with fire, how to light it, and how to keep it lit. Before he had taken this step, our primal ancestor or ancestors evidently led the life of the lower animals. The legend of Iapetus' bold son Prometheus, like many others invented by the Greeks, or rather, borrowed from Egypt, contained under the form of fable, a deep truth, a fact, a lesson valuable even in these days. Forethought, the elder brother of afterthought, brought down the semina flam in a hollow tube from heaven, or stole it from the chariot of the sun. Here we have the personification of the great unknown, who, finding a canebrake, or a jungle tree fired by lightning or flamed by wind friction, conceived the idea of feeding the with fuel. Thus Hermes, or Mercury, was pteropdilos or elypes, and his ankles were fitted with pedilla or teleria winged sandals, to show that the soldier fights with his legs as well as with his arms. 3. I will not enlarge upon the imperious interest of hippology. The history of arms and armor, their connection, and their transitions, plays the most important part in the annals of the world. The first effort of human technology was probably weapon-making. History, too, and travel tell us of no race so rude as to lack artificial means of offense and defense, for to these indeed man's ingenuity and artistic efforts must in his simple youthtide have been confined. I do not allude to the complete man, created full-grown in body and mind by the priestly castes of Egypt, Phoenicia, Judah, Assyria, Persia, and India. The Homo sapiens whom we have to consider is the Adam Cadmon 5, not of the Kabbalist, but of the anthropologist, as soon as he raised himself above the beasts of the field by superiority of brains and hands. The lower animals are born armed, but not weaponed. The arm, indeed, is rather bestial than human. The weapon is, speaking generally, human, not bestial. Naturalists have doubted and still doubt whether in the so-called natural state the lower animals use weapons properly so termed. Colonel A. Lane Fox, a diligent student of primitive warfare and a distinguished anthropologist, 6, distinctly holds the handstone to be the prehistoric weapon. He quotes Cat pp. 15659, the ape using the handstone to crack nutshells, the gorillas defending themselves against the Carthaginians of Hanno, and Pedro de Cieza Sieca de Leon, 7, telling us that when the Spaniards in Peru pass under the trees where the monkeys are, these creatures break off branches and throw them down, making faces all the time, even in the days of Strabo. Roman 15. It was asserted that Indian monkeys climb precipices and roll down stones upon their pursuers, a favorite tactic with savages. Nor indeed is it hard to believe that the simiads, whose quasi-human hand has prehensile powers, bombard their assailants with coconuts and other missiles. Major Denham 182,124, a trustworthy traveler when exploring about Lake Chad, says of the quadrumans of the U country, the monkeys, or as the Arabs say, men enchanted. Beni Adam measured 8, were so numerous that I saw upwards of 150 assembled at one place in the evening. They did not appear at all inclined to give up their ground, but perched on the top of a bank, some 20 feet high, made a terrible noise, and rather gently than otherwise pelted us as we approached within a certain distance. Herr Holub 9 also was designedly aimed at by a herd of African 3 baboons perched among the trees, and on another occasion he and his men had to beat an ignominious retreat from our cousins. Hence, suggests Colonel A. Lane Fox, our poor relation conserves, even when bred abroad and in captivity, the habit of violently shaking the branch by jumping upon it with all its weight, in order that the detached fruit may fall upon the assailant's head. In Egypt, as we see from the tomb pictures, monkeys, baboons or cynocephali, were taught to assist in gathering fruit, and in acting as torchbearers. While doing this last duty, their innate petulance caused many a merry scene. I never witnessed this bombardment by monkeys, but when my regiment was stationed at Baroda in Gujarat, several of my brother officers and myself saw an elephant use a weapon. The intelligent animal, which the natives call hathai, the handed, was chained to a post during the dangerous season of the wet forehead, and was swaying itself in ill temper from side to side. Probably offended by the sudden appearance of white faces, it seized with its trunk a heavy billet, and threw it at our heads with a force and a good will that proved the worst intention. According to Captain Hall, who, however, derived the tale from the Eskimos, the sole living representatives of the Paleolithic age in Europeth Polar, bear traditionally reported to throw stones rolls down with its quasi-human forepaws, rocks and boulders upon the walrus, when found sleeping at the foot of some overhanging cliff. Meister Petz aims at the head, and finally brains the stunned prey with the same weapon. Perhaps the account belongs to the category of the ostrich throwing stones told by many naturalists, including Pliny. Roman 10, when, as Father Lobo explained in his Abyssinia, the bird only kicks them up during its scouring flight. Similar to is the exploded shooting gout of the porcupine's quills, whereby, according to medieval shoot-eyes, men have been badly hurt for, and even killed. On the other hand, the emu kicks like an onager, and will drive a man from one side of a quarterdeck to the other. But though man's first work was to weapon himself, we must not believe with the cynics and the humanitarians that his late appearance in creation, or rather on the stage of life, initiated an unvarying and monotonous course of destructiveness. The great tertiary mammals, which preceded him, the Hoplothureum, the Dinotherium and other Theria, made earth a vast scene of bloodshed, to which his feeble powers could add only a few poor horrors. And even in our day, the predatory fishes, that have learned absolutely nothing from man's inhumanity, to man habitually display as much ferocity as ever disgraced savage human nature. Primitive man, the post-tertiary animal, was doomed by the very conditions of his being and his media to a life of warfare, a course of offence to obtain his food, and of defence to retain his life. Ulysses says pathetically, "No thing frailer of force than man earth breedeth and feedeth. Man ever feeblest of all on earth's face creeping and crawling." The same sentiment occurs in the Iliad and Pliny. The pessimist writes, "The only tearful animal, man." The career of these wretches, who had neither minds nor souls, was one long campaign against ravenous beasts, and their brother man-brute's peace was never anything to them but a fitful interval of repose. The golden age of the poets was a dream. As Vidlu remarked, peace means death for all barbarian races. The existence of our earliest ancestors was literally the battle of life. Then as now, the great Gaster was the first master of arts, and war was the natural condition of humanity, upon which depends the greater part of its progress. Its rising from the lower to the higher grade hobbism, after all, is partly right. Men were by nature equal, and their only social relation was a state of war, like the children of our modern day. Helpless and speechless primeval Homo possessed in common with his fellow creatures only the instincts necessary for self-support under conditions. The most facile uncultivated thought is not rich in the productive faculty. The brain does not create ideas, it only combines them, and evolves the novelty of deduction and the development of what is found existing. Similarly, in language onomatopoeia, the imitation of natural sounds, the speech of man's babyhood still endures, and to it we owe our more picturesque and lifelike expressions. But despite their feeble powers, compulsory instruction, the instructor being need, was continually urging the savage and the barbarian to evolve safety out of danger, comfort out of its contrary. For man, compelled by necessity of his nature to weapon himself, bears within him the two great principles of imitation and progress. Both are, after a fashion, his peculiar attributes, being rudimentary amongst the lower animals, though by no means wholly wanting. His capacity of language, together with secular development of letters and literature, enabled him to accumulate for himself and to transmit to others a store of experience acquired through the medium of the senses, and this once gained was never wholly lost. By degrees immeasurably slower than among civilized societies, the savage digested and applied to the present, and to the future, the hoarded wisdom of the past. The imitative faculty, a preponderating advantage of the featherless biped over the quadruped, taught the former even in his infancy to borrow ad libitum. While he lent little or nothing, as a quasi-solitary hunter, he was doomed to fray and foray, to destroying others in order to preserve himself and his family, a condition so constant and universal as to include all others. Become a shepherd, he fought man and beast to preserve and increase his flocks and herds, and rising to an agriculturist, he was ever urged to break the peace by greed of gain, by ambition, and by the instinctive longing for excitement. But there was no absolute point of separation, as far as the material universe is concerned, to mark the dawn of a new creative period, and the Homo Darwiniensis made by the Aristotle of our age, the greatest of English naturalists, is directly connected with the Homo sapiens. There are hosts of imitative animals, birds as well as beasts, but the copying power is essentially limited. Moreover, it is instinctive, the work of the undeveloped, as opposed to reasoning, the process of the highly developed brain and nervous system. Whilst man has taught himself to articulate, to converse, the dog, which only howled and whined, has learned nothing except to bark. Man, again, is capable of a development whose bounds we are unable to determine, whereas the beast, incapable of self-culture, progresses, under the most favourable circumstances, automatically, and within comparatively narrow bounds. Upon the imitative faculty and its exercise I must dwell at greater length. It is regrettable that the delicious wisdom of Pope neglected to point out the great lesson of the animal world. in suggesting and supplying the arts of offence and defence. Go from the creatures thy instructions take. Thy arts of building from the bee receive. Learn from the mole to plough the worm to weave. 6. Learn from the little nautilus to sail. Spread the thin oar and catch the driving gale. Man, especially in the tropical and subtropical zones, early if not his earliest home long ago whelmed beneath the ocean waves, would derive many a useful hint from the dreadful armory of equinoctial vegetation, the poison trees, the large strong spines of the acacia, and the mimosa, for example, the wait-a-bit acacia detinens, the gleditschia, the socotrine aloe, the American agave, and the piercing thorns of the Caryota urens, and certain palms, the aboriginal races, would be further instructed in offensive and defensive arts by the powerful and destructive fir of the sunny river plains, where the savage was first induced to build permanent abodes. Distribution of weapons. Before noting the means of attack and protection which nature suggested, we may distribute haplology, the science of arms and weapons of offence and defence, human and bestial, into two great orders, of which the latter can be subdivided into 4 species. Missile. Arms taster percussive or striking, be thrusting, piercing, or ramming, Roman 100 cutting, or ripping, Roman 500 notched or serrated. Colonel A. Lane Fox Prim Warfare p. 11 thus classifies the weapons of animals and savages. Defensive offensive stratagems. Hides piercing flight. Solid plates striking ambush. Jointed plates serrated tactics. Scales poisoned columns. Missiles leaders. Outposts. Artificial defenses. War cries. My list is less comprehensive, and it bears only upon the origin of the arme blanche. Roman 1, as has been said, the missile is probably the first form of weapon, and is still the favourite with savage man. It favours the natural self-preservative instinct, el-kaf maximfir, is distributed, say, the Arabs. The shorter the weapon, the braver the wielder has become a well-established fact. The savage hunter, whose time is his own, would prefer the missile, but the agriculturist compelled to be at home for seed time and harvest would choose the hand-to-hand 7 weapon, which shortens action. We may hold without undue credulity that the throwing arm is common to beasts after a fashion, and to man among the so-called missile fishes. The toxotes or archer unerringly brings down insects with a drop of water when 3 or 4 feet high in the air. The tardun or archer fish of Japan is kept in a glass vase and fed by holding flies at the end of a rod. A few inches above the surface it strikes them with an infallible aim. This process is repeated among the mammalia by the llama, the guanaco, and their congeners, who propel their acrid and fetid saliva for some distance, and with excellent aim and stone-throwing, held its own for many an age, as we read in the 15th century. Use eke the cast of stone with slinge or hand. It falleth oft if others shot there none is. Men harnessed in steel may not withstand the multitude and mighty cast of stonies. Roman 2, the stroke or blow which led to the cut would be seen exemplified in the Philid by the terrible buffet of the lion, by the clawing of the tiger and the bear, and by the swing of the trunk of the half-reasoner with the hand-man. Also would observe that the zebra and the quagga, so called from its cry wagga wagga the horse, and the ass, the camel, the giraffe, and even the cow defend themselves with the kick or hoof-blow, while the ostrich, the swan, and the larger birds of prey assault with a flirt or stroke of the wing. The aries or Ceram delphinus orca charges with a butt. The common whale raises the head with such force that it has been held capable of sinking a whaler. Moreover, this mammal uses the huge caudal fin or tail in battle with man and beast, for instance, when engaged with the fox shark or thresher carcharias. Vulps, these combined with the force of man's doubled fist, would suggest the noble art of boxing. It dates from remote antiquity. Witness the cestus or knuckle duster of the classics, Greeks, Romans, and Lusitanians. So far from being confined to Great or Greater Britain, as some suppose, it is still favourite not only with the Russian peasants, but also with the 8 houses Moslem Negroids, who did such good service in the Ashanti War. A curious survival of the feline armature is the Hindu's wagnak. Following Demin, Colonel A. Lane Fox was in error when he described this tiger's claw as an Indian weapon of treachery belonging to a secret society, and invented about A. Roman 500. Demin as erroneously attributes the wagnak to Sivaji, the Prince of Marathaland in western India, who traitorously used it upon Afzal Khan, the Moslem general of Aurangzeb, sent A. Roman 500 to put down his rebellion. A meeting of the chiefs was agreed upon, and the Moslem quitting his army advanced with a single servant. He wore a thin robe and carried only a straight sword. Shivaji descending from the fort assumed a timid and hesitating air, and to all appearance was unarmed, but he wore mail under his flimsy white cotton coat. And besides a concealed dagger, he carried his tiger's claw. The Khan looked with contempt at the crouching and diminutive mountain rat whom the Moslems threatened to bring back in cages, but at the moment of embracing the marauder struck his wagnak into his adversary's bowels, and dispatched him with his dagger. The wagnak in question is still kept as a relic, I am told, by the Bonsla family. Outside the hand you see nothing but two solid gold rings encircling the index, and the minimus. These two are joined inside by a steel bar, which serves as a connecting base to 3 or 4 sharp claws thin enough to fit between and to be hidden by the fingers of a half-closed hand. The attack is by 9 ripping open the belly, and I have heard of a poisoned wagnak, which may have been suggested by certain poison rings in ancient and medieval Europe. The date of invention is absolutely unknown, and a curious and instructive modification of it was made by those Indians in Europe, the gypsies. Fig 1 Indian Wagnak. Fig 2 Wagnak used by Marauders India Museum. Roman 3, the thrust would be suggested by the combats of the goat, the stag and black cattle, including the buffalo and the wild bull, all of which charge at speed with the head downwards, and drive the horns into the enemy's body. The new catapulpas G and other African antelopes, when pressed by the hunter, keep him at bay with the point in Europe. Hurt of heart. A ripping and tearing thrust has brought many a man to the grave. The hippopotamus, a dangerous animal unduly despised, dives under the canoe like the walrus, rises suddenly, and with its lower tusks of the hardest ivory, drills 2 holes in the offending bottom. The black rhinoceros, fiercest and most irritable of African fauna, though graminivorous, has 1 or 2 horns of wood-like fibre bundles resting upon the strongly arched nasal bones, and attached by an extensive apparatus of muscles and tendons. This armature, loose when the beast is at peace, becomes erect and immovable in rage, thus proving in a special manner its only useth out of war. It is a formidable dagger that tears open the elephant and passes through the saddle, and its padding into the ribs of a horse. The extinct saber-toothed tiger Macharodus latidens, with 1 incisor and 5 canines, also killed with a thrust. So amongst birds the bittern, the peacock, and the American white crane peck or stab at the eye. The last named has been known to drive its long sharp mandibles deep into the pursuer's bowels, and has been caught by presenting to it a gun muzzle. The bird, mistaking the hole, strikes at it, and is caught by the beak. The hern defends herself during flight by presenting the sharp long beak to the falcon, the pheasant and partridge, the domestic cock and quail, to mention no others, use their spurs with a poniard's thrust. The Argus pheasant of India, the American jacana parra, the horned screamer Palamdea, the wingwader of Australia Gregory, and the plover of Central Africa Denham and Clapperton, carry weapons upon their wings. The arms of animals. Fig 3. Balistes capricus, Cartus dicerouse, Nasius fronticornis. According to Pliny, Roman 8, the dolphins, which enter the Nile, are armed with a nifiged spur on the back to protect themselves from the crocodile's covier. Refers this allusion to the Squalus centrina or spinax of Linus, the European filefish Balistes capricus, found in a fossil state and still existing though rare in British waters, remarkably shows the efficiency, beauty and variety of that order's armature. It pierces its enemy from beneath by a strong erectile and serrated spine on the first anterior dorsal. The base of the spear is expanded and perforated, and a bolt from the supporting plate passes freely through it. 10. When the spine is raised, a hollow at the back receives a prominence from the next bony ray, which fixes the point in an erect position like the hammer of a firepiece at full cock. The spear cannot be forced down till the prominence is withdrawn, as by pulling the trigger. This mechanism, says the learned and experienced Professor Owen, may be compared with the fixing and unfixing of a bayonet. When the spine is bent down, it is received into a groove in the supporting plate, and thus it offers no impediment to swimming. Fig 41 Spear of Narwhal. 2 Sword of Xiphias. 3 Rhinoceros horn. 4 Walrus tusks. Fig 5 Narwhal's sword piercing plank. Fig 6 Metal daggers with horn curve. The pugnacious and voracious little stickleback Gasterosteus is similarly provided. The bullhead Cartus dicerouse palus bears a multi-barbed horn on its dorsum, exactly resembling the spears of the Eskimos and the savages of South America and Australia. The yellow-bellied surgeon or lancetfish Acanthurus is armed in either ocean with a long spine on side of the tail. With this lance it defends itself dexterously against its many enemies. The Nasius fronticornis lacebead bears, besides the horn-muzzle trenchant spear-formed blades, in the 11-pointed and serrated tail, the stingfish or adderpike trachinus vipera has necessitated amputation of the wounded limb, the dorsals, as well as the opercular spines have deep double grooves in which the venomous mucus secretion is lodged. A hint to dagger-makers: the stingrays Rhea trigon and R. hystrix twist the long slender tail round the object of attack and cut the surface with the strong notched and spiny edge, inflicting a wound not easily healed. The sting, besides being poisonous, has the especial merit of breaking off in the wound. It is extensively used by the savages of the Fiji, the Gambier, and the Pelu Islands of Tahiti, Samoa, and many of the Low Islands. These properties would suggest poisoned weapons, which cannot be extracted. Such are the arrows of the Bushmen, the Shoshone, and the Macoinche of Guyana, culminating in the highly civilized stiletto of hollow glass. Fig. 7. Mardu or Maru. The swordfish Xiphias, although a vegetable feeder, is mentioned by Pliny Roman 32 as able to sink a ship. It is recorded to have killed a man when bathing in the Severn near Worcester. It attacks the whale, and it has been known to transfix a vessel's side with its terrible weapon. The narwhal or sonicorn Monodon monoceros carries a formidable tusk, a sword blade of the same kind. Similarly, here may be offered a single proof how man, living among and dependent for food upon the lower animals, borrowed from their habits, and experience his earliest practice of offense and defense. The illustration represents a singhota madu or maru double dagger made from the horns of the common Indian antelope, connected by crossbars in its rude state, and also tipped with metal. It is still used as a weapon by 12 the wild bills, and as a crutch and dagger by the Jogis Hindus, and fakirs Hindis or Moslems, both orders of religious mendicants who are professionally forbidden to carry secular arms. It also served for defense like the parrying stick of Africa and Australia, till it was fitted with a handguard, and the latter presently expanded into a circular targe of metal. This ancient instrument, with its graceful curves, shows 4 distinct stages of development: first, the natural, and secondly, the early artificial with metal caps to make it a better thrusting weapon. The third process was to forge the whole of metal, and the fourth and final provided it with a straight, broad blade springing at right angles from the central grip. This was the adaga of medieval writers. Fig. 8. The adaga. Roman 4. The first idea of a trenchant or cutting instrument would be suggested by various reeds and grasses. Their siliceous leaves at certain angles cleave to the bone, as experience has taught most men who have passed through a jungle of wild sugar cane. When full-grown, the plants stand higher than a man's head, and the flint-edged leaves disposed in all directions suggest a labyrinth of sword blades. Thus the Mawingoingo penistum benthami, like the horsetail or shavegrass of Spain, was used as knives by the executioners of Kings Sana and Mtesa of Uganda. When cutting the human victims to pieces of the same kind are the swordgrass and the bamboo grass. Many races, especially the Andamanese and the Polynesian islanders, make useful blades of the split and sharpened bamboo. They are fashioned from the green plant, and are dried and charred to sharpen the edge. Turning to the animal world, the cassowary tears with a forward cut, and the wounded coot scratches like a cat. The old man kangaroo, with the long nail of the powerful hind leg, has opened the stomach of many. A staunch hound, the wild boar, attacks with a thrust followed by a rip, cutting scientifically from below upwards. This, as will appear, is precisely the plan adopted by certain ancient forms of saber, Greek and barbarian, the cutting edges being inside, not outside the curve. I may add that the old attack is one of our latest improvements in broadsword exercise. The offensive weapon of the stingray and of various insects, as well as the teeth of all animals, man, included furnish models for serrated or sawed instruments. Hence, Colonel Elaine Fox observes, it is not surprising that the first efforts of mankind in the construction of trenchant instruments should so universally consist of teeth or flint flakes arranged along the edge of staves. But evidently the knife preceded the saw, which is nothing but a knife blade jagged. Other familiar instances would be the multibarb stings of insects, especially that of the common bee. Again, we have the mantis and orthopter of the temperates and the tropics, whose fights enjoyed by the Chinese are compared with the duels of sabers for the rasping blow and parry. They use the forearm, which carries rows of strong sharp spines, and a happy stroke beheads or bisects the antagonist. To this category belongs the armature of the sawfish Pristes, a shark widely 14 distributed and haunting the Arctic, temperate and tropical seas. Its mode of offense is to spring high from the water and to fall upon the foe not with the point, but with either edge of its formidable arm. The row of strong and trenchant barbs, set like teeth, cuts deeply into the whale's flesh. Hence in New Guinea The serrated blade becomes a favorite sword, the base of the snout being cut and rounded so as to form a handle. Fig. 9. Serrated or multi-barbed weapons. Sting of the common B2. Sting of re. Fig. 10. Weapons made of shark's teeth. Fig. 11. Italian dagger, with grooves and holes for poison. Fig. 12. Sword with serrated blade of sawfish. Thus man, essentially a tool-making animal, and compelled by the conditions of his being to one long battle with the brute creation, was furnished by his enemies not only with models of implements and instruments, and with instructions to use them from witnessing the combats of brutes, but actually with their arms, which he converted to his own purposes. Hence the weapon and the tool were as a rule identical in the hands of primeval man, and this forms perhaps the chief test of a primitive invention, the earliest. Driftflints were probably used as weapons both of war and the chase, to grub roots, to cut down trees, and to scoop out canoes. The Watusi of eastern Africa make their baskets with their sharpened spearheads, and the so-called Kafirs, Amazulu Roman 100 still, shave themselves with the assegai. Hence too, as like conditions engender like results, the arms and implements of different races resemble one another so closely as to suggest a common origin and actual imitation, even where copying was, so to speak, impossible. Let us take as an instance two of the most widespread of weapons. The blowpipe's progressive form has been independently developed upon a similar plan, with distinctly marked steps in places the most remote. Another instance is the shevixtefries, the spikes of metal familiar to the classics. They survive in the caltrops or bamboo splints, planted in the ground by the barefooted Mpengwi fans of Gaboonland and by the Rangos of Malacca. In the early days of anthropological study, we read complaints that it is impossible to establish amongst the implements of modern savages a perfectly true sequence, although truth may be arrived at in points of detail, and that in regard to the primary order of development, much must still be left open to conjecture. But longer labor and larger collections have lately added many a link to the broken chain of continuity. We can now trace with reasonable certainty the tardy progress of evolution, which during a long succession of ages led to the systematized art of war. The conditions of the latter presently allowed society periods of rest, or rather of recovery, and more leisure for the practice which in weapons as in other things maketh perfect, and man has no idea of finality. He will stop short of nothing less than the absolutely perfect. He will labor at the ironclad, as he did the canoe, at the fish torpedo, as he did the petard. Arms and arts. From the use of arms also arose the rudimentary arts of savage man. Music began when he expressed his joy and his sorrow by cries of emotion, the voice being the earliest, as it is still the best of music makers. It was followed by its imitations, which passed through three several stages, and even now we know nothing more in the way of development. When the savage clapped together two clubs, he produced the first or drum type. When he hissed or whistled, he originated the pipe type. Syrinx organ bagpipe Roman 100, and the twanging of his bow suggested the lyrotype, which we still find tickling the dried guts of a mewing cat. Painting and sculpture, with a few simple lines drawn and cut upon the tomahawk or other rude weapon tool. As men think and live, so they build, said Herder. And architecture, which presently came to embrace all the other arts, dawned when the savage attempted to defend and to adorn his roost among the tree branches or the entrance to his caveden. After this preamble, which has been longer than I expected, we pass to the first or rudest forms of the weapons proper, used by savage man. Chapter Roman 2. Man's first weapons, stone, and the stick. The earliest ages of weapons, the ages of wood, of bone, and of horn. What then was man's first weapon? He was born speechless and helpless, inferior to the beasts of the field. He grew up armed, but badly armed. His muscles may have been stronger than they are now. His poor uneducated fisticuff, however, could not have compared with the kick of an ass, as we see from the prognathous jaw. He could bite, and his teeth were doubtless excellent. Still, the size and shape of the maxilla rendered it an arm inferior to the hyenas, and even to the dogs he scratched and tore as women still do. But his nails could hardly have been more dangerous than the claws of the minor felines. He had, however, the hand, the most perfect of all prehensile contrivances, and necessity compelled him to use it. The stone, his first weapon properly so called, would serve him in two ways: as a missile, and as a percussive instrument. Our savage progenitor, who in days long before the dawn of history contracted the extensor and relaxed the flexor muscles of his arm when flinging into air what he picked up from the ground, was unconsciously lengthening his reach, and taking the first step in the art and science of ballistics. His descendants would acquire extraordinary skill in stone-throwing, and universal practice would again make perfect Diodorus of Sicily. B. Roman 10,050, who so admirably copied Herodotus, says that the Libyans use neither swords, spears, nor other weapons, but only 3 darts and stones in certain leather budgets wherewith they fight in pursuing and retreating the Wanchi Guanches Libyan, or Berber peoples of the Canarian archipelago, according to Car de Mosto A Roman 500, confirmed by many including George Glass, were expert stone throwers. They fought their duels in the public 17 place, where the combatants mounted upon 2 stones placed at the opposite sides of it, each stone being flat at top, and about half a yard in diameter. On these they stood fast, without moving their feet, till each had thrown 3 round stones at his antagonist, though they were good marksmen. Yet they generally avoided those missive weapons, by the agile writhing of their bodies, then arming themselves with sharp flints obsidian in their left hands and cudgels or clubs in their right, they fell on beating and cutting each other, till they were tired. An instance is mentioned in which a Guanche brought down with a single throw a large pomfrond, whose midrib was capable of resisting the stroke of an axe. Calban, who wrote about a century and a half ago, gives the following account of the ape-like gestures of the Khoi or Hottentots. 52. The most surprising strokes of their dexterity are seen in their throwing of a stone. They hit a mark to a miracle of exactness, though it be 100 paces distant, and no bigger than a halfpenny. I have beheld them at this exercise with the highest pleasure and astonishment, and was never weary of the spectacle. I still expected, after repeated successes, that the stone would err, but I expected in vain. Still went the stone right to the mark, and my pleasure and astonishment were redoubled. You could imagine that the stone was not destined to err, or that you were not destined to see it, but a Hottentot's unerring hand in this exercise is not the only wonder of the scene. You would be equally struck perhaps with the manner in which he takes his aim. He stands not still with a lift-up arm, and a steady staring eye upon the mark as we do, but is in constant motion, skipping from one side to another, suddenly stooping, suddenly rising, now bending on this side, now on that. His eyes, hands and feet are in constant action, and you would think that he was playing the fool and minding anything else than his aim, when on a sudden away goes the stone with a fury right to the heart of the mark, as if some invisible power had directed it. Nearer home, the modern Syrians still preserve their old dexterity. I have often heard the tale, and have no reason to doubt its truth, of a brown bear, Ursus syriacus, being killed in the Libanus by a blow between the eyes when the Arab Bedouin are on the raid, and do not wish to use their matchlocks. They attack at night, and rain stones upon the victim. The latter vainly discharges 18 his ammunition against the shadows flitting ghost-like among the rocks, and when his fire is drawn, the murderers rush in and finish their work. The use of the stone amongst the wild tribes of Asia, Africa and America is almost universal in Europe. The practice is confined to schoolboys, but the wild Irish, by beginning early, become adepts in it. When adults, as a rule the shepherd, is everywhere a skillful stone-thrower. Turner makes the Kawas of Tanna New Hebrides a stone as long as and twice as thick as an ordinary counting-house ruler. It is thrown with great precision for a distance of 20 yards. The same author mentions stones rounded like a cannonball among the people of Savage Island and Eromanga. Commander Byron notices the stones made into missiles by the Disappointment Islanders. Beachy, whose party was attacked by the Easter Islanders, says that the weapons cast with force and accuracy knocked several of the seamen under the boat thwarts. Krantz tells us that Eskimo children are taught stone-throwing at a mark as soon as they can use their hands. The late Sir R. Scomberg describes a singular custom amongst the Demerara Indians. When a child enters boyhood, he is given a hard round stone, which he is to hand-rub till it becomes smooth, and he often reaches manhood before the task is done. Observers have suggested that the only use of the practice is a lesson in perseverance, which quality, in the opinion of many people, is best inculcated by engaging the minds of youths in matters that are devoid of any other incentive in the way of practical utility or interest. Fig. 13. Ancient Egyptians throwing knives. In more civilized times, the knife as a missile would take the place of the stone. We find that the ancient Egyptians practiced at a wooden block, and the German Helden champions, seated on settles, duelled by casting 3 knives each to be parried with the shield. The modern Spaniards begin to learn, when children, the art of throwing the facon cuchillo or clasp knife. The reapers 19 of the Roman Campagna, mere barbarians, once civilized, also chuck the sickle with a surprising precision. The bow. The habit of stone-throwing would presently lead to the invention of the sling, which Merrick considers, strange to say, the earliest and simplest weapon of antiquity. The rudest form of this pastoral weapon, used only on open plains, a ball and cord, was followed by the various complications of string or thongsling, cupsling, and sticksling. The latter a split stick which held the stone till the moment of discharge, may have been the primitive arm. Lepsius shows an Egyptian using such a sling, and provided with a reserve heap of pebbles. Nilsson suggests that David was thus weaponed when Goliath addressed him, "Am I a dog that thou comest to me with staves?" That is with the shepherd's staff turned into a sling, and this form survived longest in the Roman fustibulus, which the moderns corrupted to fustibale. The latter, with its wooden handle, was used in Europe during the 12th century and was employed in delivering hand grenades. Till the 16th, the primitive ballon cord known to the ancient Egyptians is still preserved in the boluses of the South American gaucho. A simultaneously invented missile would be the hurling or throwing stick, and its modification, the boomerang, of which I have still to speak. The application of elasticity and resilience being now well known, would suggest the rudest form of the bow and arrow. This invention, next in importance though longo intervallo to fire-making and fire-feeding, is the first crucial evidence of the distinction between the human weapon and the bestial arm. Nilsson and many others hold the invention to have been instinctive and common to all peoples, and we cannot wonder that it was made the invention of demigods. Nimrod Scythes, the son of Jupiter, or Perses, son of Perseus, the missile arm at once showed man and beast separated by an extensive difference of degree, if not of kind, and it has played the most notable part perhaps of all weapons in the annals of humanity or inhumanity. It led to the Greek gastropheta, the Roman arqueballista, crossbow to the palintonon or ballista, and the arblast, an enlarged species of the arcus, intended for throwing darts of giant size, to the belladrungsballister, a fixed form to the catapult enthitonon tormentum scorpion, or onager 20, and to other formidable forms of classical artillery, which preceded the cheap and nasty invention of chemical explosives. The club. So much for the handstone as the forefather of missiles, and of ballistic science. Held in the fist, it would give momentum, weight, and velocity, force, and bruising power to the blow. Thus it was the forerunner of the club straight, and curved the flail, the baton fair, the morning star, the hollywater sprinkler, and a host of similar weapons that added another and a harder joint to man's arm. Clubs which in practice are aimed at the head, whereas the spear is mostly directed at the body. 64 would be easily made by pulling up a straight young tree or by tearing down a branch from the parent trunk and stripping it of twigs, and leaves the club of Australia, a continent to which we look for original forms, has the branching rootlets trimmed to serve as spikes. Moreover, the terminal bulge has been developed in order to stop or parry the assailant's weapon. In fact, the swell bowl lozenge or mushroom head was the first germ of the Australasian shield. The next step would be to fashion the ragged staff with fire, with friction, and with flint knives, shells, or other scrapers into a cutting as well as a crushing instrument. And here we have one of the many origins of the sword, and of its diminutives, the dagger, and the knife pointed at the end. It would become the lance, and spear the spud spade, and palstave the pilum, the dart, the javelin, and the assegai. Not a few authorities contend that the earliest weapons, the most constant in all ages and continuous in all countries, were the spear and the axe. The first would be a development of the pointed handcelt, the latter of the leaf-formed or almond-shaped tool. But firstly, these would be mostly confined to countries with a well-developed stone age, and secondly, the conversion of the handstone into an arm dehaste would assuredly be later than the club and the sharpened stick or stake. Fig. 14 Japanese war flail. Fig. 15 Turkish war flail. Fig. 16 Morning Star. Herodotus, the father of ancient history in its modern form, a travelled student and a great genius whose prose poem for such it Aetius proved incomparably more useful to us than any works of his successors, when describing a rock sculpture of Sesostris, Ramses Roman II makes him carry in his right hand a spear Egyptian, and in his left a bow Libyan or Ethiopian. Hence, some writers on hiplology have held that he considered these to be the oldest of weapons, but the ancients did not study prehistoric man, beyond confounding human bones with those of extinct mammals. Augustus Caesar was an early collector, according to Suetonius in August Roman 100 Roman 22, sua viro excaluit robusque vetestate, ac raritate notabilibus qualia sunt, capres immanum belluarum ferrarunc, membra pr grandia, dicunter gigantum arsa, et arma heroum. The emperor whom the late Louis Napoleon so much resembled, even in the matter of wearing hidden armor, preferred these curiosities to statues and pictures. The ancients also like 22 Marco Polo, and too many of the moderns spoke of the world generally, after studying a very small part in particular. The Halicarnassion here evidently alludes to an epoch which had made notable advances upon the quaternary congener of the Simiads, we must return to a much earlier age. Lucretius, whose penetrating genius had a peculiar introvision, wrote like a modern scientist. Arma antiqua manus unguis dentesque furunt, et lapides et item silverum fragmina rami. Posterius ferri vis est risque reperta, sed prius ris erat quam ferri cognitus usus. Gentleman Horace is almost equally correct. Quam propserunt primis animalia terris, mutum et terp pecus glandum at cubilia propter, unguibus et pugnis dane fustibus ac ita poro, pugnabant armes post fabricaveret usus. How refreshing is the excellent anthropology of these pagans, after the marvel myths of man's creation, propounded by the so-called revealed religions. The ages. As for the better distribution of the subject, I shall here retain the obsolete, and otherwise inadmissible, because misleading terms age of stone, age of bronze, age of iron. From the earliest times, all the metals were employed without distinction, for weapons offensive and defensive besides, which the three epochs intermingle in all countries, and overlap one another. They are in fact mostly simultaneous, rather than successive, as a modern writer says, like the three principal colors of the rainbow. These three stages of civilization shade off the one 23 into the other, and yet their succession as far as Western Europe is concerned appears to be equally well defined with that of the prismatic colors, though the proportion of the spectrum may vary in different countries, and as a confusion of ideas would be created especially when treating of the North European sword. By neglecting this superficial method of classification, I shall retain it, while proceeding to consider the development of the white arm under their highly conventional limits. I must moreover remark that the ternary division, besides having no absolute chronological signification, and refusing to furnish any but comparative dates, is insufficient concomitant with, and possibly anterior to the so-called Stone Age. Wood, bone, teeth, and horn were extensively used, and the use has continued deep into the Metal Ages, throughout the lower valley of the river of the Amazons, where stone is totally wanting. Primitive peoples must have armed themselves with another material, the hard and heavy trees. Both of the temperates and the tropics supplied a valuable material, which could be treated simply by the use of fire, and without metal or even stone. Ramusio speaks of a sagwood nibong, or cariota urens, made into short lances. By the Sumatrans one end is sharpened and charred in the fire, and, when thus prepared, it will pierce any armor much better than iron would do. The weapon would be fashioned by the patient labor of days and weeks, by burying in hot ashes, by steaming and smoking, by charring and friction, by scraping with shells and the teeth of rodents, and by polishing with a variety of materials, for instance, with the rasping and shagreen-like skin of many fishes, notably the ray, with rough-coated grasses, and with the leaves of the various sandpaper trees, which are hispid as a cat's tongue. And the first step in advance would be dressing with silex obsidian and other cutting stones, and finishing with pumice, or with the mushroom-shaped corallines. I shall reserve for the next chapter a description of the saber de bois, unjustly associated in the popular saying with the pistolet de pale. The Bone Age. Bone, which includes teeth, presented to savage man a hard and durable material for improving his coarse wooden weapons. Teledamus, or Telegonus, son of Circe, and founder of Tusculum and Piarnest, according to tradition, slew his father Ulysses with a lance head of fish bonaculeum. Marin bellu, the teeth of the squalus and other gigantum ossa or megatherian remains, supplied points for the earliest projectiles, and added piercing power to the blow of the club. That a bone age may be traced throughout the world, and that the phrase a bone and stone-using people is correct, was proved by the Welterstellung of Vienna 1873, whose 24 splendid collection found an able describer in Prof. A. Waldrich. The caves of Venerable Moustier, Department Dordogne of Belgium, and of Lerm, Department of Riege, contributed many jawbones of the cave bear Ursus spellus. The ascending ramus of the inferior maxilla had been cut away to make a convenient grip, and the strong corner teeth formed an implement, or an instrument, a tool, or a weapon. The caves of Pegau in Steiermark, Styria of Palkau in Moravia, and the Falbuten or pile villages of Almutz produced a number of bone articles, and remnants of the cave bear these rude implements remind us of the weapon used to such good effect by the biblical Samson, the Hebrew type of Hercules, the strong man, the slayer of monsters, and the sun god Shamsun. Fig 17 deer horn arrowhead. S. America. Fig 18 horn war clubs with metal points. Fig 19 double spear and shield. Fig 20 spine of Diadon. Fig 211 walrus tooth. used as spear. Point 2 Tomahawk of walrus tooth. The Wilder tribes of Cambodia convert the bony horn of the swordfish into a spearhead with which they confidently attack the rhinoceros. At Kotzebue Sound, Captain Beechey found lances made of a wooden staff, ending in a walrus tooth, and this defense was also adapted to a tomahawk point. The New Guinea tribes tip their arrows with the teeth of the sawfish and the spines of the globefish Diodon and Triodon. The horny style of the Malacan king crab Limulus, a 25 crustacean sometimes reaching 2 feet in length, is also made into an arrow pile. The Australians of King George's Sound arm their spears with the acute barbules of fishes, and the natives of S. Salvador, when discovered by Columbus, pointed their lances with fish teeth. The Greenlanders' Nugwit Fig 23 is mentioned by Krantz as armed with the narwhal's horn, and the wooden handle is carved in relief with 2 human figures by its side. Is another spear Fig 24 with a beam in narwhal shape, the foreshaft being composed of a similar ivory inserted into the snout, so as to represent the natural defense. Here we see the association in the maker's mind between the animal from which the weapon is derived and the purpose of destruction for which it is chiefly used. It also illustrates the well-nigh universal practice amongst savages of making their weapons to imitate animate forms. The reason may be a superstition, which still remains to be explained. Fig 22 Sting of Malacan Limulus crab. Fig 23 2 Greenland Nugwit. Fig 24 Narwhal shaft and metal blade. Fig 25 Jade padupatus. Foreshafts and heads of bone are still applied to the arrows of the South African Bushmans. They alternate with wood, chert and metal throughout the North American continent from Esquimauland to California. A notable resemblance has been traced between the bone club of the Nootka Sound Indians and 26 the jade patu or merry of New Zealand. Hence, it has been suspected that this short flat weapon, oval or leaf-shaped and made to hold in the hand, as if it were a stone celt, was originally an imitation of the ars humeri. Like the celt also is the stone club found by Colonel A. Lane Fox in the bed of the Bon River, North Ireland. The long bones of animals with the walls of marrow holes obliquely cut and exposing the hollow were fastened upon sticks and poles, forming formidable darts and spears. The shape thus suggests the bamboo arrowheads of the North Americans, whose cavity also served to carry poison, would moreover easily be fashioned by fracture and by friction upon a hard and rough-grained substance into swords and daggers. The feni or fins of Tacitus Germ Roman 100, having no iron, used bone-pointed arrows. The Inuits or Eskimos of Greenland and other parts of the outer north form, with the ribs of whales, their shuttles as well as their swords in flint chips. We find that the ancient Mexicans had bone daggers. Wilder gives a unique specimen of such a weapon, found in the bed of the River Boyne, in hard blue clay 4 feet under sand, along with some stone spearheads, formed out of the leg bone of one of the large ruminants. It measures 10 1/6 inches long, the rough handle being only 2.5 inches. The blade is smooth and wrought to a very fine point. This skein, the 27 Irish SC Jan, looks like a little model of a metal Cuton thrust blade. Fig 27, equally interesting, is the knife blade. Fig 29, found with many other specimens of manufactured bone in the Ballinderry Crannog, County Westmeath. The total length is 8 inches, and the handle is highly decorated. Other bone knives are mentioned in the catalogue. pp. 26,263. Prepared for making handles and even ferrules for swords and daggers is also referred to. p. 267. The material, being easily worked and tolerably durable, has indeed never fallen into disuse in the shape of ivory, walrus tusk and hippopotamus tooth. It is an article of luxury extensively used in the present day for the hafts of weapons and domestic implements. Lastly, bone served as a base to carry mere trenchant substances. The Museum of Professor Sven Nilsson shows Fig. 31 a smooth sharp-pointed splinter, some 6 inches long, grooved in each side to about 1/4 of an inch deep. In each of these grooves, fixed by means of cement, was a row of sharp-edged and slightly curved bits of flint. A similar implement, Fig. 30, is represented in the illustrated catalogue of the Museum of Copenhagen. Of this contrivance I shall speak at length when treating of the wooden sword. Fig. 261 bone arrow point for poison. 2 iron arrowhead for poison. S. America. Fig. 27 Wild's dagger. Fig. 28 hollow bone for poison. Fig. 29 bone knife. Fig. 30 bone arrow point armed with flint flakes. Fig. 31 ages before the Stone Age. While bone was extensively used by primitive man, horn was the succedaneum in places where it was plentiful. The Swiss lake dwellings have yielded stag's horn, and wooden hafts or helves with bored holes, and sockets, borers, awls or drills, mullers, rubbers, and various other instruments. The caverns of the reindeer period in the south of France are not less rich. Staghorn axes are common in Scandinavia, and one preserved by the Stockholm Museum bears the spirited outline of a deer. Beads, buttons, and other ornaments are found in England. This material, when taken from the old stag, is of greater density than osseous matter, and of almost stony hardness, as the cancellated structure contains carbonate of lime. Moreover, it was easily worked by fire and steam. The hornage. Diodorus Roman 3 cap 15 describes the ichthyophagy as using antelopes' horns in their fishing for need teacheth. All things. The earliest mention of a hornarm is by Homer. Iliad Roman 2 and Roman 4, who describes Pandarus, the Lycian son of Lycaon, using a bow made of the sixpence-long spoils of the nimble 28. Mounting goat. The weapon may have retained the original form. The early Greek types were either simple or composite. The Persians preferred, until lately, used wood and horn, stained, varnished, and adorned as much as possible. Duart Barbosa describes the Turkish bow at Hormuz Island as made of buffalo horn and stiff wood painted with gold and very pretty colors. The hornboge occurs in the Nibelungenlied, and the Hungarians appeared in Europe with hornbows and poisoned arrows. The bows of the Sioux and Utahs are of horn backed with a strip of raw hide to increase the spring. The Blackfoot bow is made from the horn of the mountain sheep catlin, and the Shoshone of the Rocky Mountains shape it by heating and wetting the horn, which is combined with wood schoolcraft. The Eskimos of Polar America, where nothing but drifttimber is procurable, are compelled to build their weapons with several bits of wood, horn, and bone bent into form by smoking or steaming. Admirable bows of buffalo horn, small, but throwing far and stronger, still made in the Indus Valley about Multan. For this use, the horns are cut, scraped, thinned to increase elasticity, joined at the bases by wooden splints, pegs, or nails, and made to adhere by glue and sinews. Man would soon learn to sharpen his wooden shafts with hornpoints, the spoils of his prey. Hence the ancient Egyptians applied horn to their light arrows of reed. The Christie collection contains an arrow from South America, armed with a pile of deer horn. Melville Peninsula, being scant of materials, uses as arrow piles the horns of a muskox, ovibos more ovis than bows, and the thin defences of the reindeer, strengthened by sinews. Antelope horns are still used as lancer points by the Nubians, the Shaluks, and the Denkas of the Upper Nile, by the Gibbus of Central Africa, and by the tribes of the southern continent, the Bantu or Kafir races, Zulus, and others make their kiri carry either of wood or of rhinoceros horn. It varies from a foot to a yard long, and is capped by a knob as large as a hen's egg or a man's fist. Hence, it is called knobstick or throwstick. The Ganugayadusha deerhorn war club of the Iroquois ended in a point of about 4 inches long. Since the people had intercourse with Europeans, they have learned to substitute metal. The form suggests that the marteldefer of Persia and India, used by Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries, was derived from a weapon of this kind. Suitable points for arming it have been found in England and Ireland. The Dublin Museum case 21 Petrie contains an antler of the red deer converted into a thrusting weapon. The Jumbia Crook 29 dagger of the Arabs, the Khanjar of Persia and India, whence the Iberian Alfangel Khanjar, and our silly hanger shows by form and point that it was originally the half of a buffalo horn, split longitudinally. The modern weapon, with metal blade and ivory handle, has one side of the latter flat, betraying its origin by retaining a peculiarity no longer required. The same is the case when the whole jumbia is, as often happens, made of metal. Fig. 6p10. Fig. 32 harpoon head. The sufficiency of horn for the slender wants of uncivilized communities was admirably illustrated by the discovery of a falbow or crannog some 3 miles south of Laibach, the capital of Carniola, and a little north of the Brunsdorf village. The site is a mountain girt basin, formerly a lake or broad of the Lacum Sava River, and still flooded after heavy rain. Surface finds were picked up in 185,455, and regular explorations began in July, 187,597. During that year, 200 articles were dug up. The material was chiefly staghorn tines and beams, the latter often cut at the burr or antler crown. The chief objects, many of them artistic, as those of the French reindeer epauchoir, hatchets, hammers, needles, spindles, and punches of horn, and split bone, fishhooks, pincers, and skin scrapers of hogs' tusks, with ornaments set in bone and teeth board for stringing. Many of these articles showed signs of the sockef or notch, which had probably been cut with sanded fibre acting like a file. There were harpoon heads of peculiar shape, supposed to be unpierced whistles, the whole not having been bored through. Evidently, they were made to unship when striking the Welson-sillery of the old lake, some of which must have been 36 feet long. The wooden foreshaft, joined by a string to its head, acted as float, and betrayed the position of the prey. This is the third stage of the harpoon. The first would be merely a heavy pointed stick, and the second a spear with barbs. There were 6 horn dulch daggers, and one peculiar article, an edge of polished stone, set in a horn handle. The latter shows at once the abundance of game and the value and rarity of the mineral, which probably belonged only to the rich. The 8 stone implements were of Paleolithic type. The few metal articlesa, leaf-shaped sword blade, a rude knife, lance heads, arrow piles, needles, and bodkins were chiefly copper, 5, only being bronze, and the pottery corresponds with that of the Neolithic period in the museums of Copenhagen and Stockholm. Thus the find, like several in Switzerland, showed a great preponderance of horns, bones, and teeth during a transitional age when the rest of Europe was using polished stone and metal. Prehistoric finds are still common in the Lebacher Moorground. 1882 Lauwerse, a hamlet on the edge of the swamp, supplied Nov 7, a large stone axe, steinbill pierced and polished of the quartzose conglomerate common in the adjacent highlands. This article was exceptional, most of the stone implements being Paleolithic. At Ossergoritz appeared remnants of pottery and Roman tiles, a broken hairpin of bronze, a spear of Roman type, and a palstab also of bronze. The latter is the normal chisel-shaped hatchet, with the flanges turned over for fitting to the handle. It measures 165 cent long by 35 of diameter at the lower part. The sands of Grosscup also yielded sundry fine bronze armlets of Etruscan make found upon embedded skeletons. All the finds have been deposited in the Provincial Museum at Laibach. The use of horn like that of bone has survived to the present day, and still appears in the handles of knives, daggers, and swords. It is of many varieties, and it fetches different prices according to the texture, the markings, and other minutiae known to the trade. Chapter Roman 3, the weapons of the age of wood, the boomerang, and the sword of wood, of stone, and of wood and stone combined. The sword of wood. The age of wood began early, lasted long, and ended late, as the practice of savages shows. The spear was originally a pointed stick, hardened in the fire, and arrows, the diminutives of the spear, as daggers are of the sword, were tipped with splinters of bamboo, whose tabashir or silicious bark acted like stone. The Peruvians, even after they could beat out plates of gold and silver, fought with pikes having no iron tips, but with the points hardened in the fire. The same was the case with the Australians, who, according to Mr. Howard Spenceley, also fashioned swords of very hard wood. The Arabs of the Tihamat or lowlands of Hazramaut, the biblical Hazarmaveth, are still compelled by poverty to use spears without metal. I pass over the general use of this worldwide material to the epoch when it afforded a true sword. The wooden sword, as we see from its wide dispersion, must have arisen spontaneously among the peoples who had reached that stage of civilization where it became necessary. These weapons were found in the hands of the Indians of Virginia by the well-known Captain John Smith, writing in 1606. Oldfield describes swords of heavy black wood in the Sandwich Islands, and Captain Owen Stanley in New Guinea. Mr. Consul Hutchinson notes the wooden swords used by the South American Itinanamas, a subtribe of the Maxos, those preserved in Ireland, and others brought from the Samoa Islands will be noticed in a future page. They may mostly be characterized as flat clubs sharpened at the edge, and used like our steel blades. Fig 33. Listen, in Egypt and Abyssinia, the shape of the wooden sword greatly varies, and so does its origin. Mr. Tyler fell into the mistake so common in these classifying, generalizing, and simplifying days of deriving the saber, because it is a cutting tool from the axe, and the tuck or rapier from the spear, because it thrusts. Wooden sword blades alone have 3 prototypes, viz. the club, the throwstick, the paddle. Fig 34. Listen, or tongue. Roman 1. The Bulak Museum, Cairo, shows 2 good specimens of the ancient listen tongue weapon club, or curved stick. The first battles, says Pliny, Roman 7, were fought by the Africans against the Egyptians with clubs which they called falang. The shorter clubsword 1 ft 11 in has a handle ribbed with 18 fine raised rings. The longer or falchion-shaped weapon 2 ft 5 in is hatched at the grip with a cross pattern. Both are of hard wood blackened by age, and both have the distinct cutting edge. The ancient war club was tipped with metal and whipped with thongs round the handle for firmer grasp, like the Roman fasces. The modern listen club made of tough mimosa wood and about 212 ft long, is still used in close combat by the Negroid tribes of the Upper Nile to the Bisharins, and Amri the listen supplies at dances, and on festal occasions the place of the sword. In Abyssinia there is a lighter variety 1 ft6 in banded alternately with red, blue and green cloth, and protected by a network of brass wire. The Ababde modern Thiopians content, with this the spear and its pendant the shield, fear not to encounter tribes whose arms are the matchlock, and a formidable-looking but really inoffensive sword, with a wondrous huge straight blade. These pastoral nomads are of a peculiar and interesting type, the short stature and the well-curved and delicate limbs whose action is quick, lithe and graceful, as the leopards connect them with the Bedouin of Arabia, while the knotted and spiral locks standing on end, and resembling when tallowed a huge cauliflower, affiliate them to the African somal. Their arms are more extensive than their dress, a mere waistcloth the primitive attire of tropical man, and they live by hiring their camels to caravans. The Dublin Museum also shows the transitional forms between the club and the sword. The weapon, a numbered 143, is some 25 inches long. The second B is labelled No 144, wooden club-shaped implement, 27 inches long. The club of the savage developed itself in other directions to the shepherd's staff, the bishop's crosier, and the king's sceptre, hence to the useless baton of the field marshal, and the maces of Mr. Speaker and my Lord Mayor. Here we may answer the question why the field marshal should carry a stick instead of a sword. The unwarlike little instrument is simply the symbol of high authority. It is the rod not of the lictor, but of the centurion, whose badge of office was a vine sapling, wherewith to enforce authority. Hence Lucan Roman 6 says of gallant Captain Cassius Scva, who after many wounds beat off 2 swordsmen, sanguine multo primatus laetiam longo gerit ordine vitam. This use was continued by the drill sergeant of Europe from England to Russia. The club again survives in the constable's staff and the policeman's truncheon. The boomerang, the form of throwing stick which we have taught ourselves to call by an Australian name boomerang, thereby unduly localizing an almost universal weapon from Eskimoland to Australia, was evidently a precursor of the wooden sword. It was well known to the ancient Egyptians. Wilkinson shows Vol. Roman 1 Chap 4 that it was of heavy wood cut flat, and thus offering the least resistance, measuring 1 ft 3 in to 2 ft long by 112. In broad, the shape, however, is not the usual segment of a circle, but a shallow scurve inverted, more bent at the upper end, and straighter in the handle. One weapon, p. 236, seems to bear the familiar, Asfed. The British Museum contains a boomerang brought from Thebes by the 34 Rev. Greville Chester, and a facsimile was exhibited by General Petrivers. The end is much curved, the blade has 4 parallel grooves, and it bears the cartouche of Ramses the Great. In no instance have we found the round shape, and the returning flight of its Australian congener. 3 illustrations show a large sportsman, the master, bringing down birds which rise from a papyrus swamp, while a smaller figure, the slave in the same canoe, holds another weapon at arm's length. Fig 35 transition from the boomerang to the hatchet. Australia. Fig 36 Australian picks. 1-2 pick of New Caledonia. 3 malga or leerwal pick. Strabo describes the Belgian Gauls as hunting with a piece of wood, resembling a pilum which is hand-thrown, and which flies to a distance farther than an arrow. He calls it the which is also described as a pilum dart, or javelin by Polybius. But evidently this graspus means the throwstick usually termed by the Greeks ansel cilius italicus arms in the Punica, one of the 35 Libyan tribes, which accompanied Hannibal with a bent or crossed catia. The latter is identified with the throwstick by Dr. now Sir Samuel Ferguson, poet and antiquary. The Encyclopedia of Bishop Isidore A. Roman 500,636 explicitly defines the catia to be a species of bat, which when thrown flies not far by reason of its weight, but where it strikes it breaks through with extreme impetus, and if it be thrown with a skilful hand, it returns to him who threw it. Trursum redit ad eum qui missit. Virgil also notices it. Et quos malefer dispectant emnia able. Teutonico ritu solidi torque catias. N. Roman 7. John P. 410,116 remembers the Mjolnir or hammer of Thor, which flew back to the hand. Fig 37 Indian boomerangs. War hatchet gibber negros 2 steel chakra, or Sikh quoit 3 steel kalari, 4-5 kalari of Madras with knobbed handle. Fig 38 boomerang and kite. It has been noted that this peculiarity of reversion or backflight is not generic even in the true boomerang, but appertains only to specific forms. Doubtless, it was produced by accident, and when found useful for bringing down birds over rivers or marshes, it was retained by choosing branches with a suitable bend. The shapes greatly differ in weight and thickness, in curvature and section. Some are of the same breadth throughout, others bulge in the center, while others are flat on one side and convex on the other. In most specimens, the forepart of the lath is slightly dished, hence the bias causes it to rise in the air on the principle of a screw propeller. The thin edge of the weapon is always opposed to the wind, meeting the least resistance. The axis of rotation, when parallel to itself, makes the missile 36 ascend, as long as the forward movement lasts by the action of the atmosphere on the lower side. When the impulse ceases, it falls by the line of least resistance, that is in the direction of the edge, which lies obliquely towards the thrower. In fact, it acts like a kite, with a suddenly broken string, dropping for a short distance, but as long as the boomerang gyrates, which it does after the forward movement ends, it continues to revolve on the same inclined plane by which it ascended, until it returns to whence it came. This action would also depend upon weight. The heavy weapons could not rise high in the air, and must drop by mere gravity before coming back to the thrower. Fig. 39. African boomerangs. 1-2 Hungermonger. 3 African weapon. 4 Kordofan weapon. 5 the same developed. 6 Falchion of Mundo tribe. 7 the same developed. 8 Gibber Negros. 9 Knobstick. 10 Ancient Egyptians. Rosalini. 11 Old Egyptian. 12-15 Tomahawks of Nyams. 16 Fan Mpangwi tomahawk. 17 Dor battleaxe. 18 Dinka and Shalluk weapon. From Egypt the weapons spread into the heart of Africa. The Abyssinian trombash is of hard wood, acute-edged, and about 2 feet long. The end turns sharply at an angle of 30, but the weapon does not whirl back. The boomerang 37 of the Nyams is called kulbeda. Direct derivation is also shown by the curved iron projectile of the Mundo tribe on the Upper Nile, a weapon of the same form being represented on the old Egyptian monuments. The Hungermonger of the Negros south of Lake Chad and the adjoining peoples shows a further development of spikes or teeth disposed at different angles, enabling the missile to cut on both sides. The varieties of this form, with a profusion of quaint ornaments including lateral blades, which answer the purpose of wings, and which deal a severe wound, are infinite. Denham and Clapperton give an illustration of a Central African weapon forming the head and neck of a stork. So the Mpangwi Negros of the Gaboon River, West Africa, shape their missiles in the form of a bird's head. The triangular aperture. Fig. 40 No. 5 representing the eye. Fig. 40 Transition from the Malga Leawal or pick to the boomerang. Australia. The throwing stick has been found in Assyrian monuments. Nemrod strangling, the lion holds a boomerang in his right hand. Thence the weapon travelled east, and the Sanskrit astara or scatterer was extensively used by the pre-Aryan tribes of India. The Kolis, oldest known inhabitants of Gujarat, call it Kachariya, a term probably derived from Kachaya. The Dravidians of the Madras presidency know it as Kalari, and the Tamulian Kala and Marawar of Madura, who use it in deer hunting, term it Valitadi, bent stick. The Pujakota Raja always kept a stark in arsenal. The length greatly varies, the difference amounting to a cubit or more and 3 feet. By a handbreadth may be the average. The middle is bent to the extent of a cubit. The flat surface with a sharp edge is 1 hand broad. Its 3 actions are whirling, pulling and braking, and it is a good weapon for charioteers and foot soldiers. Prof. Uppert, writing on the weapons Roman 100 of the Ancient Hindus 1880, tells us that the Museum of the Madras government has 2 ivory throw sticks from Tanjore, and a common wooden one from Pujakota. His own collection contains 4 of black wood and 1 of iron. All these instruments return, as do the true boomerangs, to the thrower. The specimens in the Old India House Museum conform with the natural curvature of the wood like the Australian, but being thicker and heavier, they fall without backflight. Not a few of the boomerangs cut with the inner edge the shapes of the blade and of the grip, making them unhandy in the extreme. Fig. 41 The stick and the shield. Various forms of Australian tamarang, or parrying shields. 2 Shield of Mundo Negros. 3 Negro parrying shield. 4 Old Egyptian parrying shield. 5 Dawak straight flat throwstick. Australia. 6 Boomerang that does not return. 7 Boomerang that does return. Fig. 42 Throwsticks. Australian Tombet. 2 Malga Warpick. 36 Australian Wadi clubs. 7 Hatchet boomerang. Fig. 43 Old Egyptian boomerang. Fig. 44 Bulak sword. Fig. 45 Hieroglyphic inscription on wooden sword of Bulak. From the throwstick would naturally arise the chakra, the steel wheel or walkquoit, which the Achilles, a stricter order of Sikhs, carried in their long hair and launched, After twirling round the forefinger, the boomerang shape is also perpetuated in the dreaded kukri or Gurkha sword knife, now used however only for hand-to-hand fighting. I have mentioned the cuchillo or Spanish clasp knife, and the Italian sickle throwing. The Australian weapon was unknown like the shield to Tasmania, whose only missile was the wadi or throw stick. As the Australian club swelling at the end developed itself in one direction to the Malga warpick, and hatchet so on the other line, it became by being narrowed flattened, and curved the boomerang and the boomerang sword finally. The immense variety of curves, some of them bending at a right angle, were straightened and made somewhat longival and leaf-shaped for momentum and impetus. The boomerang sword. The direct descent of the curved wooden sword of Egypt from the boomerang is shown in many specimens. The blade becomes narrow flat, and more curved. 40 The handle proves that it is no longer a mere missile, and the grip is scored with scratches to secure a firmer grasp. The best specimen known to me is in the Bulak Museum. It is a light weapon of sycamore wood measuring in length 1 meter 30 cent 4 ft 3 in breadth, nearly 15 cent 6 in, and in thickness 2 cent 78 in, while the depth of the perpendicular connecting the arc with the cord is 10 cent. But what makes it remarkable is that the sword bears at one side the so-called cartouche of King Taha 17th dynasty, and at the other end of the same side, in a parallelogram, the name and titles of Prince Tuau, the servant of his master in his expeditions. This fine specimen was found with the mummy and other articles at the Drar Abul Nega, the Theban cemetery. The paddle or original oar, mostly used by savages with the face to the bow, is of two kinds. The long pointed spear-like implement serves as a rule for deeper, and the broad-headed for shallower waters. Both show clearly the transitional state beginning with the club and ending with the sword. Mr. J. E. Calder, describing the catamaran of the swamp tea tree Melaleuca sp. on the southern and western coasts of Tasmania, says p. 23, the mode of its propulsion would shock the professional or amateur waterman. Common sticks, with points instead of blades, are all that were used to urge it with its living freight through the water, and yet I am assured that its progress is not so very slow. Spears were employed in parts of Australia to paddle the light bark canoes, and the Nicobar Islanders have an implement combining spear and paddle. It is of ironwood and of pointed lozenge shape, about 5 feet in length. The club sword. The African paddles usually employed upon lagoons and inland waters are broad-headed, either rounded off or furnished with one or more short points at the 41 end. Every tribe has its own peculiarities, and a practiced eye easily knows the people by their paddles. A broad blade, almost rounded and very slightly pointed, is also made in the Austral Isles, in the Kingsmill Islands, and in the Marquesas. Fig. 46 Transition from Celt to paddle, spear and sword forms. Wooden club sword from New Guinea. 2 Paddle from New Guinea. 3 New Zealand Patu Patu, or Merry. 4 Patu Patu from the Brazil. 5 Analogous forms. 6 Ditto 710 Club paddles from Polynesia. 11 13 Wooden spears from Friendly Islands. Fig. 47 Clubs of Fiji Islands. Fig. 48 Wooden swords and clubs of Brazilian Indians. The paddle sword. Fig. 49 Pagia sharpened paddle. The passage of the paddle into the sword is well shown amongst the Wilder Indians of the Brazil. The Tupis still employ the takape tangape or ivrapma, which is written Iwarapma by Hans Stade of Hesse, in the charmingly naive account of his travels and captivity. It was a single piece of the hard, heavy and gummy wood, which characterizes these hot damp regions, and of different shapes with and without handles. The most characteristic implement is a long and rounded shaft with a tabular oval and slightly pointed blade. It was slung by a lanyard round the neck, and hung on either side. With a weapon of this kind, the cannibal natives slaughtered Pero Fernandes Sardenha, first Bishop of Bahia, and all his suite. The martyrs had been wrecked on the shoals of Dam Rodrigo, off the mouth of the Cororipe River. The scene is illustrated in the history of the late Roman 1000 de Varnhagen, p. 321. A similar Brazilian instrument was the macana, still used on the Rio das Amazonas, and they're called tamarana. It retains the form of the original paddle, while for offensive purposes the pointed oval head is sharpened all round. In parts of the Brazil, the macana was a rounded club, and the sharpened paddle used as a sword was called page, the Peruvian macana, and the Callaway. The latter compared with a short Turkish blade were made of chontawood Giliuma speciosa and Martinesia ciliata, which was hard enough to turn copper tools. Mr. W. Barlert tells us that the macana was said by some to be shaped 43 like a long sword, by others like a club. It was both the Tapuyas set these broad-headed weapons with teeth and pointed bones. Fig 50 clubs, 14 Samoa clubs, 5 cross-ribbed club, 6 toothed club Fiji. Fig 51 paddles, 13 spear paddles, 4 5, leaf-shaped, 6 Austral Isles, 7 New Ireland, 8 African from Gaboon River, 9 African from coast of Dahomey. Ojda during his famous voyage to Carthagena found the warlike Caribs wielding great swords of palm wood, and the women throwing a species of lance called assegai. General Petriva's collection has a fine flat club sword, 5 feet 2 inches long, straight and oval, pointed from Endeavour River, Queensland, and a smaller article about 3 feet, with a longer handle from Australia Barrow River, Queensland, has supplied him with a half-curved wooden blade 5 feet long. Fig 52 Samoan club, Godfrey collection. Fig 53 wooden saber. Fig 54 wooden chopper. Fig 55 knife wood. From Vanilava, the wooden sword. The fine ethnological museum of Herr Cesar Godfrey of Hamburg and Samoa, illustrating the ethnology of the Pacific Islands, contains many specimens of the knapstick, beveled on one side of the head to an edge, and gradually passing into the sword on the right-hand entrance wall, were 2 fine sabers. Fig 53 of eucalyptus wood, labelled Schwert von Bowen, Queensland. The Sandwich Islanders, we see, still wield the sword club with sharp-cutting edges like their neighbours of New Ireland. The savage Solomon Archipelago has supplied a 2-handed sabre of light and brightiel wood. Its longitudinal midrib shows direct derivation from the paddle club. There is also a lozenge-shaped hand club, which may readily have given a model to metalworkers. It is of hard, dark and polished wood, and the handle is whipped round with coir tafel Roman 20p 97. The length is 70 cent by 4 of maximum breadth. The swords are unfortunately not figured in the catalogue, but there is a fine wooden knife 45-49 cent long by 6 cent broad with open handle, and highly worked grip tafel Roman 21p 135. It comes from Vanilava Banks Group, New Hebrides, Polynesia. Fig 55,134. Fig 57 wooden rapier blade, Dublin Museum. Fig 56 Irish sword. The wooden sword, extended deep into the age of metal. Articles of the kind have been brought from New Zealand, which are evident copies of modern European weapons. Wilder p. 452 gives the wooden sword found 5 feet deep in Ballakilmonary near High Park, County Wicklow, with some bog butter, but he finds no indications of its age. The length is 20 inches. Fig 56 upon the side of the blade, and of a piece with it stands a projection whose purpose is unknown. It is evidently inconvenient for a toy, but if the relic be a model for a sandmould, the excrescence would have left an aperture by which to pour in the metal. This view is supported by the shape of the handle, which resembles the grips of the single-piece bronze swords found in different parts of Europe. The Dublin Museum also contains a blade, apparently intended for thrusting and labelled wooden sword-shaped object. The material is oak blackened by burial in Bojarth. It has a midrib, a beveled point, and no appearance of being a model. Fig 57. The stone sword. Whilst wood was extensively used for swords, the age of stone supplied few. The broad and leaf-shaped salxflakes, dignified by the name of swords, are only daggers and long knives. The fracture of flint is uncertain. Even when freshly quarried, the workmen would easily chip and flake it to form scrapers, 46 axes, spearheads and arrow piles. But after a certain length from 8 to 9 inches, the splinters would be heavy, brittle and unwieldy. Obsidian, like silex, would make daggers rather than swords. Such are the stone dirk and cutlass in the Kensington Museum. Several European museums preserve these flat leaf-shaped knives of the dark Cherty flint, found in Egypt. The British Museum contains a polished stone knife, broken at the handle, which bears upon it in hieroglyphics the name of Toms Tarson, an officer. There is also an Egyptian dagger of flint from the Hay collection, still mounted in its original wooden handle, apparently by a central tang, and with remains of its skin sheath. The Jews who borrowed circumcision from the Egyptians used stone knives. Ades, says Ovid, mutilated himself with a sharp stone. Ille etiam saxo corpus laniavit acute. And the Romans sacrificed pigs with flints. Several undated poniards in our collections are remarkable. For instance, the English daggers of black and white flint, rare in Scotland and unknown in Ireland, are the Iberian or Spanish blade in the Christie collection, 5.5 inches long, and found at Gibraltar. The Tizcuco blade of Chalcedony, 8 inches long. Ibid B. The Danish dagger in the Copenhagen Museum, 13.5 inches long. The rounded handle makes it a marvel of workmanship, and see the flint hatchet saber of the same 47 collection, 15.5 inches in length. It is a mystery how the minute and delicate ornamentation, the even fluting-like ripple marks on these Danish flint daggers, was produced. Fig 58 fragments of stone knives from Shetland. Fig 59 flint daggers. A Iberian or Spanish blade Christie collection, B Danish flint dagger, Roman, 100 Danish flint hatchet saber. A better substance than flint was found in the compact sandstone, and in granitic serpentine, so called because that rock resembles a snake's skin, it is easily worked. While it is harder than the common serpentine, a dagger or knife found beside a stone cist in Perthshire is described as a natural formation of mica schist. The Stone Age produced nothing more remarkable than the patu-patu or merry of New Zealand, which an arrested development prevented becoming a sword. Its shape, that of an animal's blade bone, suggests its primitive material, and New Guinea has an almost similar form, with corresponding ornamentation in wood. What assimilates it to the sword is that it is sharp-edged at the top, as well as at the side. It is used for prodding as well as for striking, and the place usually chosen for the blow is the head above the ear, where the skull is weakest. Some specimens are of the finest green jade, or nephrite, a refractory stone, which must have been most troublesome to fashion. The sword of wood and stone. Wood, however hard and heavy, made a sorry cutting weapon, and stone a sorrier sword, but the union of the two improved both. Hence we may divide wooden swords into the plain, and the toothed blades the latter, armed with those little hook teeth in the edge, to open in the flesh and shut again. An obvious advance would be to furnish the cutting part with the incisors of animals and stone splinters in Europe. These would be agate chalcedony, and rock crystal quartz, and quartzite flint, chert Lydian stone, hornstone, basalt lava and greenstone, or diorite matite chlorite gabbro, a tough bluish-green stone true jade nephrite jadeite, and fibrillite found in Auvergne pinna, and other shells have been extensively used, for instance, by the Andamanesias arrowheads and adzeblades. Fig 60 Australian spears armed with flints at side. Fig 61 sword of saber form with shark's teeth. South Pacific. From the Merrick collection now in the British Museum. Fig 62 armed with obsidian. Mexico. Tenerife and the so-called New World preferred the easily cleft green-black obsidian, of which the Uncas also made their knives. The Polynesian islands show two distinct systems of attachment. In the first, the fragments inserted into the grooved side are either tied or made fast by gum or cement. In the second, they are set in a row between two small slats or strips of wood, which lastly are lashed to the weapon with fibers. The points are ingeniously arranged in the 48 opposite direction, so as to give severe cuts both in drawing and withdrawing. The Eskimos secure the teeth by pegs of wood and bone. The pacho of the South Sea Islanders is a club studded on the inner side with shark's teeth made fast in the same manner. The Brazilian tapuyas armed a broad-headed club with teeth and bones, sharpened at the point in flint chips. We find that North American tribe used for thrusting a wooden sword 3 feet long tipped with mussel shell. Throughout Australia, the natives provide their spears with sharp pieces of obsidian or crystal of late years. They have applied common glass a new use for waste and broken bottles. Fig 70. The fragments are arranged in a row along one side near the point, and are firmly cemented. There is no evidence of this flint-sitting in Ireland, but the frequent recurrence of silex implements adapted for such purpose has suggested, as in the Iroquois graves, that the wood which held 49 them together may have perished. We read in flint chips that the Selden manuscript shows a flake of obsidian mounted in a cleft wooden handle, the latter serving as a central support with a midrib running nearly the whole length. The sole use of the weapon was for thrusting. Fig 63 wood and horn points. Fig 64 Mexican sword of the 15th century of iron wood, with 10 blades of black obsidian fixed into the wood. This weapon is 25 inches long. The people of Copan, Yucatan, opposed Hernandez de Chaves with slings, bows, and wooden swords having stone edges in the account of the expedition sent out 1584 by Raleigh to relieve the colony of Virginia. We read of flat-edged truncheons of wood about a yard long. In these were inserted points of staghorn, much in the same manner as is now practiced, except that European lance heads have taken their place. Knives, swords, and glaives edged with shark's teeth are found in the Marquesas in Tahiti, de Pisters Island, Byrons Isles, the Kingsmill Group, Redact Island, the Sandwich Islands, and New Guinea. Captain Graw notices a staff edged with shark's teeth on the Cast coast of Greenland, and the same is mentioned amongst the Eskimos by the late Dr. King. In the tumuli of Western North America, Mr. Lewis Morgan, the historian of the Iroquois, mentions that, when opening the burial mounds of the far west, rows of flint flakes occurred lying side by side in regular order. They had probably been fastened into sticks or swords, like the Mexican Hernandez describes the Maquihuitl or Aztec war club as armed on both sides with razor-like teeth of Itzli obsidian stuck into holes along the edge, and fastened with a kind of gum. Mr. P. T. Stevens' Flint Chips p. 297 says that this Mexican broadsword had 6 or more teeth on either side of the blade. Herrera, the historian, mentions in his decades swords made of wood having a gutter in the forepart, in which the sharp-edged flints were strongly fixed with a sort of bitumen and thread. In 1530, according to contemporary Spanish 50 historians, Carpan was defended by 30,000 warmen armed with these and other weapons, especially with fire-hardened spears. The same have been represented in the sculptures of Yucatan, which imitated the Aztecs. Lord Kingsborough's ruinous work on Mexican antiquities, mostly borrowed from Dupaix, shows a similar contrivance. B and C, a sword having 6 pieces of obsidian in each side of the blade, is to be seen in a museum in Mexico. A Mexican sword of the 15th century is of ironwood, 25 inches long and armed with 10 flakes of black obsidian, and the same is the make of another Mexican sword nearly 4 feet long. Fig 65, Maquihuitls. Fig 67, Mexican sword ironwood, armed with obsidian, 1 meter 8 inches long. Fig 68, Mexican spearhead, 15th century, black obsidian with wooden handle. Fig 66, Mexican warrior. Fig 69, New Zealand club. The next step would be to use metal for bone and stone, so the Eskimos of 51 Davis Strait and some of the Greenlanders show an advance in art by jagging the edge with a row of chips of meteoric iron. This would lead to providing the whole wooden blade with an edge of metal, when the latter was still too rare and too expensive for the whole weapon. This economy might easily have overlapped not only the bronze, but the iron epoch. The tooth-shaped edge was perpetuated in the Middle Ages, as we see by serrated and pierced blades of Italian daggers. That it is not yet extinct, the absurd saubionnet of later years proves. First use of metals. Fig 72, Arab sword with downcurved gillans, and saw blade Musée d'Artillerie G 413 inscription, not legible. We now reach the time when man, no longer contented with the baser materialspone and teeth horn, and would learn the use of metals, possibly from an accidental fire, when a scrap of stone cast on the flame that lit his den gave out the shining ore and made the lord of beasts a lord of men. Fig 70, Australian spears with bits of obsidian, crystal, or glass. Fig 71, Italian poison daggers. The discovery of ore smelting and metalworking following that of fire feeding would enable man to apply himself with notably increased success to the improvement of his weapons. But many races here stopped short. The Australian, who never invented a bow, contenting himself with the boomerang, could not advance beyond the curved and ensiform club before he was visited by the sailors of the West. His simplicity in the arts has constituted him, with some anthropologists, the living example of the primitive and prehistoric genus Homo. The native of 52 New Guinea, another focus of arrested civilization, was found equally ignorant of the metal blade. The American Aborigines never taught themselves to forge either cutting or thrusting swords, and they entertained a quasi-superstitious horror of the long knife in the hands of the pale-faced conqueror. This is apparently the case with all the lower families of mankind, to whom the metal sword is clean unknown, if the history of arms be the history of our kind, and if the missile be the favourite weapon of the savage, and the barbarian the metal sword eminently characterizes the semi-civilized, and the use of gunpowder civilized man. A chief named Shango of Nimuro in Japan assured Mr. John Milne that in old times, when there were no cutting tools of metal, the people made them of agi, a kind of black stone, or of a hard material called ironstone. Even now implements of this material are employed by men who dwell far in the interior. Here, then, is another instance of the stone and the metal ages overlapping, even where the latter has produced the perfection of steelwork. Chapter Roman 4, the Proto-Chalcidic or Copper Age of Weapons. I will begin by noticing that the present age has settled a question which caused much debate, and which puzzled Grote Roman II and a host of others half a century ago, before phosphor bronze was invented. This was the art of hardening, not tempering copper, and its alloys. All knew that these metals had been used in cutting the most refractory substances, granite, syenite, porphyry, basalt, and perhaps diorite, by the ancient Egyptians, Assyrians, Trojans, and Peruvians, but none knew the process and some cut the knot by questioning its reality. When you cannot explain Denny's a rule with many scientists, the difficulty was removed by the Uchatius gun, long reported to be of steel bronze, but simply of common bronze hardened by compression at the Anthropological Congress of Laibach, July 27-29, 1878. Gundaker Graf Wormbrandt of Pettau exhibited sundry castings, 2 spearheads, and a leaf-shaped blade of bright bronze Darras copper, adorned with spirals to imitate the old weapons. They were so indurated by compression that they cut the common metal. Again at the Anthropological Congress of Salzburg, August 8, 1881, Dr. Otto Tischler of Prussian Königsberg repeated the old experiment showing how soft copper and bronze could be hardened by the opus malii, simple hammering. Moreover, his metal thus compressed could cut and work the common soft 54 kinds without the aid of iron or steel. He exhibited 2 bronze plates in which various patterns had been punched by bronze dies. The hammering, rolling, beading, and pressing of copper for the purpose of hardening are well known to modern and doubtless were to ancient workmen. The degree of compression applied is the feature of the discovery, or rather rediscovery. It may be doubted whether old Egypt and Peru knew our actual process of hydraulic pressure, whose simplest form is the waterfall, but they applied the force in its most efficient form. The hardest stones were grooved to make obelisks, the cuts were filled with wedges of kiln-dried wood, generally sycamore, and the latter, when saturated with water, split the stone by their expansion, and we can hardly deny that a people who could transport masses weighing 887 tons over a broken country from El Su and Aswan to Thebes, a distance of 130 miles, would also be capable of effecting mechanical compression to a high degree. Buffon Hist Nat article Cuver believed in the lost art. Rossignol, pp. 237242, has treated of the trempe, quelles anciens donerant au cuver, and relates that the chemist Geoffrey, employed by the Comte de Caylus, succeeded in hardening copper, and in giving it the finest edge, but the secret was not divulged. Monges, the academician, held that copper was indurated by immersion and by gradual air cooling, but that La Trempe would soften it in 1862. David Wilson, following Proclus and Tzetzes, declares the process of hardening and tempering copper so as to give it the edge of iron or steel. A lost art. Markham supposes that the old Peruvians hardened their copper with tin or silica, and he erroneously believes that tin is scarcely found in that section of South America. Modern archaeological discovery has suggested that in many parts of the world we must intercalate an age of virgin copper between the so-called Stone and Bronze periods. The first metal, as far as we know, was the stream gold washed by the Egyptians, and as Champollion proved, the hieroglyphic sign for nub gold is a bowl with a straining cloth dripping water. The fable of glass discovery by the Sidonians on the sands of the Belus, a tale which has Le Charme 55 des Origines, explains. I have said how a bit of metalliferous stone, accidentally thrown upon the fire in a savage hut, would suggest one of the most progressive of the arts, and soon the featherless biped, like the Mulciber and the Mammon of Milton, ransacked the centre and with impious hands rifled the bowels of their mother earth for treasures better hid. The greater antiquity of copper in southern Europe was distinctly affirmed, as has been seen by the ancients. The use of sheeting or plating on wood or stone was known as long ago as the days of Hesiod. Roman 100,850. Erga 149. Copper for armour and arms had they, eke copper their houses. Copper they wrought their works when naught was known of black iron. Copper sheets were also used for flooring, as we learn from the copper threshold of Sophocles' Dipkal, and the treasureum of Delphi as opposed to the stone threshold. So in the palace of Alcinous Ades, Romans 7, the walls and threshold were copper, the pillars and lintels were silver, and the doors and dogs of gold. The same practice was continued in the Bronze period, as Dr. Schliemann proved when exploring the thalamos attached to the treasury of Minyas at Orchomnus. Nebuchadnezzar, in the standard inscription, declares that he plated with copper the folding doors and the pillars of the Babylon rampart, and it is suspected that gold and silver sheeted the 4th and 7th stages of the Temple of Belus, vulgo the Tower of Babel. Lucretius is explicit upon the priority of copper. Posterius ferri vis est risque reperta, sed prior ris erat quam ferri cognitus usus. Re solum ter tractabant ric belli. Misebant fluctus et vulnera vasta feribant. Roman 5. He justly determines its relation to gold. Nam fuit in pratio magis s orumque jaspat. Propter in utilitatem hebeti mucron retusum Roman 5. And he ends with the normal sneer at his own age. Nunc jacit s aurum in summum successit honorum Roman 5. Virgil, a learned archaeologist, is equally explicit concerning the heroes of the Need and the old Italian tribes. Rat micant pelt micat rus en Sisson Roman 7. And similarly Aeneas. Rat sonant Gale said ni pot quisquam. Undique nitendo corpus diserper ferro. Even during her most luxurious days Rome like Etruria retained in memoriam the use of copper or bronze for the sclepista or sacrificial knife. When founding a city they ploughed the palmarium with a share of S. The Pontifex Maximus and priests of Jupiter used hair shears of the same material, even as the Sabine priests cut their locks with knives of S. The ancel or sacred shield was also of S. Pope and other writers of his time translated copper and bronze by brass, copper and zinc, and in older English native brass was opposed to yellow copper cuivre. John the same occurs in the Roman 5 Tubal Cain, the seventh in descent from Adam, is an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. Gen Roman 4 Moses is commanded to cast 5 sockets of brass for pillars. Exod Roman 26, Bezaleel and Aholiab artists of the tabernacle work in brass. Exod Roman 31, we read of a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. Deut Roman 8 Job tells us surely there is a vein for the silver, and a place for gold where they find it. Iron is taken out of the earth, and brass is molten out of the stone. Hiram of Tyre was cunning to work all works in brass casting and hammerwrought for Solomon's temple, which dates from about 2 centuries after the time of the Trojan War. B. Roman 100. In Ezra Roman 8 the text mentions 2 vessels of fine copper precious as gold, and the margin reads yellow or shining brass, nor is the old word quite forgotten. We still speak of a brask. In the Brazen Age, unphilosophically says Schlegel Phil of Hist, sect Roman 2 crime and disorder reached their height. Violence was the characteristic of the rude and gigantic Titans. Their arms were of copper, and their implements, and 57 utensils brass or bronze. I should generally translate with Dr. Schliemann and Mr. Gladstone the Homeric copper, not bronze, chiefly because the former is malleable, and is bright. 2 qualities certainly not possessed by the alloy. There are alloys which are malleable, and others darius copper which shine, but this is not the case with common bronze, and no poet would note its brilliancy as a characteristic. Pure copper, however, would generally be used only in lands where tin for bronze and zinc for brass were unprocurable. Isolated specimens may point only to a temporary dearth. Thus the Copper Age must have had distinct areas. Roman 1000 Dopolsky and Roman 1000 Kartenhack Materiaux. Roman 100 held to a distinct Copper Age between the Neolithic and the Bronze. Dr. John Evans considers the fabrication due to want of tin or to preference of copper for special purposes, but the types of copper tools. Roman 100 are not transitional. The native ore was used in many districts of North America. Celts of various shapes from Mhow, Central India, were analyzed by Dr. Percy, who found no tin in them. Tel Sifr in southern Babylonia, and the island of Thermia in the Greek archipelago supplied similar articles. They are also discovered exceptionally in Denmark, Sweden, Austria, and Hungary, France, Italy, and Switzerland. I have noticed the use of the unmixed metal in the crannigs of Styria. It seems to have prevailed in Istria at Repentaba, near Trieste, the supposed field of battle with the Romans that decided the fate of the peninsula. B. Roman 100 was found a fine lancehead of pure copper 8.5 inches long. It is now in the Museo Civico. The same was the case with Dalmatia at Spalato, and elsewhere I saw axe heads of unmixed metal, and we have lately obtained evidence that old Lusitania, like Ireland, was in similar conditions. Thus the age of copper would be simply provisional in certain localities, separating the periods of horn and bone teeth, and wood from that of alloys, even as the latter led in the due line of development to the general adoption of iron and steel for swords and other weapons. But we have no need for dividing the epochs with the perverse subtleties of certain naturalists who use and abuse every pretext for creating new species. If there be any sequence, it would be copper, bronze, and brass in most places, however the ages were synchronous. And some races would retain the use of the pure metal, even when tin and zinc lay at their doors. The Venus of alchemy was called in the Semitic tongues NHS or NHSH, in Arab Nahas, and in Hebrew Netchasheth the term is popularly derived from a triliteral root, signifying a snake, the crooked reptile, the serpent that is in the sea. Job Roman 16 is Roman 27, Amos Roman 9, Roman 100. Either because the metal is poisonous like the aphid, or from its brightness of burnish. Similarly, Dahab 58 gold was named from its splendor, and silver, also meaning money argentum argent, was Kasaf the pale metal, the white gold of Egypt. Both Netchasheth and Nahas apply equally to copper, bronze and brass. Hence, we must probably read copper serpent for brazen serpent, and city of copper for city of brass. Copper in Cyprus. There is the same ambiguity in the Greek, and the Roman terms. The word chalcus is popularly derived from Toulouse because easily melted. I should prefer Karl or Kar Ph. Nisha, whose sons introduced it into Greece. The Hellenes dug it in Euba, where chalcestone gave rise to the stone chalcitis. Pliny Roman 34. They also knew the ore, as and when the Romans who annexed Cyprus in B. Roman 100 worked the mines their produce, says Josephus, was called chalcos, is essentially ambiguous, unless qualified by some epithet, as red, black, Ethiopian color, ruddy, brown, iron-gray, and so forth. In fact, like it is a generic term for the so-called base metals, iron, copper, tin, lead and zinc, as opposed to the noble metals gold and silver, to which we should add platinum. Worse still, Kalkefs, a coppersmith, was applied to the blacksmith, and even to the chrysachus or goldcaster at the court of Nestor Ad Roman 3 432, and to or smithies in general. The Roman S opposed to the cyprium or S cyprium of Pliny Roman 34:9, and smaragda cyprius or malachite, is equally misleading, unless we render it base metal we know not how. To translate Varro, when he speaks of the symbols at the feast of Rhea, symbolorum sanitus feramentorum, jactandorum Roman 6 manuum et ejus re crepitus in colendo agro, qui fit significant quad ferramenta, e idio erant, re copper bronze brass quad antiqui, illum colbunt, re antiquam ferrum esset inventum. Here he wisely limits the dictum to Greece and Rome. According to S.P. Festus sub voce rossum appelleverunt antiqui insulam, cuprum quad in e plurimum ris nascitur, we now derive the sacred island 59 from Gib Pinetree Great, and his island Guybris, alluding to its staple growth. General Palma di Cesnola prefers the Semitic Kofar Lawsonia inermes, the henna shrub, even as Rhodes took its name from the rose or malvasia, and he finds in Stephanus Byzantinus that the plant was then abundant. The diggings, alluded to by all the great geographers of antiquity, Aristotle de Anim, Roman 51:86, Dioscorides, Roman 5, Strabo, Roman 16, and Pliny Roman 12, Roman 34, in Ezekiel Roman 27. The trade in copper vessels is attributed to Javan, Ionia, Tubal, and Meshech. The latter are the Moskai of Herodotus. Roman 7, a Caucasian people, who may have originated the Moscows or Russians Agapner, and his Arcadians were credited with having introduced copper mining into Neopaphos, yet there is no doubt that the Phoenicians had worked metal there before the Greek colonization. Menelaus Ad Roman 44 visits Cyprus for copper, and Athene Mentor fetches it as well as shining iron steel from Temes Ad Roman 1187. These diggings, together with those of Hamath, Amathus, Palo, Limassol, Soli, Curium and Chromion, are mentioned by Palma, who also alludes to an unlimited wealth of copper. Yet despite this, and the general assertion that copper was the most important production of Cyprus, we have found only the poorest mines at Soli in the Messaoriaplin. The counterslope of the Pedia, the island, it is true, has been wasted and spoiled by 3 centuries of the unspeakable Turk. But the researches of late travellers and collectorsand, these have been exhaustive, since the British occupation have hitherto failed to find extensive traces of mining. The rarity, together with the poverty of the matrix, would suggest the following explanation. Cyprus was probably not so much a centre of production as a depot of trade, which collected the contributions of adjacent places, the Isle of Siphanos Siphanto, where copper has been found with iron and lead. Such was the general history of islands and archipelagos, outlying barbarous and dangerous coasts on the direct lines of commerce, various sections of the world's great mercantile zone, and highway of transit and traffic. The Cassiterides also served as storehouses for the streamtin and the chalcopyrite copper pyrites of Cornwall and of Devonshire, whilst they enjoyed the fame of producing it during the Middle Ages. Hormuz or Ormuz Armuza in the Persian Gulf served, and Zanzibar still serves as a centre of import-export and exchange, as a magazine, and as a shipping station for its mainland. One of the ores which occurs in the greatest number of places, and in the 60 largest quantities, having a specific gravity ranging from 8830 to 8958 harder, and more elastic than silver, the most tenacious of metals after iron and platinum, malleable, when cold as well as when hot, so as not to require the furnace melting at a temperature between the fusion points of silver and gold. 1196 F. and readily cast in sandbeds and moulds. Copper must have been used in the earliest ages, and has continued to our day, when the art of smelting it at Swansea, for instance, in South Wales, perhaps more advanced than that of any other ore, when the stone and bone weaponed peoples began their rude metallurgy, they would retain, with similar habits of thought, the same principles of design the old Celtes celt, or chisel of serpentine or silex, would be copied in the newly introduced and gradually adopted weapon tool of metal, and the transition would be so gradual that we trace without difficulty the process of development. The first metal blade was probably a dagger of copper, preserving the older shape of wood, horn, and stone. Possibly it resembled the copper knife found at Memphis in 1851 by Hecakian Bey, and this afterwards would grow to a sword. Wood, stone, copper, and bronze, iron, and steel must long have been used simultaneously, slowly making way for one another, as the musket took the place of the matchlock, the rifle of the musket. According to Pliny, Roman 7, Aristotle supposes that Sides the Lydian was the first to fuse and temper copper, while Theophrastus in Aristotle's day ascribes the art to Delaz the Phrygian. Some give the origin to the Chalybes, others to the Cyclopes. Achilles, the pupil of Chiron Ibid, Roman 5, is represented in pictures as scraping the rugo or verdigris off a spear into the wound of Telephus, effect of which diacidate would soon be followed by the discovery of bluestone sulfate of copper, blue copperas, or blue vitriol, still a favorite in the East. Pausanias Laica, further, informs us that Spanish copper, or copper from Tartessus, was the first used. The classics agree that Cadmus, not the foreigner, but the old man El Kadim, or the Eastern man, El Kadmi, introduced metallurgy into Greece. Egyptian copper mines. Fig 73, Sepphoris at Wadi Maghara, oldest rock tablets, 3rd dynasty. Fig 74, Sorais and the Canaanites at Wadi Maghara, oldest rock tablets, 4th dynasty. We have ample evidence of extensive working and use of copper, called karmit, by the peoples of the Nile Valley. The ore occurs in the Wadi Hammamat, the Egyptian desert, and the so-called Sinaitic Peninsula. As the pyramids are the oldest of buildings, so the works in Wadi Maghara Valley of caves are perhaps the most ancient mines in the world. They were first opened circa B. Roman 1,003,661 by the 8th king of the 3rd dynasty, the Sepphoris of Manetho, the Senofru, he that makes good of the inscriptions, who lies buried in the pyramid of Mitam, made him a rock tablet of this pharaoh. The great god, the subduer, conqueror of countries, shows him holding a foreigner by the hair, and smiting the captive with a mace above his head, are carved a graver pick, and a mallet. Sorais, first pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, lord of Upper and Lower Egypt, ever 62 living, also strikes down an enemy, and shows the same symbols. They again appear in the tablet of Sufis, the Shufu or Khufu of the tables of Abydos and Saqqara, and the Cheops of the Great Pyramid, whilst they are wanting in that of his brother Nu Shufu Sufis Roman 2 or Khafra Sephron of the pyramid. Fig 75, tablet of Sufis and Nu Sufis at Wadi Maghara, 4th dynasty. The diggings were not abandoned till the days of Amenemhat of the 12th dynasty, when the labourers were removed to Sarabital Kardim, the menhirs, not heights of the servant, in the Wadi Nasb, or valley of sacrificial stone. Here gangs of miners, guarded by a strong force, extracted as the slag heaps show mafka or mefka copper, malachite, turquoise black metal, copper, green stones, malachite, manganese, and iron supt, and Ather, or Hathor, Venus, the Isis of pure light, who presided over the Mafkaland, and who was the goddess of copper, are mentioned in a tablet. Other hieroglyphs contain the names and titles of the rulers, and fragments of vases bear the name of Men-Pithar, one of the supposed pharaohs of the Exodus. The hands left their marks by graffiti or scribblings, and there are extensive remains of slave quarters, of deep cuts, and of rock-sunk moulds for running the metal 63 into ingots. Sarabital Kardim continued working until Ramses Roman 4 20th dynasty. The last royal name there found. His date in round numbers would be B. Roman 100. Agatharchides, B. Roman 100, reports that chisels of chalcos were found buried in the ancient gold mines of Egypt, and hence he deduces that the use of iron was unknown. Copper in Africa and Asia. From Kemi or Black Earth land, alias Egypt, the art of metallurgy doubtless extended southwards into the heart of Africa. Hence travellers wonder when they see admirable and artistic blacksmiths amongst races whose sole idea of a house is a round hut of wattle and dab. The only coppers in South Africa with which I am familiar are those of Katanga in the Kazembs country, where the Portuguese have long traded. Captain Cameron was shown a calabash full of nuggets found when clearing a waterhole in Uguha. He procured a hander from Urua, a St. Andrew's cross with central ribs to the arms, measuring diagonally 15 to 16 inches, by 2 inches wide and half an inch thick. The weight was 2.5 to 3 pounds. The people prefer this red copper to the white copper, as they call gold in the pantheon of Yoruban Obiokota Argun. The local Vulcan and Wayland Smith god of metalworkers and armorers is symbolized by a dwarf spear of copper or iron, and human sacrifices are or were made to it. Barth Val Roman 3 notes the copper Jan Carfianel, half for the diggings of Wade south of Dar. And in the Kano, the Runga and the Butte countries copper wire is worn by the women of the Highlands of Gurma, but it is supposed to be brought from Ashanti Africa. However, is as yet unexplored as regards its mineral wealth, and we are only beginning to work our Old World Californiath Gold Coast farther south. The highly important copper mines of Pemba, now Bemba, and other parts of the inner Congo and Bengla regions were discovered by the Capitão Mor Balthazar Rebelo de Aragão in 162,123,199. Still more to the south, Namaqualand supplies chalcidic ores and native carbonate reduced with cowchips. In Asia, mines were worked by the ancient Assyrians for copper as well as lead and iron, and the former was applied to their weapons, tools, and ornaments. The Kurds and Chaldans still extract from the Tiari heights about Lizan and the valley of Berweri various minerals, copper, lead and iron, silver, and perhaps gold upon the steppes of Tartary, and in the wildest parts of Siberia, the remains of old copper furnaces, small and of rude construction, are met with. The Digaru Mismais of Assam have copper-headed arrows. The Chinese declare that in olden times men used the metal for arms, which in the days of the Sin B Roman 100 began to be made of iron. Sir John Davis Roman 164 confirms the fact that the Chinese sword and backsword, both wretched weapons, were originally of copper long ago, changed to iron. Dr. Fismir tells us that about B Roman 100, the king of Yu sent a steel blade to his minister Utsitsui, wherewith to behead himself. According to Pliny, the seers exported iron to Europe together with their tissues and their skins. The Chinese distinguish between Sethung purple copper and Thingsung green copper or bronze. They prefer the Tzeli or natural ore gathered in the torrent beds of Quechao and Yunnan, and the latter exclusively produces the famous Petung or white copper, which takes a fine polish like silver. They made copper the base of their coinage, as well as their weapons. Amongst their many charms and talismans are the monoswords, a number of ancient copper coins pierced with a square central hole and connected by a metal bar shaped like a cross-hilted sword. These are suspended over the testerns of beds and sleeping couches, that the guardianship of the kings in whose reigns the money was issued may keep away ghosts and spirits. The Japanese copper is of the finest quality and is used as a standard of comparison. The superiority of the metal, which contains a percentage of gold, enabled the self-taught native workmen to produce those castings, which are the admiration and the despair of the European artist. The copper delivered at Nagasaki and Kwashi is from Bishkek and Nambu. Other places produce the more ordinary kinds. The rich red surface is due to a thin and tenaciously adhering film of dioxide. This has been imitated in England. The famous Satsuma copper, held to be the best in the world, was prepared under government officials, none being sold privately. The ore was roasted in kilns for 10 to 20 days, smelted in large furnaces with charcoal, and cast in water to make the well-known Japanese ingots. These were bars measuring about half an inch on the side by 7 to 9 inches in length, and weighing some 10 taels, nearly equal to 1 pound. They were packed in boxes, each weighing a pickle, 125 to 13,313 pounds of ware, about the load of a man. The price, of course, greatly varied. The trade was at first wholly in the hands of the Hollanders, who made a good thing of their monopoly. There was also an old traffic in Japanese copper on the eastern coast of India, especially Coromandel. The opening of the empire has caused revolutionary changes. The Copper Age. Copper was abundantly produced in Europe, and the pure metal was used throughout the continent, with the exception of Scandinavia, where specimens are exceedingly rare. The Iron Age of Denmark begins with the Christian era, and was preceded only by bronze and stone. We know nothing of the discovery of copper in Ireland. It is supposed in legend to have been introduced by the Furbolgs Bagman Bel, or by the Tuatha Gens de Danann, the Danes 65. These oft-quoted races, known to us only by name, have been affiliated with a host of continentals. Even with the Greeks, it would be mere guesswork to consider the Irish style of treating the ore by spalling or breaking the stone, by wasting, fluxing or smelting. We have, however, many specimens which explain the casting. The metal was called by the natives Uma or Umha, a Celtic word, also Dirg Umha, red copper, opposed to ban white copper or tin, and this term afterwards became stan evidently from stanum gol estain. There are still traditions of copper mines having existed at an early period, and among the wonders related by non-Neas Archal Soch Ireland, we find Loch Lane now Killarney surrounded by 4 circles of copper, tin, lead, and iron of late years miners' hammers. The native name for stone pounders have been dug up in the neighbourhood of that lake in northern Antrim, at an ancient mine in Ballycastle, and in sundry parts of southern Ireland. The metal occurs in small quantities at Bonmahon Waterford copper, and cobalt at Muckross, and grey copper ore in Cork, Kerry, Tipperary, and Galway. In 1855, some 1157 tons were shipped to Swansea. The Greenlanders and Eskimos cut and hammer their pure native copper without smelting into nails arrow piles, and other tools and weapons. Mackenzie's Second Voyage tells us that pure copper was common among the tribes on the borders of the Arctic Sea, whose arrowheads and spearheads were cold-wrought with the hammer. Columbus' Fourth Voyage, before touching the mainland of Honduras, saw at Guanaga Island a canoe from Yucatan laden with goods, amongst which he specifics copper hatchets and other elaborate articles, cast and soldered forges and crucibles. At Haiti, the great admiral First Expedition had mentioned masses of native copper weighing 6 arrobas quarters. When the Spaniards first entered the province of Tupan, they mistook the bright copper axes for gold of low touch, and bought with beads some 600 in 2 days. Bernal Dias describes these articles as being very highly polished, with the handle curiously carved as if to serve equally for an ornament and for the field of battle. Copper in America. In North America, there are 2 great copper regions, which supplied the whole continent to 10 Lake Superior, and the lower Rio Grande. The former shows the first transitional steps from stone to metal. The ore occurs in the igneous and trappean rocks that wall in the vast freshwater sea, and is found in solid blocks 150 feet long, 6 feet deep, and 6 feet in average thickness. Was estimated to weigh 80 tons at Copper Harbor. Cowanon Point single vein yielded 40,000 pounds, the largest mass in the Minnesota mine. Feb 1857, occupied Mr. Petherick and 40 men for 12 months. It was 4 to 5 feet long, 32 feet broad max, and 8 feet thick, containing over 40% ore, and weighing 420 to 500 tons, malleable and ductile, representing an average of 310% native silver, and with a specific gravity of 878 to 896, it required no crucible, but nature's it wanted only beating into shape, and it needed nothing of the skilled labour necessary for the ores of Cornwall and Devon, which contributed so largely to the wealth of Tyre. The workings are supposed to belong to the race conveniently called mound builders, and to date from our 2nd century, when the Damnonians of Cornwall were in a similar state of civilization. Cliff mines supplied fine specimens of weapons and tools, arrow piles, and spearheads, knives, and 3-sided blades like the old bayonet. The socket was formed by hammering flat the lower end, and by turning it over partially, without overlapping at each side, so as to make a flange. Professor James Roman 500 Butler Prehistoric Wisconsin Facsimiles, 24 copper implements the Indians called the metal Muscopolic red iron, opposed to black iron, as is also proved by the Brockville relics. The people had the art of hardening copper. The mines of the lower Rio Grande supplied Mexico with materials for arms and tools. According to Captain R. H. Bonnicastle, the metal was found in New Mexico, and in the volcanic rocks of Mexican, Valladolid, New Spain. Mexico, like Peru, used the crucible and added bronze to copper. The metals were under the god Quetzalcoatl and Aztec Tubal Cain Ben Lamech. Another great center of the Copper Age was the land where men got gold, as they do iron, out of Biscay. The Peruvian army, a host of 300,000, levied from a total population of 20 millions, was armed with bows and arrows, clubs, pikes, javelins, war axes of stone and copper, and the paddle sword. While 67, the people of Anahuac, Mexico, had bows and spears, clubs and axes, knives and swords, one-handed and two-handed. The Maquahuitl set with obsidian teeth in the former country, the pre-Uncarial Aymaras, who dug for gold and silver, copper and tin, and who employed alloys almost ignored for their airy cutting, implements the use of iron and steel, which they called Quella Kele. The Andes range is popularly derived from the Quechua word anticopper. The native ore occurred in the parts above the cultivation line, and it abounded in the cupriferous sandstones of Bolivian Corocoro, the Hunan Chuco country, Rivero, and Tshudp 203,214, conquered by the 9th Unca, produced a fine collection of stone and copper axes, chisels, pins and tweezers. Blas Valera, one of the earliest writers still often quoted, tells us that anta served in place of iron, and that the people worked it more than other ores, preferring it to gold quarry, and silver of it were made their knives, carpenters, tools, women's dressbins, tupis, polished mirrors, and all their rakes and hammers. Garcilaso de la Vega adds pikes, clubs, halberts, and poleaxes made of silver, copper, and some of gold, the tears of the sun having sharp points, and some hardened by the fire. Also carpenters' axes, adzes, and hatchets, billhooks of copper, and blowpipes of the same metal, about a yard long, applied to earthen or clay parts, which they carried from place to place. A nugget or loose pebble acted as belt clapper, and copper statuettes were coated or plated with precious metals. The royal commentaries of the Uncas tells us 68 that copper served in place of iron for making weapons of war. The people valued it highly, because more useful than gold and silver, the demand was greater than for any other metal, and it paid tribute. Vol Roman 1 pp 25-43-48. We find notices of copper hammers, bellows, nozzles, adzes, axes, and billhooks. Roman 1 p 102. Cieza de Leon chap Roman 63 tells us that the Peruvians placed a piece of gold, silver, or copper in the corpse's mouth. He mentions vases of copper and of stone chap Roman 104, and small furnaces of clay, where they laid the charcoal and blew the fire with thin canes instead of bellows. Ibid. The introduction P. Le notes the Peruvian use of copper trowels for smoothing and polishing walls, and a terrible weapon of copper in the shape of a star. According to Rivero and Tishudi chap Roman 9, the Peruvians could not work copper as well as gold or silver, yet they made idols, vases, solid staves a yard long, with serpents inlaid, and scepter heads decorated with condor-like birds. The household vaiselle of the Uncas consisted of gold and silver, copper, and stone. Rivero, analyzing Peruvian weapons and tools, hatchets and chisels found from 5 to 10% silica. He could not determine whether it was an artificial or an accidental impurity. Tishudi, 1841, discovered copper arms in a tomb 3 leagues from Huaco, and established the fact that the Peruvians used the paddle sword, and the scimitar, a copper axe found in a Huaca old grave at the now well-known Arica, was associated with a thangsling and with other primitive instruments. The people of New Granada, according to the tale of Balert, gilt their copper by rubbing the juice of a plant on it, and then putting it into the fire when it took the gold color, a process which reminds us of Pliny's oxgall varnish. Ecuador forged copper nippers for tweezers, the chichas or muiscas. Roman 1 men of Bogotá, who knew only gold and ignored copper, tin, lead, and iron, made their weapons and tools of hard wood and stone. Thomas Eubank of New York catalogues as breastplates 2 lamin of copper and 1 of bronze, the latter being notably the lighter out of sundry bronzes from Peru. He found 4 of pure copper. Chile had abundant mines of copper, and her metal is held to be the toughest. A bar 3/8 of an inch thick will bend backwards and forwards 48 times before breaking. Her chief centers are Copiapo. Roman 1 turquoise, Huasco, Coquimbo, Aconcagua, and Callao. The Cush range at Guatacondo in sight of the desert of Atacama, which gave a name to Atacamite submuriate of copper, is said to supply from the same vein gold, silver, copper, and coquimbite, or white copperas, called Pempia Pacfangiles, plate Roman 8-3, described amongst the antiquities, found near the Great Uncarial High Road. 69A cast copper axe weighing about 3¼ pounds. He doubts, however, that the ancient Chileans worked in that metal. The wild Araucanians called gold copper ballet. P. 184. According to Molina, the Pulch tribe extracted from the mines of Payan a copper containing half its weight in gold, and the same natural alloy was found in the Curico mines. Copper. Returning to the Old World, we see copper tools denoted in Egyptian hieroglyphs by a reddish-brown tint, iron and steel, as in Assyria being colored not grey but water blue. With these yellow tools, the old workmen are seen cutting stone blocks and fashioning colossal statues. Dr. John Forbes of Edinburgh had a large chisel of pure copper showing marks of use found with a wooden mallet in an Egyptian tomb. A flat piece of copper, apparently a knife blade, was turned up when boring 13 feet below the surface where stands the statue of Ramses. Roman 2 b Roman 100,224. The Abb Barthélemy proved to the satisfaction of P. J. Rossignol that the arms of the Greeks were first of copper, that iron was introduced about the date of the Trojan War circ. B. Roman 100,225, and that after this time Ather Venus was no more in use. Ulysses' Iliad. Roman 1:279 offers Achilles all the gold and copper he can collect, and Achilles will carry off all the gold, the red copper, women, and iron or steel, when Pelides returns that noble answer: hostile to me is the man as the hatefullest gateway of Hades. Whoso in thought one thing dare hide and utter another, Numa ordered the priests to cut their hair with copper, not iron scissors. Copper vases and kettles, as tomb furniture, were found by Dr. Schliemann at Meissen. The Museum of the Warwakian at Athens contains 7 of these funeral urns. They have also been met with at Etruscan Corneto and Pelstrina, and in Austrian Hallstatt, a cemetery which dates from the days when iron was coming 70 into use, and apparently belongs to a much later period than Meissen. The Hindus had a copper coinage, and that of the sub-Himalayan Gangetic provinces appears older than Greek art. There is a copper coin bearing on the reverse the rude figure of a horse, and on the obverse a man with legend in old Buddhist Pali letters, Kotrapasa Pagamashasa. The Jews who, like the Etruscans, had a copper coinage used the metal for offense and defense, as amongst the Philistines, Phoenicians and Carthaginians, whose relics have been found in the Can plain. The metal was at first pure. The bow of steel job Roman 20 PS Roman 18 should be rendered bow of copper, either copper-plated or more probably so tempered as to be elastic. Goliath of Gath B Roman 100, who measured 9 feet 6 inches, carried a target, Greaves a spear with an iron head, and a scalecoat of copper. The spearhead weighed 600, and the armor 5,000 shekels each, 320 grains Troy, or 33 and 27,777 pounds. David was armed 1 Sam Roman 17, with a helmet of copper. Ishibnab B Roman 100, who was of the sons of the giant, carried a spear weighing 300 shekels, about 16.5 pounds of copper. Finally, Buffon believes that the arms of the ancient Asiatics were cuprine. Copper in Europe. Mr. John Latham declares copper is a metal of which in its unalloyed state no relics have been found throughout England. Stone and bone, first, then bronze or copper and tin combined. But no copper alone. I cannot get over this hiatus, cannot imagine a metallurgic industry beginning with the use of alloys. But this is a negative argument. The simple mineral would soon disappear to make bronze, and we have some pure specimens. Sir David Brewster describes a large battle-axe of pure copper found on the blue clay 20 feet deep below the Ratho bog. Phillips gives the analysis of 8 so-called bronzes, including 3 swords, 1 from the Thames and 2 from Ireland. The spearhead was of impure but unalloyed copper 9971 to 28 sulfur. Dr. Daniel Wilson analysed 71 in 1857 British bronzes, and found 1 Scottish axehead rudely sandcast of almost pure copper, the natural alloy of gold and silver not reaching to 1%. Moreover, the Romans certainly smelted copper in England, where lumps of pure metal more or less rounded have been found, but always in association with bronze articles. Pennant describes a relic discovered at Caerhun or Caerhen, the old Canovium near Conway and Llandudno, which still works copper. It was shaped like a cake of beeswax, measuring 11 inches by 3¾ inches in thickness. It weighed 42 pounds, and the upper surface bore in deep impression socio Rome to the partner at Rome. Obliquely across the legend ran, in smaller letters, Natsak. It had evidently been smelted upon the spot. In later days, our country imported her copper from Sweden and Hungary. This appears in the specification of patent to George Danby. Jan 21, 1636. Calamine was shipped as ballast. Our great works began during the last century and culminated in Swansea. Fig 76. The winged celts or palstave. Semilunar blade. The rounded side edges are ornamented in the casting with a raised hexagon pattern. They project somewhat above the level of the flat surface of the implement. The curved stops, which are rudimentary, have their concavities facing the handle too. In the palstave celt, the loop is usually placed beneath the stock, and in the socketed ones, it is always close to the top. The cut, drawn 1/3 of the actual size, represents the usual position of the loop. The lunette cutting edge with marked recurved points presents the appearance of having been ground. These implements were cast in moulds of bronze, examples of which have been brought to light at various times. The third illustration represents the upper part of one of these celt moulds, and the method of casting. They were for a long time a source of confusion to the discoverers, although Colonel Valency assigns them to their true use. Wilder p. 490 expresses the general opinion when he asserts that the use of copper invariably preceded that of bronze. He well explains by 2 reasons why so few antique implements of pure copper have been found in Ireland. Either a very short period elapsed between the discovery of treating the pure ores and the introduction of bronze, or the articles once common were recast and converted into the more valuable mixed metal. The latter cause is made probable by the early intercourse with Cornwall, one of the great tin emporia. Tinstone, native peroxide of tin, or stannic acid, is produced in small quantities by Ireland, and Dr. Charles Smith declares that he collected it. Wilder also notices in the Royal Irish Academy weapons, tools, and ornaments of red metal or pure copper. These are 30 celts of the greatest simplicity, and the earliest pattern rudely formed tools, a few fibble, a trumpet, 2 battle axes, and several sword blades of the short, broad, and curved shape, usually called scythes. Fig. 77 Copper celts in the Dublin collection. The pure copper celts formed upon 2 or 3 types are the oldest in the Dublin collection, and were probably the immediate successors of the stone implement. As a rule, they have one side smoother than the other, as if they had been run into simple stone molds. They are also thicker, and of rougher surface than the bronze article. For the most part they are rude and unornamented wedges of cast metal. A few are lunette-shaped and semilunar blades. The cleansed specimens show a great variety of color. When first found, the brown crust peculiar to the oxidized metal readily distinguishes them from the bronze patina, the beautiful varnish of ruginous or verdigris hue, artificial malachite, resembling in color the true native carbonate of copper. Copper swords. The broad scythe-shaped swords, numbering 41, are supposed to be specially and peculiarly Irish. The straight blades are shown by their large burrs, holes, and rivets, either to end in massive handles of metal, or to be attached to wooden staves, long or short of this kind. Some are curved, as many are of red bronze, pure copper, darkened by oxidation. It is probable that they are of great antiquity, like the celts of that period. Although in some cases the points have been broken off, yet the edges are neither hacked, indented, nor worn. Hence the conclusion that they were true stabbing swords. Yet Mr. John Evans declares that he knows no such thing as a copper sword in this matter. He partially follows Levesque de la Ravelière, who declared copper arms unknown to the Greeks and Romans, Gauls, and Franks. This savant was refuted and charged with unfairly treating his authorities by the Comte de Caylus in a description of 7 copper swords dug, up 1751, at Gensel in the Bourbonnais. The Abbé Barthélemy attributed 7 copper blades to the Franks in the reign of Childeric. We have ample evidence that copper is ambiguously used by modern travelers. The modern discoverer of Troy gives us in his last and revised volume a full account of exploring 53 feet deep of debris, and laying bare the stratified ruins of 7 cities, including that of the ground floor and the Macedonian ruins. The 2 lowest bear witness to a copper age anterior to bronze, whilst they 73 yielded the only gilded object a copper knife, and the most advanced art in specimens of handmade pottery. The second from below was walled, and the third, the most important, was the burnt city, the city of the golden treasures, identified with Ilios. The explorer claims to have reduced the Homeric Ilium to its true proportions. The grand characteristic in his finds is the paucity of iron, which appeared only in the shape of oxidized sling bullets. Tin is also absent. Both these metals, it is true, oxidize most readily, yet had the objects been numerous they would have left signs in rust and stains. From Troy we learn p. 22 that all the copper articles met with are of pure copper, without the admixture of any other metal. The author also finds that implements of pure copper were employed contemporaneously with enormous quantities of stone weapons and implements. He will not admit, Troy p. 82, that he has reached the Bronze period, when he discovers in the Trojan stratum, at a depth of 33 to 46 and 52 feet, nails, knives, lances, and elegantly worked battle axes of pure copper, and we can accept the copper, for much of it was analyzed by Professor Landerer of Athens, a chemist well known through his discoveries and writings. He examined the fragments found in the treasury of Priam, and made all of them to consist of pure copper, without any admixture of tin or zinc. Troy p. 340. When treating of the Bronze Age, I shall show that alloys were not wanting. Fig. 78 Scythe-shaped blade. Fig. 79 Straight blade. Fig. 80 Straight blade. Fig. 81 Scythe-shaped blade. Chapter Roman 5, the Second Chalcidic Age of alloys. 242 Bronze, brass, etc. The axe and the sword. The use of copper, I have said, would be essentially transitional, and the discovery of smelting one kind of metal would lead immediately to that of others, and to their commixture. Moreover, when casting and moulding began to be a general practice, unalloyed copper, difficult to smelt, and when melted thick, sluggish, and pasty, would not readily run without some mixture into all the sinuosities of the mould. In this chapter, 1 propose to notice the Second Chalcidic Age, that of the earliest combinations of metals, their workers, and their application to weapons. J. P. Rossignol, following the opinion of the symbolists and mysticists, as the Baron de Saint Croix Cruiser Freret, and Lobuchs, assigns a divine origin after the fashion of the dato metallurgy, making it resemble in this point creation articulate language, and the discovery of corn and wine, so he understands the subjects of a theological nature, alluded to by Strabo Roman 10:7. It is the old hypothesis of supernatural agency in purely natural matters, a kind of luxus wonder, as the Germans call useless miracles, which had waxed stale. Even in the days of Horace Parcus Diorum cultor et infrequens, he considers the curates and corybantes, the cabiri caberoi of Lemnos and Imbros, and the ididactyli of Crete, the Telchans of Rhodes, and the Sintis Sinti, or Sai of Thrace, Strabo Roman 12:20, as metallurgic or genii, prisoned in human form, and typifying the successive steps of the art in these days. We hardly admit the intersit of a deity when human nature suffices to loose the knot, nor do we believe that our kind began by worshipping types. Man has always worshipped one thing 75 himself and himself, only either in the flesh or in the ghost that is in the non-flesh, or the objective nothing, till he arrived at the transcendental man, the superlative, the ideal of himself. The godsmith is a... How little of fact is known about the mysterious tribes above mentioned becomes evident by a glance at the classics. All 6 are supposed to be Asiatics worshippers of Rhea the earth, the great mother of the gods and queen of the metal workers, yet Strabo explains curates from Greek terms boys, girls, tonsure, and to bring up the boy Roman 1e. Jupiter. Similarly, their brethren the 9 corybantes were termed from their dancing gait, and negro-like butting with the head. They inhabited Samothracia, all to this venerable and holy island, in hoar antiquity, a general rendezvous of Freemasonry, or rather of freesmithery forms, a triangle with metallic thassos, and with volcanic lemnos. The 3 or 4 cabiri bear a Semitic name, Kabir the Great or the Old. They seem at first to have represented Ta-Sakar Osiris, and Herodotus Roman 3 mentions their temple at Memphis. They became in Ph-Nisha the earliest boatmen or primordial shipbuilders, identified by some with the Sesanu or Egyptian octonary, by others with the 7 planets or the stars of Typho, our Great Bear, and by others again with the 7 Khnemu gnomes or pygmasons who waited upon their father Vulcan. They inhabited Lemnos, where Hephaestus, when expelled like Adam from the lowest heaven, took refuge among the Pelasgi Diad Sic Lib Roman 5. Hence, the latter preserved their worship. Damasius' Life of Isidorus says the Asclepius of Berytus is neither Greek nor Egyptian, but of Ph-Nician origin, for 7 sons were born to Sadik called Dioscuri and Kabiri, and the 8th of them was Esmon Roman 1e Octavius, no 8, who is interpreted Asclepius. The idendactyly fingers or toes who occupied Fountful Ide consisted of 5 brothers representing the dextra or lucky hand science art, and 5 sisters for the sinistra or unlucky witchcraft, ill omens. The names of these hands ironworkers were Kelmes fire, or Heat the smelter, Damnamnius the hammer, or who governs by strength, Thor Hercules force animal or mental, and Acmon the anvil or passive principle. Hence Pyracmon, the Cyclop, one of the 7 architect brothers who, according to Strabo Roman 8, came from Lycia 76, and built the Cyclopean wall in the Argolid. These Cyclopes, monocular giants, worked metal, and under their magic hands fluit s rivis auric metallum, vulnificusque chalibs vasta fornis liquicit. By later writers, the Cyclopes who stridentia tingunt ra lacu n Roman 8 Jorg Roman 4 were held to be Sicilians. The Telchans, fascinators from to charm, are mentioned as metallurgists by Stesichorus, the Sicilian Nat B Roman 100. They were the sons of Thalassa Roman 1. They came from beyond the sea. They colonized Telchines, and they made arms and statues of the gods like the Daedalides or artist families of later Athens. The Sintis, plunderers from Topil, who according to Hellenicus of Lesbos Nat B Roman 100 were pirates besides being coppersmiths, and who were eventually murdered by their wives, represented the ancient Lemnians. So Homer Ad Roman 8 speaks of the barbarous Sintian men who received Vulcan when kicked out of paradise. A modern school of tsiganologues would identify them with prehistoric gypsies, who have still a tribe called Sindhi. But this theory would bring the arts from India westwards, whereas the current flowed the clean contrary way. Finally, Herodotus Roman 1 initiated in the mysteries makes the Chalybes or ironworkers neighbours and congeners of the Phrygians. It is not difficult to see the general gist of such legends. All these tribes probably came, like Pelops, Tantalus and Niobe, from the same place, Phrygia, the fertile plateau of Asia Minor, and its Catate Cormine or volcanic tract. It was, as far as we know, the first Western centre which developed the Aryan or non-Semitic element of the old Egyptian tongue, It also formed the point de depart of the European miscalled Indo-European branch of the family that owned the Aryaland area in Vigo, whose ethnic centre was the barbarous region about Ray Heri or Herat. Hence says Herodotus Roman 3, the Egyptians owned the Phrygians 77 to surpass them in antiquity. The emigrants would pass to the islands Samothrace Lemnos, Thera the Cyclades, and Crete to Greece Thessaly, and Epirus Attica Argos, and the farthest south, where Pelops the Phrygian son of King Tantalus colonized the Mora and founded the Pelopid race. Then they would find a home in Italy Hetruria and Iapygia, or Messapia Pucetia, and Daunia, and finally they would settle in Iberia, Spain, and Portugal, where the Briggs or Brygi Phrygians have left their names in the Braganza of the present day. These Proto-Phrygians and Phrygo-Europeans, of whom several tribes returned to Asia, were the prehistoric metalworkers. The smith from smitten to strike was sacred in the dawn of history, and the swordmaker was not inferior to him. Those who have witnessed the awe and reverence with which savages and barbarians regard a European mechanic at his forge will see exemplified the emotional feeling which led to the human becoming the superhuman. Alloys. The first step in hardening of metals was, according to Hesychius, the mingling of copper and tin. The alloy was known generically as chalcose base metal, specifically as black chalcose. The Latins persisted in terming it simply S. For example, S. in auratum gilt bronze. Our word bronze derives from brunus fuscus samba, brown brunum S. Hence, the Low Latin A Roman 500 brunia brunia, or bronia a larica or thorax, and the Low Greek pronounce brautsines portals of bronze. The word is also derived from the Basque or Iberian bronzi. Tin, one of the least durable of metals, at the same time readily fused, and one of the easiest to treat metallurgically, was called by the Greeks, and by the Latins cassiteran, whence probably the Arab, and the Sanskrit the Hebrew name is badal, a substitute, a separation. An alloy hut white metal in Egyptian includes silver and tin in Coptic. It is thram thran or basanch kali linskotens kalim, is the popular term for tin in India. The word is Arabic rather than Turkish tenike. Tinplate in Arabic is an evident congener of the Assyrian aneka, and it remarkably resembles the Scandinavian din German zin, and our tin, as we find tain in Chaucer 78, and old writers tin, may come from its easy thinning or beating out. The later Latins changed the plumbum album or white lead of Pliny Roman 4 to stanum, whence our word derived through the Neo-Latin. The origin of cassiteran castia castira is disputed, and philologists remark that cassi is a British Celtic prefix, as in Cassiblanus. Tin was found in the Caucasus in India, in southern Persia, Drang country in Tuscany in Iberia, Spain, and Portugal, in Sweden, Saxony, Bohemia, Hungary, and notably in England. There are still deposits near the modern Temeswar Pannonia, and the granite hills of Galicia and Zamora are not exhausted. It is now produced in Russia, Greenland, the Brazil, and the United States. Wilkinson would fetch the alloy of ancient Egypt from Spain, India, Malacca, or even from Banca. Between Sumatra and Borneo, the Banca tin mines, long worked by the Chinese, were first visited by the Portuguese in 1506, but compounds of tin and copper were common in Egypt at the time of the 6th dynasty. B. Roman 100 tin is mentioned as early as B. Roman 100 in the Book of Numbers, Roman 32, with gold and silver, brass, copper, especially pyrites, iron, and lead ophrite in B. Roman 100, the prophetic books called from Isaiah Roman 1, and from Ezekiel Roman 22:20, make tin an alloy of silver. The Egyptians would derive their metals in the first place from Upper Egypt, and their first keft or mines of gold Ketum and copper lay in the Thebaid. Secondly, they would resort to the land of Midian on the eastern flank, and running south of the long narrow Gulf El Aqaba. This grand range of Ghats or coast mountains was in those days a noted mining centre, and it has still a great industrial future. Thirdly, by means of the Phoenicians, who apparently taught the Greeks metallurgy, which they learned in Egypt, they would import their tin from southern France, Spain, and England. Tin. It is a disputed question whether the Phoenicians discovered the tinstones and the stream tin of the Cassiterides, or whether the ore was worked by the Welsh of the horned barbarians of Cornwall and Devonshire, who in those days were 79, probably confined to small coast clearings. Herodotus indeed knows nothing Roman 3 of any islands called the Cassiterides tin islands, whence the tin comes. These Scillias or Scilly Islands were evidently mere depots, not sites of production. The Phoenicians kept their secret well, and lost their ships rather than betray it, so says Strabo Roman 3:11, whose Cassiterides appear to be the Azores. The age when the trade was first opened is disputed. Some place it B Roman 100, others reduce it to B Roman 100. Diodorus Siculus Roman 52 tells us that tin was found and run into pigs near the Belerium promontory Land's End. Thence it was carted to Ictes Vectes, not the Isle of Wight, but St. Michael's Mount and Love Island, and lastly horsed across Gaul to the Rhone. There is in the Truro Museum a pig of tin, flat above and reniform below, the shape of the mould 2 feet 11 inches by 11 inches broad with a particular market. Has been suggested that this is Ph. Nishan Cassider Street in Bodmin, is supposed to retain the classical name. The second Thursday before Christmas Day is called in Cornwall Kern Wally Cornu Galley Picrus Day, from the man who discovered the streaming or washing of steen or tin. Strabo gives a bad account of the people of the 12 Cassiter rides, and their Cornishmen, the latter, resembling the Furies we see in tragic representations. These pleasant persons would find stream tin almost fit for use lying upon the surface by the side of copper pyrites, latter harder than tin, but still comparatively soft and ductile. Both ores were easily fused, while iron was comparatively difficult and tedious to smelt. And the two, copper and tin combined, were not only more fusible, but they also continued longer in the fluid state, facilitating casting and moulding. Hence Wersa believes that England was an ancient centre of bronze, whence the alloy was diffused throughout Europe. It is usually stated that the bronze-using period in England began between B Roman 100 and 1200, and lasted 8 to 10 centuries, the invasion of Caesar taking place during the early Iron Age. The great bronze manufacture which we have first to consider is Egypt. The exact average proportion of the alloy is hard to ascertain, the tin varying from 10 to 20%, and the copper from 80 to 90%. A dagger analysed by Vauquelin gave copper 85, tin 14, and iron 1%. Wilkinson's bronze chisel 9¼ inches long and weighing 12 ounces found in a quarry at Thebes contained in 100 parts 940 copper, 59 tin, 1 iron. Consequently, its edge is at once turned by hard stone. He repeatedly mentions bronze chisels Roman 2, ch Roman 7, Roman 100, and he seems to 80 suspect that they were sheathed and pointed with steel. Of course, he was puzzled to explain how the bronze or brass blades were given a certain degree of elasticity. Fig. 82, fine specimen of Egyptian dagger, in possession of Mr. Haynes, brought by Mr. Harris from Thebes. The material is bronze and still is slightly elastic. There is a midrib but not strongly marked. The tang, which is continued to the pommel, measures 4 inches long by a minimum of 512. The handle of 2 slices of hippopotamus hide has 26 ridges for firmer grasp, and there are rivets of bronze at the 6th and the 23rd ridges. There is no pommel, but here the handle is rounded off between 2 slices of hide, and the tang goes right through. The result of Egyptian metallurgy is admirable both in material and finish. At what period bronze was introduced? We ignore a cast cylinder, however, bearing the name of Pepi, dates from B Roman 100, in the 6th dynasty of Middle Egypt, which includes Nitocris knives appear in the sculptures dating from before that time. A bronze dagger in the Berlin Museum found by Sig Passalacqua in a tomb at Thebes retains a spring which might be of steel. My friend Mr. W. P. Haynes of the Alexandrian Harbour Works showed me a specimen brought from Thebes by the late Mr. Harris, made of bronze, still slightly elastic. The total length measures 1 foot, of which the blade is half, the latter slightly leaf-shaped, has a minimum breadth of 1 inch and 3/12, and 1 inch at the shoulder. The tang, which is prolonged to the handlean 4 inches, has a minimum width of 5/12. The grip of 2 plates hippopotamus hide, probably boiled, and not unlike wood, has 26 ridges for firmer hold, and there are bronze rivets at the 6th and the 23rd ridges. It is without pommel, the end being simply rounded off. It is held that mummies of the 11th dynasty were buried with bronze sabers, and there is a bronze dagger of Thutmose Roman 3 18th dynasty, circa B Roman 100, as late as Meneptah Roman 2 of the 19th dynasty B Roman 1,001,266. We read in the list of his loot, after the Prosopes battle, of bronze armor, swords and daggers among the Etruscans, before the foundation of Rome. Bronze statues, and Romulus is said to have placed a statue of himself crowned by victory in a bronze quadriga, taken at Commertium. According to Pausanias Roman 3/8, Theodorus of Samos invented casting in bronze B Roman 100,700. This author discredits the Arcadian legend that Neptune dedicated a bronze statue to Poseidon. The Sidonian Hippios Wilkinson Roman 2 chap Roman 7, but the Samians cast a bronze vase in B Roman 100. The importance of the Achatius rediscovery, that is, of hardening bronze as well as copper by hydraulic pressure, not by phosphorus becomes evident by Wilkinson's reflections. We know of no means of tempering copper under any form or united with any alloys for such a purpose as hollowing out hieroglyphics. He suggests that old Egyptian letters sometimes exceeding 2 inches in depth, and the alt-reliefs 9 inches high on granite coffins, may have been worked with wheel drill and emery powder. The Egyptians had also the secret of gilding bronze, as many of their remains prove. Moreover, they produced by acids a rich patina of dark and light greens. Metallurgy in Assyria. The Assyrians rivaled in metallurgy, their ancient instructors the Egyptians, and the art passed eastwards to Persia, which inherited Assyrian and Babylonian civilization. Diodorus Siculus, following Ctesias, the oft-quoted contemporary of Xenophon, describes immense works of bronze decorating the gardens of Semiramis in Assyria. Again, the proportion of the alloy greatly varied. Layard quotes the following assays of Assyrian bronze: No 1, No 2, No 3, No 4, copper, tin. No 1 shows the proportions found in a bronze dish from Nimrod. No 4 in a bell, and the foreleg of a bull yielded 1133 tin to 9970 copper. The Mesopotamians were able to cast their bronze extremely thin, which is no small difficulty. They fashioned it into weapons, temple utensils, and domestic articles, and they skillfully elaborated it by chasing and by curious ornamental tracery. They used it in their most sumptuous decorations, as the thrones prove, and the beautiful workmanship of their vases shows abnormal skill in the tauromatic treatment of bronze. Gilt specimens of bronze from Nineveh are in the British Museum. Dr. Schliemann questions the popular assertion that the age of Hesiod and of Homer ignored alloys and fusion, knowing only plating, the plates being hammerwrought. 82 odd Roman 3. This explorer found the strata of copper and lead scoria at the so-called Troy from 28 to 29.5 feet deep. He notes also small crucibles and a mold of micaschist 26 feet deep, which was probably intended for bronze casting. He finds no iron but copper and its alloy bronze are abundant. Roman 1000 Damer of Lyon analyzed the drillings of 2 copper battle axes from Ilium, in fact from Priam's treasury. They contained 864 and 384 parts tin to 9067, and 9580 copper. Nearly the same proportion of alloy was found in a common 2-edged axe dug at a depth of 3¼ feet, and therefore in the remains attributed to a Greek colony. Dr. Percy analyzed with the following results the handle of a bronze vase and a sword. Copper meaned, tin meaned. The specific gravity at 60 F was AD 858. The extreme proportions of the alloy and other articles were 1028 tin to AD 969 copper, usual ratio in ancient bronzes, and 9 tin to 9847 copper, the latter being almost pure. Fig. 83 bronze knife from the Pile villages of Neuchâtel. Half size. Fig. 84 Peruvian knife, metal blade, secured in a slit in the haft by strong cotton twine. Monges of the Institut, describing a bronze sword found in France, gives the proportions as AD 747% of copper to 1253 of tin. Analyses of Greek bronzes in the British Museum yielded 878% copper to 1213 tin. A bronze knife has been found in the Palafitz Pile villages of Neuchâtel, Switzerland. Warsaw. Primval Antiquities makes the Bronze period in Denmark and Northern Europe begin about B. Roman 100 to 600, and last some 1100 years. It is not found among the Normans, but it was developed in Ireland and Scotland, in China and Japan, in Mexico, and in Peru. Cieza de Leon notes the admirable bronze work of the Uncarial Empire. A Peruvian chisel analyzed by Roman 1000 Vauquelin contained 94 copper to 6 tin. In other tools, the proportion of the latter metal varied from 2 to 4/6, and even 7%. As a rule, the people used only half the proper proportion of 83 tin, which they called Chayantenka, name suggesting the Old World. Tanuk Humboldt mentions a cutting tool found near Cusco with 94% of copper and 6 of tin. Rivero. Roman 1 notices in Peru brass hammers and bellows nozzles, axes, adzes, billhooks, and other tools of bronze as well as copper. The Mexicans cast their tin ingots in T-shape. The Peruvians hardened copper also with silver for quarrying tools and crowbars. Velasco. Roman 2 tells us that when the Unca Huesca was being led to prison by order of his brother, a woman secretly gave him a bar of metal silver with bronze brass or an alloy of silver copper and tin ballet P90. By means of this, he cut through the jail wall during the night. Hutchison. Roman 2 mentions a buckler from Ipijapa in Ecuador, and Eubank p. 454 notices an old Peruvian bronze knife. Proportions of alloys. The admirable bronzes of China and Japan are well known in the English market, and Raphael Pompelli, who studied direct from the native workmen, has printed interesting notes on the ornamental alloys or mochium applied to swords and other articles. Damaskwork is produced by soldering alternately 30 to 40 sheets of rose copper, silver, shakdo copper, 1 to gold 10%, and guishi, bu ikai silver and copper. The mass is then cut into deep patterns, with the reamer an alloy of silver, 30 to 50% of copper, produces the favorite tint, a rich grey color, and this becomes a bluish-black like niello by being boiled after polishing in a solution of sulfate of copper alum and verdigris. Dr. Percy p. 340 describes the liquation of argentiferous copper in Japan. We owe to Dr. George Pearson's sundry experiments in alloys, which first determined that the norm of the Old World and the best proportion for weapons and tools are 1 tin to 9 copper. Fusing the metals he found, 1 tin 20 copper 5%, produces a dark-colored bronze with the red fracture of the pure metal. 1 tin 15 612% gives a stronger alloy and obliterates the color. 1 tin 12 9876543 gradually increases hardness and brittleness. 1 tin 2 makes a mixture almost as brittle as glass. The following table shows the alloys now in common use and the purposes to which they are applied. Tin, copper, percent, copper, 9076 cannon statues machine brasses, 90 gunmetal proper cannon, AD 444 gunmetal machinery bearings, AD 675 harder composition, AD 450 not malleable, AD cymbals Chinese gongs, AD 135 very hard culinary vessels, bell metal, 6857 yellowish very hard sonorous, 266 very white spucular. The most popular alloy of copper next to bronze is brass, which is harder and wears better than the pure metal originally, as now it was a mixture of copper and zinc, popularly called spelter, old sputer, spiuter, spialter. The proportions greatly varied, 1 part of the latter to 2 of the former being the older ratio, and the density increasing with the amount of copper from 839 to 856. Beckmann tells us in his valuable History of Inventions, in the course of time an ore which must have been calamine carbonate of zinc, or blende sulfuret of zinc, was added to copper, and gave it a yellow color. The addition made it harder, more fusible and sonorous, easily subject to the lathe, more economical to work, and a worse conductor of heat than the pure metal. We have few specimens of old artworks in brass proper, although zinc was discovered by analysis in an ancient sword, chiefly copper. Gibbel assures us that zinc occurs only in Roman alloys, the bronze of the Greeks containing nothing beyond copper, tin, and lead. The Romans also could varnish or lacquer brass, but it is not known whence they derived the art. Percy notes p. 521 that brass was produced early in the Christian era, if not before its commencement. He quotes in proof a large coin of the Cassia gens B Roman 100, which contained copper AD 226 and zinc 1731, a Vespasian Rome A Roman 500, an Imperial Trajan carrier circ A Roman 500, a Getarcharian Mylasa A Roman 500,212, a Greek Caracalla A Roman 500, and many others in modern times. Zinciferous ore was imported by the Portuguese from the Easter century, before it was common throughout Europe in the early 17th century. The Dutch captured one of their craft laden with spelter, and the secret became known. Bishop Richard Watson says 1783, the cargo was calim, which he connects with calamine. The latter, like the German galme, derives from cadmia. Amongst the moderns, S gave rise to Erin, the French Latin 85, or Latin cuiva, John the Italian Latin, and lastly Arten, and the Spanish lata and Latin, German Latin, and English Latin, thin sheet brass. The Latin of Chaucer Pardner's Prologue 64 are either from luteum yellow metal, or from the plant Luteum resida luteola, used to stain chrysocolla. Our brass is probably the Scandinavian bras cement, and the German Marsch Maisch and messing from Mischenmisse. Orichalcum. It may be advisable to notice the 292 of the Homerids, and Hesiod, which Strabo also calls false silver and orichalcum, and which the perverse ingenuity of commentaries has made so mysterious in the poetic phase, which loves the vague, this mounting copper was a mythic natural metal ranking between gold and silver and chimerical as was the chalcolibanon of the Apocalypse Roman 1 Roman 2. The name does not occur in Pindar, or the dramatists Plato, the Critias Roman 9 treating of Atlantis America, makes orichalc now known only by name the most precious metal, after gold. Pliny Roman 34 tells us truly enough that orichalcum no longer exists. The next application of the word was to ruby copper, a suboxide, whose beautiful crystals are formed in the natural state pollux, and Hesychius the grammarian Roman 500 define it as copper resembling gold, and Cicero puts the question whether if a person should offer a piece of gold for sale thinking he was disposing of only a piece of orichalcum, an honest man ought to inform him that it was really gold, or might fairly buy for a penny what is worth 1,000 times as much. Buffon compares it with tombak, or Chinese copper containing gold. Beckmann, S. Roman 5 tin notes orichalcum, or Corinthian brass in Plautus oro contra carum. Festus speaks of orichalcum copper stannum zinc, or pewter cassiterum tin, and orichalcum brass. The same signification occurs in Ambrose bishop of Milan 4th century, in Primasius bishop of African Adrumetum 6th century, and in Isidore bishop of Seville 7th century, Albertus Magnus 13th century. The Dominican monk in treating De Natura et Commixtion Ris describes how cuprum became orichalcum. Strabo is mysterious in one place. He tells us that the Cyprian copper alone produces the Cadmean stone copper raswater, and oxide of copper in another. Lib Roman 13. He says there is a stone near Andorra, which being burnt becomes iron. It is then put into a furnace together with some kind of earth, when at the stone the earth or both drops or distills a mock silver zinc, which with the addition of copper produces what is called the mixture, and which some term orichalcum pseudargyros, also found in the neighbourhood of Tmolus, would here seem to mean zinc or cadmia. Pharsalus natural calamine or carbonate of zinc, Pliny Roman 34 confuses with cadmia furnace calamine, and a particular ore of copper, opposed to calcitis, when Dioscorides Roman 5, cap 84 seems to allude to artificial or furnace calamine, an impure oxide of zinc. He may mean the more modern Tudia Avicenna Tauscha Thauthia cadmi des forno or tutti, reduced to powder and mixed with an equal quantity of wetted charcoal, by way of fondant or flux. It is melted with copper to form brass. The Avocat Delaunay 1780, and Bishop Watson both agree that Strabo's orichalcum is brass. Lastly, orichalcum was made synonymous with electrum natural, or artificial. The word 300 is popularly derived from Helios, as rivaling the sun in sheen. According to Lepsius, it is the usemetal of Thutmose Roman 3. Brugsch Roman 1 understands by usum brass, and thinks asmera or asmala equivalent to the Hebrew hasmal or hashmal. Electrum in Bunsen Roman 5. Cassabit and Cacae are brass. Orichalcum and Kespit is a metal connected with Cassiteros tin. The alloy was known to Hesiod Scut 142, and to the Odyssey Roman 4. Not to the Iliad. Sophocles, Antig 1037, applied sardian electrum to gold, not to silver. Herodotus Roman 3 in the Historic Age B Roman 10,030 gives the name of the mythical metal to the tears of the Heliades, which the Latins called succinum succum, the Low Latins ambrum, the Arabs ambar, and we amber. Pliny Roman 33, repeated by Pausanias Roman 5-6 notes 2, kinds natural in all gold, or there is some silver and artificial in the latter. The proportion of silver must not exceed 1/5. The staters of Lydian Ciarsus, held by the Greeks to be the most ancient of coins, were according to Bach of electrum 3 parts gold, and 1 part silver. Lucian applies the term to glass, and lastly it was taken for brass, and confounded with orichalcum. I would suggest that this orichalcum might also be the Daris bronze of Ireland, so called because first observed at Daris near Parsonstown, Kings County, Wilder p. 360, supposes with others that the gold-coloured alloy depended upon the admixture of a certain proportion of lead, and compares it with the Cyprus copper termed by the Romans coronarium, used for theatrical crowns, which was coated with oxgall of this or malu. There are many articles in the Dublin Museum preserving their fine goldeny yellow lustre. They had probably been lacquered or varnished like modern brasses, and the patina might be some gum resin. When much tarnished they were cleaned by holding over the fire, and then by dipping in a weak solution of acid, as is done with modern castings. 2 specimens, a sword and a dagger blade, were analysed pp 470-483, and proved to contain copper 8767 to 9072, tin 852 to 825, lead 387 to 87, with a trace of sulfur in the sword. The specific gravities were 8819 to 8675. In a spearhead P512, besides copper tin and lead iron 31 and cobalt 9 were found. There were other alloys of which we read, but no little such were the S. Ginaticum demonesium, and nigrum the S. deliacum, whose secret was 88 lost in Plutarch's day, and the 306 from southern Spain, probably shipped at Gibraltar Bay Aleria or Potcapa brass, contained 3 pounds of plumbum argentarium, equal parts of tin, and lead to 100 pounds of copper escaldarium, could only be fused. Finally, Gearcanicum Greek color was mold or second-hand copper formalis sucalictaneus, with 10% of plumbum nigrum lead, and 5% of silver lead argentiferous galena. The celt and the sword. Metal when first introduced must have been rare and dear. The large modern sword axe or mole would hardly have been imitated in copper, bronze, or iron. The earliest attempts at developing the celt would have produced nothing more artful than a cutting and piercing wedge of the precious substance Fig 85, as smelting and moulding improved. The pointed end would develop into the knife, the dagger, and the sword and the broad end would expand to the axe. This composite weapon, uniting the club with the celt or hand hatchet, and appearing in Europe with the beginning of the Neolithic period, plays a remarkable part in history. 89 ancient, medieval, and even modern, whilst its connection with the sword is made evident by the glaive, the expansion of the edge, and of the flanges developed two principal forms. For cutting wood, the long narrow was found most serviceable, where brute force was less required. The weapon became a broad blade with a long crescent-shaped edge. Fig 85, oldest form. Fig 86, metal celts. Fig 87, knife found at Real and Oates Alps. Half-size, it greatly resembles the bronze knife from the palafits of Neuchâtel, figured by Dessor. The Swiss knife, however, has a tooth at the edge near the hall. The axe and the sword. The aku or warax was, as we might expect, known to ancient Egypt in early days, and became an objet de luxe, a gold hatchet, and several of bronze, were found buried as amulets in the coffin of Queen Askept, the ancestress of the 18th dynasty. Again, a bronze weapon occurred with a mummied queen of the 17th dynasty B. Roman 100, useful in war. The implement probably, when in the stone period, rose to be a symbol of the deity, hence doubtless the hakes votives of the later Bronze Age, without edge to serve for work or weapons, and intended only for religious use. The two-headed weapon was that outward and visible sign of Labrandian Jove, so called from the which in the Lydian tongue was synonymous with the emblem appears on the medals of three Carian kings, the most notable being Mausolus or Mausolus, dating from B. Roman 100, according to Plutarch de Pythai. Oraculize, the Tenedians took the axe from their crabs, because it appears that the crabs alone have the figure of the axe in their shells, hence the double-headed weapon on the coins of Tenedos is 90a votive, or sacrificial rather than a warlike symbol. The Tenedian Apollo also held the axe, which some regarded as the symbol of Tens Aristotle, and others maintained that a certain king of Tenedos decreed that adulterers should be slain with the axe, and his carrying out the law upon his own son gave rise to the proverb denoting a rough and ready way of doing business. Fig 88, the glaives. Fig 89, Egyptian axes of bronze. Although the is mentioned by Homer Roman 49, and ard as a weapon, as well as a tool, the Greeks, like the Assyrians, did not much affect it. The Romans, who worshipped Quirinus in spear shape, bound the securis in a bundle of rods, fasces bore it as a badge of office, and placed it on consular coins. The weapon was lowered in the salute, and thus perhaps arose our practice of dropping the sword point, which is unknown to the East. The axe with expanded blade upon Trajan's column is in the hands of a workman. Possibly the classics of Europe despised the weapon because it was proper to the securigercative of the effeminate East as early as the days of Herodotus. Roman 1 chap Roman 1 the Armenian sacer, and the Latin securis, made either of gold or chalcos, was the favourite weapon of the Amazon, and the massagete 310 horsemen. In Ireland the axe plays a part in the tales of Gobon. Sir, this goblin builder completed the dangerous task of finishing off a royal roof of cutting wooden pegs, throwing them one by one into their places, and driving them in by flinging the magic weapon at each peg in due succession. From Egypt the axe passed into the heart of Africa. Here it still serves before and after use as a medium of exchange, and this circulation from tribe to tribe explains the various forms that have overspread the dark continent. The Nile Valley again sent it eastward, through Hittiteland and Assyria to Persia and India, where the crescent-shaped battle-axe has long been a favourite, the varieties of form and color are noticed by Duarte Barbosa. When describing the Moors of Hormuz Island, it was adopted by the Turkish horseman who carried it at his saddlebow Klemwerkzeug. Waffen notices that it was a favorite Scandinavian weapon slung by a strap to the back, and most of the deaths recounted in Burnt Engel are the result of it. The Norman long-hefted axe is common on the Bayeux tapestries. Scandinavian warrocks of the early 17th century was found on the battlefield of Norwegian Kringellen. The handle is recurved so as to fit the back socket in Germany. It was generally used during the 15th century in England during the 16th, and in the 17th it became obsolete throughout Europe, except among the Slavs, and the Magyars 91. The German processional axe shows its latest survival. Blade and handle are of one piece of wood ornamented with the gill devices, and so modified that the original weapon can hardly be recognized. Similarly, the Bergbarth minepicks of the German Bergmanner miners were used according to Clem for the defense of cities, notably of Freiburg, in 1643, and made of brass as well as iron. They are still carried in state processions. The axe, like the spear, demarked boundaries. The charter given by Cnut Canute to Christchurch, Canterbury, grants the harbour and dues thereof on either side as far as a man standing on deck at flood tide could cast a tapper axe, and the custom of throwing the tool to mark boundaries has been retained in some parts of the country to our day. It was with a battle axe that the Bruce of Bannockburn clove the skull of an English champion to the chin. Monstrelet tells us that during the wars of Jean d'Arc Pate fought in A. Roman 500, the English carried hatchets in their girdles. Fig 90 Irish battle axe. Fig 91 axe used by Bruce. Fig 92 German processional axe. The axe was adopted by the Franks as well as by the Scandinavians, and the Germans, especially the Saxons. Hence the two-edged axe, when affixed to long staves forming a spear, became the Icelandic halberd halax, the Teutonic 92 a leopard or cleaver, and the poleaxe called from Poland Polj, the plain country. This modification was universal in northern Europe. During the first ages of Christianity, the earliest shape, middle 14th to early 16th centuries, was a broad and massive axe mounted on a thick and solid spear. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the blade became more slender and hollow-edged, and the head longer and more taper. The Swiss introduced the halbert to France in the middle 15th century. In the 17th century, it was conventionalized. The axe resumed its original aspect, and the spear grew to leaf shape. In this form, it was retained by the subalterns and sergeants of the British Army, till abolished with the pigtails of shaven England. It is not wholly forgotten on ceremonious occasions in certain European courts, and during all its changes, it has ever retained its cousinly likeness to the broadsword. Fig 93 halberds. Fig 94 halberds. Fig 95 AB Bechuana's club axe. Roman 100, the same expanded Roman 500, the same barbed silp of the Basudos F. horseman's axe of the 16th century. Axe and scimitar. I have shown how the stone selp might become a metal knife, and thence develop into the straight sword. By noting the modifications, it is as easy to see that the axe might have produced the scimitar. The earliest form would be a broad lancehead inserted into a common club, or as is still practiced in many parts of Africa. The next improvement, C, would convert the tool into an armbar, increasing the cutting surface, and another step, D, would make it lighter by reducing the blade to a triangle of mere barbs. Then E, we have the Khand or Sirkar battle axe, and the salp of the South African Basudos, who, virtually discovered by Dr. Livingstone, have become so troublesome of late years. This T-shaped blade, perpetuated in the bayonet gras, was used in Switzerland and in Venice till the 16th century. According to Merrick and Demin, afterwards, the straight back next to the staff would be formed into two small and graceful crescents F, and the weapon became far better fitted for the requirements of cavalry. This shape is worldwide, and was used in England. Temp. Elizabeth A. Congener of the glaive was the Francisc a lance ouvert, the broad-bladed tapper axe, used for throwing as well as for striking. According to the Abkotchet, this weapon took its name from the Franks. The Francisc is termed a defensive weapon in the illustrated treatise Arms. Et Armures, the Saxons preferred to it the saz seeks or scramasax knife. Similarly used, the Francisc is rare in the Saxon graves compared with the spear and knife, but it is more common than the sword. Fig 96 Hindu hatchet from Rajputana. Fig 97 German hatchet of Bronze period. Fig 99 Iron scramasax 16 inches long. Fig 100 scramasax 18 inches long. Fig 981 Burgundian axe 2 Francisc or taper axe. The bill and vouge. The bill as bile Irish bile securis was introduced into England temp 95 Henry Roman VI, about the 15th century, when it was allied in form to the halberd skinner. Considers it a securis rostrata beaked axe. It was long a favourite in Scandinavia, and the illustration represents the weapon of Gunnar, the Icelandic champion, which sang before battle, as also did the sword of Sigurd. Fig 101 Gunnar's bill. Fig 102 Valges. The glaive of the 15th and 16th centuries was followed by the gisarm, or bisarm. This long blade with a slender spearpoint projecting from the back is still used by the Chinese, and the despots of Dahomey borrowed it like other quaint arms and customs from Europe. The valge, an intermediate form of the halbert, and the glaive, and probably a descendant of the former, was a battle-axe much used by the Swiss in the 14th century. The war scythe of the same period figured by Demin, and the scythe sword, a formidable-looking but unhandy weapon, were adopted by the Hungarian rebels as lately as in 1848. Allied with these medieval forms is a vast variety of shapes known as the spetum spedo, or spit the ranseur or ranseur, and the military fork. They were probably known to the ancients and reintroduced into Europe by the peasantry who, compelled hastily to arm themselves, would use the handy flail sickles, and scythes. A well-arranged and complete collection is still wanted to show the links connecting them with a common prototype. The interest of these weapons is chiefly connected with the various forms of curved broadsword, the leaf-shaped metal blade for thrusting, which appears to be one of the earliest forms, and which is preserved by the Somal and other barbarians, is, I have said, evidently a spearhead fixed in a wooden handle. Briefly to describe the sword of the early Bronze Age, during which by cremation became almost universal in Europe, the weapon is to a certain extent North European, and seems to have travelled up the valleys of great rivers. Denmark has yielded 250 to 6 Italian bronze blades. They are as a rule of fair length, averaging about 7 to 5 centimetres. The profile is either leaf-shaped, subleaf-shaped, or straight-ending, in a beveled point. The hilt is of two kinds, either tanged or untanged. The tang is broad, long, and pierced with one or more holes for riveting. In this case, the handle was of wood, bone, or horn. Many hefts, however, as will afterwards appear, are cast in a single piece, with or without guard, and the latter often disappears in a hollow triangular base, a crescent or horseshoe containing the shoulders with the concavity of the arch towards the point. This also served in many weapons to receive the rivets. The pommel is of various patterns, frequently a cone, oval, globe, or dome with steps, or with melon-like ridges in others, especially amongst the old Celts and Germans. It ended with a crutch or crescent, whose cusps were in the richer kinds adorned with spirals. Chapter Roman VI. The Proto-Sideric or Early Iron Age of Weapons. Of all metallurgical processes, the extraction of malleable iron may be regarded as amongst the most simple. Percy iron Roman 100 p. 573. We now come to the king of metals that breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, the only ore friendly as well as fatal to the human form, the most useful and the most deadly in the hand of man. 320 iron. According to the Perian Chronicle, Arundelian marbles, followed by Thrasyllus Clemens Alex in Stram, and by a host of writers, ironworking was discovered in B. Roman 100 or 248 years before the Trojan War. The latter, a crucial date, is, as will appear, wholly undetermined. The various authorities have made it range through nearly 700 years. But the life of Hellas is one great appropriation clause. The Greeks were doughty claimants, childish in their naivete of conceit. They were burglars of others' wits, convey the wise it call, and they made themselves do all things. Their legends, for instance, accredit Glaucus the Chian with having invented the art and mystery of steel-inlaying. De Gauget A. Roman 500 tells us that the Phoenicians ranked amongst their oldest heroes two brothers who discovered ironworking. The Cretans referred it to the oldest period of their history, and the Idendactyls learnt it from the mother of the gods. Prometheus in Hylas boasts of having taught mankind to fabricate all metals. He also wears an iron ring supposed to be a chain, not an ornament, and it possibly symbolizes the union of fire and ore. The art of ironworking is referred now to the Cyclopes of Sicily, then to the Chalybes, who extended from 98 Colchis to Spain. Clemens Alex refers the discovery of making malleable iron to the Noropes of Danubian Pannonia, who dwelt between Noricum, Styria, and Emsia. And finally, to quote no more, Mr. J. Ferguson, a careful writer, tells us that the Aryans were those who introduced the use of iron, and with it dominated over and expelled the older races. Modern discovery has proved that the invention, and indeed the general adoption of Mars, dates from the very dawn of history, and that it is a mere theory to assume everywhere preceding millennia of bone and stone, copper and bronze. It is clear, for instance, in Central Africa, where copper and tin were unprocurable, that man must first have used iron. A good authority, Mr. St. John Roman 5 Day Roman 100 E, who was in charge of iron works in southern India, claims, for iron cast as well as wrought, and even for its carburet steeled credit of being unquestionably the earliest of substances with which man was acquainted. This writer, however, denies, contrary to all tradition, a progressive rise in the quality of materials used by man, that is, from the soft and yielding to the hard and refractory. He holds that man, once master of metallurgy, would be better able to deal with the much more easily manipulated bone stones, or would, he supposes all the metals noble and ignoble as well as gems and precious stones to have become familiar amongst Eastern races, whether they be Semitic, Aryan, Hamitic, sporadic, or Alaphilian, by virtue of a civilization, due to a natural innate insight. Hence, he declares Egypt an enigma to those who accept the dictum of man's gradual evolution from the condition of a savage and ignoramus, and he opines that this grim being is simply a retrograde. These ideas trench upon old metallurgic superstitions, and seem to run into extremes. We know nothing concerning the home of Protoman, which is perhaps deep under the waters. Anthropologists, who locate him in Mesopotamia, Aryaland, Central Asia, or Ethiopia, look only to the origin of the present species, and the historic cycle. Our studies, as far as they go, suggest that man began in the polar regions, and that in hoar antiquity each racial center had its own material: wood and horn, bone and stone, copper, bronze and iron. Metal in Egypt. For our first lesson in iron, we must go back as usual to Kahai-Ta, the Tarijan, that Nile Valley, which is the motherland of all science, of all art. Here Bunsen provides us with the following table. Hieroglyphs, phonetic value translation. Bar earth, metal, soul, circle, seed, corn. Bar irons. Bar iron, earths. Bimt, benipe or penape, iron. Bet, iron. Mr. Day, who has drawn it up, observes that bar is a constant in the phonetic values assigned to the uncertain hieroglyphs for iron, and feels disposed to believe it synonymous with base metal in general. He would translate the Sedic and the Coptic by stone of sky or heaven, in fact skystone, alluding to meteoric eye. Probably the first utilized. Dr. Birch holds bar to be a general term for metal made particular, as in Greece, by prefixed adjectives, white, black, yellow, denoting the quality of the ore, and hence the determinative of bar, metal, stone, or hard wood, is the cube or parallelogrammic block, which denotes building and building materials. Native iron may be distributed into two great divisions, extraterrestrial and terrestrial. The former is known as meteoric or nickeliferous. Mr. Day, pp. 22-23, gives analyses of this form and takes from Chladni and others a list of masses that fell in Siberia, Thuringia, and Dauphine in West African Liberia, and in American Starfy de Bogota and Canaan, Connecticut. Though many trials have been made in working extraterrestrial metal, all have hitherto failed. The phosphorus, nickel, and its alter ego cobalt render the forgings in our present state of technology too brittle for use. Terrestrial or telluric iron is again divided into two classes, nearly pure ore, and the native steel according to the schedule of Rosset. Iron is a metal not cast and malleable, steel cast and malleable, pigeon cast and not malleable. That iron was common amongst the ancient Egyptians we may assume, as proved Mr. Henry Rind, when opening the tomb of Sebaunat B. Roman 100, noted on the massive doors iron hasps and nails as lustrous and as pliant as on the day they left the forge. Belzoni, who died in 1823, found an iron sickle under the feet of one of the Karnak sphinxes, dating from B. Roman 100, in June 1837. Mr. J. R. Hill, employed by Colonel Howard Vyse when blasting and excavating the Gizeh pyramid, came upon a piece of iron, apparently a cramp near the channel mouth of one of the air passages. It had thus been preserved from rust, and its authenticity cannot be doubted. Some suggested that it was used for scraping and finishing, others for finally leveling the faces of dressed stone, but it tapers off from the middle to an edge on either side, and it narrows at one end. This relic can hardly be of later date than B. Roman 1,003,600, when Khufu Cheops built his burial place, and inscribed in it his hieroglyphic shield or cartouche stowed away in the British Museum. It excited scant attention, till Dr. Lepsius at the Congress of Orientalists, London 1874, suggested that it was of steel. A trial was made sept. 18. It yielded readily to a few turns of the drill, and the surfaces of the whole showed the whiteness and the brightness of newly cut malleable iron. Since that discovery, sacrificial iron knives have been found in the Nile Valley, despite the ready oxidation of the metal, in a climate of the hot temp category. In the Bulak Museum, Salle de l'Est, with the wooden swords, was a straight and double-edged iron blade that had 2 ribs running along its length. Another room showed a straight double-edged and round-pointed dagger of gilt iron of the latter weapon. There are 3 fine specimens. Salle du Centre. Iron in Egypt. The literature of Egypt abounds in allusions to the use of iron. The Rev. Basil H. Cooper believes that Mibamps, the Iron King's 6th successor, of 101 Primval Mina circ B Roman 100,335, bore on his cartouche the word benipe, and that no less than 3 records entitle him lover of iron. Roman 1, the sword, thus attesting not only the extreme antiquity of the use of iron, but unfortunately of that most dreadful evil of all, which are the scourges of humanity, war. And so we see the 19th century repeating the Herodocian half-truth: iron has been discovered to the hurt of man, and looking only at one side of the question, the evils of war, without which, I repeat, strong races could not supplant the weaker to the general benefit of mankind. The Epos of Pentor, the jovial temple scribe circ B Roman 100, mentions iron thrice, and Pharaoh Mentar Roman 2, whose sword gave no quarter, had vessels of iron. In later hieroglyphic literature, the notices become too numerous to justify quotation. Fig. 103, Egyptian sacrificial knives. Iron. The old Egyptians, according to Plutarch, held iron to be the ore bone of Set, whereas the ore magnet was that of his foe-god Horus, degraded to Charon in Greece and Rome. This siderite was known to the Hellenes in its religious aspect, as or either from Heracleoton or from Hercules. Pliny Roman 36. Siderite, or lodestone 102, termed magnet from its supposed discoverer, was also entitled live iron, and its wounds were supposed to be more deadly than those of the common ore. The Nile dwellers had not far to go for iron, which abounds in the well-known Wadi Hammamat, one of the earliest centres of Egyptian mining, and as Mr. Piazzi Smythe showed, it accumulates everywhere in the fissures of the flaky limestone. It is produced in Ethiopia, the Sudan and Abyssinia, and in Midian, where the old Kemites opened the copper mines. It appears in the shape of black sand and large masses of titaniferous and other ores. The monuments Karnak table Roman 100 specify, amongst objects of tribute, iron from the lands of the Thuhai, the fair people, the Rutenu Syrians and Assyrians, and the Assi or rebels generally from these countries. It was exported in the ore, and in bricks and pigs. The tributetables of Thutmose Roman 3b Roman 100 mention 1 beautiful iron armor of the hostile king. 1 beautiful iron armor of the king of Megiddo. Pounds weight 2 suits of iron armor from Naharain. Iron suits of armor taken by the warriors, and 5 iron stormcaps. Hebrew ironage. Mr. Francis Galton first discovered in the ancient copper diggings of the so-called Sinaitic Peninsula a blackish mass not unlike iron slag, which he conjectured to date before Moses' days. A score of years afterwards, early 1873, Mr. Hartland examined the junction of the Wadis Keme, Mukatab and Maghara, and found the iron. Imperfectly extracted assays and analyses of the slags that lay in heaps about the ruined works produced 53% of metal. He determined that the mines at Serabit el Qadim had been constructed on the principle of the Catalan, or rather the Corsican forge, and he discovered near them a temple and barracks for the soldier guards. It is hard to believe with Mr. Proctor that Abraham, a wandering Chaldean sheikh, taught the Egyptians astronomy, astrology and arithmetic, or with Mr. Piazzi Smythe that Melchizedek, the petty chief of a village in Palestine, built the pyramid. Yet it is only reasonable to suppose that the Israelites set out upon their exodus or exodi, for there were probably many provided with some of the technological wisdom of the Egyptians. Joseph, according to Brugsch Hist Roman 1 chap Roman 12, rose to the honour of Zaphnat Painak, governor of the Sethroitic home, and Rohir or procurator, under the Shepherd kings or Hyksos, a word which he renders Hek Shasu, lord of the Shasu Arabs. He makes the pharaoh of the oppression Ramses Roman 2, B Roman 1,001,300, and Mentar Roman 2, the pharaoh of the Exodus, B Roman 1,01,266. The Pentateuch, whatever be its date, well knew the use of Barzil, the Chaldean Parzil or Parzilu. According to Sir John Lubbock, prehistoric man iron is 4 times mentioned, and brass, copper, bronze 38 times in the law. From other sources, we gather that the metal was either ashath, that is the worked from the rad ashar, or muzak, the melted fused cast from the root zak. The Lord threatens that he will make the skies as iron, and the earth as copper Levit Roman 26 in Deuteronomy Roman 4 Egypt, is compared with an iron furnace, and mention is made of iron shoes Roman 33 job, includes among riches cattle, silver, gold, brass, copper, and iron. He tells us Roman 28 that iron is taken out of the earth, and copper is molten out of the stone, and he speaks of lithic writing Roman 19 graven with an iron style, and lead in the rock forever, but commentators are not agreed about the age of this author. And in the hands of the rabbis, he seems gradually to be growing younger, more modern with every generation. The Hebrews found the ironage wherever they went. Barzil was among the metals taken from the Midianites by Moses. Num Roman 31 the bedstead, or rather divan of Og, the king of Bashan, measuring 9 cubits of man, each 16 inches in length by 4 broad, was of iron. Deut Roman 3 Joshua shows that the Canaanites owned chariots of iron. Roman 17. These tribes, displaced by the Jews, seem to have been accomplished workers in metal. Traces of iron smelting occur. Libanus, where I found copperstone, and where during the present century coal and asphalt have been mined. Many parts of the country, as Argob in ancient Bashan, produce an abundance of ironstone. The old Nishan, Sankoniathon, a name which may denote a history, or its historian, tells us through the Greek translator Philo of Biblos that the 104 people were famous for their technites, artisans, and blacksmiths. The warlike Hittites, as will appear, were also ironworkers. From Egypt the use of iron would spread through Asia Minor eastward, to Naharain, the Turaval, and Mesopotamia, but the date is disputed. The excavations of the late Mr. George Smith yielded no iron articles older than B. Roman 100,800. Mr. Day remarks that, whilst Mesopotamia has not up to the present time produced any solid evidence in the form of material iron relics belonging to the oldest monarchies, nevertheless the monuments of those earliest times are numerous, and they yield abundance of testimony to the acquaintance of the contemporary people with iron in later ages. He alludes to the rings and bangles of iron in the British Museum, which were possibly chain links, and particularly to the armbows of a shield, as the most exquisite piece of their hammered ironwork. He has met with, he doubts if it can in some respects be surpassed by the productions of today. The cuneiforms speak of iron fetters, and the people of the great Interamnian plain knew the art of casting bronze over iron, only lately introduced into our metallurgy. Iron in Assyria. According to Mr. G. Smith, there is no pure Assyrian word for iron. Its cuneiform symbol is, but the phonetic value or pronunciation has not yet been determined. It must have been in use 2000 B. Roman 100, and it is found in inscriptions of all ages. The word is supposed to belong to the ancient Turanian or Proto-Babylonian race, Akkadian or Sumerian, that held the river plains, and it has been grafted into the more recent Assyrian language. In the inscriptions each god has his sign, and the symbol above given accompanies as his attribute one of the deities of war and hunting. Thus, it is a parallel to that found in the cartouche of the Egyptian Iron King. Canon Rawlinson, on the other hand, assigns to the symbol the phonetic value of Hurod, which thus became the Chaldean equivalent for iron in concert with his distinguished brother. He came to the conclusion there are 2 signs for metals in Assyria, with respect to which there is a doubt which is iron, and which is brass or bronze rather. R. and Sir Henry Rawlinson on the whole inclines to regard the first as bronze, and the second 105 as iron, although the former is nowhere rendered phonetically. The latter is rendered in a syllabary as equivalent to Hurod in Akkadian, and Eru in Assyrian. Mr. George Smith reverses the meanings of the 2 signs. The point is a very doubtful one. After the decay of the Proto-Babylonian or Chaldean Empire B. Roman 1,001,500, when the seat of Interamnian rule moved to the Tigris-Euphrates basin, and the 3 Assyrian periods flourished B. Roman 100,555,358 iron was largely used. It was produced according to Layard Locksit in the Tiari Mountains, and it is still found in quantities on the slopes 3 or 4 days' journey from Mosul. The northwestern palace of Nimrud Kala showed amongst the rubbish heaps much rusty iron, and a perfect helmet-like that represented in the bas-reliefs. There were swords and daggers, shields and shield handles, rods, and the points of spears and arrows which fell to pieces on exposure. Amongst the few specimens preserved were the head of a trident-like weapon, some sword handles, a large blunt spearpole, the point of a pick, several objects resembling the heads of sledgehammers, and a double-handed saw of iron or steel about 3 feet 8 inches long by 4 inches and 5/8 broad for cross-cutting timber. The British Museum owns a fine collection of Assyrian sheet or plate ironwork pieces of unfinished forgings, a rude triangular lump through which a round hole has been driven by a heated punch, several cylindrical bars, straight and curved wall cramps, nails, and door hinges are ladle rings of sizes 1 being 3 inches in diameter, a signet ring containing a silver bezel or seal, and lastly a portion of what seems to have been a double-sided comb. In much later days, the Assyrians of Xerxes' army carried, according to Herodotus, shields, spears, daggers, and wooden clubs spiked with iron. The Greeks learned their metallurgy, as they did all their arts, from Egypt, and following in the footsteps of the Phoenicians, diffused them throughout the Western world in Theseus' time. According to Wilkinson, that is B. Roman 100 iron is conjectured not to have been known, as he was found buried with a brass, copper, bronze sword and spear. They did not use iron weapons and probably had no iron during their first foreign campaign, the Trojan War. The Parian Arundelian Chronicle, dating its notices from Cecrops B. Roman 100, and the Rhodian myths refer to a conflagration in the Cretan mountains, which taught 106 metallurgy to the Idan Dactyls 359. This would, however, be a comparatively late date, when we regard Egypt. With respect to the metal in the Hisarlik remains, Dr. Schliemann remarks Roman 1, the only objects of iron which I found were a key of curious shape, and a few arrows and nails close to the surface. It is no proof that it was used, because Homer some centuries afterwards spoke of the cyanus steel, tempered word which even in antiquity was translated by Chalib steel. The explorer remarks articles of steel may have existed. I believe positively that they did exist, but they have vanished without leaving a trace of their existence, for, as we know, iron and steel become decomposed much more readily than copper. Yet so contradictory is the whole book, and so uncertain are its conclusions, we find no 4 drillings of one of the Trojan sling bullets externally covered with verdigris, and internally the colour of iron, while the assay shows that it consisted chiefly of copper and sulphur. Among the contemporary finds of Myson, which not a few authorities have pronounced to be Byzantine, and another observer Celtic, Dr. Schliemann, met with iron in the shape of knives and keys, but he holds these articles to be of comparatively late date, not older than the 5th century B. Roman 100,363. At that time, iron must have been general throughout Greece in the 4th century. Aristotle Meteorologica treats at length upon iron and its modifications. One passage runs, wrought iron may be so cast as to be made liquid, and to reharden, and thus it is they are wont to make steel, for the scoria of iron subsides, and is purged off by the bottom, and when it is often defecated and cleansed, this is steel. But this they do not often, because of the great waste, and because it loses much weight in refining. But iron is so much the more excellent the more recriment it has. Daimachus, Aristotle's contemporary, says of steels, there is the Chalybdic, the Sinopic, the Lydian, and the Lacedaemonian. The Chalybdic is best for carpenter's tools, the Lacedaemonian for files, drills, gravers, and stone chisels. The Lydian also is suited for files, and for knives, razors, and rasps. Avicenna, Abu Ali Sina, in his 5th book De Anima, according to Roger Bacon, has 3 species of the metal: 1 iron, good for hammers and anvils, but not for cutting tools; 2 steel, which is purer and has more heat; 107 in it is therefore less malleable, but better able to take an edge; and 3 andina, ductile and malleable under a low degree of heat, and intermediate between iron and steel. Apparently, the latter is the Hindia or Hindiene, the Ferrum Indicum, and the Andanique of Marco Polo. Roman 1. Roman iron. The Romans, a more cosmopolitan people than the Greeks, paid great attention to the mineral wealth of their conquests, and were careful to choose the best Achaes for their weapons. Diodorus Siculus describes the process by which the Celtiberians prepared their iron for swords. Pliny, who was procurator of Spain under Vespasian, may have studied iron mining and ore working in the country which still produces the Toledo blade. He characterizes the metal generally as being universally used and occurring in every part of the world, especially in Ilva, now Elba, where there are mines of oligist specular iron or iron glance. His process of steelmaking is that of the Greeks: fornacum maxima differentia est in is equidem nucleus ferri, the or worked iron of Aristotle excoquitur, ad indurandum aliter alioc modo, ad densandus incudis maliorum rostra. Roman 34. Hence, it appears that the Romans had one way to make steel, and another to harden and temper tools, picks and anvils. Possibly, says Dr. Martin Lister, the latter were boiled in sometal, as the term denser seems to suggest. Roman mining operations were often conducted on a large scale. The Forest of Dean and the Wealds of Kent and Sussex, not to mention other parts of England, show heaps of old slag, containing classical pottery and coins of Nero, Vespasian, and Diocletian. They obtained the regulus by the direct process, and used charcoal in rude Catalan furnaces. The work was imperfect, and the scori contain a large percentage of metal. Ancient adits and shafts in Shropshire and elsewhere have preserved the rude implements with which they made the natives' labor in Corvi. The hillsides of Carthage on the seaboard of Murcia, southeastern Spain, had been explored for lead and silver by the earliest Carthaginian colonists, and the industry was at its height when Nova Carthago under Roman rule became B. Roman 100, a flourishing municipium, the center of a large population at this time. As many as 40,000 hands were regularly employed in our 7th century. The Arab invasion ruined the mines not only of this district, but of every province occupied by the Moors. About the mid-15th century, a revival was attempted, but this was checked at the beginning of the 16th, when the mines of Spanish America were opened. The Emperor 108 Charles Roman V also would not see the soil of his European dominions disturbed by digging. The miners emigrated in mass and New Carthage was forgotten, till within the last half-century. According to Roman 1000 Alfred Massart, the ancient masses of plumbiferous scory were large enough to pay for reworking a superficial area of 8 square leagues, yielded some 800,000 tons of iron ore, of which 2/3 were ferromanganese, and 20,000 to 25,000 tons of lead, containing 30,000 kilograms of silver. As regards the use of iron for many purposes by the ancient Britons before the Roman conquest, we may, fairly without attaching importance to the legend of Milesius, believe that the industry may also have migrated northwards from a Spanish centre. Hence, Mr. Hutton, the local historian of Birmingham, believes that sword blades were made there before the landing of Julius Caesar. Iron in India. From Assyria, the use of iron would extend through Persia to India to Indochina, and to China and Japan. Professor Max Muller, as Mr. Day justly observes, differs with himself when he states in one place that iron was not known previously to the breaking up of the Aryan family, and in another passage where we are told before the separation of the Aryan race, there can be no doubt that iron was known, and its value appreciated here. Evidently, the Sanskritist had changed his first opinion, because he had noticed that ayers may also mean copper or bronze. The Rig Veda mentions mailcoats, hatchets, and weapons of iron, but so far from assigning to this work the age of B. Roman 100, we may fairly hold that its present shape was assumed in the early centuries following Christianity. We have trustworthy notices of the metal in India only at the beginning of authentic history, when the acumen of the Greeks was applied to the gross absurdities of Hindu fable. The Mali and Oxidrak presented to Alexander 100 talents weight of Indian steel ferrum candidum in wrought bars, just as Homer's Achilles Roman 49 Roman 23, nearly 1,000 years before, offered at the funeral games of Patroclus a rudely-molten mass of iron self-melted, which had been used for hurling at the foe by Aetion, and which would supply the farm with metal for 5 years. The bright iron of Ezekiel, named amongst the wares of Tyre Roman 27, with cassia and calamus, was probably the same material the Periplus mentions sideros indicos, and 109 stomoma steel as imports to the Abyssinian harbours. Daimachus and Pliny specify, amongst the dearest kinds of steel, the ferrum indicum, and the ferrum sericum, and Salmasius refers to a Greek chemical treatise on the tempering of Indian steel. The great ironworking age of India seems to have been in the 4th and 5th centuries of our era, when the blacksmiths must have been skillful, and commanded an unlimited supply of the best metal. The lat or iron pillar of Delhi, to mention no other, is a solid shaft, showing that the people were unable to make a core. This simple piece of wrought metal, calculated to weigh 17 tons, and to contain 80 cubic feet of metal, measures in diameter 164 inches, tapering to 1205. The height above ground is 22 feet, and excavations of 26 feet did not reach the base. The known length, therefore, is upwards of 48 feet. The sundry inscriptions punched upon it are of very various dates. Prinsep assigns our 3rd or 4th century to the Nagari character, in which Rajadava thus renowned it: by him who, learning the warlike preparations and entrenchments of his enemies with their good soldiers and allies, a monument of fame engraved by his sword on their limbs, who as master of the 7 advantages crossing over the Indus, so subdued the Valakas of Sindhu N.B., they can hardly be the people of bulk that even at this day, his disciplined force and defences on the south of the river are sacredly respected by them. Roman 100 metallurgists dispute as to the way in which this huge iron rod was wrought. One writer, however, seems to have hit upon the solution of the problem. The column may have been forged standing by welding on one over another thin iron plates or dyers, the fire being built round the column as it grew, and the ground raised in a mound to keep the top of the column on a level with the workplace. Pyramid building has been explained in the same way. A causeway But the lat is not the only marvel of Hindu metallurgy. Mr. James Fergusson found in the Temple of Kanaruk, or Black Pagoda of the Madras Presidency, beams of wrought iron, about 21 feet in length and 8 inches section, to strengthen the roof which the Hindus in their distrust of the arch formed after their usual bracket fashion in the fane of Mahabalipur. He discovered sockets for similar supports. He assigns to the Black Pagoda a date between A. Roman 500 and 1241, and to Mahabalipur any time between our 10th and 14th centuries. Colonel Pierce presented to the trustees of the 110 British Museum a unique collection of archaic tools, iron and steel gouges, spattle ladles, and similar articles dug out of tumuli at Weri Gaon near Campti, but there are no grounds whatever for dating them about B. Roman 100 or the time of Moses. Woots. The ferrum indicum of the classics may still be represented by the famous woots, or wats, the natural Indian, steel still so much prized for sword blades in Persia and Afghanistan. The specimens first sent in 1795 to the Royal Society of London were analysed by Mr. Josiah Roman 1000 Heath, with the results given below. Colonel Yule remarks that the woots was in part at least the famous Indian steel, the of the Periplus, the Hunjuwani of the medieval Persian traders, the Andanicum or Andanique of Marco Polo, and the Alkind of the Old Spanish. In the 16th century, the exportation was chiefly from Baticala in Canara. The King of Portugal complains in A. Roman 500 of the large quantities shipped from Chol to be sold in the Red Sea to the Turks, and on the African coast about Melind, and I would note that this industry by no means argues civilization in India or elsewhere, as Dr. Percy remarks the primitive method of extracting good malleable iron direct from the ore which is still practiced in India, and in Africa requires a degree of skill very inferior to that which is implied in the manufacture of bronze. The system of wootsmaking, especially at Salem, and in parts of Mysore, has 111 been described by many writers. About a pound weight of malleable iron made from magnetic ore is placed minutely broken and moistened in a crucible of refractory clay together with finely chopped pieces of wood cassia auriculata. It is packed without flux. The open parts are then covered with the green leaves of the Asclepias gigantea, or the Convolvulus lanifolius, and the tops are coated over with wet clay, which is sundried to hardness. Charcoal will not do as a substitute for the green twigs. Some 24 of these cupels or crucibles are disposed archways at the bottom of a furnace, whose blast is managed with bellows of bullocks' hide. The fuel is composed mostly of charcoal and of sundried bratties or cowchips. After 2 or 3 hours smelting, the cooled crucibles are broken up, when the regulus appears in the shape and size of half an egg. According to Tavernier, the best buttons from about Golconda were as large as a halfpenny roll, and sufficed to make 2 sword blades. These cups are converted into bars by exposure for several hours to a charcoal fire, not hot enough to melt them. They are then turned over before the blast, and thus the too highly carburized steel is oxidized. According to Professor Oldham, woots is also worked in the Damuda Valley at Birbhum, Ducha, Narayanpur, Damra and Gounpur. In 1852, some 30 furnaces at Ducha reduced the ore to katcha, or pitcher, and small blooms from Catalan forges. As many more converted it to paca, crude steel prepared in furnaces of different kind. The work was done by different castes. The Hindis Moslems laboured at the rude metal, and the Hindus preferred the refining work. I have read that anciently a large quantity of woots found its way westward via Peshawar. When last visiting April 19, 1876, the Mahabaleshwar Hills near Bombay, I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Joyner Roman 100E, and with his assistance made personal inquiries into the process. The whole of the Sahyadri Range, Western Ghats, and especially the great Mitoff Shiva Mountains, had for many ages supplied Persia with the best steel. Our government since 1866 forbade the industry as it threatened the highlands with disforesting. The ore was worked by the hill tribes, of whom the principal are the Danwars Dravidians, now speaking Hindustani. Only the brickwork of their many raised furnaces remained for fuel. 112. They preferred the jumblewood and the anjan or ironwood. They packed the iron and 14 pounds of charcoal in layers, and after 2 hours of bellows working, the metal flowed into the forms. The Ker's bloom, 5 inches in diameter by 2.5 deep, was then beaten into tawas or plates. The matrix resembled the Brazilian, a poor yellow-brown limonite, striping the mud-coloured clay, and actual testing disproved the common idea that the watering of the surface is found in the metal. The Johar jewel, or ribboning of the so-called Damascus blade, was produced artificially mostly by drawing out the steel into thin ribbons, which were piled and welded by the hammer. My friend afterwards sent me from India an inkstand of Mahabaleshwar I could not learn from Hindus that they bury iron in the earth till the core is reached, but they are well acquainted with tempering by cold immersion, as noticed by Salmasius Exercit Plin 763, they still believe with Pliny Justin, and a host of others in a sword the icebrook's temper, and all hold that the hardening of metal depends much upon the quality of the water they quench delicate articles in oil, a method also alluded to by Pliny, but they ignore his statement Roman 28, that rust produced by goat's blood gives a better edge to iron than the file. I am not aware that they have ever used for quenching purposes quicksilver, the best conductor of heat. In Burma as in India, the chief peculiarity of iron smelting is the use of greenwood fuel. Throughout the mighty Hollander archipelago of the farther east, this metal, known, in former days, only by importation, is now everywhere common. Java received the Egyptian arts from India, which colonized her about the beginning of the Christian era. The now untravelled Hindu was then a voyager, and an explorer. Dr. Percy describes the iron smelting of Borneo, which produces the parangilang, a peculiar sword-like weapon, equally fit for felling trees and men. At Tahiti. Otaheite, on the other hand, Captain Cook was unable to make the natives appreciate the use of metal, till his armourer wrought an iron adze in shape like the native. Iron in China. The oldest and indeed the only Chinese word for iron is Tai, formerly pronounced tit. It is first mentioned among the tribute articles of Yu in the Yukong section of the Shu King, and the latter has been estimated to date from B. Roman 1,000,000. If this be fact, hieroglyphic table writing flourished amongst the back some 500 years before the age popularly attributed to the Hebrew scriptures, and when the Greeks had not begun to form a nation 113, either then, the sinologues like the Sanskritists have been deluded by the artful native into admitting the preposterous claims to antiquity of culture, always advanced by semi-barbarous peoples, or what is hardly likely China formed a center of Turanian civilization, wholly independent of Egypt and Chaldea. Indeed, there appears to have been some contact of ideas in the matter of writing. The Chemite denoted man, and I by copying nature, and probably the Chinese did the same, but the Turanian symbols have lost by the law of pictorial evanescence. The original form's man has become Jin no 93-94, a pair of legs, and Ima no 109 looks as if copied from a cat. The pictory origin of the Assyrian syllabary has also been satisfactorily established by the Rev. W. Houghton, but the later forms are as degraded as in the hieratic and Demotic Egyptian. The passage above alluded to enumerates the articles of tribute, as musical gemstones, iron, silver, steel, stones for arrowheads, and sounding stones, with the skins of bears, great bears, foxes, jackals, and articles woven with their hair. Dr. Legge adds in a note by Tai, we are to understand soft iron and by low or low-hard iron or steel. At the time of the Han Dynasty, ironmasters were appointed in the several districts of the old Lingchu to superintend the ironworks. C refers to two individuals mentioned in the historical records, one of the surname Cho and the other of the surname Qing, both of this part of the empire, who became so wealthy by their smelting that they were deemed equal to princes, according to the Rev. Dr. Edkins. With the exception of this passage, there is probably no distinct allusion to iron in writings older than B. Roman 100. And his statement seems to establish the date of Chinese technology and civilization. About B. Roman 100, the celebrated author and philosopher Lei Tze mentions steel, and describes the process of tempering it in the Kanghit session, better known as Kanghai's Dictionary, published about A. Roman 500. The author represents the Saracen contemporary of Aristotle as saying that a red blade will cut, who jade or nephrite as it would cut mud. Mr. Day makes this to mean a reddish-colored blade, red being one of the many tints which a clean surface of steel acquires in the process of tempering. It certainly cannot refer to red-hot 114 steel, which would make no impression upon Pietra Dura. The description of steelmaking in B. Roman 100 is so far complete that it names and describes the several kinds. The first treatment produces tuan kang or bol steel, so called from the rounded bloom, or quan kang sprinkled steel, because treated with cold diffusion. There is also wei tai or false steel. The writer says, when I was sent on official business to Tsichao and visited the foundries there, I understood this for the first time. Iron has steel within it, as meal contains vermicelli. Let it be subjected to fire 100 times or more, it becomes lighter each time if the firing be continued, until the weight does not diminish. It is pure steel. About the beginning of the Christian era, a tax was levied upon iron by the state exchequer, showing that the manufacture had become important. According to the Piton or pencil talk written probably under the Ming dynasty. A Roman 5,001,644 steel is thus made. Wrought iron is bent or twisted up. Unwrought iron Roman 1e iron ore or cast iron is thrown into it. It is covered up with mud and subjected to the action of fire and afterwards to the hammer. This is the old and well-known process of steeling practiced by the Greeks. Wrought iron was either immersed into molten cast iron, as into a bath, or it was heated with iron ore and layers of charcoal fuel covered with alternate strata of clay to exclude atmospheric influence, a treatment somewhat similar to what is still called cementation. The ore was thus deoxidized by contact with excess of carbon, and a molten carburet was the result. It is not a little curious, as Mr. Day observes, to find Aristotle and Li Tze describing the same process about the same time, but I hesitate to conclude with that able writer that the fact has any bearing upon the old doctrine of the original unity of the human race, each section of mankind carrying off with them that common stock of knowledge which the entire family possessed before separation. Mr. Day, I have said systematically, opposes the high antiquity theory p. 208, and though he holds to revelation and to biblical chronology, he has a curious tendency towards the mystical etymology of the Jacob Bryant school, and the obsolete phallic theories revived by the learned and able work of the late Dr. Inman. The Pent Sayao, also attributed to the days of the Mings, speaks of 3 kinds of steel, used for knives and swords, a division which again reminds us of Daimachus. The first is made by adding unwrought to wrought iron, while the mass is subjected to the action of fire. The second is simply the result of repeated firings as practiced in Africa. The third is native steel produced in the southwest. At Haitian in appearance it resembles the stone called Tsheshihiang purple stone efflorescence. It is understood that the process of manufacture is kept secret. The Hankow steel, which comes to Tientsin from the upper Yangtze, is most prized, and commands much higher prices than the best imported English and Swedish. The Chinese, like the Kaffirs, look upon these as rotten iron. China also had her literary blacksmith, like Wieland Smith, the northern Daedalus. We read that Hongtati of Tanchu, who lived under the Sung, followed the craft of an ironsmith. Whenever he was at his work, he used to call without intermission on the name of Amita Buddha. One day, he handed to his neighbors the following verses of his own composing to be spread about. Ding dong, the hammer strokes fall long and fast, until the iron turns to steel at last. Now shall the long, long day of rest begin. The land of bliss eternal calls me. Thereupon he died, but his verses spread all over Honan, and many learned to call upon Buddha. The oldest Chinese ironworks were at Shanxi and Chilili in the Ho districts, where there are inexhaustible deposits of ore and coal, and where the metal is worked to the present day. In 1875, Commissioner Liheng Chang, raised from the Government General of Chilili to be minister of the young king, sent Mr. James Henderson to England with orders to bring out the most modern appliances and apparatus for metalworking. It was proposed to build the new works at Tishi Chao, a town 200 miles southwest of Tientsin, the headquarters of the Governor-General. Mr. Henderson had visited 1874 the establishment near Yangqing Shanxi, which had before been described by Baron von Richthofen, and Dr. Williamson. The iron ore bought at Pingding Chao was found at the Royal School of Mines, London, to contain 50% of iron loose H-matite with little or no sulfur. Roman 1000 Severs, an engineer of mines long resident in Japan, studied ironworking in the province of Akuno. He found the people using an imperfect Catalan 116 method, but able to treat at once 16,000 kilograms of ore, and to produce blooms weighing 1,300 kilograms. These huge rods were broken up under a hammer constructed in the style of a pile-driving ram, to which motion was given by a walking wheel, 115 meters in diameter, mounted by men. The description does not promise much, but Japan, though holding to her ancient methods in districts unknown to Europeans, produces iron cheaper than the English of her marvelous swords. I shall treat in part Roman II. The people of Madagascar worked iron, but their name of the metal is Malayan, hence Mr. Crawford traced the art back to Malacca, yet the Malay did not extend it far eastwards. According to Mr. E. B. Tyler, in New Zealand, where there is good iron ore, there was no knowledge of iron previously to the arrival of Europeans passing over to the American continent. We find an immense industry of copper, but so little iron that till late years the indigenes were supposed not to have worked it. Unca mines, however, have been discovered near Lake Titicaca, while excavations in the tumuli of the mysterious mound builders, who may have attempted to reproduce the Egyptian pyramid, yielded axes described to be of H-matite iron ore, one of the easiest metals to smelt. and for that reason probably one of the first worked Mr. Day, who figures one of these tool weapons with the hammer marks P218, supposes it to have been metallic iron, pronouncing H-matite, extremely brittle and absolutely unforgeable. He quotes Mr. Charles Roman 100 Abbott, who procured other specimens of aboriginal manufacture from the mounds. One hatchet was 4.5 inches long by 2 broad, and nearly uniform in thickness 3/16 of an inch. It had a well-defined edge, which from its slightly wavy outline and varied breadth appeared to be hammered, not ground, according to Major Hotchkiss, who owned 2 other similar specimens. A series of 4 was found under an uprooted tree on an Indian trail in West Virginia. Fragments of unworked H-matite, small and irregular, were used instead of flint for arrowheads. Mr. Abbott also notices a curious form of relic known as a plummet occasionally occurring, and made of iron ore. One specimen is made of iron ore ground down until it is almost as smooth as glass, as such plummets are found in the western mounds as well as on the surface of the ground throughout the Atlantic coast states, and are always polished. It seems fair to presume that a cutting instrument of such hard material would undoubtedly be polished and ground if at the time of its manufacture grinding was known, or 117, practiced among the Aborigines in fashioning their various weapons and instruments. Iron in Africa. But if the savages and barbarians of Oceania and the New World rarely worked iron, the contrary was the case with the equally uncivilized African races Negroid and Negro, who however had the advantage of dwelling within importing and imitating distance of Egypt. I have elsewhere noticed the excellent assegai blades of the Bantu Kaffirs, nor is this art confined to the southern regions. Dr. Percy justly makes wrought iron the original form which we see retained in the obscurer parts of Asia and Africa. The people always worked by the direct process, the oldest style, which however is not wholly extinct in Europe. The art quasi-stationary among wild men, treats small quantities at a time. The voracious ironworks of which Evelyn first speaks are beyond its wants. Moreover, it can utilize only rich ores, unlike the indirect process of producing cast iron. By the blast furnace, when the ore is nearly pure, a small addition of carbon would convert it into steel, and the latter is so easily made that the wild hill peoples of Africa and India produce, and have produced from time immemorial, an excellent article. In the most primitive way, the proportion of charcoal is considerably increased, and the blast is applied more slowly than when wrought iron is required. The only apparatus wanted for the manufacture is a small clay furnace 4 feet high by 1 to 2 broad, like that used by the South Africans' charcoal for fuel, and a skin with a pipe or twires of refractory clay for the blast. For the anvil, a stone slab suffices, and for the hammer a cube of stone with sides grooved for fibre cords. The Dark Continent is emphatically an ironland, and all explorers have noticed its abundance of ore. Mungo Park mentions the surface ironstone of dull red tint, with greyish spots used by his Mandingo's Bath, confirms his assertion by describing magnetic metal about Keuka of the Mandingas. And at Ginninau in the Kelowi or Tawer country, Durham and Clapperton, when near Murzuk, found kidney-shaped lumps upon the surface, and about Bilma 118, capital of the Tibus, nodules of iron ore, puddinged in the red sandstone scud. This have been laterite or volcanic mud. It was the only metal seen in the hills of Mandara, but the Bornus prefer to import their supply from the neighbouring Sudan. Mr. Warren Edwards, who had temporary charge of a Niger expedition, observed the natives supporting their cooking pots over the fire with fragments of surface ironstone, and it often struck him, as it does most men, that by some such means the smelting process suggested itself. The metal is abundant in the Gaboon country, where the Mpangwe or Fans, the western outliers of the great race mostly cannibal holding the heart of Africa, are able workers. They have a kind of fleamoney small iron bars shaped somewhat like a large lancet. I-119 came upon the metal everywhere in Unyamwezi, the mountains of the moon, and to this universal presence of ironstone, not to damp and heat, the Portuguese attribute the marvellous displays of electricity throughout Central Africa. A whole night will pass during which the thunder is never silent, and the lightning enables one to read small print like an electric light. Captain Grant, in his walk across Africa, tells us that the people pick up walnut-sized nuggets of iron covered with dusty rust, and in a short time produce a spearhead that glistens like steel. My fellow traveller to the Gold Coast, Captain Cameron, when crossing Africa in most places found iron and iron smelting in Cordofan. Mr. Petherick saw a rich surface oxide containing from 55 to 60% of pure metal livingstone, remarked iron in the eastern regions of Angola, and traced it up the Zambezi line from east to west. Mr. Roman 100 T. Anderson describes it as occurring in large quantities either of ironstone or pure in a crystallized state. Finally, good old Colburn mentions large iron flakes on the surface near the cape. Fig 104 iron smelting furnace amongst the Mariv people. But as Colonel A. Lane Fox remarks, simple heating is not sufficient for working iron. A continuous air blast is required to keep the temperature at a certain height. It is interesting to see the means adopted by barbarians for procuring this necessary. And having carefully studied it in various parts of Africa, I devote to it the remainder of this chapter, as Pliny repeats from Aristotle, Libya always produces something new. According to Strabo, Anacharsis, the Scythian who flourished in the days of Solon B. Roman 100, invented not only the anchor and the potter's wheel, but also the bellows in Egypt. However, we find that these discoveries were already 1,000 years old at least. The earliest appearance of the latter is the forge and bellows in Egyptian hatti depicted on the walls of a tomb in the days of Thutmose Roman 3, about B. Roman 100. The workman stands on 2 bags of skin such as are still used to hold water, alternately weighing upon one and upon the other. He inflates them in turns by pulling up a cord which opens a valve, and then he closes the hole with his heel. The bellows have twires, and the illustrations show a crucible and a heap of ore, while the material of the hatti is indicated by its determinative, a hide, with a tail. This rude contrivance was adopted by the Greeks and Romans, hence the Taurini falls of Plautus and Virgil's. Alii ventosis fallibus auras. Accipiunt reduntquin Roman 8. The windbag would be made of oxhide of goat skin, or of the spoils of smaller animals, according to the volume of draught required, and thus also would originate the bagpipe, an instrument common to almost all original peoples. But in the Dark Continent we find still in use an older form than that known to Thutmose, and the earliest of the 4 several varieties. The late Mr. Petherick describes this rude contrivance in Kordofan. The blast is supplied by skin bags worked by hand. These bags are made of skins, which are flayed by 2 incisions from the tail down to the hocks. The skin being drawn over the body is cut off at the neck, which makes the mouth of the bag after tanning. The hind legs are cut off, and each side of the skin sewn on to a straight piece of stick. Loops are placed on the outside for the fingers of the operator to pass through. It can be opened and closed at pleasure. The neck is secured to a tube of baked clay, and 4 men or boys seated round the cupola, each with a bellows of this primitive description, produce a blast by opening the bags when drawing them towards them, and closing them quickly push them forward, by which means the compressed bags discharge the air through the tubes into the furnace. Quick alternate movements of the arms of the operator, producing a blast, which throws out a flame about a foot high from the top of the furnace, and the slag with the metal is allowed to collect in a hole beneath it. Kazalis similarly describes the Basudo bellows and Mungo Park. That of Mandengaland Brown saw it in Darfur and Clapperton in Keuka, and in the highlands of Mandara, where the anvil was a coarse bloom of iron, and the hammers 2 lumps weighing about 2 pounds each. This is the bellows of Kathiawad, and of Kolapa in the Deccan, where Captain Graham notices that the mews or tubes for the blast are clay mixed with burnt and powdered flint. Mr. E. B. Tyler found it used by a travelling tinker at Peastum. The second and improved variety of African bellows was described by myself during a visit to Yoruban Abeokuta. It deserves attention because it is a notable step in progress leading to a further development. The troughs are a rudimentary cylinder, and the handles form an incipient piston. The 2 bags of goatskin are made fast in a frame cut out of a single piece of wood. The upper part of each phallus has by way of handle a stick 2 feet long, so that it can be worked by 1 man, either standing or sitting. The handles are raised alternately by the blower, so that when one receives the air the other ejects it. The form is like that used on the Gold Coast, and there is a perpendicular screen of dried clay, through which the nozzle of the bellows passes, supplying a regular blast. Evidently in this stage of the bellows, the lower halves of the leather bags are useless. The result would be the same if only the upper part of the wooden 121 troughs were covered with skin airtight, but loose enough to make play. This third step has been taken by the Jur tribes of the Upper Nile in north latitude 20, and it is thus described by Mr. Petherick. The blast pipes are made as usual of burnt clay and are attached to earthen vessels about 18 inches in diameter and 6 inches in height, covered with a loose dressed goatskin tied tightly round them, and perforated with a few holes in the center of which is a loop to contain the fingers of the operator. A lad sitting between 2 of these vessels, by a rapid alternate vertical motion, drives a continuous current of air into the furnace. The bellows in Africa. Fig 105 Portable African bellows. This brings us to the fourth and last stage of African blast improvement, Fig. 105. Here the rudely hewn wooden tube becomes a double-barreled forcing pump. The two air vessels with their loose skin coverings are attached to each base of the two central pipes that join into one. Such is the shape used in Madagascar, the cylinders being of bamboo 5 feet long by 2 inches in diameter, and the piston a stick ending in a bunch of feathers. The bellows described by Dampier in Mindanao and elsewhere in the Malay archipelago is evidently borrowed from the Madagascar type, and into Borneo, Siam and New Guinea. A hollowed trunk takes the place of the bamboos. The sculptures in the Suku Temple of Java, attributed to the 15th century, represent smiths making creases, the bellows being worked by another man who holds a piston upright in each hand. Colonel A. Lane Fox is of opinion that the sculptures possibly point to a Hindu origin for this particular contrivance. I agree with him, but I would also trace the Asiatic article back to its old home in Africa, Egypt. The nature of fuel was determined by the supply of the country. That of Egypt probably consisted of cattle chips, a material still used by the fellahs. A later allusion to this article is found in the legend of Wieland Smith. He mixes iron filings with the meal eaten by his geese, carefully collects the droppings, and out of them forges a blade, which cuts a wolflock or cleaves a man to the belt, without turning edge. I conclude this chapter with the following table, printed by Mr. Day at the end of his High Antiquity of Iron and Steel. It gives at one view the languages, the characters, the phonetic values, the English equivalents, and the oldest known dates of the metals, to which he refers. I differ from him in sundry points, and these I have taken the liberty to point out in italics. General table of terms. Language characters, phonetic value, English equivalent, oldest known date of name, family. Egyptian hieroglyphs. Hamitic with Semitic infusion. Earth metal. To B Roman 100 B Roman 100. Ironed. Iron earths. Buoyant. Ironed. Bet. Ironed. Akkadian. Semitic. Hurud. Ironed. Oldest monuments at least 2000 B Roman 100 B Roman 100. Assyrian. Erudite. Ironed. Hebrew. Engasha. Steel. From B Roman 100 downwards. Barzel. Ironed. Barzel Yashath. Bright irons. Barzel Mutzek. Cast iron. Chinese. Sporadic or Alaphilian Turanian. Low. Steel. B Roman 100. Thai pronounced tit. Ironed. Kin. Metal. Iron masters. Sanskrit. Aryans. Are iron oldest Sanskrit, probably B Roman 100 B Roman 100. Ayers. Ironed. Greek. Calyps. Steel. Homeric. Age. Sideros. Ironed. Cyanos. Blue metal prob tempered steel. Adamas. Steel. Hesiod. Chapter Romans 7. The sword, what is it? Having now reached the early Iron Age, which ends prehistoric annals, it is advisable to answer the question, what is a sword? The word, a word which, strange to say, has no equivalent in Frenchise, the Scandinavian svard issel, svr the Danish svrd, the Anglo-Saxon sword, and sword the Old German svert, now schwert, and the Old English and Scotch, sword the westward drift of the Egyptian sf sefi safe sfet, and imsetf, gave Europe its generic term for the weapon. The poetical is brand or brand from its brightness, or burning. Another name is lawfy. Laugh or glaive derived through French from the Latin gladius of especial modern forms. There are the espadon, the flamberg or flamberge, the staccato, and the brachymart, the rapier, and the claymore, the skein, and tuck the small sword and the fencing foil beside other varieties which will occur in the course of the following pages. Sword includes saber, which may also derive from the Egyptian through the Assyrian sibaru and Akkadian sibir, also written sapar saber, is the Arabic safe, with the Scandinavian terminative safer menage, would derive saber from the Armoric sabrin litter, has the Spanish sable, the Italian sayabola sayabla, and in Venice sabala from the German sable or sable, which again identifies with other languages, as the Serb sablja, and the Hungarian shablier, the chief modern varieties of. The curved blade are the broadsword, the backsword, the hanger, and the cutlass, the scimitar, and dusak, the yataghan, and the flissa. These several modifications will be considered in the order of their invention. Lastly, the Egyptian esfet originated through Celtic, the word sparta, or spatha spatarius, a swordsman conserved to the present day, in the Neo-Latin names of the straight-foining weapon espada, espe, sp, epi. Physically considered, the sword is a metal blade intended for cutting, thrusting, or cuten thrust fil et point. It is usually but not always composed of 124 parts. The first and principal is the blade proper, la lame la lama di clinge. Its cutting surface is called the edge, la fil il philo di sharf, and its thrusting end is the point la punta di spitzi, or der ort, the latter mostly opposed to the mund or sheathmouth. The second part, which adapts the weapon for readier use, is the hilt, hilts, or heft, la manche la manica di hils, or des heft, whose several sections form a complicated and a prodigiously varied whole. The grip is the outer case of the tang, alias the tongue, la soy la spina, or il codolo, der stos di angel di griffsunge, or der dorn, the thin spike which projects from the shoulders or thickening of the blade, la talon, or lepelment, il talon der ansatz, or die schulter at the end, opposed to the point. Sometimes there are two short teeth or projections from the angles of the shoulders, and these are called the ears in English, in German, and in the Neo-Latin tongues. The tang, which is of many shapes, long and short, straight-lined or curvilinear plane, or pierced for attachment ends in the pommel, or little apple, la pomo il pomelo der knopf or knopf, into which it should be made fast by rivets or screws. The object of this globe, lozenge or oval of metal, is to counterpoise the weight of the blade, to prop the ferient of the hand, and to allow of artistic ornamentation the grip of wood, bone, horn, ivory, metal, valuable stones, and other materials covered with skin, cloth, and various substances whipped round with cord or wire, is protected at the end, abutting upon the chape or guard, proper la garde, la guardia di peristangen di lest, or di stitchbladder, by the hilt piece, which also greatly varies. It may, however, be reduced to two chief types, the guard against the thrust, and the guard against the cut. The former was originally a plate of metal, flat or curved, circular or oval, affixed to the bottom of the hilt, dividing the shoulders from the tang. In fact, it was a shield in miniature, la coque, la coxia de stitchblatt. We still use the term baskethilt, and apply shell, la coque, la coxia der corb, or die shale, to the semicircular hilt guards, mostly of worked, chased, embossed, or pierced steel, which appear to perfection. In the Spanish and Italian rapiers of the 16th century, this hilt plate has dwindled in the French fencing foil to a lunette, a double oval of bars, shaped like a pair of spectacles in the Italian foil, which preserves the plate, the section of the blade between that and the grip is called 125, the ricasso, or the parallel bar, is the vet traversil BB, and the two are connected by the archetti di unione joining bows CC. Fig 106, the Italian foil. The guard against the cut is technically called the crossguard, les quillons la vet di stitchbladder. This section is composed of one or more bars projecting from the hilt between tang and blade, and receiving the edge of the adversary's weapon. Should it happen to glance or to glide downwards, the quillons may be either straight, Fig 109, that is disposed at right angles, or curved, Fig 107, when the two horns bend down from the handle base towards the point, they are called antennes. Others are turned up towards the hilt, countercurved or inversed, that is faced in opposite directions, fantastically deformed, Fig 110. Opposed to the guard proper is the bow or counterguard, la contraguard, l'elsa, la contraguardia der bugel. It is of two chief kinds. In the first, the quillons are recurved towards the pommel. The second is a bar or system of bars connecting the pommel with the quillons, Fig 108. The former defends the fingers, the latter serves to protect especially from the cut the back of the hand, and the outer wrist. This modification, unknown to the ancients of Europe, became a favourite the 16th century, and it is still found in most of our actual hilts. Another product of the early modern age is the pardane. At the end of the 126 14th century, it was composed of two circular or oval-shaped bars disposed on both sides of and partly over the fort of the blade. In the 16th century, it was generally adopted and became a complicated and highlight curated adjunct to the handle. The pardane is now almost obsolete. A relic remains in our armiclaymore. Fig 107, a pommel B quillons, Roman 100 pardane. Fig 108, double guard, guard and counterguard. Fig 109, straight quillons and loops. Fig 110, fantastic form. We may divide the shapes of blade into two typical forms with their minor varieties. Roman 1, the curved blade saber, shable, broadsword, backsword, cutlass, hanger, scimitar, dusak, yataghan, flissa. Roman 100 is A edged on both sides Abyssinian, B concave side Old Greek kukri. Roman 100 convex common saber. Roman 2, the straight blade espadon, flamberg, staccato, braquemart, rapier, claymore, skein, tuck, smallsword. Roman 100, the varieties are A, the cutan thrust, one or two-handed, B, the broad and unpointed headman's instrument. Roman 100, the narrow, used only for the point. It is hardly advisable to make a third type of the half-curved blade, adapted equally for tack et tail, cutting and thrusting, which we find in ancient Assyria, in India, and in Japan it evidently connects both shapes. The following diagram shows the three forms. Fig. 111. I have given precedence to the curved blade, because cutting is more familiar to man than thrusting. Human nature strikes rounders, until severe training teaches it to hit out straight from the shoulder again. The sabre form would naturally be assumed by the sharpened club during the wooden age of imperfect edges, and the penetrating power would be weak and almost nil when the point was merely a fire-hardened stick. Cut and thrust. Yet there is no question of superiority between the thrust and the cut, as the diagram shows. A who delivers point has an advantage in time and distance over B, who uses edge. Indeed, the man who first gave point made a discovery which more than doubled the capability of his weapon. Vegetius tells us that the Roman victories were owing to the use of the point, rather than the cut. When cutting, the right arm and flank are exposed, whereas during the thrust the body is guarded, and the adversary is wounded before he perceives it. Even now it is remarked in hospitals that punctured wounds in the thorax or abdomen generally kill, while the severest incisions often heal. Hence Napoleon Buonaparte at Aspran ordered the cavalry of the guard to give point. General Lamoricière, a scientific soldier recommended for cavalry, a cylindrical blade necessarily without edge and to be used only for the thrust. Practical considerations, however, prevented its adoption. Moreover, the history of the white arm tells us that the point led to the guard or peri proper, and this defense with the weapon of offense completed the idea of the sword as now understood in Europe. Fig. 112. Again, the peoples who fought from chariots and horseback: Egyptians, Assyrians, Indians, Tartars, Mongols, Turks, and their brethren, the White Turks, Magyars, or Hungarians, Sarmatians, and Slavs preferred for the best of reasons the curved type. The straight sword, used only for thrusting, is hard to handle when the horse moves swiftly, and the broad straight blade loses its value by the length of the plane along which it has to travel. On the other hand, the bent blade collects, like the battle axe, all the momentum at the half-weak or center of percussion, where the curve is greatest. Lastly, the drawing cut would be easier to the mounted man, and would most injure his enemy. On the other hand, the peoples of southern latitudes, for instance those dwelling around the Mediterranean, the focus of early civilization, where the sword has ever played its most brilliant and commanding part, are active and agile races of light build and comparatively small muscular power. Consequently, they have generally preferred and still prefer the pointed weapon, whose deadly 128 thrust can be delivered without requiring strength and weight. For the inverse reason, the sons of the north would choose the espadon proper, the long, straight, ponderous, two-edged blade, which suited their superior stature and power of momentum. Such is the geographical and ethnological view of sword distribution, but it gives a rule so general that a multitude of exceptions must be expected. As far as we know, the civilized sword originated in Egypt, but it had many different centers of development. A gradual and continuous progress can be traced in its history, till it was superseded by an even older form of attack, the ballistic. Yet some of the earliest blades show the best forms, and the line of advancement at times becomes distorted, or even broken again. Many Southrons and races that fought on foot have used the curved weapon, although the converse, the adoption of the straight pointed sword by horsemen, is comparatively rare. I now proceed to consider various points connected with the curved and straight forms of blade. The experience of the swordcutter has noticed that the shape of any pattern or model, whether of tool or of weapon, suggests its own and only purpose. This is what we should expect. A swordsman chooses his sword as a sawyer his saw. Show the mechanic a new chisel, and its form at once explains to him its use. He learns by the general shape, the edge angle, the temper, the weight, and similar considerations, that it is not made to drive nails nor to bore holes, and that it is intended to cut wood or soft substances. Thus too the form of the sword is determined by the duty expected of it. The sword has three main uses: cutting, thrusting, and guarding. If these qualifications could be combined, there would be no difficulty in determining the single best shape. But unfortunately, perhaps, I should say fortunately, each requisite interferes, to a great extent, with the other, hence the various modifications adopted by different peoples, and hence the successive steps of progress. The center of percussion. The simplest and most effective form of trenchant instrument intended for cutting only is the American broadaxe used by squatters in the backwoods. This revival of the proto-historic celt and headman's instrument is a plain heavy wedge of steel, fixed on a light tough wooden helve or heft, thus concentrating all the force in the head that strikes the blow. Here there is no uncertainty about the use, and were it not necessary in swordsmanship to recover guard, and to save self as well as disable the assailant, it would be the best, as it is one of the oldest weapons derived from the club. But the cutting sword, which in the short curved form is its congener, has a long blade that allows a choice of a good choice and a bad choice. If the blow be made, for instance, at a tree branch, with the sword point the whole week, its sole effect will be to jar wrist and arm unpleasantly. The same result will follow a blow with the holstrong in either case. The vibration of the blade shows a waste of strength. By the experiment of cutting along the entire length inch after inch, and by comparing the effect, the swordsman comes at last to a point about the end of the half-week, speaking roughly, where there is no jar, and where consequently the whole force of the blow becomes effective. But our center of percussion must not be confounded with the center of gravity. This balance position is situated in the middle of the holstrong, the proper part for guarding, and for guarding only. The late Mr. Henry Wilkinson of London, a practical man of science, first proposed a formula for determining the center of percussion, without the tedious process of experimenting with each and every blade. His system was based upon the properties of the pendulum, a light rod exactly 392 inches long, capped with a heavy leaden ball and swung to and fro upon a fixed center, vibrates seconds or 60 times per minute in the latitude of London, and the three centers of percussion, of oscillation and of gravity, are concentrated within the ball. If it were a mathematical pendulum rod, without weight, these 3 points would lie precisely in the core of the ball, or 392 inches from the place of suspension. The blade, to be graduated, is suspended tight-fastened at the point on which it would turn when making a cut, and is converted by swinging into a pendulum. As the length is shorter, so the oscillations are quicker. The blade makes 80 movements to 60 of the pendulum. A simple formula determines the length of such an 80 vibrations pendulum to be 22 inches. This distance, measured from the point at which the blade was suspended, is marked on the back as the center of percussion, where there is no jar, and where the most effective cut can be delivered. Fig. 113, the infantry regulation sword. Roman 100 G center of gravity, Roman 100 P center of percussion. Again, an examination of the axe shows that the cutting edge lies considerably in advance of the wrist and hand, with the effect of carrying the edge well forward on the line of direction which in the sword passes directly from pommel to point. If the edge were at the back, the tendency of the weapon would be to fall away from the line of cut, and this could be overcome only by a certain amount of wasted force. In nearly all curved swords, except the Japanese, some contrivance is made to give the feeling which we express by the edge leading well forward, and this point has been carefully studied by nations whose attack is the cut. Usually, the line of hilt is thrown forward so as to form an angle with the axis of the blade, and the former is made obtuser or acuter in proportion as the latter is more or less curved. By balancing the weapon upon the pommel, the effect becomes evident: the edge falls forward like that of the axe. Fig. 114 scimitar. Fig. 115 claymore. The superiority of the curved blade for cutting purposes is easily proved. In every cut the edge meets its object at some angle, and the penetrating portion becomes a wedge, but this wedge is not disposed at right angles with the sword. The angle is more or less oblique according to the curvature, and consequently it cuts with an acuter edge. The accompanying figures of a scimitar and a claymore, both trenchant blades, prove that were the edge to describe a right line, a be directed at any object C, it would act as a wedge D, measuring exactly the breadth of the blade, but the curve throws the edge more forward, and thus the half-week acts like a wedge E, which is longer and consequently more acute. The extreme thickness, that of the back or base, being a fixed measure. Similarly, by cutting still nearer the weak or point, the increased curvature gives a more prolonged and a cuter cuneiform F comparing the three sections of the same blade DEF, which differ only in the angle at which the edge is supposed to meet the obstacle, we see the enormous gain of cutting power. The difference between the direct and the oblique cut is still better shown by the annexed diagram. Let a BCD Fig 116 represent the portion of a sword blade, of which a B is the edge and CD the back, measuring about 1/8 of an inch in thickness. Now, if the object to be cut through is presented to the blade at right angles to the edge as shown by arrow, then the section of the blade with which the cut is to be effected will be as represented in the triangular section, FEG Fig 117. But if the object be presented to the blade obliquely, as shown by arrow No. 2, then the section along the line of the cut will be as represented by the angle CEK. It will readily be seen that in the latter case the acuteness of the angle at E is greatly increased, whilst the substance is the same as in the other case to effect this. It is the custom in many parts of the East to strike with a drawing cut, but the same purpose is secured by bending the blade backwards. The curve itself presents the edge obliquely to the object, without entailing the necessity of imparting a drawing motion to the stroke. Fig 116. Fig 117. Par parentheses, it is this drawing motion, which added to the curve of the weapon, and its oblique presentation increases the trenchant power the talwar or half-curved saber of Hindustan cuts, as though it were 4 times as broad, and only 1/4 the thickness of the straight blade. But the drawing cut has the additional advantage of deepening the wound, and of cutting into the bone. Hence men of inferior strength and stature used their blades in a manner that not a little astonished and disgusted our soldiers in the Sind and Sikh campaigns. Sections of sword blades. If we consider the sections of cutting weapons, we find them all modifications of that most ancient mechanical contrivance, the wedge, as shown by the following figures. Fig 118. Sections of sword blades. The first form, Fig 118, is the wedge that would be produced by taking for base the dorsal thickness of an ordinary blade, and by continuing it in an even line to the apex of the triangled point. The two sides meet at an angle of 9 degrees. Consequently, the edge lacks the thickness, weight, and strength necessary for every cutting tool for soft substances. It should range from 10 to 2132 degrees, as in the common dinner knife. An angle of 25 to 35 degrees being the best for woodworking is found in the carpenter's plane and chisel. For cutting bone, the obtuseness rises to 40 degrees, and even to 90, the latter being the fittest for shearing metals, and the former for sword blades, which must expect to meet with hard substances. But even an angle of 40 degrees will be ineffectual upon a thick head, unless the cut be absolutely true. No. 2 illustrates the angle of resistance 40 degrees, and the entering angle 90 degrees. No. 3 shows that the true wedge of 40 degrees is too thick and heavy for use, requiring some contrivance for lightening the blade while preserving the necessary angle of resistance. The remaining sections display the principal modes of effecting this object. In Nos 4 and 6, the angle is carried in a curved and bulging line, thus giving the section a biconvex form when the back or base is flat. This is the Persian and Khorasani, vulgarly called the Damascus blade. When baseless and two-edged, it is the old Toledo rapierto, shallow-crowned arches, meeting 3a Fig 124. In both cases, the weapon is strong, but somewhat overweighted. The next shapes Nos 5 and 7. The two sides are cut away to a flat surface, and represent the talwar of India, when this flat surface is hollowed, as by the black lines of No. 5. Compare No. 8. We have the biconcave section, as opposed to the biconvex. This hollowing of the wedge into 2 broad grooves from the angle of resistance is one of the forms assumed by the English regulation sword. It was considered the lightest for a given breadth and thickness, but it is by no means the strongest, and there are sundry technical objections to it. The remaining blades in the illustration are grooved in as many different ways. The function of the cannelure is to obviate overflexibility. It also takes from the weight and adds to the strength by channeling either side of a thin or whippy blade. It becomes stiffer because any force applied to bend such a blade sideways meets with the greatest amount of resistance that form can supply. Mechanically speaking, it is to crush an arch inwards upon its crown, and the deeper the arch the greater the resistance. Hence the narrow groove is preferable to a broader channel of the same depth. No. 9, hollowed on each side near the base, is a good old form superior to the regulation. No. 8, its weak point, the space between the grooves where the metal is thinnest, lies in the best place near the back where strength and thickness are least required. No. 10, though somewhat lighter, doubles its weak points. No. 11 is better in this respect. It has 3 grooves which are far shallower, and consequently the metal between them is thicker. The same remark applies to nose 12 and 13, which are sections of claymores, single and treble grooved. No 14 shows an ingenious method of obviating the weakness caused by deep cannelures. It is the section of a blade made at Klingenthal, not Klegenthal, the sword manufactory, established by Napoleon Bonaparte in Alsace-Lothringen. 2 very marked grooves are cut in the metal but not directly opposite each other, and thus the channels can touch and even overlap the axial line. This disposition gives great stiffness, but as testing shows the edge is deficient in cutting power, probably from loss of force by vibration. Nose 15 and 16 are experimental blades. The former has the groove placed in the base, preserving the wedge sides intact, but there is great difficulty about grinding this shape, and the resistance of the arch crown being wanting, there is a small increase of stiffening. The sword in fact springs almost as readily as the straight form. No 16 has some good points, but on the whole the combination is a failure. Lastly, no 17, the old ramrodback regulation blade, is perhaps the worst of all. The sudden change from the thick round base to the thin sharp edge makes an equal tempering very difficult, and the weapon cleverly undoes its own work, the base acting as check or stop to the cut. Fig 121 scimitar shape. Fig 120 regulation sword for infantry. Fig 119 foil with French guard. Remains now to consider the sword as a weapon, for pointer use, to which, as its various shapes show, it was applied in the earliest ages instinctively, as it were before science taught the superiority of the thrust to the cut. We learn from such hand-thrusting instruments, all gimlet, needle and dinner fork, that the straight weapon may be considered a very acute wedge with a method of progression mostly oblique. It is easy to prove that the proper shape for a thrusting blade is preeminently the straight. Fig 119 shows the foil making a hole exactly its own size. The regulation sword. Fig 120. A shallow curve opens when moving in a direct line about double its own width, a figure which the scimitar. Fig 121 increases to 5 or 6 times, with a proportionate loss of depth at the same expenditure of force. This augmented resistance to penetration is one, but only one of the many difficulties in using a curved blade for a straight thrust. This difficulty probably suggested the curved thrust method of pointing, which the foil, as opposed to the rapier, has made popular. The point is propelled not in a straight line, but in the arc of a circle more or less curved to correspond with the blade. The arm makes this cycloidal movement readily enough, but under a disadvantage, as in the cut the space traversed is longer than what is absolutely necessary to reach the object. Moreover, the movement cannot well be applied to the lunge, so as to throw the weight of the body into the attack like the thrusting cut. It is more fitted for horseback than for foot, although doubtless the best way of pointing with a curvilinear blade. In no case is it better than the straight thrust. Fig 122 yataghan. Fig 123 ornamental yataghan and sheath. The curved thrust so imposed upon Colonel Merry of the French army that he proposed in an elaborate work on swords, Strasbourg 1841, to adopt the yataghan, whose beautifully curved line of blade coincides accurately with the motion of the wrist in cutting, and which he held to be equally valuable for the point as a regulation sword for infantry. It was spoilt by a cheap iron scabbard. As a bayonet it lost all its distinctive excellence. The forward weight, so valuable in cutting with the hand, made it heavy and unmanageable at the end of a musket, and none but the strongest arms could use it, especially when the thrust had to be lanced out. Yet it lasted for a quarter of a century, and only in 1875 it was superseded by the triangular weapon attached to the fusel gras. Sections of thrusting swords. Fig 124 shows sections of the principal forms of thrusting blades. No one whose section, a lozenge, is nearly square, consists of 2 obtuse-angled wedges joined at the bases, making a strong, stiff and lasting, but very heavy sword. This form dates from the earliest times. We find it in the bronze rapiers of France and England, and it was preserved in many of the Toledan, Bilbao, Zaragozan, Solingen and Italian rapiers. It is known to English armourers as the Saxon 135, and to workmen as the Lachenblade. Nose 2 and 3 show 2 simple methods of lightening it, the former carrying down the axis a fore and aft groove, instead of the raised midrib on either face, which was used in the days of the Trojan War. No 4 is the so-called biscaine shape, the trialamelum of more ancient days, with 3 deep grooves, and as many blunt edges by which the parries were made. Theoretically, it is good. Practically and technically speaking, It is inferior to either of the preceding. There is so much difficulty in making the blade straight, and of even temper, that many professional men have never seen one which was not either crooked or soft. Yet this is the small sword proper, the duelling weapon of the last century, which stood its ground as far as the first quarter of the present century. It had a curious modification, the colliquemard blade, so called from its inventor Count Königsmark. This was a trialamellum, very wide and heavy in the holstron quarter near the hilt, and at about 8 inches, suddenly passing to a light and slender rapier section. It was invented about 1680, and became a favourite duelling blade, the featherweight at the point making it the best of fencing weapons. It remained in fashion during the reign of Louis Roman XIV, and then suddenly disappeared. Fig. 124 sections of thrusting swords. The small sword was introduced into England during the 18th century, and only after 1789 it ceased to be the almost universal French weapon. In affairs of honour, I believe that the change to the épée de combat and the foil arose from the popular prejudice that the triangular blade is too dangerous for fair duelling, and that a body wound with it bleeds inwardly, and is almost always fatal. This small sword, however, left its descendant in our old bayonet, the grooves being shallower, and the ribs raised higher. No. 6, supposed to be an experimental sword from the Klingenthal manufactory, dated 180-1014, is a curious attempt to add cutting power 136 to a quadrangular thrusting blade, but as the angles are very acute, the blow will have hardly any effect. No. 7 is an improvement upon the latter, because it has more trenchant capacity. The defect of both these swords is that they have a tendency to turn over in the hand, and to spring at the flat side when the point meets with the least resistance. Fig. 125 Pierced blade. Fig. 126 Pierced blade and sheath. Fig. 127 Flambeau. Fig. 128 German main gauche. Fig. 129 Paternoster. There are other ways of lightening the blade, besides grooving, a favourite fashion in the 15th and 16th centuries. The golden age of the sword was to break the continuity by open work, which allowed free play to the ornamenter's hand. It was also supposed to render the wound more dangerous by admitting the air. As will afterwards be shown, certain Eastern and medieval sabers were hollowed to contain sections or pennations, which sprang out in small lateral blades when a spring was touched. A German maingotch in the Musée d'Artillerie Paris, No. J 485, shows 3 blades expanding by a spring when a button is pressed in the handle, and forming a guard of great length and breadth, in which the opponent's sword might be caught and snapped. Another rare form was the paternoster blade, fitted with round depressions, which enabled the pious to count the number of his vain repetitions, even in the dark. Fig. 129. It has been shown that the material determines the obtuseness or acuteness of the angle formed by the 2 planes which meet at the apex to form the edge. There are many varieties of the fill, the edge proper V, formed by the angles of resistance 40 degrees and of entrance 90 degrees, has already been noticed. Besides this, there are the chiseledge, mostly applied to tools such as the plane, and lastly bevel edge or double slope, which may be called the chopper edge. The obtuser angle is used for blades intended to cut lead bars and similar resisting substances. Fig. 130 Melee crease. Fig. 130 One-wave edged dagger. Fig. 132 Saw-tooth blade. Fig. 133 Main gauche. Of the edge. In the sword, the edge is usually straight. The principal exceptions are the following. The wavy cutting surface appears in the flamberge, to which Flame gave a name. It is nowhere better developed than in the beautiful Malay crease. The object seems to be that of increasing the cutting surface. The wavaged form is well shown in an iron dagger end of 14th or early 15th century of the Nieuwkerk collection. Similar weapons taken from the Thames are found in the British Museum, and they abound in continental collections. Often the waves are broken into sawteeth. This apparently silly contrivance is found on a large scale in Indian sabers. Its latter appearance farther west is on the precious saw bayonet, a theoretical multum in parvo equally useless for flesh, and 138 fuel of somewhat similar kind is the toothed edge, which is found in Arab, Indian, and other Eastern weapons. The deepest indentations are in the so-called swordbreakers, bricipes, mostly of the 15th century. It is not easy to explain, except by individual freak, the meaning of the toothed or broken edge which appears in a dagger of the 14th century. Fig. 137. Lastly, there is the hooked edge, spur edge, or pronged, whose projections are generally found in the flamberge proper, or two-handed sword of wavy contour, the hooks are either single or double, and the evident intention was to receive the adversary's blade. As a rule, the hollow of the half-crescent is towards the point, some project horizontally, but very few are reversed or hollow towards the hilt, as that shape would lead the adversary's blade to the forearm. Fig. 134 Sword breakers. Fig. 135 One-edged wave blade. Fig. 136 Counterguard. Fig. 137 Toothed edge. Fig. 138 Hooked edge. Of the point. The point again differs as much as the edge. The natural point would be the prolongation and gradual convergence of various lines of the solid body, conical, pyramidal, or polygonal, concurring in a common apex in the Japanese blade. The edgeline is bent upwards to meet the backline when more strength is wanted. The end is beveled, forming like the edge, a compound angle between 40 and 90 degrees. It is thus fitted to meet hard bodies, and the obtuser the angle, the stronger the point. When edge only is regarded as in the Schlager, and the glaive the sword of justice, or the Scharfrichter's headman's weapon, the point of the very broad thin blade is rounded off. This, as will be seen, is the case with the early Celto-Scandinavian swords, miscalled Anglo-Saxon. Fig. 139 Executioner's sword. Fig. 140 Japanese type. Fig. 141 Chinese saber knife. Fig. 142 Old Persian sword. Fig. 143 scimitar. There is more variety in the extremities of cutting blades. The falchion of Ashanti Dahomey, and beneath the murderous despotisms of western intertropical Africa, terminates in a wall. This is also the shape of the Chinese saber knife, with which criminals were dispatched. The old Persian sword, often called by mistake the Turkish sword, ends in a point beyond a broadening of the blade. The effect is to add force to the cut. The weapon becomes heavy, but that is of little consequence when only a single slash and no guarding is required of it. This peculiarity was curiously developed in the true Turkish scimitar, which we see in every picture of the 16th century, and which has now become so rare in our museums. The end gradually developed to a monstrous size. The length was cut down for the sake of handiness, and the guard was almost abolished because parrying was the work of the shield. This exceptional form extended far eastwards and westwards. Some of the Nepal swords have a double wave at the end. It was adopted by the Chinese, who, as usual in their arms, reduced it to its simplest expression. The pommel is cap-shaped, the handle corded, and the guard small oval of metal insufficient to protect the hand. Fig. 145 Another good specimen of the Turanian blade is the formidable dao of the Naga tribe southeast of Assam. It is a thick, heavy backsword 18 inches long with a bevel, where the point should be worn at the waist, in a half-scabbard of wood and used for digging, as well as killing. The Turkish form also extended to Europe and America, where it became one of the multitudinous varieties of the mariner's cutlass from Kurtlik Securtus, and axe. The Turanian blade is well shown in eastern scutcheons. Its shape resembles that of a hunter's horn with a sword knot hanging in two ribbons, a survival from remote antiquity. The tincts are purpugules, and sable upon a fast 10 on a fess or bar or vert. And argent. The descriptions are very precise and technical. For instance, Abu 141, El Mahasin, thus notices the rank armorial badges of Anak, son of Abdullah el Ashridi. The coat was composed of a circle argent cut by a bar vert, upon which was charged a sword gules. This rank was very pleasing, and the women of the town had it tattooed upon their wrists. The rank was given when a subject was raised to the dignity of emir. Fig. 144 Old Turkish. Fig. 145 Chinese. Fig. 146 Old Turkish scimitar. Fig. 147 the dao. Fig. 148 Sailor's cutlass. Fig. 149 Hindu kitta. Chalcedonian blades. Before ending the subject of the point, I must briefly notice the forked or swallow-tailed blade, a curious subject, deserving an exhaustive monograph. The Greeks evidently derived their or 445, and the Latins their bidens from the two-ended chisels, so common in Egypt. As will be seen, there was a true forked sword in Assyria, and the form is commonly found in Indian daggers. The Chalcedonian saber has two distinct shapes. In one, the plates are welded together and separate at the third or the fourth section. Near the end, Mr. Latham Wilkinson's has a good specimen. The length of the fork, however, is greater than the united part in the Prince of Wales collection, Kensington. There is a two-bladed sword, the fork only 8 inches long, with the additional peculiarity of being sawed in the other form. The chelidonian proper, the fork is vertical, one prong being above the other. What use it could have supplied in cutting is hard to divine. But the sword is essentially personal and eccentric. I know only one historical blade of this form, Zul Fikar, lord of, cleaving, the weapon given by the archangel Gabriel to Mohammed, and by the latter to his son-in-law Ali bin Ali Talib, who cleft with it the skull of Marhab, the giant Jew warrior of Khaybar fought. It appears upon the arms of the Zaydi princes lords of Sana, in El Yemen, southern Arabia, nearer home. It may be seen upon the Turkish standard, some 20 feet long, taken by Don John of Austria, from the Turk at Lepanto. The weapon probably owes this honor to having been mentioned amongst the ahadis, or traditional sayings of the Apostle of El-Islam, La Sayfa ila Zul Fikar, wala fatar ila Ali. There is no sword to be compared for doing damage to the foe with Zul Fikar, and no valiant youth, but Ali. Fig. 150, Gold Coast. Amongst the chelidonian blades proper, I do not include the double blade. A fair specimen of the latter is the orissa sword. Two slightly oval forms spring from the same hilt, but separate throughout their length. Another shape is found upon the Gold Coast. The blades are disposed like the astronomical sign of Aries, and its only 142 use is to slice off noses and ears. The offending member is placed at the commissure, and an upward shear affects the mutilation. I reserve for a future page. The split sword's two blades in one scabbard, which were used in medieval Europe, and which have been preserved in China. To conclude this long and technical chapter, the sword should be tightly mounted and well shouldered up before and behind, leaving no interval between hilt and blade. The grip must be firm, and the tang secured either by rivets or, better still, by a screw at the pommel. If this be neglected, the weapon will not deliver a true edge. Trials both back and edge should be repeatedly struck with force upon a wooden post. Should the handle show no sign of loosening, and the blade ring with the right sound, it is a sign that the mounting is satisfactory. The reverse is the case if the blow jars or stings the hand. This suggests that the cut will not prove efficient. Note the type and model of the straight blade is the form of rapier, which we call the talido. It is probably derived from the spatha or long sword of the Roman cavalryman, but it assumed its present perfect shape during the reign of Charles Quint A. Roman 5,001,519. The exemplar of the curved blade is the so-called Damascus saber, dating probably from the early days of El-Islam's 7th century, when Eastern armies were chiefly composed of light Badawi horsemen. Of these in Part 2. Chapter Roman 8. The sword in ancient Egypt and in modern Africa. The present state of our history shows us nothing anterior to Egypt in the civilization of language, of literature, of science, art, and arms. We must now modify and modernize the antiquated and obsolete Sayinjek's Orient luxed fancy that illumination came from India, when the reverse is true. The light of knowledge dawned, and dayed not in the east, but in the south, in the dark continent, which is also the high continent, nor can we any longer admit that westward the course of empire takes its way. As Professor Lepsius teaches us, in the oldest times within the memory of man, we know of only one advanced culture, of only one mode of writing, and of only one literary development, viz. those of Egypt. Karl Wagter, man who has the courage to say what he thinks bluntly, states our civilization came not from Asia, but from Africa. For our origin, we must return to the world's great mistress in the Egyptian veil. The modern Egyptologist is reforming the false and one-sided theories based upon the meager studies of anthropological literature in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew. Yet in the Nile Valley, we are only upon the threshold of exploration, topographical, linguistic, and scientific, of its Proto-Egyptians and its primeval workmanship. As yet we know little, and it is truly preposterous to suppose that man began his artistic life by building pyramids, cutting obelisks, and engraving hieroglyphs. The Kushite school, based upon the Asiatic Ethiopians of Eusebius the bishop, and unfortunately represented by Bunsen, Maspero, Wilkinson, Mariette Brucksch, and a host of minor names, has determined that the old Nilotes undoubtedly came from Asia. The theory utterly lacks proof, and the same may be said of the popular assertion based upon biblical grounds. The early colonists of Egypt 144 came thither from Mesopotamia. We seem to be reading fable when told by William Osborne the skill of these primitive artists of Egypt was a portion of that civilization which its first settlers brought with them when they located themselves in the valley of the Nile. My conviction is that the ancient Egyptians were Africans, and pure Africans, that the Nile dwellers are still Negroids whitened by a large infusion of Syrian, Arabian, and other Asiatic blood, and that Ethiopia is its old racial home. Shylus had already robed their black limbs in white raiment when Herodotus Roman II made them dark-skinned compared with the Arabs and North Africans. Every traveller finds his description hold good to the present-day. Blumenbach declared the old Egyptians to be of Berber origin, the race of Semitic, or the son of the sun. Hartmann pined that they were not Asiatics, but Africans, and Dr. Morton modified his first opinion, finding the cranium to be Negroid. I hope to prove their correctness by making a large collection of mummy skulls. It is certain that the modern Egyptians have that great characteristic of race, according to Pruner Bayes, not silky as Professor Huxley says, but wiry like that of his forefathers. Moreover, his type, as distinctly shown by the Sphinx, is melanochric Negroid. Lastly, there are other signs which need not here be noticed distinguishing the African horse as well as human from the Arabian. Antiquity of Egypt. There is a history of ancient Egypt into which we have not yet penetrated. Herodotus Roman II glances at it, when he makes the Topriest at Memphis pretend to an antiquity of 11,340 years, during which reigned 341 generations of kings and pontiffs. Plato does the same when he speaks of hymns 10,000 years old, and Mela when he numbers 330 kings before Amasis, who ruled more than 30,000 years. Menes, the first man-monarch, who founded Memphis B. Roman 100 some centuries before the Hebrew creation, was preceded for 13,000 years by the 145 dynasty of the gods god-kings, suggesting a governmental hierarchy of the fetishier caste, and this lasted for ages till the soldier upset the priest and raised himself to the rank of pharaoh and king. Traces of the proto-Egyptian dynasties, in which the men of the pen controlled the men of the sword, long survived, and in later times the ecclesiastical order again ruled the military. Know nothing of the hierarchical supremacy, but its boldest outline, when our modest chronologists allow 6,000 years to its incept, they run into the contrary extreme of those who assign to it myriads of centuries. Rodier is more reasonable. He opines that the cycle of 1460 years dates in Egypt from B. Roman 100,611. Fig 1511 bronze dagger 2 sword 14 inches long. Again, it will probably be found that ancient Egypt was not the narrowest strip of land in the world, running between a double desert. The extent of Kemi has been arbitrarily confined to the riverine valley, as far as the first cataract, or 700 by 7 miles, widening out in the Delta Netherland to a base of 81 miles. We may fairly suspect that modern Masr is only a slice from the eastern half of the antique Mizraim. The Greeks made the frontier of Asia extend beyond the Suez Isthmus and the Nile to the lands of Libya. This greater Egypt is still suggested by the system of Barbela Marlage, Fiumer now Boundary, and by the alignment of the oases in the wilderness west of the river valley, with their giant ruins of a proto-historic. Past these may date from the days when the basin of the Bahr el Ghazala, lake like the Tanganyika, and the Victoria Nyanza discharged its annual flood to the north, in channels parallel with the river Gyptus. The lacustrine bed would silt up by the natural process of warping, and the surplus water, no longer able to discharge northwards, would force itself eastwards to the Nile. The easier drainage would presently convert the lake into a river basin and system, and the lands no longer irrigated would become a waste dotted like a leopard skin, with oases or watered valleys. An abundance of popular literature has familiarized the public with the outer aspect of ancient Egypt, but the world is still far from recognizing the message she sent to mankind. We must go back to the wonderland on the banks of the mighty Nile for the origin of all things which most interest us. It is the very cradleland of language. Her tongue contains all the elements of the so-called Aryan, Semitic, and Alaphilian or Turanian families, and dates long before the days of the present distribution. Bunsen's Egypt first noticed this fact at some length, without however dwelling upon its importance. All Semitic pronouns and suffixes, says Roman 1000 Roman 100 Burton, can be traced back to Egyptian, especially the Egyptian of the earliest dynasties. He might have added much about other mechanical forms. Brugsch tells us Roman 1 that the primitive roots and the essential elements of the Egyptian grammar point to an intimate connection of the Indo-Germanic and Semitic languages, the Alaphilian or agglutinative Turanian. A tertium quid, which is neither Aryan nor Semitic, is also traceable in Old Coptic. Origins in Egypt. What then do these facts suggest? Simply that the elements existing in Egyptian travelled from the banks of the Nile, and evolved, discreted and differentiated themselves in many centres. The word compounding or Iranian scheme found homes in Eastern Europe, Greece, Italy, and the Slavonic or quasi-Asiatic half in Asia. Minor, especially Phrygia in Mesopotamia in Persia, and finally in India, where the settlement was comparatively modern. This explains how a philologist would derive Sanskrit from Lithuania. This saves us from the Aryan heresy. This abolishes Indo-European and worse still Indo-Germanic, that model specimen of national modesty. Both are terms which contain a theory, and an unproved theory. Again, the word developing or Arabian scheme, absurdly termed Semitic from Shem, increased, multiplied, and perfected itself in northern Africa and Arabia, while the Turanian becoming independent and specialized in Akkadian overspread Tartary and China. And this one primeval language of Egypt framed for itself an alphabet, whence 147 are derived all others. This is proved by the fact that each and all begin as Plutarch tells us Old Coptic did with the letter A of its age in Nileland. We may judge from the cartouche containing Khufu's name left by some workman on an inner block of the Great Pyramid, how many generations of articulate speaking men must have come and gone before so artificial and artistic a system as the royal signature upon the shield occurred to the human mind. But Egypt did still more. She was the fountainhead of knowledge, which overflowed the world eastward. The great current set through Babylonia and Chalda, Persia and India, Indochina, China, and Japan to Australia and Polynesia westward. It flooded Africa and Europe. It may have reached America by two ways. The oriental line would extend from China and Japan to the eastern Pacific coast. The occidental was practicable via Atlantis, or possibly, in the days when Bering Straits did not exist, it found a new Mediterranean in the Great Caribbean Gulf and new Indies in Mexico and Peru. Indeed, the march of intellect from Egypt is conterminous with the limits of the habitable globe. The invention of an alphabet would necessarily lead to literature, poetry, history, and criticism. The earliest known manuscript is the Pris D. Avens papyrus, a roll dating from the days of Pharaoh Tatkara, last of the 5th dynasty, circ. B. Roman 100. It is a collection of proverbs, maxims, precepts, and commandments, of which the 5th is honor thy father and thy mother, that thy life may be long. The style is admirable for its humorous vein, and for its graphic description of old age. Senex bis pure, the earliest epic, is the heroic poem of Pentor laureate to Ramses Roman II B. Roman 1,001,300. It is the prototype of the cyclic songs which in Cyprus especially preceded the Sheftaver of the Homerid chief, and it opens with an arma verumc Kano. The dead book is the birth of the drama, and it may date ages before the dialogues of Job. The Canticles of Solomon are in the evocations of Isis and Nephthys. The critique of a young author's production by a purist in style might add a sting to reviewing. In the present day, to the Egyptians we must attribute the invention of maps and plans. They first studied heraldry. Every nome had its distinctive emblem, generally bird or beast, and each temple and guild its blazon. Literature would be imperfect without art and science, and accordingly we find their headquarters and old home in Egypt. These studies humanize the people. Their code suggests the mildness of modern penal law, and their reverence for letters 148 for old age, and for the dignity of man, makes them an eternal example to the world. The monuments show their fondness for music, and painting. Their knowledge of statuary is proved by a host of works, especially the wooden Sheikh el-Balad village chief in the Bulak Museum, a marvel of skill, probably dating from the 4th dynasty B. Roman 100. In architecture, they invented the arch round, and pointed 8 several orders of columns, including the Proto-Doric Atlantes Caryatides, and human-shaped, consoles. The Temple of Gize, near the Sphinx, is evidently older than the adjoining pyramids. It is a model of solidity in which the hardest stone is worked like wood. Egypt, the cradle land. In science they especially cultivated geometry, astronomy, astrology, and alchemy, whose name betrays its origin. Their arithmetic taught decimals and duodecimals. Their mathematics arose from measuring fields and calculating the cubes of altars. They knew the precession of the equinoxes. Rhodia, p. 31, considers that they learnt it from observing the equinoctial point, and the rising of Sothis, the Tuth star, the axle of the skies, in the same zodiacal sign, and that the studies at scene date from B. Roman 100,932. They knew the motion of the apsides, and the solar and stellar periods. They invented latitude and longitude. They denoted by a cross the intersection of the solstices and the equinoxes, and they published annual calendars. In optics, they invented the lens. They were not ignorant of the motive power of steam, and possibly the electric fish had taught them the rudiments of electricity. They were great in the mechanical arts. In medicine, they dissected and vivisected. In agriculture, they invented the plough, the harrow, the toothed sickle, the flail, and the tribulum. In carpentry, the dovetail. In ceramics, the potter's wheel, and in hydraulics the water wheel. In gardening they transplanted full-grown trees, they made glass porcelain, and counterfeit pearls and precious stones, and they used emery powder, and the lapidary's wheel they spun silk, and knew the use of mordants for stuffs and dyes for hair. They made babies' dolls and children's toys of clay, and they moulded masks of papier-mâche. In some points they were strangely modern. For hunting they wore dresses of suppressed colour, not pink, nor rifleman's green. We are just beginning to find out our mistakes. They affected falconry, and played at the draughts, which led to chess, and at Mora the Roman Micer digitis they sat on chairs, whose shapes are like ours, not on divans, nor on triclinia in their house furniture. They studiously avoided over-regularity, and Japan is now teaching England and Germany not to weary man's eye by monotony. And as they were advanced in literature and politics, the religion of earth, so they assiduously cultivated religion, the politics of heaven. The biblical student has found among the tombs of Nileland the absolute truth of what Celsus said, namely, that the Hebrews borrowed their tenets and practices from Egypt. Their date of the creation ex nihilo b Roman 1,004,620 was evidently Manetho's period of the succession of Mena, and it is used even in our day. Their Genesitic cosmogony, as Philo Judas shows, and as Origen expressly declares, was an adaptation of Nilotic allegories and mysteries, which the vulgar understood factually and literally. Their Adam suggests autumn, whence Adama, the first man amongst the Hindus, their ap or a papapophis, whose determinative is a snake transfixed with 4 knife blades, is the great old serpent, the ophagiant sin Sathanas. The flood is the annual Nilotic inundation, modified by the Isjubar legends of the Interamnian plain. Noah Nunno is suspiciously like Nu or Nuhu, the sailor of the waters. The lord of the full Nile. Ham suggests Cam, the black race. The ark is the bar or Ua Baris Argo Navis of Nu, the sacred vessel, portrayed in the ruins of Egyptian, Elephanta, the boat of Osiris, or Usa, the man-formed sun god, and the floating cradle of Moses is a mere replica of Osiris' ark in that complicated idolatry of deceased ancestors based upon a system of monotheism, or rather the worship of glorified man, which formed the religion of Egypt. The sun typified human life. He rose as the infant Horus. He was the Lord Ka of the midday. As Tum he became old and set, and as Hormakuhar matches, he shone to the underworld below the horizon. Night and death being the forerunners of light and life. The preternatural apparatus of both faiths, original and borrowed, is the same. The 4 genii of death, Amset under Isis, Happy Nephthys, Tuamudef, Neith and Kebsanoff. Sep became the 4 archangels of Urim and Thummim. The latter is the plural of Thme Themis, the blind or headless goddess of truth. And justice, even such phrases as I am that I am are loans from the hierogram at Ankh, I am life, was rendered Yahweh Jehovah. This ineffable name is borrowed by some, Colenso included from Semitic heathenism, but Brugge shows that Egypt supplied the Mosaic conception of the Creator. There appears indeed direct derivation in the unity of the deity, and in the duality of Typhon set Satan, the evil spirit. Later ages copied the local triads of Chemi, in which the third proceeded from the other 2. Both ecclesiastical establishments contained 150 prophets, sem high priests, holy fathers, and scribes. The Decalogue is a resume of the 42 commandments in the Dead Book, chapter 125. The portable shrines of the great Egyptian gods originated the tabernacle, which grew to be the temple. It corresponds with the or movable tent of the Carthaginians. The African practice of circumcision was probably intended originally as a prophylactic against syphilis, of which traces have been found in prehistoric bones. The peculiar Jewish hatred for pork is reasonless unless we explain it by superstitious horror of the Typhonian beast. Rationalists tell us that the meat was religiously forbidden because unwholesome in the tropics. A causa non causa, it is the favorite food in the Brazil, in China, and in Christian India. Even the marauders will eat wild hog, nor are the habits of the animal more filthy than the duck's. The truth is that these dietary prohibitions serve to make a differentia, to disunite man, to pit race against race, and to feed the priest. But while the Hebrews drew largely upon the wisdom and the unwisdom of Egypt, they ruthlessly cast out the eminently Nilotic ideas of a soul, of a judgment of the dead, and of a future state of rewards and punishments. 3 tenets, which in modern days form the very foundation of all faiths. If a man die, shall he live again? Asks Job. Roman 14, in a chapter showing that life once lost is lost forever, and apparently from the days of Moses. This was the peculiarity of Semitic thought. It lived in the present and had no future, or rather, it spurned the world to come. Moses, says Professor Owen, could not admit the afterlife or teach of reward and retribution in a future state, without risk of tainting his monotheism with some trace of the manifold symbolism environing the divine son of Amen Osiris, who after suffering loss of the mortal life which he had assumed for bettering his kind, became on resigning his divinity their judge. The Hebrews adopt soul and judgment, heaven and hell many centuries after Moses from their Assyrian kinsmen, who also supplied them with their present names for the 12 months and sundry astronomical notions, and their modern descendants by universally accepting a resurrection, have done that against which Moses so carefully guarded. I need hardly say that the mythologies of Greece, Etruria, and Rome only corrupted Egyptian mysteries and metaphysics. 3 instances will suffice. Charon is a degraded Horus Minos, Ismena and Rhadamanthus contains the word Amenti, the right side of Osiris, the west, nor can we be surprised if Egypt is now giving rise to scientific superstitions. Every reader of pyramid literature will note the mysterious influence which Chemi is exercising upon the modern mind. Egyptian metallurgy. In the preceding chapters, I have noted the development of metallurgy. By the ancient Egyptians, they probably began with gold, the easiest of all ores to find, and to work it was abundant in Upper Egypt, and about B. Roman 100, they found a California in Kush, Ethiopia. They called it Tum Ketum, and NB, which is variously pronounced Nebuneb, and Nub, whence Nubia. It has 2 hieroglyphic determinatives, the necklace and the washing bowl covered with the straining cloth. The Chemites called silver white gold, showing the movement of invention, and they could draw silver wire 3,000 years ago. Wilkinson, Roman 2, chap Roman 8, remarks the position of the silvermines is unknown, but he wrote before the discovery of Midian, where surface stones have been picked up containing 3 ounces per ton, as their pictures prove they worked iron. Although little has outlasted the corrosion of time, they applied the blowpipe to the works of the whitesmith. They were well acquainted with soldering by lead or alloys, as is shown by the shesh or sistrum of Mr. Burton. I may here remark parenthetically that this crepitaculum used in Templar service gave rise to the maraca, or tamaraca, the sacred rattle, a gourd full of pebbles worshipped by the Brazilian Tupis, who thus acknowledged the mysterious influence of rhythmic sounds. They were skillful in the damasoning or inlaying of weapons, an invention claimed 152 by those model claimants, the Greeks. Their simple process was to cut out the ground to hammer in gold and silver, and finally to file and polish the surface. Egyptian weapons. The metallurgic proficiency of Old Egypt would lead to the development of arms and armor, and enable the soldier to win easier victories over the vile, impure, and miserable Gentiles. Roman 1, all men, except themselves. The god Anhar or Shu is lord of the scimitar. Horus, as a hawk-headed mummied deity, is seated holding 2 swords. Amenra, lord of Hab, is a great god. Ramenma, lord of the sword, the wearer of the pishent or double crown. The pharaoh, the image of Munthu, god of war, was ex officio his holiness high priest and commander-in-chief, who personally led his warriors to wash their hearts, cool their valors as the Zulus wash their spears. Like Horus, he is valiant with the sword. When going to war he was presented with the falchion of victory, and thus addressed, take this weapon and smite with it the heads of the unclean. In paintings and sculptures, he is a large and heroic figure. He draws the bow, he spears or cuts down the foe, and he drives his war car over the bodies of the slain. His soldiers are divided into Calasiri, Crasher, or bowmen, and Hermotybians, the latter unsatisfactorily derived from a strong linen waistcloth. The 2 divisions represent the second of the 5 castes, ranking below the priestly and above the agricultural. They held one of the 3 portions into which the land was divided. Recruits were taught in the military schools that originated the pentathlon, and the pancratium, the palstra, and the gymnasium. They were carefully trained to gymnastics, as the monumental pictures in the Bini Hassan tombs show. They used mogdars or Indian clubs, and they excelled in wrestling, though not in boxing. The royal statues are those of athletes with their broad shoulders, thin flanks, and well-developed muscles. The soldier practiced single stick, the right hand being apparently protected by a basket guard, and the left forearm shielded by a splint or splints of wood, strapped on, and serving for a shield. Fig. 152. The standing army consisted of foot and horse, the latter being mostly in chariots, and they were divided into corps, regiments, battalions, and companies. The men were officered by chiliarchs, colonels, hecatontarchs, captains, and decarchs, sergeants, as the Greeks called them. The heavies were armed with a long, strong 154 spear, and an immense shield provided with a sight hole. Some carried the listen-club, the battle-axe, and the mace, and almost all had for side arms poleaxes, swords, falchions, and daggers. The light barbs were chiefly archers and slingers, also weaponed with listens, axes, war-flails, and swords. The chariot corps or cavalry, besides bows and arrows, had clubs and short swords for close quarters. The battle axes show clear derivation from the stone celt, which supplied the hieroglyphs with the word natter, or netter Roman 100 meaning god gods or goddess 496. In the Demotic alphabet the axe was K. Kelebia. Fig 152, single stick in Egypt. Fig 153, Egyptian soldier and shield. Fig 154, Egyptian soldiers. Fig 155, Egyptian soldier. Fig 1561, Egyptians, fighting from paintings of Thebes. 2 Egyptian soldiers from Theban bas-reliefs. Fig 157, bronze hatchets in wooden handles bound, with thongs heads 3 and 412 inches hefts, 1512, and 1612 inches. Fig 158, poleaxes. Fig 159, ketten or war axes. The action began at the sound of the trumpet, with an advance of light infantry bowmen, slingers and javelineers. Then came the charge by the ponderous phalanx of 10,000 men, 100 in front by 100 deep, and flanked by chariots and cavalry. Thus the close combat was not the disorderly system of duels that prevailed in the barbarous Middle Ages of Europe. In storming fortified places, they used the pavois, and testudo the ram, the scaling ladder, the bulwark or movable tower, and the portable bridge. They were also skillful military miners. The Egyptian sword. The Egyptian phalanx was armed with the large shield lance, and sword. The latter was generally called seft, or also inverted to setfit becomes sifit in Ethiopia, and in Berber siwit. The weapon in the hieroglyphs is of 4 different shapes. The first is the boomerang sword M, or ma meaning to destroy. This M is the root of the Hebrew and Arabic maut, and the Prakrit Sanskrit mar. The second is the knife sword at or cat. The determinative of cutting. These two are joined in the root ma cut mo. The third is the kopsh kepsh or kepshi, the sickle sword still used in Abyssinia and throughout Africa with a flattened curve. It became the Hindu kubja, the Greek kopis, and the Gurkha kukri. The second two are combined in the root smam. To smite. Other names of the sword are tar or nai, and nai noi or naktui. The falchion ensis falcatus, called sharpsh kepsh or kopsh, is represented as early as the 6th dynasty after B. Roman 100 hence, says Meyrick, the of Argos Argolis being a very mixed province where the base was Pelasgian, and the superstructure was Egyptian. The latter, introduced by Danaus, and followed by the Phnicians who founded the town Phnicia. Quintus Curtius lib Roman 3, says Carpides vocant gladios leviter curvatus falsibus similes quibus appetibant belluarum. Manus Apuleius met lib Roman 11, also speaks of Carpides et venabula. Evidently the Egyptian sf sefi seft or sword generically gave rise to the Mesopotamian sibir sibiru, and sapara to the Greek, to the Araman saif saif, and to the Arabic seifun, the second syllables being merely terminative, while the Latin spatha and the German schwert and our sword and sword are the latest echoes of sef and seft. The Germans say rightly nichts wandert so leicht als waffen und waffenamen. Fig. 160 different forms of the Egyptian kopsh copies with edges inside and outside. Another Egyptian name for the sickle-shaped blade is krobai, which suggests the Hebrew hib, a weapon, a sword. We are also sure that the words are primitive Egyptian. The proof is that the symbol of ma destroy Roman 100, the kopsh or ensis falcatus, is the numeral 9, and the straight fleshblade kt is the pronoun thou thee. The two together alluded to the oldest religious practice. The falchion shaped in the pattern of Urs Major was thick-backed and weighted with bronze. The blade, in later days at least, was of iron or steel, as shown by the blue-color Champalian notices blue swords with golden hilts in 157, the tomb of Ramses Roman 3, and a weapon copse with the gold of which the hilt consists running up the concave back of the blade. The gold was therefore either sunk into the iron or gilded on the back. In other cases, the copse of kings was entirely of gold, or like other swords entirely of brass copper. In another similar weapon, brass, copper and iron were blended in the blade. An iron copse was found in a tomb at Gurn. Fig 1611 Egyptian sling 2 unknown weapon 3 sheathed dagger 4 hatchet 5 scorpion or whip goad. Fig 162 Egyptian daggers. Fig 163 Egyptian dagger of bronze in British Museum. Fig 164 Officer of Life Guard to Ramses Roman 2, apparently Asiatic. Fig 165 Bronze sword found at Alcantara, Egypt. The kopsh, a sickle in type, and originally a throwing weapon as well as a cutting arm, was always carried by the pharaoh, who used it indifferently with the pike taru, the mace axe aka, aku battle axe, or poleaxe ketten. Officers and privates, Lights as well as heavies also wielded it in pictures. Those commanding infantry corps are armed with the simple stick, like the Roman centurion, and our drill sergeant of bygone days. Fig 1661, Axe 2 spearhead 3 Kopsh 4 lancehead. Fig 168, Egyptian daggers. Fig 167, belt and dagger. The fourth or long straight sword, which does not appear in the hieroglyphs, had a two-edged Cutan thrust leaf-shaped blade from 2.5 to 3 feet long, with a foining point, like that of the somal. These large weapons seem to have 159 been used by foreign mercenaries. The leaf also becomes a trowel form, betraying its origin and derivation. The spearhead, the grip was hollowed away in the center, gradually thickening at either end, and was sometimes inlaid with metal stones and precious woods. The pommel of that worn in the pharaoh's girdle is surmounted by one or more hawkheads. This bird, being the symbol of Ra the sun, the handle is also adorned with small pins and studs of gold, shown through suitable openings in the front part of the sheath. With this weapon the warrior stabs the enemy in the throat, as Mithras strikes the bull behind the shoulder. A modified form was the sword dagger, of which two are sometimes represented. With the pharaoh it was generally carried in the belt. This shape of weapon found its way to the Caucasus, and the Georgian khanjar hanging to the girdle in the place of the sword is also a survival. Fig 169, Assyrian daggers, sheaths and belts, British Museum. The Egyptian weapon is of various lengths. The bronze blade of Amenoff Roman II found by Wilkinson at Thebes measures only 5.25 inches, others rise to 7 and even 10. Mr. Salt's specimen in the British Museum covers 11.5 inches including the handle, and others reach 1 foot and even 16 inches. Many of these blades taper from 1.5 inches to 2/3 1/60 of an inch near the point. Dr. John Evans has a sword found at Great Kantara during the construction of the Suez Canal. The blade is leaf-shaped and measures 17 inches, and the whole length 22 inches and 3/8. Fig 165. Instead of a hilt plate, it is drawn down to a small tang about 3/16 of an inch square. This again expands into an octagonal bar about 3/8 of an inch in diameter, which has been drawn down to a point, and then turned back to form a hook. Perhaps the earliest mode of hanging to the belt. At the base of the blade are 2 rivet holes, and the hilt must have been formed of 2 pieces, which clasped the tang. Dr. Evans also mentions a bronze sword blade, presumably from Lower Egypt, in the Berlin Museum. It has an engraved line down each side of the blade. It is more uniform in width than the Kantara specimen, and the hilt is broken off. Fig 170, dagger from the Caucasus. Fig 171, Egyptian chopper swords. Fig 172, Egyptian kopsh. Not a few Egyptian swords are much thicker at the middle than at the edges, and many are slightly grooved. The bronze is so well tempered either by hammering by hydraulic pressure or by phosphorization that it has retained spring and pliability after several thousand years, and is still elastic like the steel of our modern days. I have already noticed the Pasalacqua and the Harris daggers, both from Thebes. The dagger handle was generally covered in part with metal like that of the sword, and the sewing of the leather sheath again recalls the hide scabbard of the somal. The Egyptians, as the hieroglyphs prove, had also single-edged 161 cutting knives, shorter than swords, and apparently of steel. They resemble our flesh knives, and may correspond with the Greek ang-sax mech, while the daggers proper represent the and the parazonia. Egyptian swords. The long sword must have been rare, or rather barbaric, for it is seldom found in the pictures and bas-reliefs, yet Rosellini figures one which resembles an espadon or heavy two-handed weapon of our Middle Ages. An inscription of Ramses takes as booty from the Maxi Cyrenians of Libya 115 swords of 5 cubits 7.5 feet, and 124 of 3 cubits long. Fig 173, bronze daggers and sheath 1 foot long from Theban tomb, Berlin Museum. Fig 174, shapes of Egyptian blades, Merrick. Fig 175, sword daggers. Merrick, in his general introduction to the weapons of all nations, Vol. Roman 1 pl. 1, gives 2 forms of Egyptian blades, or rather choppers. One, a Fig 174, is a straight bill-shaped cutting blade with the tip upturned, and the handle is provided with cords and tassels. This is in fact the old Turkish scimitar, and its offshoots of which I have already spoken, and thus Egypt led to the chopper types which will presently be noticed. The other B is a curved scimitar with a beveled end, and a double cord at the hilt. The former seems to be an imitation of the obsidian flake, the latter is a development of the kopsh or sickle sword. The sword in Africa. And here I must temporarily abandon the chronological for the geographical order and briefly treat of the sword in modern Africa. In the Dark Continent, as in the New World, the weapon has scant importance. Reviewing the arms of the former quarter, we must conclude that its favourites are the warricks employed in rough work, and the spear used in fine work, while the sword proper is confined as a rule to Moslem Africa. We have seen that in olden time the Mashwa Maxis of Libya bordering upon Egypt used large swords. The Adiamachid, or first Libyans of Herodotus Roman 4, called by Silius Italicus Roman 3 gens, Acola Nili, were also armed with curved blades. Denham and Clapperton inform us that the Knights of Malta exported great numbers of the straight double-edged blades, which they affected to Benghazi in North Africa, where they were exchanged for bullocks from the Tripolitan. They were borne across the Sahara to Bornu to Hausaland, and to Kano, where they were remounted for the use of the Negroid Moslem population. Modern travellers note that the trade still continues at Kano, where some 50,000 blades were annually imported across the Mediterranean. The reason is that these Negroids cannot make their own, hence they are passed on to the Pule Fula and Fulb tribes, the Hausas, the Bornus, and others dwelling in the northwestern interior. The great Mandinga family, miscalled Mandingos, are also purchasers of European blades, which they mount and sheath for themselves. Far to the southeast, Mr. Henry Roman 1000 Stanley Locke, Cit Roman 1 notes that the king of Kishaka possesses an Arab scimitar, which is a venerated heirloom of the royal family, and the sword of the founder of that kingdom. Barth Travels has left us accurate though scanty details concerning the weapons of the northwestern and west central Africa. Spears and swords, say the people, are the only manly and becoming weapons. The blade, mostly made at Solingen, characterizes the free and noble amashag or imashag, and all travellers remark that it preserves the old knightly form of crusading days. The Locust Tawaric carry only the lance and the regular African telak or arm knife. The Foroi trust almost wholly to their swords. The Kel Awi Kyle, or people of the Owi Valley, and the Kelgiers carry spear, sword and dagger. The Imgad, a degraded tribe of the Negroid Berbers, are not allowed to use either sword or spear. Similarly, the bow is confined to the serval caste. The Somal, the son of the Casimir Agades, was armed with an iron spear sword and dagger. Val Roman 1, a Muscu chief, had a boomerang sword. Front Val Roman 3, few of the Baghirmi can afford Cascara swords, and they rarely wear the kinya or arm knife, the favourite weapon of these races, as well as the Camuri or Bornevis. 163 is the Njiga or Galio, which has been noticed under the name of Danisco. It is a short and double-pointed Egyptian handbill thrown, as well as used for cutting at Sokoto. The traveller found good iron Roman 4 at Kano in Hausaland. He observed a blacksmith making with the rudest tools a leaf-shaped dagger, a long-ribbed, highly decorated, and very sharp blade. The Tawaric call the smith and had in Timbuktu. He becomes the muallim or artist. The swordplay of North Africa is that of Arabia and India, apparently borrowed from the original swordance in Tangier. It is picturesquely described by a lively Italian writer, Edmondo de Amicis. There were 3 swordsmen, and they used the stick in pairs. It is impossible to do justice to the extravagance and buffoonery Gophagini of that school. I call it so because we saw the same style in the other cities of Morocco. There were all the movements of the rope dance, high leaps, without object, contusions, leg actions, and blows, announced a whole minute before by an immense sweep of the arm. Everything was done with a holy phlegm, which would have allowed one of our experts to have distributed amongst all 4 a volley of blows, without the least risk of receiving one. The old Egyptian sword types spread deep into the Dark Continent, and preserve their forms to the present day. The Somal's weapon shows the straight or spear blade. The Shotel or Abyssinian sword Fig 176 is a direct descendant from the Kopfschfalschen, nothing less handy than this gigantic sickle. The edge is inside, the grip is too small, and the difficulty of drawing the blade from the scabbard is considerable. The handle, 4 inches long, is a rude lump of black wood, and the tang is carried to the pommel, and there clinched. The coarse and ugly blade has a midrib running, the whole length forming a double slope to the edges. It is 1 inch broad at the base, and tapers to a point which can hardly be used. The length along the arc is 3 feet 37 inches. The curve measuring from arc to cord is 2 inches, and the projection beyond the directing line is 4 inches. The rough scabbard of untanned hide is shod with a hollow brass knob, a ferrule ruder even than the blade, and a large iron buckle affixed to the top of the scabbard under the haft connects with a belt or waist strap. Such a weapon never belonged to a race of swordsmen. The Africo-Arab tribes of the Upper Nile, for example the Bisharin, also preserve Egyptian forms derived from the listen stick. The Gala sword is shorter and simpler than the Egyptian, but the flisser of northern Africa, the yataghan, whose type 164, by the support of the ducti, Aumil supplied France for years with a bad bayonet, if borrowed from the listen, has assumed a peculiar curve. Colonel A. Lane Fox looks upon this flisser of the Kabyles, Kabyle the tribes, as resembling the carpis blade, straightened, like those represented in the hands of the Greek warrior, on the vase in the museum at Naples. Nothing can be better adapted for close fight than the handy stabbing weapon stuck on the end of a musket, and making the barrel tough heavy. Nothing can be worse. But as the military tailor in the British Army seeks the philosopher's stone in the shape of a suit of uniform that shall be at once warm and cool, heavy and light, airy and impermeable to wet, handsome and lasting, cheap and good, so the Frenchman would transform the bayonet into a multum in parvo, a sword, a sora cupitu, in fact everything that a bayonet is not, and ought not to be. The absurd yataghan bayonet has only lately been banished from the French army, and retains its place in most continental forces. Fig. 176 Abyssinian sword, a large sickle breadth at hilt, 1-inch tapers to point. Fig. 177 smaller Abyssinian blade. Fig. 178 Abyssinian sword in sheath, scabbard open to allow passage of blade. Fig. 179 flisser of Kabyles. The sword amongst the Dankali tribes who occupy the southwestern shores of the Red Sea north of the Somal is evidently of European origin. The straight thin blade with 2 or more longitudinal grooves is about 4 feet long and broadens towards the point. The handle consists of a pommel of a grip, whipped with wire, and of straight quillons forming a regular crossguard. The modern weapons are made in Germany, I believe at Solingen, which seems to supply all Africa north of the equator. Fig. 181 Congo sword. Fig. 180 Dankali sword. Our age has at length realized the fact that the heart of Africa is inhabited by a homogeneous race, speaking tongues of the same family. It is a large and strong-bodied people, often cannibal, and showing no likeness with the Negro of the tobacconist shops scattered amongst. These Mainators and possibly the aborigines of the country are comparatively dwarfish tribes, evidently the crane-fighting pygmies of Homer and Herodotus, now known from their various clans, Aka Tikitiki Doko Wambilikimo Tukubiters, and so forth, both the dwarfs and the comparative giants of whom the Mpangwe or Fans first became known in Europe, are metal workers, and both work well. They despise arms and tools that chip and snap, and therefore prefer to ours with ample reason their charcoal-smelted native produce, and they temper it by many successive heatings and hammerings without water-quenching, according to Major Sir Pinto, Roman II. The Barotse temper their iron with ox-grease and salt. He notes, however, Roman II, that the Ganglers manufacture steel out of wrought iron, tempered by cold water into which the metal is thrown while hot. The Gaboon River also produces the babanga, a leaf-shaped sword with a square end made at Bata, and used by the Mpangwe, a glaive also leaf-shaped with a long handle having a point at the butt end, and swords with triangular blades more or less broadened at the apex. Upon the glorious Congo River, I was shown a sword belonging to the Migelos, or Migers, a tribe inhabiting the upper valley. All declared it to be of native make, and used during the swordance performed in presence of the prince, but it is an evident copy of some weapon of the 15th century, and the knightly model, like that of the Mpangwe fan crossbow, had drifted into the African interior. The handle and its pommel were of ivory in poorer weapons wood, is used. The guard was a thin bar of iron, springing from the junction of blade, and 166 grip, forming an open oval-shaped pardane below, and prolonged upwards and downwards in 2 quillons or branches parallel with the hilt, and protecting the hand. The blade, which had a tang for hefting, was straight, flexible, and double-edged. African swords. In the despotism of Unyoro on the northern shores of the Victoria Nyanza, Lake Sir Samuel Baker found a knife of the Egyptian leaf shape, the lingua di bove of the Italians. The blade has a high midrib, and the handle is whipped round with copper wire. It is evidently used like the Somal weapon for stabbing as well as cutting. Fig. 182 Unyoro dagger sword. Fig. 183 Zanzibar swords. The Arabs of Zanzibar preserve the old two-handed weapon of Europe, with a thin, flattish, double-edged blade ending in a beveled point, and much resembling the executioner's sword. Prolonged, they bear the Solingen mark. Zanzibar, however, has 2 swords, the shorter weapon. A Fig. 183 is 3-grooved, and single-edged the blade, measuring 1 foot 10 inches. The handle and sheath are of copper embossed or engraved, and adorned with fine stones. The second B Fig. 183, which is the usual shape carried by Arab gentlemen, is 3 feet to 3.5 feet long. The long tang tapers towards the hilt, and is cased in wood and leather. The pommel is cylindrical, and the grip once guard and Quillen's Demon p. 396 finds it difficult to understand how this singular weapon could be wielded. It serves mostly for show, and when wanted is used like a quarterstaff with both hands, but the Zanzibari's sword is always clumsy as dangerous to the wielder as the old blade of the Gauls and ancient Britons. Their cousins the Bedouin living about Maskat have conserved with a religious respect many ancient weapons won or bought in older days, and possibly dating from crusading times. These valuable articles travelled far. The Portuguese found amongst the Moors of Malacca swords bearing in Latin the inscription "God help me." The sword is also known to the blood-stained despotisms that border the west coast of Africa, Shanti Dahom, and Benin. Many of the shapes are borrowed. Such are the Moroccan yataghan, the Turkish or rather Persian scimitar, and the Malay kreese provided with silver hilts and scabbard mountings. They are generally wrapped in cloths showing only the upper part of the sheath and grip. Some of the forms have developed till they look almost original, especially the short broad blades pierced with holes like fish slicers and ending in circinal curves. They suggest the well-known Indian choppers, and probably in both countries they derive from Egypt. In Ashantiland and Dahom, they are mostly of iron, some are of brass and others of gold, and they are fantastically punched 168 into chevrons and pierced with openwork. These fish slicers are used in sacrifice and in beheading, an operation which they perform very badly. Mr. Henry Roman 1000 Stanley refers to long-handled cleaver-like weapons amongst the savages of Makongo, and to iron billhooks and massive cleaver-looking knives with polished blades in Karagwe. Fig 184 Gold Coast swords. Captain Cameron. Fig 185 Ashanti sword knife. Fig 186 Swords of King Jelel of Dahom. Fig 187 Beheading sword. Kutch also used in Africa. Fig 188 Wassa Wassa sword. Gold plates on wood sewn with wire and then beaten until the stitches can scarcely be seen. Fig 189 King Blaze sword. Gold leaf stamped and beaten, sworn by before going to war: if I come back, cut my head off. Jizo the warrior king of Dahom or Fonland, who loved variety in as well as number of weapons, manufactured swords with 2 blades like scissors. He also had in Tererum a company of Amazons called razorwomen from the Nyack Plenento blade. This was simply a European razor on a large scale, with a steel of 30 inches 169 rising from a plain handle of black wood, and kept open by a spring. It was used to decapitate prisoner kings, and the very look of it made the lieges tremble. Fig 190 Captain Cameron's Manuma swordlet sheath, and belt 1 copper 2, wood 3 steel 4 wood 5 skin. My friend Captain Cameron gives interesting details concerning the sword in parts of Africa which he first visited, and he has kindly sent me a specimen of the Manuama swordlet, drawn to scale. He describes the Wahumla tribe as using double-edged blades of iron shaped like those of the Roman legionary. The chiefs adorn their steel blades with neat openwork in various patterns, and some carry a fringe of bells all along the lower side of the sheath. The belt of twisted hide loops into a rolled fur, often otter skin, and ends in 2 bells. It is slung over the left shoulder. The Rahambo chiefs use similar blades with broad and crescent-shaped edges. The commoners are armed with heavy spears and short knives, also used when feeding. The people of the central Copperlands have only long knives shaped like spearheads. Stanley Roman II calls them short swords scabbarded with wood, to which are hung small brass and iron bells. The swords used by the chiefs under King Kasongo are left undescribed. These weapons appear to be like those seen by me on the Congo. These Negroes have a kind of sham attack in honor, a custom well known amongst the Bedouin. When sufficiently bedaubed with pipeclay or cinnabar, the chief returned the bag to his boy, and drawing his sword rushed at Kasongo, seemingly intent upon cutting him down. But just before reaching him, he suddenly fell on his knees, driving the sword into the ground and rubbing his forehead in the dust. The Paukyu Pakwi of the Lunda chiefs is not allowed to the people. This weapon, Fig 191, has also found its way from Egypt into lands far south of the equator, and may be traced in the dagger-formed knives of the Ovampos. It 170 is a large 2-edged knife 3 spans long by 4 inches broad. The sheath is of leather, and the weapon hangs under the left arm. The Pakwi not a little resembles the short leaf-shaped iron blades from the Gaboon River, West Africa, and these again suggest the swords and the spearheads of the Bronze Age. Stanley Roman II shows the Baswa knife on the upper Congo, exactly resembling the pakwi. These weapons vary in size from a butcher's cleaver to a lady's dirk. He also found splendid long knives like Persian kummers, khanjars, and billhook swords. Fig 191, pakwi of the Khazars chiefs. Fig 192, Gaboon swords, both evidently Egyptian. Fig 193, cleaver of the Habshi people. The Habshi people inhabiting Janjhira el Jezra, the island off the west coast of India south of Bombay, retain a curious relic of their African origin. These Negroids, who call themselves Abyssinians, are originally Wasawahili from Zanzibar. Their cleaver is a straightened kopsh wholly of iron handle, plain crossguard, and pommel. Fig 193. The blade is 15 inches broad, the back is 1.5 inches thick, and the weapon is as heavy as a man can wield. These expirates under the Habshi Nawab are still feared on account of their great strength and violent temper by all their effeminate Indian neighbors. It is well to note that in case of another Indian mutiny, we can easily raise on the eastern coast of Africa a Negroid force sufficient to put it down. Fig 194, Frankish blade, with mid-groove out of center. Colonel Alain Fox remarks that one of the most peculiar forms of sword, 171, used in Africa, is the corrugated, having an oja section on each face. A portion of the blade is sunk on one side only, and on the other face the depression is on the reverse side. Thus the transverse section somewhat resembles the angles of the letter Z. We can understand the use of this device when adapted to the pile of the arrow, or the javelin. It would give the weapon a rotatory motion on the principle of the screw propeller, the action being only reversed instead of the screw propelling itself by acting upon the surrounding medium. In this case, the air impinges upon the screw flanges and rotates the arrow, thereby increasing the accuracy of its flight. But the peculiarity has been preserved, where it is wholly useless and curious to say this ogiform is persistent in all the swords obtained from the Caucasus, while the iron blades of Saxon and Frankish spears, discovered in the graves of England and France, have the same distinctive. Both may have derived it from Egypt, the Caucasians through Colchis, and Western Europe. By means of the Phoenicians, the illustration is taken from the pagan Saxondom of Mr. J. Y. Ackerman, who was the first to draw attention to the strange resemblance between the Saxon and Hottentot spears. Thus we see that whilst Egypt originated the three shapes of sword blade, straight, curved, and half-curved, the rest of Africa invented positively nothing in haplology. Negroids and Negroes either borrowed their weapons from Egypt or imported them from beyond the sea into tropical Africa, never imagined an alphabet, a plough, or a sword. Chapter Roman 9. The sword in Kittiland, Palestine, and Canaan, Phoenicia, and Carthage, Jewry, Cyprus, Troy, and Etruria. Centuries before the Hebrews had left the delta, a great empire bounded Nileland on the Asiatic side, reflecting Egypt as the New World reflects the Old. In fact, what Kemi was to the west, that Kittiland was to the east. The people were known to the Nile dwellers as the Kheta Keta or Sheta of the Hebrews, from the days of Abraham to the age of Nehemiah, and the captivity called them Kittimar Hittites, or the children of Heth. A hunting inscription of Tiglath-Pileser Tiglath-Pileser, the first B. Roman 1,000,100 mentions the Ka'at. He makes them dwell on the upper ocean of the setting sun. The Greeks translated from Hebrew and termed the race, and they are the Ketchian or Session auxiliaries of Homer Ades Roman 11, whose leader Eurypylus was slain with the copper sword, and of whom many perished around him on account of gifts to a woman. The cradle of this race, which took the lead of Western Asia during the 17th and 18th centuries, B. Roman 100, was the rolling prairie between the Orontes and the Euphrates. Joshua represents the Lord saying from the wilderness, and this Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. Roman 1. In their palmy days, they covered the interval between Egypt and Assyria, extending northwards to Phrygia and Cilicia, eastwards to Mesopotamia, and westwards to the Mediterranean. They had walled and fortified cities as Tunap or Tunapa Daphne in the land, Naharain 538 the latter, here 173, meaning Upper Palestine, Arathu Aradus, Hamatu Hamath, the high city Kalbu, or Kilibu, Aleppo, Kazantana, Gazanitis, Nishiba, Nisipes, and Patna, which gave rise to Paddan Aram, and to Batana. Their northern capital was Carchemish, the Giar. Hierapolis and the modern Yarablis on the Euphrates, lately explored. Some explain the word as Kar, town of Chemish, the Moab god, others by Chem or Chemis, the Egyptian Pan. It was captured by Sargon. B. Roman 100. and became the headquarters of an Assyrian satrapy. Their sacred city was Kadesh, the holy, a synonym of El-Quds, the Arabic name for Jerusalem, and even of the city of David. It was said, Ezek Romans 16, her father was an Amorite, and her mother a Hittite. A Hittite tribe extended to the southernmost frontiers of Palestine. Gen Roman 23, Passim Hebron, one of their settlements, was founded, we are told, 7 years before Zoan, a station for loading animals, alias San or Tanis, the capital of the Egyptian shepherd kings. But the allusion must be to Sesostris Ramses Roman II, who also made San his capital under the name of Pi, city of Ramesu, not to the original building, by King Pepi of the 6th dynasty, who preceded Abraham by 1,000 years. The Hittites. Fig 195, Cyprian dagger. The Hittites were governed by 12 kings, probably satraps under the Kitasir or supreme chief. The kings of the Hittites are mentioned as joining the Egyptians 2 Kings Roman 30, 541. Although the Hebrews were ordered utterly to destroy the race, their books prove that the Khita were often in intimate relation with the intruders, as in the case of Uriah the Hittite, one of the 30 of David's bodyguard. They worshipped Baal Sutek, the war god, the man of war, a counterpart of Amun with his wife Sakti, or active energy Astartha Anata, and they also venerated Targatha Kito, or Adargatistuo, Syro Greek words, for one, and the same person. The Egyptians at times rank the Khita as a great people, and their habitat as a great country, holding them, in fact, almost as their peers. They also speak with reverence of their gods like their neighbors of Kemi. The Hittites were a literary nation. The monuments of Nileland mention a certain Kurubsar, or Sir Writer of the books of the chief of the Khita, and the determinative is papyrus or parchment. Hebron was also originally called Kurjeth Kariyat, Sefer, settlement of books. The Khita were formidable opponents to Kemi between the 17th and the 14th centuries. B. Roman 100. They fought doughtily against Thutmose Roman 3 circa B. Roman 100, during his Syrian campaign, when this Alexander the Great of Egyptian history overthrew the chief of Kadesh, built a fortress on the Lebanon range, and mastered Naharain. 3 centuries later Kadesh was taken by Ascari or Seti. Roman 1 B. Roman 100. A few years afterwards took place the great campaign of his son Ramses Roman II, or the Great, who made Egypt anew, and who is famous as the Sesostris of Herodotus. He was nearly defeated at the historic Battle of Kadesh the Wicked, but at last he succeeded in throwing the foe one upon another head over heels into the waters of the Orontes. Wilkinson Roman 1 shows a city with a double moat crossed by 2 bridges at the outer defence, formed by the river, running into a lake. A phalanx of the Khita is drawn up as a reserve corps, wonderfully rich, says Bruggsch, is the great picture, which represents the fight of the chariots, while the gigantic form of Ramses in the very midst of the hostile warcars performs deeds of daring. Though astonishing friend and foe, his gallant son Prahianamif, commander-in-chief of the charioteers, heads the attack upon those of the enemy. The Khita warriors are thrown into the river, and among them is the king of Kilibai, Aleppo, whom the warriors try to revive by holding his legs in the air with his head hanging down. This was the victory that gave birth to the first of epic poems, the Song of Pentor the Scribe. The Hittite sword. The war ended by the Egyptian marrying the Hittite's daughter, and making with his father-in-law a highly civilized extradition treaty, engraved upon a silver plate. Another invasion, however, took place circa B. Roman 100, under Ramses Roman 3, this Rampsinitus of the Greeks, a compound title. Ramesuper Neter Ramses the god has left inscriptions concerning his campaign of vengeance, which cover one side of the temple of Medina Habu. Amongst the conquered foes appears the miserable king of Khita as a living prisoner. In later times the Khita became well known to Assyrian story. Shalmaneser, Roman 2 B. Roman 100,852, mentions the Hittites, and the city of Petra Pether. He takes 89 cities of the land of the Hamathites and Rimonidri of Damascus. Tiglath-Pileser, Roman 2 B. Roman 100,727, speaks of the city of Hamati Hamath and the Aramu Aramans. According to Wilkinson Roman 1 Chap Roman 5, the Khita are represented on the monuments the Memnonium, Medina Habu and elsewhere as a shaven race with light red skins. Their dress is the long Assyrian robe falling to the ankles, the hair is crisply curled, and at times covered with the tall cap of Phrygian type. A characteristic article which appears in their hieroglyphs is the pointed and upturned boot, somewhat like the solrit of the 16th century. For armor they had square or oblong shields, and quilted coats with bracelets defending their arms. Their weapons were bows, spears, and the short straight sword, the modern flesh chopper, then in use among their rival neighbors of the Nile Valley. These gallant Canaanites were proficients in the art of war. The army was distributed into foot and mounted men. The former consisted of a native nucleus called Tuhir Tahir, the chosen ones, and a host of mercenaries under herpits or captains. Amongst these were the Shardana Sarduns, commonly translated Sardinians. Brucksch contends that they were Colchians and derives from them Sardonian linen. They were armed with horned helmets and round shield spears, and long swords. The kellau or slingers appear to have been a cordylite that waited upon the prince. The tactics included a regular phalanx, a hearse, or 176 column of spearsmen like the Egyptian, and although the cavalry rode horses, their strength was in chariots. Hithism became a study of late years after the publication of Hittite hieroglyphs, first discovered at Hama, then at Aleppo, gave it an impulse. 2 rock inscriptions with bas-reliefs were discovered by the Rev. E. Davis of Alexandria at Ibriz, a briz 3 hours south of Eregli, the old Sibistra on the Great Lycaonian plain. The finds at Carchemish added to the scanty store. And there are said to be Hittite seals in the British Museum. In Dr. Schliemann's p. 352, I find a Hittite hieroglyph on the stamped terracotta. The middle figure to the right is apparently the fist or fist-shaped glove, the Egyptian symbol of the hand. I shall presently notice the Lycian coin, and a gold incision from Cyprus, 3 legible characters, bull's head, the cap, and the bent armor traced to the so-called prehistoric statue of Niobe. Mount Sipylus, evidently Hittite too, is the bronze tablet in Roman 1000 Perites Museum, Beirut. Modern discoveries enable us to characterize Hittite art as a blending of Egyptian with Assyrian, or rather Babylonian. Both considerably modified. The former appears in the 2 sphinxes of Ayub, and in the winged solar disk, which was also borrowed by Mesopotamia from the Nile Valley. The bas-reliefs and gems of Assyria are reflected in the Hittite representations of the human figure, but the stature is shorter, the limbs are thicker and more rounded, and the muscles are not so prominent. At Boghaz Kui, some of the deities stand upon animals, a posture believed to be early Babylonian. Here too the goddesses, where mural crowns the decoration of the Ephesian Artemis, and Prof. Sayce thence infers its Hittite origin. At Ayub is found the double-headed eagle, which is supposed to be the prototype of the old Seljukian and modern European monsters. Hittite hieroglyphics. The Hittite syllabary has systematic affinities with the Egyptian, as shown by the boot, the glove or hand, the bent arm, the battle axe, and the short straight chopper knife. But before reading these ideographs, it was necessary to determine the language, and here difficulties arose. Prof. Sayce denies that the Khita were Semites or spoke a Semitic tongue, and in this he is followed by Mr. W. St. Chad Boscon, but the former contended with scant success that the Cypriot 177 writing was none other than the hieroglyphics of Hamath. Mr. Hyde Clark believes that Khita, Etruscan, and Cypriot are kindred tongues, and detects their symbols upon the autonomous coins of Spain. Others have supported the Scythic Turanian origin of the Hittites in our day. This was inevitable. The Rev. Dunbar Roman 1 Heath bravely pronounces the language Semitic, and made a gallant attempt at interpreting the syllabary, but nothing final can be done under present conditions. We have not even collected all the characters. While the Khita were inlanders, the parallel shoreland of the Mediterranean Syria, and Palestine was occupied by a host of Semitic and congener tribes. The former is a noble word, and by no means the invention of a Greek geographer. Syria denotes the rocky region from Sur or Tsua, rock, a tower, Turis, Tyre, the Zurai of Tiglath-Pileser, Roman 2, and the Tapo of the hieroglyphs. Thus Syria and Tyria would be synonyms. Herodotus, Roman 7, fathered a sad confusion when he wrote the people whom the Greeks call Syrians are called Assyrians by the barbarians. Assyria is from another root, Asher, supposed to signify happiness, and applied, as will be seen, to one of the gods. Syria is the hieroglyphic Karu, or Kalu, the hinterland that is behind or north of Osiris, Egypt, and the Akaru or Akaru of the cuneiforms, both from the Semitic root Akka. Palestine. Syria is simply the land of the Philistines, the Zahai of the hieroglyphs, and medieval Philistin. This powerful family, probably connected with the Hyksos, extended eastward from the confines of Egypt and built Pelusium Philistine town, not town of or mud. Beyond the Philistines began the Phoenicians, merchants and traders, travelers, explorers, and colonizers, the Englishmen of antiquity. When Herodotus brings the Phoenicians from the Erythraean Sea, he is generally understood to mean the Persian Gulf, where the islands of Tyrus or Tylos and Aradus are supposed to be the mother sites of the homonymous Mediterranean settlements. The popular derivation of Phoenicia is from which again may have been more grco, a mere translation of the Egyptian Kepheth, Kefthu, Keft, and Kepher, a palm tree. but the question would be solved if it can be proved that the Ph-Nishans are the Fennec of the monuments, and the Muslim el-Fenish Mariette Pasha derived the term pni from pun or punt, by which he understood Somaliland. He is easily reconciled with Herodotus by assuming Punt to mean, as most understand it, the opposite Arabian coast. Thus the port of Punt is the mythical Red Sea primordial matter, where Red Typhon and the Red Dragon or Apophis fought against the white god Horus, the prototype of Bouldur, the beautiful. The Ph-Nishans left their mark upon the world for many generations. The Mediterranean was a Ph-Nishan lake, and they could boast of a general. This enabled their merchants and navigators to diffuse civilization from Egypt and Assyria to the farthest west. They were the carriers of the world, their round ships or merchantmen, and their long warships pushed far into the northern and southern Atlantic. The topographical lists of Thutmose Roman III show a thickly inhabited country. Bruges Roman 151, and, as Mariette Pasha says, a map of Canaan, composed of some 115 hieroglyphic names, is a synoptical table of the Promised Land made 270 years before the exodus of Moses among the settlements. Ardebeku, now Baalbek, the Balsadi Tumsaku, the gate or shrine of Tum, the setting sun, now Damascus, Beirat Had Beirat Keriman, or Mount Carmel and Ayapu Joppa, or Jaffa. We find the Jordan in the Egyptian Ayarutana and Shabbatuan, is the Sabbaticus River of Pliny and Josephus. The chief cities of Ph-Nisha, Tyre and Sidon, were of unexampled splendor, depots of the wealth of the East as early as B. Roman 100. The arch-Homrid, who curiously enough never mentions Tyre, attributes all the finest works of art, either 179 to the Sidonians, or to the gods. The eastern coast of the Inner Sea was a center of civilization, a school of high culture which added beauty to necessary and useful technical products, and its arts and handicrafts became patterns to the world. Even to Egypt the mother we have only a few inscriptions to remind us of its literature, but nothing can be more touching or more poetical than the epitaph of Eshmanazar, king of the Sidonians, 569, deprived of my fruit of life, my wise and valiant sons, widowed, the child of solitude, I lie in this tomb, in this grave, in the place which I built. Roman 100. Ph-Nisha too gave not only her letters, but her guards to Greece and Rome. Mulciber, for instance, was evidently Malik Kabir, the great king, father of the Kabiri, the patron saints of Palmland and the Pelasgi. This deity corresponded with the Egyptian Ta, the demiurgus god, denoted by the scarabus, a symbol as common in Ph-Nisha as in Nyland. Melkarth again, whom Non-Neus makes the Babylonian sun, was the city god farther west. He became Heracles, the Etruscan Urkel. The latter was an important commercial personage in Ph-Nisha for his dog. According to the Greeks, discovered the Murex. Melkarth is the Arshal of Seldon de Dies Syriais, who derives the word from light. Another Syrian people often occurring upon the Egyptian monuments is the Shertana, whom Layard supposes to be the Sharutinians near modern Antioch. They inhabited a country upon a river and a lake or sea. Their armor was a close-fitting cuirass of imbricated metal plates worn over a short dress, and girt at the waist the helmet had side horns, and its upper dome was surmounted by a shafted bowl crest. Their weapons were javelins, long spears, and pointed swords. The Takari, their neighbors, also carried for offense spears and large pointed knives or straight swords. The Rabo had bows and long straight swords with very sharp points. The same is the case with Rutenu or Rotten, who often pass in review upon the monuments. They appear to have contained two divisions. The Rutenu here, Upper Rutenu, were apparently the peoples of Clesyria, while the Ruthens or Luthans are mentioned in conjunction with Neni, Nineveh, Shinar, Singer, Babel, and other places in eastern Naharain, Mesopotamia. The harp of Perseus is. We have no knowledge of the Ph-Nishan sword, except that supplied to us by the legend of the enigmatical Egypto-Argive hero Perseus. According to Herodotus Roman II, his quadrangular fane was at Panopolis Chemis in the Theban nome. Here his sandal 2 cubits long was shown to devotees, and the land prospered whenever he appeared, as is the case when it sees El-Khizr, the green prophet of El-Islam. The Greeks, whom we need not credit, made him the son of Jupiter by the Acrisian maid Danae, and the Persians, according to the 180 Greeks, declared his son Perses to be the hero's eponymus of their country, and the ancestor of their Hachmanish or Ichmenian kings. His chief exploits were two at Spanish Tartessus, or in Libya Herod Roman II. He slew, with the aid of a magic mirror given to him by Neith Athene, the Gorgon Medusa, that old Typhonian head from whose neck sprang Pegasus and Chrysaor at Ph-Nishan Joppa. Jaffa he slaughtered the sea monster, and saved Andromeda, who is suspiciously like Anat. In both these feats Perseus used a celestial weapon, the harp of Kronos which Zeus had wielded in his duel with Typhon. The giant or bad god had torn it from the grip of the good god, whom he presently imprisoned in a cave. And it was not recovered till the captive was liberated by Thut Hermes. The Greeks call this sword harp, and the name is evidently the Phoenician hirba, and the Hebrew cherub, whilst its description falx acuta sharp sickle identifies it with the kopsh blade of Egypt. Perseus performed his two exploits, as Hercules slew the Lernan Hydra and Mercury cut off the head of Argus falcato and Se, using the harpun Cylindida. This legend has greatly exercised commentators. The hero is connected with Io, Belus and Gyptus, while he is evidently related to the Cypriot Perseus, and the Phoenician Recef flame, or thunderbolt. The original fight is the eternal warfare of good light warmth, joy with their contraries. It begins with Osiris Typhon. It proceeds to Assyria, where Bel the sun god attacks the Tiamat or marine monster with the Sapara sword, or Kopsh in Persia. It becomes Hormuzd Ahura Mazda, and Ahriman Angramanus in Juri. It is an affair between Bel and the dragon in Greece, between Apollo and Python. The duello is continued by St. Patrick, who banished forever snakes from Ireland, and it makes its final appearance as St. George, and the dragon, this expiring effort of Egyptian mythology, is held apocryphal by the Roman Catholic Church, and no wonder 181 dragons do not, and never did exist, except in memory as prehistoric monsters. Moreover, the traveller in Syria is shown 3 several tombs of Margerius the Cappadocian, a saint, who has spread himself from Diospolis Lyda throughout the world under Justinian. The Theseum of Athens was dedicated to St. George of Cappadocia, and in Cyprus he had as many temples as Venus, the Saxon teacher, thus invoked him. Invicto mundum qui sanguine temnis. Infinita refers Georgi Sanct Tropha. He entered the English calendar when Henry Roman II married Eleanor, daughter of William of Aquitaine, the crusader who chose the Flos Sanctorum for his patron saint. He is still godfather of the Garter, established by Edward Roman III in 1350, and the most feudal of existing orders wears the George on a gold medallion, and celebrates its festival at Windsor on April 23. One step in the saint's progress has been traced by Roman 1000 ch. Clermont Ganneau, an Orientalist, whose archaeological acumen is unsurpassed even by his industry. A bas-relief group in the Louvre shows the hawk-headed Horus mounted, and in Roman uniform piercing with his peculiar spear and hamatum or barbhead, the neck of the crocodile Typhon set Dagon Python the devil. This strongly suggests that Horus and Perseus, St. Patrick and St. George, are one and the same person. Phoenician swords. The hirba blade has not yet been found in Phoenicia, but Wilkinson argues Roman 2 ch. Roman 7, that the beautiful swords and daggers buried with the ancient Britons, and clearly not of Greek or Roman type, are Phoenician work. Carthaginian blades, however dug up at Cannes, are now in the British Museum. That the nations were congeners we see by the Penulus of Plautus, and by such names as Dido, another form of David, and Elissa, Issa, the royal woman, by Cychus, who derives from the same root as Zacchus, by Hannibal and Hasdrubal, containing the root Baal, and by the Sophates magistrates, who are the Hebrew Shaphatim, or judges, the mercenary armies of Carthage, whose conquests are first alluded to by Herodotus. Roman 7 used swords of bronze, copper, and tin. Merrick Roman 1 also mentions brass, and the highly imaginative General Valency compares it with Daris metal, or Irish brass. Dr. Schliemann Meissen p. 76, picked up at Mati in Sicily Carthaginian piles, arrowheads of bronze pyramidal, and without barbs or hami. He found the same style at Meissen p. 123. The swords of the Lycians probably resembled the Egyptian kopsh, and the same was the case with the Cilician falchion. The latter peoples were also armed with the sarissa, the lance or spear, 16 to 20 feet long, afterwards used by the people of Epirus, and the Macedonian phalanx. It is opposed to the larissa, the lance of the European Middle Ages, and to the narissa affected by the Naurenses. The Jewish sword. The most remarkable point concerning the sword amongst the ancient Hebrews is our practical ignorance of its shape and size. Although shekels and similar remains have been discovered in fair quantities, that iron race in iron clad the Jews of old has not left us a single specimen of arms or armor. This is the more curious as we are expressly told that the blade was buried with its wielder, and although we are assured Gen. Roman 4 that Tubal-Cain, son of Lamech and Zillah, was the first metalsmith, there is no direct mention of iron arms amongst the Jews, till after the Exodus. Gesenius proposes to make Tubal-Cain a hybrid word, scorarum, faber from the Persian tupal, iron slag or scori, and Cani Faber a blacksmith he has been identified with Tarbil, Can Assyria Vulcan and Mulciber, and only ignorance of Hinduism prevented medieval commentators discovering him under the alias of Vishvamitra, the artificer of the Hindu gods Maestro Vizani A. Roman 500. A famous master of fence attributes the invention of the sword to Tubal-Cain. We should now place this worthy in the later Bronze and early Iron Age. Unjust claims to discovery are made by all ancient peoples, and here it would be hardly fair to adduce Bochart's Judi Semper Mendaces in hoc argumento potissimum mentiunter liberalisime. It is, however, amply evident that the Phoenicians and the despised Canaanites were highly cultivated peoples, whereas the Jews were not. The latter are never alluded to in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Even after they had established their principality upon the bleak and barren uplands of Judah, they were dependent for their art upon their neighbours, although gold was so abundant in the days of David that he could collect about £1,000,000 100,000 talents gold and 1,000,000 of silver for building the temple. Yet Solomon, the wise king, was obliged to seek stonecutters, and even carpenters among the Judah had neither science nor art, architecture, sculpture, paintings, nor mosaics, comfort, nor cookery. The great temple that succeeded the tabernacle of Moses was mainly the work of Hiram of Tyre, the Semiramis of Herodotus Roman 5, the Hieronymus of Dies Menander and Josephus, Appian Roman 1 Roman 100, and probably a dynastic name as Haram the Sacred. Another learned master of arms declares that the first weapon mentioned in Hebrew Holy Writ is the flammeus gladius wielded by the cherubim Gen Roman 3, the cherub, which the Septuagint renders 586 on the Assyrian monuments, the kerubai cherub, which derives like the Arabic carub from carb propinquity, denotes the colossal figures, symbolizing the powers of good and guarding the palace gates. As they prevented the admission of evil, they found their way to the entrance of the Garden of Eden, whence they warned off sinners and intruders. The flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life, was according to some the two-pronged blade, the Greek chelidonian, which served as a talisman, Tiglath-Pileser. Roman 1 made one of these forked swords of copper, inscribed it with his victories, and placed it as a trophy in one of his castles, but the Genesitic sword is probably the weapon symbol of Merodach, the Babylonian god, and planet Jupiter. This revolving disc, represented like the Aryan Vajra, the lightning or thunderbolt with which our classics armed Zeus Jovi, and a highly poetical description of it is given in an old Akkadian hymn. Here it is called among other names Litu or Litu, which is letter for letter the same as the first of the Hebrew words translated flaming sword Lahat ha-chereb. It may also signify the burning of desolation. Roman 1000 F. Lenormant suggests that the true meaning is magical prodigy, but it is safer to stand by the disc-like sword which corresponds with the wheels of Ezekiel's vision chap Roman 10:10 in the Chaldean Battle of Bel, and the dragon. We again find the great flaming sword turning all round the circle when wielded by the deity against the drake. So the Egyptians had long before depicted the solar god with a glory of solar rays, a most appropriate symbol, and his enemy Apophis, the serpent of Genesis, whom he destroys, is a monstrous reptile bristling with a dorsal line of 4 sword blades like flesh knives typifying destruction. The Hebrews borrowed their metallurgy like all their early science from Egypt. Roman 1000 de Garget remarked that they were not destitute of technological skill if they could calcine the golden calf and reduce the metal, probably by using natron to a powder which could be drunk in waterorum potabile. The Hebrews called the sword chereb pl cheriboth, a word that occurs some 250 times in the Old Testament. Its root, like the Arabic khrb, means to waste, to be wasted, and the noun denotes any wasting matter mostly. It means a sword. Gen Roman 17 Roman 34 Roman 100 Roman 100. In other 184 places it is a knife. Josh Roman 5:3. So we find in Ezekiel Roman 5 take the a sharp knife cherub take the a barber's razor. Elsewhere it becomes a chisel. Exod Roman 20, an axe or picture. Roman 34 Es Roman 5, and Roman 26. And finally violent heat. Job Roman 30, the Arabic harbor signifies a dart. We gather from the Hebrew writings that the sword was originally of copper, hence the allusion to its brightness and its glittering. This would be followed by bronze, and lastly by iron ground upon the whetstone. Dute Roman 32. It was not a flint. The sharp knives alluded to in Joshua Roman 5 were mere salxflakes like the Egyptian. The sword was used by foot soldiers and horsemen, the latter adding to the light sword a glittering spear. Nahum Roman 3. The cherub was not a large or heavy weapon, and we may safely assume that its forms were those of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. The weight of Goliath's sword is unfortunately not given 1 Sam Roman 17 like that of his spear and his armor, nor are we told anything about the blade, which David refused, because he had not proved it. Ibid 39, but the ease with which the son of Jesse drew out of the sheath thereof, and used the Philistines' cherub, suggests a normal size and weight. Ibid 51, and Roman 21, it was much admired, for the victor said there is none like that. 1 Sam Roman 21, from the same chapter and verse, we learn that the blade was wrapped up in a cloth still in Eastern practice behind the ephod or priest's robe. And the fact of a man falling upon his sword, 1 Sam Roman 30, 1:5 shows that the blade was stiff, short, and straight like the Egyptian leaf blade. Ehud the Benjamite, when about to murder Eglon king of Moab, Jud Roman 3, made a two-edged sword dagger of a cubit length or 18 inches, apparently without a sheath. The frequent mention of the double-edged sword, or straight cutan thrust, suggests that there were also single-edged blades, back swords, or perhaps falchions. It is hard to understand why Merrick tells us that the Jews wore the sword suspended in front in the Asiatic style. Ehud Ibid 1621 girt his weapon under his raiment upon his right thigh, and drew it with his left hand again. We read, gird thy sword upon thy thigh. PS Roman 45. And as Joab proceeded to assassinate Amasa, 2 Sam Roman 20, the garment that he had put on was girded unto him, and upon it a girdle with a sword fastened upon his loins in the sheath thereof. And as he went forth it fell out. The allusions to the oppressing sword, Jur Roman 46 Roman 50, recall the Assyrian emblem of the sword, and the dove, which are both figured in one image. Perhaps we must so understand the Egyptian ritual of the dead. I came forth as his child from his sword. Apparently the cherub was worn as by the civilized Greeks and Romans only on emergencies, and not like the chivalry of Europe, habitually in peaceful towns. 185 The cultillarii or sicerae, whom Josephus and Tacitus mention, were mere assassins like the French causteliers and the English caustrals or custrels. That the Hebrews were not first-rate sword cutlers, we may infer from the history of Judas the Maccabee. A vision of Jeremiah the prophet preceding the victory over Nicanor had promised him a sword of God, a holy sword, not the short macra, but the large romphor 2 Mac Roman 15. After his war with the Samaritans and the Gentiles of Palestine, Judas took the sword of Apollonius the Syrian general, and fought with it all his life. 2 Mac Roman 3. And yet how general was the use of the sword in Jewry, we gather from the fact that it assisted in taking the census. So David, by one account 2 Sam Roman 24, mustered 1,300,000 valiant men, that drew the sword. The expression girding on the sword, 1 Sam Roman 25, denoted adults able to serve as soldiers, and also noted the beginning of a campaign. Deut Roman 1, it has been stated that Saul son of Kish used the sword with his left hand, by virtue of being of the tribe of Benjamin. Of the latter, however, we learn, Judge Roman 20, that many were ambidexters, fighting and slinging with the left, as well as with the right. Finally, to be slain by the sword was evidently as great a misfortune as the straw death among those muscular Christians, the Scandinavians. The curse of David upon Joab was that there might never be wanting in his house one that hath an issue, or is a leper, or that leaneth on a staff, or that falleth on the sword, a suicide. All this makes the fact the more singular that no Jewish sword blade has ever been found. Of the weapons used by the tribes neighboring the ancient Hebrews, we know little. In the famous muster of Xerxes' army, the Assyrians, according to Herodotus Roman 7, used hand daggers resembling the Egyptian. The Arabs, Roman 7:86, like the Indians, were mere savages armed with bows and arrows, and we may note that the former mounted only camels, the horse not having been naturalized amongst all the tribes in the days of the great King Beroman 100,465. The Philistine weapons are known to us only by the famous duello between David and Goliath of Gath, 1 Sam Roman 17. The account is full of difficulties for the reconciler of contradictory texts. For instance, David is Saul's 186 armor-bearer, and yet unknown at court, nor is it easy to discover where Gath is. It is popularly identified with Karbat ruins of Gat. This heap of ruins lies west of castled Beit, Gibron, the house of giants, tyrants. The Arabic name corresponding with the Hebrew Bethagabra, the field of fight, has been found in the Wadi el Samt Elah of St. Jerome west of Jerusalem. The people of this part of Palestine, probably descended from the Hyksos or Canaanites, are a fine tall race bred to fray and foray by the neighborhood of predatory Bedouin armed to the teeth. They are adepts in the use of the huge nebut or quarterstaff. The plain of Philistia, which once supported 5 princely cities, appears very barren viewed from the sea, but the interior shows well-watered valleys. and the succession of ruins proves that the country belonged to an energetic and industrious race. Gaza Azar at the southern extremity was a place of considerable importance on account of its fine port, and its trade with the adjacent Bedouin. It must not be confused with modern Goliath, the champion of the uncircumcised Philistines, and possibly a type of the race war armor of brass copper. Unfortunately, the materials of his sword and sheath are not specified. The Cyprus sword. Leaving Syria, we proceed to Cyprus, which may be considered an outlying part of Palestine. Its size, its position between the east and the west, and its wealth in gold, silver, copper, and iron made it an important station for the early Pelasgo-Hellenic or Grco-Italic race, which passed westwards using the Hellespont and the Bosphorus for ferroplaces, and the Aegean Islands for stepping stones. Thus Cyprus became the cradle of Greek culture, the cauldron in which Asiatic, Egyptian, and Greek ingredients were brewed together. General Palmer, 187 de Cesnola, has proved by his invaluable finds, which have added a new and very important chapter to the history of art and archaeology, that early Cypriot art was essentially Egyptian, modified by Phoenician and Assyrian influences, and eventually becoming Greek. Hence, too, with the dawn of Hellenic civilization migrated westwards. Some of the fairest classical myth. Cyprus was the very birthplace of Venus and anthropomorphism, which rendered infinite service to poetry, painting, and sculpture. Idalium Dali was the capital of Cinyras Kinari, the harper, the Ciarsus of his day. It was the site of Mirha's sin, and the deathplace of her son Adonis, the latter, who corresponds with the Tammuz of Palestine, and the Assyrian Duzi, son of life, is made by Ammianus Marcellinus. Roman 22, an emblem of the fruits of the earth cut down in their prime. Here was the atelier of Pygmalion farm Alion Malleus Diorum, the hammer of the gods, and here upon his breathing statue of ivory he begat Paphos, the king. Finally here flourished the poets who preceded the Homerid chief, and here was born Zeno the Stoic, the Phoenician. The history of Cyprus begins soon after the beginning. An inscription of Thutmose Roman 3 speaks of the false breed of the Kittim, and the island is everywhere on the monuments called Asibai in the cuneiforms. The word is Kitty. We also find Atnan, hence possibly the Hellenic Achamantes. It is the Chittim of the Hebrews. Joseph a J. Roman 1, and perhaps their Kaftar. The latter word, however, appears to be the Egyptian Kepha, or Keft, a palm or Phoenicia, converted into the son of Javan and grandson of Japhet Kittim, and its congeners survive in the Greek Citium, now Larnaca from Larnax, a mummicase, a coffin. I have already noticed chap Roman for the disputed origin of Kypros and Cyprus. The autochthons of Cyprus are supposed upon very slight grounds to have been Aryans from Asia Minor, Phrygians, Lycians, Lydians, or Cilicians. 188. There must have been an early Semitic innervation, as we see by such names as Amathus. This is the Greek form of Hamath, the high town typically explained by the Hebrew Amath, grandson of Canaan. The Phoenicians settled chiefly in the south of the island, and made it an outpost of Tyre and Sidon. Herodotus tells us that there were also, according to their own account, Ethiopians. Roman 7, by which he means Cushito-Asiatic tribes from the head of the Persian Gulf. The staple of Cyprus from the heroic ages to the Roman days was the copper trade, and the manufacture of arms and armor to the legendary Tyrio-Cyprian king Cinyras was attributed the invention of the hammer, anvil, tongs, and other metallurgic tools. This favorite of Venus was only the hero Eponymus of the Phoenician Cinyras, who ruled the isle till subdued by Ptolemy Lagi B. Roman 100. They were opposed to a Semitico-Cilician family of priests and prophets. The Tamirid Homer Roman 49 Roman 11 describes the breastplate of worked and damascened steel adorned with gold and tin, which King Cinyras sent to Agamemnon Alexander, the great, highly prized for its lightness and temper, the blade given to him by the king of Citium, and we know that he used it in battle, slaying with his Cyprian sword RH Sales. The Persian Demetrius Poliorcetes wore a suit of armor from Cyprus, which had been tested by darts shot from an engine distant only 20 paces. In Herodotus Roman 7, the Cyprian contingent of Xerxes' army was weaponed after the manner of the Greeks. Cyprus would derive her art from the Phoenicians, whose bronze dishes were found in the palace cellars at Nineveh. Gem engraving and working in pietra dura were highly cultivated, as is proved by General Palmer's works, and by the Lawrence Cesnola collection album of Cyprus antiquities. Glass and crystal cutting were well known at a time when Herodotus Roman 2 could describe the former only as fusible stone, perhaps, however, alluding to paste gems, but Theophrastus, a century and a half after the historian, mentions glass as reported to be made by melting a certain stone. I have already alluded to the peculiar decency and decorum of the glyptic remains in the Isle of Venus, where the festivals were described as being ultra-canopic in character. Cyprus weapons. The finds of Cyprian weapons have little importance, perhaps due care was not devoted to the subject. Idalium produced a fine dagger with an open ring for ornament between handle and blade, together with a hatchet and spearhead in copper. Here also was found the bronze tablet of the Duc de Lines, the 189 discoverer of the Cypriot syllabary, which has caused and still causes so much discussion. Alhambra yielded a number of copper tools, needles, bowls, mirrors, hatchets, spearheads, and daggers. Cesnola PL Roman 5 among them is a sickle-shaped implement, or of the shape called a razor by writers on Etruscanism. It may be anything between a razor, a sickle, and a pruning hook. A tomb at Amathus supplied copper axes and iron arrowheads P280, and another an iron dagger P276. There is a charming dagger from the Curium treasure PL Roman 21 P312, and we are told P335 of an iron dagger with part of its ivory handle, the straight blade, the flesh chopper, and the leaf-shaped Egyptian swords are found on a patera P329, and the broken 190 statue of a warrior from Golgo carries a falchion or flesh chopper slung under the quiver. To the left side P155, the tombs containing horsemen in terracotta invariably yielded 1 or 2 spearheads 7 to 10 inches long, whilst the figures of foot soldiers were accompanied by a battle-axe knife or dagger. The decapitation of the Gorgon by Perseus adorns a sarcophagus also found at Golgo PL Roman 10, and the head of Medusa PL Roman 22 apparently suggested that of the Hindu Kali with the tongue lolling out, as if gorged with gore. The medieval finds of arms seem to have been more important than the ancient. There is a tempting notice, but only a notice of the Venetian weapons taken from the 2 casements of Famagosta of old Amtocadasta. The amachastos of Ptolemy Roman 5-3, especially interesting, are the rapiers whose handles bore the Jerusalem cross and the owners' crests inlaid with gold. Fig. 199 silver dagger. Fig. 196 plate Roman 5 novicula. Fig. 197 Prague Museum novicula. Fig. 198 Klagenfurt Museum novicula sickle razor. Trojan weapons. On the mainland north of Cyprus lies a most remarkable land, which, forming a point of junction, a connecting link between the east and the west, was one of the tracks of primitive emigration from Asia to Europe, and vice versa. This tete de pont commanding the island bridge and the various stepping stones of rock is the famous Troas, occupied of old by a branch of the great Phrygian race, hence the interest attaching to the excavations of Dr. Henry Schliemann. His works are too well known to require any detailed notice of the 5-7 cities, whose successive layers of ruins, still marked by the fires that passed over them, are piled to the height of 52.5 feet above the old summit of the Hisarlik Hill. The explorer's labors, according to his editor, have passed through the several stages of uncritical acceptance, hypercritical rejection, and discriminating belief. I can only remark that the question of Troy appears farther from being settled, if possible, than it ever was. We now know only where it was not. The excavator began by placing his city of Priam in the second stratum from below, at a depth of 23 to 33 feet, under the surface, and afterwards raised it to the third layer. It is regrettable that the learned author did not submit his lively volume Troy to a professed archaeologist. We should not have heard so much about the svasti, a Hittite ornament, nor should we have been told that the Trojans used salt cellars or pepper boxes P79, that the Ramayana epic was composed at the latest 800 years before Christ P103, and that the ivory peacocks and apes are Sanskrit words with scarcely any 191 alteration. When therefore I speak of Troy proper and Trojan stratum, I mean only Dr. Schliemann's Troy. The townlet had preserved at the time of its destruction the technological use of stone, which indeed was found in the 4 lower strata, and even in the Acropolis of Athens it occurs, however, in conjunction with gold and silver, copper, bronze, and traces of iron, but no tin. The people were, like most barbarians, very expert metallurgists, and if Dr. Schliemann's diorite be true diorite, they must have worked with highlightened tools. Copper, either pure or slightly alloyed, was the most common metal. We read of a key, a large double-edged axe, a vasefoot, nails, clothespins, a curious instrument like a horse's bit P261, a bar, a big ring, a chaldron, a ridge for the helmet crest, 2 whole helmets, 3 crooked knives, and a lance with a midrib P279. Upon the so-called Great Tower of Ilios was found a large mould of micaschist, for casting 12 different articles, axes and daggers. Thus we learn something about the long copper knives, which the Homeric heroes carry besides their swords and use in sacrifice. Also we may now reasonably conclude that the Iliad poets could not, as has often been asserted, have ignored the fusion and the casting of metals near this important mould. Appeared a fine lance P279, and long thin bars either with heads, or with the ends bent round determined to be hair or breastpins iron, showed only in a sling bullet, although Dr. Schliemann often mentions lodestone. The upper Trojan stratum yielded other moulds for bar casting, and a four-footed crucible in which some copper was still visible. The gates, supposed to be the scan or left-handed, had 2 copper bolts P302. The so-called Palace 192 of Priam produced a dozen long thin pins for hair or dress, and one of a bundle of 5 fused together by fire had 2 separate heads, the upper lentil-shaped, and the lower perfectly round P312 thick nails fitted for driving into wood. Were rare. The labour of 2 years produced only 2 finally. There were fragments of a sword, a lance and other instruments. Fig. 200 copper sword with sharp end, from the treasury of Priam. The first article found in the so-called treasury of Priam was a copper shield, an oval salver measuring in diameter less than 20 inches. The flat field is surrounded by a rim 1.5 inches high. The umbo 621 measured 2 1/3 by 4 1/3 across, and this boss was bounded by a furrow 2/5 of an inch across P324, thus antiques, and aulex, suited for mounting a guard of hide recall ajaxes, 7-fold shield, made by Titius Roman 49 Roman 72-23, and sarpedons, targe with its round plate of hammered chalcos, and its hide covering attached to the inner edge of the rim by gold wires or rivets Roman 49 Roman 1297. Near the left hand of a lebeshauldron, 2 fragments of a lance and a battle-axe were firmly attached by fusion. There were 13 copper lances, from nearly 7 inches to upwards of a foot long, with 1.5 to 2 1/3 inches of maximum breadth. The shafts had pinholes for attachment to the handle. The Greeks and Romans inserted the wood into the neck of the metal head of the lance. There was a common one-edged knife 6 inches long, and of 7 two-edged daggers, the largest measured 10 2/3 by 2 inches, the grips averaged 2 to 2 3/4 inches, and the tangents where the pommels should be were bent round at a right angle. Doubtless, the tang had been encased in a wooden haft. Had it been of bone, some trace would have remained, and the point, which projected about half an inch, was simply turned to keep the handle in place. This antiquated 193 contrivance is not yet wholly obsolete, especially when the metal is left naked. The only sign of a sword P332 was a fragmentary blade, 5 inches 2/3 long by nearly 2 inches broad, and with a sharp edge at the chisel-like end. Many golden buttons, not unlike our modern shirt studs, were found in the treasury. They had probably served to ornament the belts or straps of knives, shields, and swords. All the Troys. We gather from Dr. Schliemann's labours that his Troy at the time of its destruction was a townlet still in the local Stone Age, at the height of the Copper-Bronze period, and perhaps in the earliest dawn of the Iron Epoch. Apparently, it had an alphabet of which the Grecian enemy could not boast, and comparing its remains with those of Mycen, its culture fully equalled, if not excelled, that of contemporary Hellas. It is curious to observe that the deeper the diggings from 24 feet downwards, the greater were the indications of technological skill. According to Herodotus Roman 2, the Egyptians bore witness to the power of Troy, yet there is an utter absence of Nilotic influence in the remains, and Bruggsch denies that there is any allusion to it on the monuments of Egypt. A similar disconnection with Phoenicia and Assyria appears the resemblance of the terracottas to those found in Cyprus and in some of the Aegean islands suggests that there was an early relationship between the Phrygian Trojans and the Phrygian Greeks, both being Indo-Europeans, and that the eternal Trojan War was like the later contest between Russia and Poland, federals and confederates, nothing but a family feud, a venomous quarrel of rival cousins. To conclude the ever-interesting subject of Troy, Homer, or the Homerid so called, describes the city according to current legends, as an untravelled Englishman of today would describe the Calais of Queen Mary. There is no reason to believe that he saw it, much less that he painted like the photographing of Balzac. Hence it is a daring, more than sublime, to find the Scan Gate, and the Palace of Priam. Even the number of superimposed settlements differs. Dr. Schliemann Ilios Roman 100 proposes 7, while Dr. Wilhelm Dorpfeld reduces the number to 6. These, according to Professor Jebb, are as follows: 1. The Greek ilium of the latest or Roman age, extending to about 6 feet below the surface. 2. The Greek ilium of Macedonian age taken by Fimbria in B. Roman 100. It extends over the plateau adjoining Hisarlik. 3. A Greek ilium of earlier age taken by Charidmus B. Roman 100. It appears confined to the little mound. 4. 194. Another unimportant village, possibly No. 3 in its earliest form, when the Aulic settlers occupied Hisarlik. The evidence of the pottery suggests these to have been the oldest Hellenic remains. 5. Prehistoric city. And 6. A distinct stratum of ruins, also prehistoric to these. Dr. Schliemann adds 7. The earliest prehistoric buildings, founded on the Floric 52 feet below the surface, and 59 above the present level of the plain. Finally, Mr. W. W. Goodwin comes to the ultimate conclusion about Hisarlik, that it shows only 2 important settlements. The first is the large prehistoric city, extending over the hill and plateau. The second is the historic ilium in its 3 phases of primitive Aulic occupation of the Acropolis, the Macedonian city, and the Roman ilium. The immediate neighbors of Troy were the Lydians, whom history makes the forefathers of the ancient Etruscans. Herodotus Roman 1 tells the tale of Tyrrhenus and his emigration, which however differs from the account of Xanthus Lydius, preserved by Nicolaus of Damascus in the Iliad. Roman 2. The Lydians appear only as Monians. They were a people of Iranian speech, to judge from such words as canis chion, Svan Roman 100, a dog, and sardis from sarat or sard in Old Persian thrade, and in modern Persian, Salayir. Apparently their language had affinities with the Etruscan and Latin. For instance, Myrsilus, son of Myrsus, the Grco Lydian name of Candols. Herod Roman 1 has been compared with Larthialisa, and Servilius from Servius, the L denoting son. Filius shows the same peculiarity. The Lydians were a civilized people, who first coined gold. Herod Roman 1, and stamped silver. Ibid. Their name will ever be connected with music. With them 12 was a sacred number. It formed the perfect amphictyony of the Ionians, and it survived in the confederacy of Etruscan cities. Livy Roman 5. Finally, the tomb of Aliats is apparently a prototype of the Etruscan sepulchres, and the peculiarity of these homes of the dead suggests direct derivation from Egypt rather than coincidental resemblance. Until late years, it has been accepted as an historic fact that the old colonizers of Tyrrhenia dwelt for years as conquerors in Lower Egypt. The Tuissa, Tertia, Torisha, and Turissa of the monuments were a close-fitting calotte with a tall point, whence a long thin tassel falls to the back of the neck, like one of the Cyprus caps, and the older style of Moslem fez. But Brugsch converts the 195 monumental tertia into Taurians. He wholly discredits the existence of a Pelasgo-Italic confederacy in the days of Mentar Roman 1 and of Ramses Roman 3, and he positively asserts that the Egyptians of the 14th dynasty knew nothing of Ilium, and the Dardanians Mysians and Lycians Lydians and Etruscans Sardinians, Greek Achans, Siculians, Tusinians, and Oscans. The Etruscan sword. Fig. 201. The Marzabato blade. However that may be, the Etruscans, the Acerami Tusci of Virgil, were a people of high culture to whose inventive and progressive genius Rome owed her early steps in arts and arms. A flood of light has been thrown upon this page of proto-historic lore by the extensive excavations of late years in the Emilian country about Bologna. The Felsina or Velsina of Tyrrhenia. My late friend the learned and lamented Prof. G. Bianconi forwarded to me the accompanying sketch. Fig. 202 of an exceptional iron blade found in the ruins of Marzabato. It is described as follows: P3, in a work printed but not published by the learned archaeologist Count Gozzadini of Bologna, di ulteriori scoput, nell'antica necropoli di Marzabato nel Bolognese. Within a cell only 30 centimeters deep, and disposed 2 meters distant from one another, lay 3 skeletons whose heads fronted eastwards. On each was an iron sword blade 6 to 2 centimeters long by 4.5 broad near the tang spina, and fining off to an olive-leaf point. All have the midrib or longitudinal spine, partly attached by oxidation to one blade, is a remnant of the iron scabbard, slightly convex posteriorly and showing in the upper part a rectangular projection, perhaps to carry the hook attached to the boltius. The sheath front has a midrib like the blade, and the wavy mouth is adapted to the sword shoulders. On this face only are 2 buttons balky in high relief, connected by a band listello. The tang 12 centimeters long shows the length of the hilt, which being made of more perishable material has altogether disappeared. The long narrow rapier blade with the midrib is first seen in the Egyptian bronzes. The step was easy to the harder metal, that the iron form was common in Etruria, as its bronze congener at Meissen, is proved by the discovery of 3 in a single tomb. Moreover, as has been said, a 4th has been preserved for years in the Marzabotto 196 collection. All are similar in form, which is highly civilized. The number of the blades also suggests that they are of native make not left by the Boyans, and the Ligonians who, according to the late Prof. Conestable, may have buried in the Marzabotto cemetery. The date of the latter is somewhat uncertain, but it cannot be much more recent than the burial ground of Villanova, where Count Gozzardini found an S. rude end, which he dates from the days of Numa B. Roman 100. He is followed by Dr. Schliemann Troy p. 40, and opposed by that learned and practical anthropologist Roman 1000 Gabriel de Mortelet, Lacine de la Croix Roman 100, pp. 88-89, who would assign a far earlier epoch. Count Gozzardini gives a valuable description of a 5th Etruscan sword lately discovered at the Palazzino farm parish of Ceretolo and commune of Casalchio, some 10 kilometers southwest of Etruscan Bologna. In an isolated tomb, carefully excavated by the proprietor Marchese Tommaso Boschi, was found a skeleton, the feet fronting southwards on its left, extending higher than the head was an iron lancepoint, and on the corresponding shoulder, a thick armilla of bronze. Other objects, including an Etruscan nacho, 2 knives wholly iron, and a chisel of the same metal, lay scattered about the grave, which was not stone-riveted close to the right side, was an iron sword in a sheath of the same metal, and wanting the heft, the general belief was that the weapon had been buried with the wielder. Count Gozzardini pp. 1920 describes the sword as follows: slightly biconvex, and two-edged. It measures 6.25 meter from the tang codolo to the end of the scabbard. The tang, not including the part forming the grip, was 11 meter. The breadth is 47 meter at the shoulders, narrowing to a point, as is proved by the scabbard diminishing to 27 meter at the end. The handle showed no sign of crossbars or guard, which would also have been of iron, and it is evident that the haft was of some destructible substance, which has wholly disappeared. The probability is that the grip was shaped like those of the preceding Bronze Age, that is, bulging out behind the blade, for easier hold. The sheath was somewhat more biconvex than the sword. An iron plate about 1 millimeter thick had been turned over horizontally to unite the edges, which near one of the sides formed a narrow and gradual line of superposition. This scabbard ended in an ovoid crampet or ferrule, and a fragment of plate iron with a short broad hook, like that generally used for attachment to the belt, probably belonged to it. Here then we have again a perfect rapier. The only question is whether it was Etruscan, or as supposed by Roman 1000 G. de Mortelet. Gaulish Count Gozzardini argues ably to prove the former case. He acknowledges that the invading Boii 197 held the city and country for 2 centuries, b. Roman 100,566, until the Romans expelled them forever, but he shows that these peoples did not use such fine swords. When treating of the Celts, chapter 13, I shall show that the long, unmanageable slashing cladeb or spather of these peoples had nothing in common with the strong biconvex and thoroughly civilized rapier of Ceretolo. Other blades like that of Ceretala, long, narrow, and pointed, have been found in tombs notably Etruscan. Such, for instance, was that of Crenau in the Gregorian Museum, Rome, in December 1879. 2 other blades were produced by a necropolis in Valdiciana between Chiusi and Arezzo, where a long Etruscan inscription was engraved upon the foot of a tazza. 2 similar blades are also portrayed in relief and color upon the stuccoed wall of a Cree tomb. Des Vergers describes them as follows: La phrase superior est, orni di epis longs ad tranchants a la lame large, et droit avec garde et la poignée si rapprochant de celle, quelles ramins désignant par le nom de spatha les unes sont nus, les autres dans le foro. 4 such swords were also produced at Pietrabondante in the district of far-famed Isernia, and are preserved in the National Museum of Naples. Signor Campanari discovered in an Etruscan tomb a sword hilt in bronze attached to a blade of iron. Finally, the Benacci property near the Certosa of Bologna also yielded an iron blade and iron chisels like those of Ceretolo. The late learned Prof. Conestable truly asserts des epis de meme form, et de meme dimension, ont et truvis dans daughters, localites Etrusc situs dehors la sphere des invasions Gaulises notamment en Toscane. It is certain that such blades have been discovered on both sides of the Alps, as the Romans adopted the Iberic or Spanish blade, so the Gauls may have substituted for their own imperfect arms the weapons taken from the Italians. In fact, we know from history that they did so. Moreover, the Etruscans extended their commerce not only over transalpine regions, but to that vast region extending from Switzerland to Denmark, and from Wallachia to England and Ireland. This has been proved by the investigations of many scholars in Germany by Lindenschmidt von Sacken-Virchow, Kenner Weihold von Konhausen, and Genth, by the Swiss Morlot de Rougemont, de Soor and de Barnstitten, by the Dane Wersa, by Gray Dennis Hamilton, and Willy in England, by the Belgian Schumans, and by the Italians Gazzadini, Canestebal Garucci and Gamarini de Soor, when receiving the drawing of an iron sword with bronze handle, discovered at Sion, and declared by Thioli to resemble exactly those of Holstadt, declared de Perils epis sont evidement, fabriquis, a l'étranger et non dans le pays els nous, conduisant donc vers si grand commerce étrusque, qui si facete pendant la 198 première époque, de faire époque sur laquelle, on s'est trompe si souvent Livy, in fact, proves the extent of arms manufactory in Etruria, when he relates that in B. Roman 100, at which time the Boian occupation of Felsina ended Arezzo alone, could furnish Scipio's fleet in 4 to 5 days, with 3,000 helmets, as many scooter and lances of 3 different kinds. But the rapier was not the only form of Etruscan sword. In Hamilton's Etruscan Antiquities, a human figure carries a cutting sword like a hanger wearing the belt at the bottom of the thorax. The Ceramique of Etruria supplies copious illustrations of swords and other weapons, but the art is somewhat mixed, and our safest information must be derived from actual finds. We are justified by these finds in concluding that the Etruscans of Italy had from their earliest times a rapier, which for a cute-and-thrust weapon is well-nigh perfect. The blade is long but not too long, broad enough to be efficient without overweight, and strengthened to the utmost by the midrib, which forms a shallow arch in chapter Roman 11. I shall compare the Etrurian sword with that of Myson. The latter is a marvel of its kind, but it is made of a far inferior metal bronze. Chapter Roman 10, the sword in Babylonia, Assyria and Persia, and ancient India. Fig 202, Assyrian sword. Although Professor Lepsius maintained and proved that the earliest Babylonian civilization was imported from Egypt, biblical leanings, and the fatal practice of reading myths and mysteries as literal history, have led many moderns to hold the plain of Shinar, Babylon, and the ancient head of the Persian Gulf, to be the cradle of culture and the origin of Semitism, we still read Babylonia stands prominent as highly civilized and densely populated at a period when Egypt was still in her youthful prime. Only in Genesis Roman 10, a document treating of later ethnology, we find mention of Erech Uruk being the oldest traditional king of Babylon. On the other hand, the Egyptians declared Belus and his subjects to have been an Egyptian colony, which taught the rude Babylonians astrology and other arts. The monumental Babylonian or pre-Chaldean Empire begins only in B. Roman 100, many a centuries. A scorifter means the late Mr. George Smith warns us that some scholars would make the annals stretch nearly 2,000 years beyond that time, but he expressly declares no approximate date can be fixed for any king before Kara in circ B. Roman 1,001,450. Also, the great temples of Babylonia were founded by the kings who preceded the conquest, by Hammurabi, king of the Kassi Arabs, 16th century B. Roman 100,651. The Berber or Akkad inscriptions found in Babylonia do not date before B. Roman 100. Ninus, the builder of Nineveh Fishtown, and the founder of the Assyrian dynasties, is usually placed between B. Roman 100 and 2116. An extract by Alexander Polyhistor from the Armenian Chronicle gives, by adding the dynasties, an origin date of 2317 years. Berossus the priest declares from official documents that Babylon God's Gate had regal annals 1,000 years before Solomon. B. Roman 100,953, in whose reign dynastic Jewish history begins. Diodorus Siculus, quoting Ctesias B. Roman 100, makes the monarchy commence 1,000 years before the siege of Troy, which we may place about B. Roman 100. Milius Sura, quoted by Paterculus, proposes the date B. Roman 100, and Eusebius the Armenian 1340 years before the first Olympiad. B. Roman 100, or B. Roman 100, the great kingdom of the Kheta Hittites was succeeded on the rich lowlands of the Tigris-Euphrates system by Babylon, which the Nilotes called Har, and by the Assyrians, whom the Egyptians called Mat, or the people and hieroglyphs. Notice the great king of the Mat, but Ashur was little known till the decline of the pharaohs in the 21st dynasty. B. Roman 100,966 of the priest Herher, and his successors, one of the latter Ramesu or Ramses Roman 16, married, when dethroned, a daughter of Palasharnes, the great king of the Assyrians, whose capital was Nineveh, and thus led to the Assyrian invasions of Egypt, we may then safely hold with Lepsius that early Babylonian civilization was posterior to, if not imported from, Egypt. In Babylonia, a third element, the so-called Turanian Chinese, first emerged from Egyptian and began to take its part in the drama of progress. The almost unknown quantity has assumed magnificent proportions in the eyes of certain students, and great things are still expected from Akkadian revelation, yet the race typified by the Chinese could have had no effect upon the learning of Egypt 201, at the time when the genealogical tables of Genesis were written. Roman 10, those regions were still so unknown and barbarous that the writer excluded them from the civilized world. The sword in Assyria. Our factual knowledge of Mesopotamian civilization is mostly due to the labors of the present-century Professor Grotefend of Bonn in 18,011,803, discovered the clue to the Persian cuneiform cuneidic, or arrow-headed character. This great step in advance opened the labyrinth to a host of minor explorers. Here in 1815 Bernuf, 1836 Lassen, 180, 3644 Hinks, who attacked the Assyrian cuneiform, and to mention no more Rawlinson, whose reading made easy popularized the study in England. Actual exploration of the Mesopotamian ruins was begun by the learned consul Bata, Dec 1842, who, after failing at Koyunjik opposite Mosul, worked successfully at Khorsabad some 10 miles to the northeast 4 years afterwards. Dec 1846. The first collection of Assyrian antiquities reached the Louvre. He was followed Nov 8, 1845, by Mr. Nausser H. A. Layard, who, unfortunately, was not an Orientalist. His various discoveries of estamped clay literature and his popular publications introduced to the public Koyunjik and Kalat Ninawi Nineveh Hilla Babylon Waqar Sappara Abu Naba, 16 miles southwest of Baghdad, and a variety of biblical sites. This recovery of antiquities buried 20 centuries ago, and a whole literature of bas-reliefs, enables us to compare the Nile Valley, the cradle and mother country of science and art, with its rival successor on the Tigris-Euphrates. The original workmanship of Assyria, like that of Egypt, is still unknown, and though she borrowed from Niland her art, is rather a decadence than a rise. The difference, indeed, is between the porphyries, the granites, and the cyanites of Egypt, and the mud bricks, the coarse black marbles, the rough basalts, and the undurable alabasters, a calcareous carbonate of Interamnian Assyria. But the industrious Valimen made the best of their poor material. The ruins show the true Egyptian arch, the so-called Ionic capital, the original volutes being goats' horns, the caryatides and atlantes, or human figures, acting columns, the cornice corbel, and bracket, with a host of architectural embellishments, to fill up plain fields, apparently all migrated from Niland. Such were the winged circle, the lotus, the furcone, and the rosette, the latter, also found by Dr. Schliemann at Troy 202 p. 160, became the Rosa Mystica of Byzantine art, and was used by Christians to denote their origin. Again, we have the key pattern, which is Trojan and Chinese, as well as Greek, the honeysuckle, a symbol of the Homer or Assyrian tree of life, the gilichescroll or wave pattern, and the meander, also miscalled the Tuscan border. The latter is common in Egypt and Cyprus, and possibly derives from the Hittite svasti, erroneously called svastika. Assyria equally excelled in literature, in painting, in sculpture, in the minor arts, and in metallurgy. She made transparent glass a crystal lens, found at Nineveh, accounts for the diminutive size of some inscriptions. Her sons worked enamel, and thus adorned the humble brick. Like their Egyptian teachers, they were skillful in ivory carving, in cutting cylinders of jasper and pietratura, and in gem engraving on carnelian onyx sardonyx, amethyst agate chalcedony, and lapis lazuli. As regards Assyrian metallurgy, few articles of iron have been found in the river valleys' damp and nitrous soil, but the metal is denoted, as in Egypt, by a blue tint, and the god Ninib is termed the lord of the iron coat. Gold and silver were profusely used as ornaments. Lead was dug in the Montes Gordi Kurd mountains near Mosul, the original Ararat of Noah's Ark. Copper vessels, bright as gold when polished, were found in the palaces of Nimrud. The ore was brought from the northern highlands, heading the Tigris Valley, where the Argana Maden Diyari Bekir mine long supplied the Ottoman Empire. The place that exported their tin is disputed. They worked well in bronze of this alloy. Many castings have been found, utensils as pots and cauldrons, cups, forks and spoons, dishes and plates, plain and ornamented tools, as picks, nails and saws, thin plates, the so-called razors, lamps, weapons, and gist-like object, also found in Egypt. Lance heads, shields and door sockets, each weighing 6 pounds and 3.75 ounces. The bronze gates of Balawat, with plates 8 feet long showing the triumphs of 203 Shalmaneser Roman 2b Roman 100,850. A test high art Layard supplied the British Museum with many iron articles from the northwestern palace at Nimrud, and some had iron cores round, which bronze had been cast for economy. Amongst them were iron chain armor, 2 rusty helmets ornamented with bronze picks, hammers, knives, and saws. The approximate date may be assumed at B Roman 100. Fig 203 Assyrian lance with counterweight. Fig 204 Assyrian spearhead. Fig 205 Assyrian razor. A sickle-shaped tool from a bas-relief, a similar weapon in iron found at Pistam in Lucania, is preserved in the Musée d'Artillerie at Paris. In mimic war hunting, the Assyrians were proficient. Many hundreds of bas-reliefs, which are more natural because less conventional than those of Egypt, illustrate the chase of the lion, stag, and jungle swine, the wild horse, ass, and bull. They were equally skilled in the art of war, which is shown in all its phases: the march, the passage of streams, the siege, the battle, the sea fight, or rather the river fight, the pursuit, and the punishment of prisoners by torturing, impaling, flaying, alive, crucifixion, and triplanting or vivianterment. The abominable cruelties of these Asiatics, still practiced by the Persian, the Kurd, and the unspeakable Turk, contrast strongly with the mildness of the African Egyptians. Their walls, single or double, were provided with the fosse and the rampart, and with machicolations, crenelles, and battlements, the last two originally shields like the Egyptian cartouche. The places fortes were attacked by the wheeled tower, the iron-pointed battering ram, the scaling ladder, and the pavois or large shield, common throughout Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. In the field, pennons are attached to the lances, and the standard-bearers carry eagles. 204. The action begins with missiles, slings, darts, and arrows. The mace and spear then play their part, and the sword is never absent. The warriors who appear on foot or horseback, with gorgeous caparisons, in chariots, or swimming, with floats of inflated skinswear, helmets of many shapes, crested, crescented, capped with the fleur-de-lis, and perfectly plain. Some are close-fitting with ear-flaps, the common skull-cap nams of ancient Egypt, and the Indian cantop. The headgear usually ended in a metal point, the pickelhaube. The sculptors show imbricated armor or hauberks, mailcoats of the Norman type, with stockings of iron, rings, gaiters, and boots laced up in front. The shields, either circular or rounded at the top, and straight at the bottom, cover the whole body. The Assyrian sword. The Assyrian sword, like the Egyptian, is of 4 principal shapes. 1. A long poniard of nilotic form is carried by all classes from king to slinger. The other, malmala, Fig. 206-3, by some translated falchion, appears slightly curved, not like the Turkish scimitar, but with the half-bend of the Japanese and the Indian talwar. The curved blades in the bas-reliefs mostly characterize conquered peoples. The third is the sapara or kopsh, of which an illustration will be given, p. 208, and the fourth is a club-shaped blade, thickening at the end, which is almost pointless in the cuneiforms. A double sword is often mentioned. It may be of the kind called by the Greeks Chelidonian chap, Roman 9, and Roman 11,673. Fancy weapons appear in the bas-reliefs. For instance, the sword from the Nineveh palace of the Sardanapalus reign, B Roman 100. Fig. 210. Fig. 2061, Babylonian bronze dagger. 2. 3 Assyrian swords, Layard. 4 Assyrian bronze sword, bas-relief, in palace of Khorsabad, reign of Sargon, B Roman 100,706. Fig. 207, dagger sword in sheath. Fig. 208, dagger sword. Fig. 209, club sword. Fig. 210, fancy sword. Mostly the weapons have richly decorated hilts and scabbards in a royal 205 sculpture. The pommel is formed by a mound or hemispheria constant ornament, and below it is a bowl between 2 flat discs. The upper jaws of 2 lions placed opposite each other embrace the blade, and the grip where it presses against the metal sheathmouth another has a lion's head on the handle. The 2-lion scabbard is common, and sometimes the beasts are locked in a death embrace. In another specimen, the royal blade is much broader than usual, and 2 lions couchant form the ferrule, embracing the sheath with their paws, and retrogardant, or bending their heads backwards. Fig. 212. The ferrule of another is enriched with a galoche. In the inscriptions of Ashurbanipal, Sardanapalus, we read of a steel sword and its sheath of gold, and of steel swords of their girdles. Another legend runs he lifted his great sword, called Lord of the Storm, proving that the sword, like the horse, the chariot, the boat, and other favorites, had names and titles. Fig. 211, Assyrian swords. Fig. 212, Assyrian swords. Fig. 213, Assyrian dagger. The dagger is often decorated with the head of the hippopotamus, a Nilotic, or rather African beast, surmounting an imbricated handle, Fig. 213,675. This poniard is worn in the girdle, and in some cases it appears under and behind the surcoat. The 206 longer weapon is carried by a narrow baldric slung over the right shoulder and meeting another cord-shaped band at the breast, in fact suggesting our antiquated crossbelts. The sword is always worn on the left side. A royal sword belt bears several ranges of bosses and globules, which may be pearls. That of the eunuch attendant has 3 wide rows, the central broken here and there by round plates. A Magian wears a broad scarf with long hanging fringes cast obliquely over the left shoulder. It is edged with a triple series of small rosettes placed in squares, and it passes over the sword, to which perhaps it acts baldric. A soldier's baldric is coloured red like the wood of the bows and arrows. Another eunuch wears the sword belt buckled over the waist sash, and holds in his right hand a scourge. This was the emblem of official rank, as the Egyptian carried a hide kurbaj. Another soldier has besides the kamarband waist sash a red belt, and what seems to be its tassels hanging from the shoulders before and behind. Fig. 214 Assyrio-Babylonian archer in war coat leggings, and fillet bas-relief B. Roman 100 Museum of the Louvre. Fig. 215 Assyrian foot soldier with the coat helmet, and tall crest greaves or leggings target, and lance bas-reliefs of Nineveh, of Sardanapalus Roman 5 B. Roman 100. Fig. 216 Assyrian soldier hunting game bas-relief of Khorsabad, of the reign of Sargon British Museum. Fig. 217 foot soldier of the army of Sennacherib B. Roman 100,707, from a bas-relief in the British Museum. The shape of the conical helmet is modern Persian. The coat and leggings appear to be of mail. The shield is round, large, and very convex. Fig. 218 Assyrian warrior with sword and staff. Fig. 219 Assyrian warriors at a lion hunt. Fig. 220 Assyrian eunuch in mailcoat with mace, bow and dagger sword. The sword in Assyria. The sword and the sword dagger seem to have been universally used in Assyrianon, but captives and working men are without them. The vulture-headed Nisroch, the god of Nebuchadnezzar, carries 2 long poniards in his breast garment, whereas Ashur in statues shoots his bow. Ashurbanipal destroys the people of Arabia with his sword. The king in his car with his Sidaris tiara and flyflap has 2 daggers and a sword in his girdle, from which hang cords and tassels. Another rests his right hand upon a staff, and his left upon the pommel of his weapon. A third plunges a short straight blade, like the matador's espada, between the second and third vertebra of a wild bull, where the spinal cord is most assailable. This would be done today in the spectacular of Spain. Swords are worn by the magi and the eunuchs, and one of the latter draws his weapon to cut off a head. The bodyguard bears by his side a sword, longer than usual, and holds arrows and other weapons for his lords use. Even the executioner does his work with the sword. Happily for students, an ancient Assyrian bronze sword was bought by Colonel Hanbury from the Bedouin at Nardin. He could not ascertain whence it originally came, but it was probably placed in the hands of a statue, perhaps of Marduk, Mars, father of Nebo, or Mercury. It certainly resembles those with which the god is represented upon the cylinders when fighting with the dragon. The dimensions are: length of blade 16 inches, length of hilt 538, total length 2138, width at hilt 118, width at hilt base 178. The weapon has a richly jewelled hilt, inlaid with ivory. It is of the kind known in the Assyrian inscriptions. As sapara, it bears the following cuneiform inscription in 3 places: 1 along the whole length of the flat blade, inside edge, 2 along the back, and 3 on the outside edge, where it is divided into 2 lines. Ekal vulnerari sar kisati, abli budiel sar ashuri, abli belnerari sar ashuri va. The palace of Vulnerari, king of nations, son of Budil Sar, king of Assyria, son of Belnerari Sar of Assyria, and Fig. 221, bronze sword bearing the name of Vulnerari Roman 1, found near Diabeka. The sword in Persia. And now proceeding east, we may note that the Persepolis sculptures distinctly show, as we might expect, Assyrian and Babylonian derivation. The Persians are, despite their prodigious pretensions, a comparatively modern people, and they were rude enough when armed only with sling, lasso, and knife. The date of Hachemanish, which means the hero eponymous of the ruling family, can hardly be made to 209 precede B. Roman 100. This was about the time B. Roman 100,706, when Sargon Roman II first mentions the Greeks as the Yaha of Yatnan and Ionia, who sent him tribute from Cyprus, and beyond the Medes before the reign of Cyaxares had conducted the Persians from the Caspian regions into Media Magna, were mere barbarians like the Ilyat or Iranian nomads of the present day, who number from a quarter to a half of the population, but in starting into life Persia succeeded to a rich inheritance Babylon to this conquest B. Roman 100, she was led by her hero King Cyrus the Great, or rather Kurosh the elder son of Cambyses Xenophon, not father of Cambyses Herodotus, and a contemporary of Darius the Mede, their courage, and conduct their loyalty and simplicity, their wise laws their generosity, and their love of truth now unhappily extinct, raised them in Herodotus' day to the proud position of lords of Age. Fig 222 Persian archer from a bas-relief of Persepolis, the ancient capital of Persia B. Roman 100, the long coat probably of leather descends to the ankle, the headdress has nothing of the helmet, but nevertheless indicates workmanship in metal. Fig 223 Persian warrior from a bas-relief of Persepolis, a cast, is in the British Museum, the shield high enough to rest on, is almost hemispherical, the helmet with ear and neck coverings in one single piece, differs from the Assyrian. Fig 224 the Persian Sidaris or tiara. Between the bas-reliefs of Khorsabad and those of Persepolis, there is the same difference as between the early Egyptian sculptures and the degenerate days of what Macrobius calls the tyranny of the Ptolemies. The drawing is less pure, the forms are heavier, the anatomical details are wanting or badly indicated, are in fact clumsy imitations of far higher models. Herodotus Roman 7 ch. Roman 60 Roman 83, when reviewing the army of Xerxes Khsh Hirsch Ahasuerus in B. Roman 100 numbers, 4 to 5 nations, of which only the 6 including Colchians and Caspians wore swords, the long straight dagger was carried by the Pactians, by the Paphlagonians, by the Thracians, and by the Sagocians who spoke Persian, and who were in dress half Persians and half Pactians Afghans. The Sagocian nomads chap Roman 85 were armed with a short blade and with lassos of plaited thongs ending in a running noose. This denotes that they were cattle breeders. Chapter Roman 54 again mentions the Persian sword of the kind, which they call a kinax like the Roman pugio, and the modern cautodeshus. It was straight, not curved, as expressly stated by Josephus. The Persian troops wore only these daggers suspended from their girdles along their right 211 thighs, hence Cambyses died of a wound on his right side, and Valerius Flaccus describes a Parthian as insignes manacis insignes, asinus dextro arg Roman 6. Julius Pollux explains it as a Persian swordlet fastened to the thigh, and Josephus compares it with the sika or sika. The favorite weapon was the bow, although Darius speaks of the sword as the instrument of punishment. Fig 225 Persian asinuses, here worn on right side. Fig 226 Persian asinuses. Fig 227 Sword from Mithras group. Fig 228 Sword in relief Persepolis sculptures. The Indians, afterwards so celebrated for their swords, were in B. Roman 100 barbarians dressed in cottons, and armed with only cane bows and arrows of the 12 peoples, who supplied the 1,207 triremes. The Egyptians had long cutlasses, the Cilicians swords, closely resembling the cutlass of the Egyptians, the Lycians daggers and curved falchions, and the Carians daggers and enses falcati, which apparently were not used by the Greeks. Chap Roman 93. Fig 229 Persian asinuses, from a bas-relief at Persepolis. Fig 230 Dagger forms from Persepolis. Representations of the Persian asinuses abound in the sculptures of Chehel Munar, the palace of the 40 columns at Persepolis. Apparently, there are two kinds. Porter's illustration, plate 37, shows a handle like the modern weapon sheathed and slung to the right side. Ammianus Marcellinus Roman 14, and all 212 classics insist upon this unswordsmanlike peculiarity. The other, plate 41, worn by a robed Persian, and generally carried in the front knots of the belt, has a crutch handle and wavy blade like the Malay crease in other places. Plates 53 and 54, a human figure stabs the roaring monster in the belly with a common conjar dagger. The traveller considers the stout little weapon with broad blade and ferruled sheath, apparently tied to the right thigh, as the Persian sword of that age, which the classics describe as very short. The lineal descendant of this weapon, now obsolete in Persia, is the Afghan chare, a congener of the Egyptian fleshknife sword. According to Quintus Curtius, the sword belt of Darius was of gold, and from it was suspended his scimitar, the scabbard of which was composed of one entire pearl. The practice of inlaying blades and hilts, still popular in Persia, may explain Herodotus Roman 9, that amongst the spoils taken at Plata by the Greeks there were acinouses, with golden ornaments. That of Mardonius was long kept as a trophy in the temple of Athene Parthenos. In the Athenian Acropolis, on the other hand, as was elsewhere done, blades of gold were given honoris causa. Hence in the Iliad Roman 18, we see Hephaestus making youths with golden cutlasses upon Achilles' shield. According to Xenophon, the royal gift of Persia was a golden scimitar, a Nisan horse with golden bridle, and other battle gear. Herodotus Roman 8 makes Xerxes present the Abderites with a golden scimitar, and a tiara Diana is girt with a golden falchion. Herod Roman 8 The golden blade is not unknown to more modern days. In the Chronicles of Dalbachwick Hakluyt, Val Roman 2p 204 2 pages, stand behind the king of Cannoner, one with a sword of gold, and the other with a scimitar of gold. The weapons are distinguished from the swords adorned with gold and silver. Val Roman 1, the king of Siam also sent to Dom Manuel of Portugal a crown and sword of gold. Val Roman 3 Cusco supplied a unique gold celt. Fig 231 Acinouses of Persepolis. Fig 232 Acinouses of Mithras group. The influence of the great Babylonio-Assyrian center extended Egyptian art 213 and science to farthest Asia. From Iran, we pass with the course of civilization eastward to India. Here the Hindu proper did not succeed in establishing himself amongst the original Turanian possessors of Hindustan, or the upper country before the 18th Egyptian dynasty. The south was, and is still essentially Turanian. Witness Malabar and its nepotism. The sword in India. Unfortunately, India preserves no trustworthy Hindu records of the past, although Herodotus called it the most wealthy and populous country in the world, yet the absence of temples and other ruins suggests barbarism when Egypt and Assyria, Greece and Rome were flourishing, while Buddhism is made to date from the 6th century B. Roman 100, and we have subsequent notices of Buddha's chief worshippers. There was evidently very little civilization in the days of Alexander B. Roman 100. Nearchus made the Indians write letters on cloth smoothed by being well beaten, and Strabo Roman 15 doubts whether India knew the use of writing. They derived their art and literature from Grco Bactria, and they only degraded the former art in her highest form. Never travels far from the Mediterranean, the beautiful human animals and Movies sujets, who were the citizens of Olympus, became in grotesque India blue-skinned, many-headed, and multi-armed monsters, abortions of imagination. India's two great epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana, and 15 Puranas, are mere depositories of legendary and imaginative myths, containing few of the golden grains of truth hid in tons of rubbish. All the anthropology we learn from them is that India had a primitive Turanian race, called in contempt Rakshasas or demons. It was mastered by Brahminical attacks, typified in later days by Rama and other heroes, probably during the exodes of Hyksos and Hebrews from Egypt, and long subsequently arose Buddhism, to be followed by the rule of the Moslems and Europeans. The Danavidya or bow science contains the fullest description we possess of the ancient Indian arms and wear implements, but the date of composition is exceedingly doubtful. The Hindu delights in vast numbers, assuming the population of the earth at 1,075 billions. His Aksahini or complete army, according to the Nitaprakashikaran abstract Danavidya by the sage Vaishampayana, amounts to 2,187, 214 millions of foot, 21,870 millions of horse, 218,700 elephants, and 21,870 chariots. The scale of salaries in gold is equally liberal and absurd. The Hindu mind so far justifying the term Indo-Germanic connects everything with metaphysics, or a something that goes beyond physical phenomena. Hence, it ascribes all arms and armor to supernatural causes. Jaya, a daughter of Primval Daksha, one of the rishis or sacred sages, became, according to a promise of Brahma, the creator, the mother of all weapons including missiles. These are divided into 4 great classes: the Yantramukta thrown by machines, the Panimukta hand thrown, the Mukta Sandharita thrown and drawn back, and the Mantramukta thrown by spells, and numbering 6 species form the Mukta or thrown class of 12 species. This is opposed to the Amukta unthrown of 20 species, to the Mukta either thrown or not of 98 varieties, and to the Bahyada weapons which the body provides for personal struggles. All are personified. For instance, Danu the bow has a small face, a broad neck, slender waist and a strong back. He is 4 cubits high, and is bent in 3 places. He has a long tongue, and his mouth has terrible tusks. His colour is of blood, and he ever makes a gurgling noise. He is covered with garlands of entrails, and he licks continually with his tongue the 2 corners of his mouth. The sword khadga as or asi belongs to the 2nd class, according to the sage Vaishampayana. It was a superior weapon, introduced especially and separately by Brahma, who produced a Siddhartha. This sword god appeared on the summit of the Himalayas, shaking earth's foundations and illuminating the sky. Brahma entrusted the arm, then 50 thumbs long and 4 thumbs broad, to Shiva Rudra, still its supreme deity, in order to free the world from the Asuras, or mighty demons. Shiva, after his success, passed it on to Vishnu, the latter to Marisai, and he to Indra, the air god, conferred it upon the guardians of the world quarters, and these to Manu, the son of the sun, for use against evildoers. 215. Since that time it has remained in his family. The khadga has a total of 9 names carried on the left side, and, handled in 32 different ways, the weapon became a universal favourite amongst the 4 arts, to be studied besides the Kamashastra. Ars amoris women are enjoined by the sage Vatsya, part Roman 1p 26706, to practice with sword, single-stick, quarterstaff, and bow and arrow. The Ili handsword p17 is 2 cubits long and 5 fingers broad. The front part is curved, there is no handguard, and 4 movements are peculiar to it. The prasa or spear in some works becomes a broadsword. The uterine brother of the sword is the patisha or 2-bladed battle-axe. A Sidhanu dagger, the sister of the sword, and worn by kings, is a 3-edged blade, 1 cubit long, 2 thumbs broad, without handguard, carried in the belt, and used in hand-to-hand conflict. The moshtaka fist sword stiletto is only a span long, and thus very handy for all kinds of movements. Fig. 233. Hindu warriors. From memorial stones of Bijanagar, of which the Kensington Museum possesses photographs, the date of these monuments corresponds with our Middle Ages. Fig. 234. A Javanese blade showing Indian derivation, B. Hindu saber, from a bas-relief at Bijanagar. The sage Vaishampayana, a pandit or pedant lecturing on the art of war, warns us that the efficiency of the weapon is subject to great changes in different ages, and places the quality of an arm is not the same for the material and mode of construction greatly. Very moreover, much depends upon the strength and ability of the person using such weapons in preserving, increasing, or diminishing their efficiency. It may also be remarked that many of his weapons appear to be the results of a brain quickened by opium or hashish. The sage Shukra, or preceptor of the demons, also discourses learnedly in his Shukranidhi on armies and weapons, including firearms. The only practical part, 216, of chap Roman 5 Arput pp. 80 2144, is his description of the lucky and unlucky marks on horses. The Arabs have a similar system, and a horse with inauspicious signs sells, however well bred, for a small sum, and there is wisdom in verse 242p 124. A non-fighting king and a near-faring priest Brahman. Earth swallows as snake the whole-dwelling beast. As regards the sword Shukra, says Lib Roman 4 sect Roman 7p 109 verse 154. Ishad Vaktrashkakad Haro Vista Chaturangula. Keshurapranto Nabhissimo Drahimushtisukandraruk. Khadga Prasishjatar Hastadendabudna K Surinana. The sword is a little curved and one-bladed. It is 4 fingers broad and sharp-pointed as a razor. It extends up to the navel, has a strong hilt, and is brilliant as the beautiful moon. The khadga 2-handed sword is 4 cubits or 6 feet long, broad at the hilt, and at the end point sharp like a razor. Fig. 235. Battle scene from a cave in Cuttack, 1st century A. Roman 500. From neither of these works do we learn anything about an interesting subject, elephant sword. It is mentioned by the Italian traveller Ludovico di Varthema, A. Roman 5,001,508, who makes it 2 fathoms long and attached to the trunk. Athanasius Nicotin calls it a scythe. Knox in his Salon also speaks of a sharp iron with a socket of 3 edges placed on the teeth tusks. It was probably derived from the West Antigonus, the great elephantarch Seleucus and Pyrrhus, armed their beasts with sharp points of steel. In the tusks veritable swords in Da Gama's day each animal wore 10 blades, 5 to the tusk. It must be borne in mind that Upper India about the beginning of our Ra was mostly Buddhist, and consequently she bred men of peace, yet the caves and the cavatemples supply in bas-relief specimens of sword-bearers, and even of free fights. The weapon is mostly the short stout blade, corresponding with the Persian asinus, but worn in modern fashion on the left side. Mr. James Fergusson has kindly supplied me with 2 illustrations. The first, Fig 235, is the battle scene 217, showing 2 swords. A huge chopper or falchion with a tooth on the back is wielded in the left hand, the right supporting the shield, the other straight with one median ridge, is broad at the end, instead of being pointed. The second, Fig 236, which Mr. Fergusson calls the first Highlander, is of the same date, and it shows very distinctly the handle, which might be modern sheath, and the mode of wearing it is more distinct in the photograph than in the woodcut made by the author's artist. Fig 236, the first Highlander. Fig 237, Arjuna's sword. The Templar caves of Elephanta or Garipuri, cave town in the Bay of Bombay, described by Forbes and Heber, Dr. Wilson, and Mr. Burgess, show a very different and superior article, this comparatively modern basilica burrowed out of the rock, and dedicated to Shiva or Mahadeva, the third person of the Hindu triad, and the representative of destructive reproduction in his Trimurti or triple form, contains a multitude of alt-reliefs from 10 to 14 feet high, and so prominent that they are almost undercut. Joined to the parent rock only by the back at the northeast angle stands the figure of the hero Arjuna, the presumed ancestor of the Pandya princes. This 218, brave and a special favourite in southern India, holds in the right hand perpendicularly, and point upwards, a short straight blade, with a bevelled point like the Roman. There is a small handguard, the fist fills the grip, and the large pommel confines the hand, as is still the fashion throughout India. Fig 238, Javanese sculptures with bent swords. The military tactics of the earlier Hindus are familiarly shown by our game of chess, but their pandits and students writing in the closet borrowed or devised a whole body of stratagemata, making it easy to find amongst them the phalanx, the legion, the wedge, or the crescent attack. Fig 239, Peshawar sculptures. Professor Oppert informs us that the Arca calotropes gigantea, the huge swallowwort with milky and blistering juice, which grows wild all over the peninsula, if used with discretion when iron is being forged, contributes greatly to the excellence 219 of the Indian steel. The simple is well known to the native alchemist, to the doctor, and to the vet, but I was not aware of its being generally applied to ironworking. I reserve for Part Roman 2 details concerning the modern Indian sword, and the blades imitated from it. Lieutenant Colonel Palak, Madras Staff Corps, describes, unfortunately without illustration, the Burmese Dalwal Dalwi Val Roman 2 P18, or fighting sword, a nasty two-handed weapon with a blade about 2 feet long, and as sharp as a razor. Roman 1. He also notices the dha or dihora knife, 6 inches long, equally fitted for domestic use and stabbing. Note my lamented friend Dr. Burnell, whose loss to Anglo-Oriental philology is so deeply felt, took a notable part in reducing Hindu claims to remote antiquity, whereas Sir William Jones, a literateur thoroughly well imposed upon, dated the laws of Menu from A Roman 500. Burnell boldly assigned them to the 4th century A Roman 500, and partly to a much later period, the theatre of Kalidasa Sakuntala Arwasi Roman 100, he has attributed to the 6th century, instead of the 1st. In fact, he leaves nothing to B Roman 100, but parts of the Vedas and the earliest Buddhist texts. We can accept the reform unhesitatingly. The oldest Hindu inscription, Gurnar, dates from about B Roman 100, the oldest Kava temple from still later. The alphabet is a lineal descendant from the Egypto-Phoenician. The earliest Hindu buildings were wooden. India had no architecture which could vie with those of Greece or monarchical Rome, much less with the mighty works of Egypt and Mesopotamia. The Hindus' iron-built cities were probably clay-walled settlements. His mythology was Egyptian, tempered with Greek. For instance, the 4 yugas or periods, in the 4th of which Kali, the Black Yuga we now are, and considering how early Christianity found its way into the peninsula, and the highly subjective and receptive nature of the people, I cannot but believe that they borrowed largely from the sacred writings of the stranger. It is easier to hold that Christ originated or at least influenced Krishna than with Valni to hold Krishna the original of Christ. In 1852, Mr. Pocock wrote about India in Greece. In 1883, we want a change of venue to Greece in India. Yavanna Greek entered India with Alexander, and this gives a terminus a quo though not ad quem. Chapter Roman 11, the sword in ancient Greece. Homer, Hesiod, and Herodotus. Myson. Homer and Hesiod, says Herodotus, lived, as I hold, not more than 400 years before my time. This would date them between B Roman 100,830, the contemporaneity of the bards, their cousinship, and even their existence has been copiously doubted some place Hesiod, before others 200 or 300 years after. Blind Milesigenes thence Homer called, and we have come to look upon Homer as one of the Homerid, the heroes eponymus of the bards, who produced the Iliad and the Odyssey. Assuming with Dr. Schliemann the date of the Trojan War, at about B. Roman 100,716, Homer, according to the father of history, would flourish about 4 centuries and a half after the wars he sang. I wish I could have proved Homer to have been an eyewitness of the Trojan War. Alas, I cannot do it. At his time swords were of universal use, and iron was known, whereas they were totally unknown at Troy. Besides, the civilization he describes is later by centuries than that which I have brought to light in the excavations. Homer gives us the legend of Ilium's tragic fate, as it was handed down to him by preceding bards, clothing the traditional facts of the war and destruction of Troy in the garb of his own day. Metallurgically speaking, the sacred bards and heroes of Hellas, whose works formed the holy writ of Greece, lived at the height of the copper, and in the beginning of the Iron Ages, metal not yet cast would be worked in 221 primitive fashion with the hammer 720, and there were 2 manners of hammerwork, the holosphyraton in solid mass, and the sphyraton or platework. Casting and soldering were invented for the Greeks, according to Pausanias and Pliny, shortly after Homer's day by the Samians, Arachcus and Theodorus, the latter who lived between B. Roman 100 and 700, may have introduced coracasting, so well known to Egypt and Assyria. The joints would be united by the normal mechanical means, and the ornamental houseplates would be attached to the walls and floors with nails and studs. The idea of the firmament being a copper dome vault is known to Pindar, as well as to the Iliad, and the Odyssey. Tartarus below Hades had a similar threshold, and Atlas in Euripides had copper shoulders. Ornamentation was applied with gravers' burins and similar instruments to domestic implements, cups and goblets, craters or bowls, cauldrons and tripods, to sacred vases for the temple, and to trumpets, arms and armor. Besides the brazier, we find the gold caster who gilds the bull's horns. The Homeric bards and Hesiod are well acquainted with iron 730, and with steel in its various forms, cyanus adamas, and chalips. The former mentions 7 metals, the haft jush 7 boilings, which he, like the Persians, had learned from Egypt. Quenching in water or tempering was well known to the Odyssey, as we learn from the sputtering of Polyphemus. And as when armourers temper in the ford the keen-edged poleaxe or the shining sword, the red-hot metal hisses in the lake. Roman 100,732. And he would doubtless know that steel is softened by simple exposure to gradual heating. Sideros is common wrought iron, so we find for the Iron Age, and 734, which should be translated not hoary, but irongry, the black dark blue. Cyanus mentioned by the Iliad would be a fusible or artificial steel, made to imitate the true bluestone or lazulite. Theophrastus 55,736. The Adamas of Hesiod, who specifies the iron of the Cretan ididactyly, would be a white and tempered metal, while steel in general either named or was named by the well-known Chalybes. That the harder substance was not rare we see by the injunction, do not at a festive banquet of the gods pair from the 5-pointed branch hand with bright steel, the dry from the fresh. Roman 1, don't cut your nails at dinner. So at the battle of the ships Homer studs a great sea-fighting Xyston pole 22 cubits long with spikes of iron, and elsewhere speaks of a cyanus-footed table. Yet copper was the metal for arms and armor, while the shield of Hercules was made of alabaster, not gypsum ivory. Electron, the mixed metal and pure gold. The hero is armed with a short spear tipped with gleaming copper, and he fastens around his shoulders a sword, the averter of destruction, which the context suggests to be of the same material. The fair-haired Danae's son, equestrian Perseus, bears a sword of copper, with iron sheath hanging by a felt thong. 743. The 7-hide shield of Ajax was of copper, not brass-bound, as Lord Derby has it. The lamb's throats are cut with the cruel copper. 745. And Diomed pursues Venus with the same weapon. Hephaestos makes for Achilles a shield of gold and silver, copper and tin, and Canny Diomed's armor is of copper, which he changes for gold, the value of 100 beeves for the value of 9. In the Iliad, close-handed combat succeeds to missilusing, as Strabo remarks. Homer makes his warriors begin their duellos by weapon throwing, and then take to their swords, but the latter is the weapon rivaled only by the handspear. Hence, the Egyptian taught Argives are insulted as arrow-throwers, and Diomed reviles his foe as an archer and woman's man. The taunts are still known to savage tribes of modern day. The Homeric sword has 5 names. The first is chalcos copper, and perhaps base metal, used like the Latin ferrum. The second is xiphos, a word still generic in Romaic poetry, and prose, the diminutive being xiphidian. The third is fascanon, pronounced fascanon, and the fourth is yor. Thrace, a famous manufactory of artworks, even in early ages, produced the best and largest of these 223 blades. We find a Thracian xiphos, possibly of steel, beautiful and long, in the hands of the Trojan prince Helenos, and Achilles at the funeral games offers as a prize a Thracian fascanon fair, and silver-studded. This hero was drawing his mighty xiphos from the sheath culeus vagina, scabbard to assault Agamemnon, when at Athens' instant, still holding his heavy hand upon the silver hilt, he thrust back the great sword into the scabbard. The xiphos with silver studs or bosses occurs in sundry places, and one with a gold hilt and a silver scabbard fitted with golden rings belongs to Agamemnon. Dr. Schliemann explains the epithet 759 by the line of gold bosses lying near one of the swords. They were broader than the blade, and covered the whole available space along the sheath. Thus the Homerids hellos, usually rendered stud or nail, was applied to the bosses or buttons that break the midrib, or that stud the blade near the handle. Paris, slings on a copper silver-studded xiphos. Menelaus, with the same weapon, strikes off his enemy's phalos, the helmetridge bearing the laphostube, which confines the hipporis or horsetail crest. Patroclus, when arming himself, hangs from his shoulders the silver-studded xiphos of copper, and Achilles has a larger hilted xiphos Peneleos, and Lycon, having missed each other with the spear, ran on with the xiphos, which is here again called fascanon, but Lycon's weapon broke at the hilt Cales, and the xiphos of Peneleos entered, and only the skin retained it. The head hung down, and the limbs were relaxed on the shield of Achilles. Hephaestos figures youths wearing the golden xiphos slung from silver belts. Fig. 240, two-edged bronze sword, and alabaster knob myson. Opposed to the xiphos, a straight rapier blade, as we shall presently see, was the or dirk, probably a throwing weapon like the scax and scramasax. The two are often confounded in the dictionaries. Fascanon is supposed to be quasi a euphonic transposition, like the verb to slay with the sword. The root is evidently which appears in slaughter, and in to slay there is. Also a form for this is a two-edged leaf-shaped blade. 767 Thrasymnes gives one to Diomed, and with it Rhesus is slaughtered in his sleep. The word frequently occurs black-hilted fascana, with massive handles are mentioned, and the common fascanon is found in 224 Ades Roman 11 in Pindar and 180, and in the tragedians in another passage. However, it becomes a large fascanon. The fourth term is 770, usually set down like the English brand. As poetical, it is not used in Romaic, and the Neo-Greek dictionaries ignore it. The yor seems to mean a broad, stout, strong blade, with the sharp yor drawn from his thigh. Ulysses digs the furrow 1 cubit wide, and Hector cuts into the ashen spear of Ajax. Automedon draws a long yor. This, too, is the weapon of earth-shaking Neptune, the dreadful tapering sword. 774 Thunderbolt-like, wherewith it is not possible to engage in fatal fight, for the fear of it restrains mankind. Bus Apollo has a golden yor. 776 Here we see the vague meaning of the poetic word, like our hanger, for it, now, means the god's golden bow and quiver carried on the shoulder. Homer's fifth is the hung by a single belt close to the sword sheath, and used for sacrifices and similar uses. It afterwards became a favourite with the Lacedaemonians. It was then a curved blade, as opposed to the xiphos, or uncurved again in Plutarch and other writers. The macra seems to mean like spatha, long straight blade. Homer does not mention the, but Euripides uses it in conjunction with macra. The sword in Homer. We must not expect to see the sword so frequently drawn in the Odyssey, which pace Mr. Sayce appears later than the Iliad. We note in it more character, and less movement, more unity and less digression, and finally less fighting, and more amenity and civilization. But Arthacephs, the man with whom many were wroth, has been a soldier, and he does not forget his old trade. Besides, commerce was still armed barter, and voyaging was enlivened by piracy. Copper or base metal continues to be the basis of metallurgy, and the hero owns it in quantities besides gold, silver, and electrum. Euryalus tells Alcinous that he will appease the guest Ulysses with an all-copper brand, whose hilt is silver, and whose scabbard is of newly sawn ivory. The suitors would slay Telemachus with the sharp copper in the final struggle. The catastrophe of the poem. Eurymachus, drawing his sharp sword of copper, calls upon his friends to do the same, and to shield themselves with the tables against the fast-flying shafts in the frogs, and mice. The spear is a good long needle, the all-copper work of Mars. Wrought iron is prominent in the Odyssey, as in the Iliad. Athene meant sails over the dark sea to Temesa for copper, and also brings 225 back shining iron. Menelaus does the same. The cruel iron balances the cruel copper. The long-pointed iron, so fatal to the Trojans, is apparently the spear which began the duels. Prudent Penelope places the bow and the grey iron ready for the suitors, and the palace contains store of wrought iron. 785. The axe sharpened on both sides is of copper, but the hatchets through whose rings or handle holes the copper-tipped arrows must be shot are of iron. Iron, we are told of itself, draws on a man. Tacit hist. Roman 1, a sentiment repeated elsewhere in the same words, and the sword is alluded to in more than one place without the material being specified. In the hymn to Hermes Mercury, the god vivisects the mountain tortoise with a scalpel of grey iron. The glyphanus was a carving tool, a chisel, or a knife for reedpens. The dispute whether the so-called Homeric poems were written or were orally preserved still awaits sentence. We twice find the word, but its primary meaning is to mark, to cut, and lastly to write. Thus Ajax, when inscribing the lot, might simply have scraped upon it Ajax his mark. Yet there is nothing against writing, and there is much in its favour. For instance, 793. Having on tablet writ can mean nothing else. Pliny accepts this writing given to Bellerophon on codicilli or tablets. Horace, who was not only a great poet, but a masterful genius, mentions writing in Homer's day, and makes the early inscriptions laws cut into wood legs. Insidir ligno. Herodotus tells us that he himself saw cadmean, that is, old Phoenician characters, and the tradition is that Danaus introduced letters from Egypt, which, I repeat, produced the one alphabet the world knows. Dr. Schliemann. Troy appendix by the editor found at 7.5 meters 25 feet below the surface of the so-called Homeric Troy, many short inscriptions in ancient Cypriot characters, and as many Greek epigraphs were discovered at Mycenae. Evidently, the Iliad and the Odyssey might have been cut in rude Phoenician characters upon wooden tablets or scratched on plates of lead. Professor Paley would date the literary Homer from B. Roman 100, but that is a different phase of the subject. Herodotus is the outcome of Homer, or if you please of the Homerids, and of Schylus, the work of this prose rhapsodist. Besides being a history, a logography, a record of travel, and a study of ethnology and antiquity, is at once an epic and a drama. It is epic in the heroic and romantic tone, in the unity of 226 action, a mighty invasion campaign, and in the frequent digressions which aid if they retard the one primary object. It is a tragedy in the scenic, displays the review of Xerxes, for instance, in the action of destiny, the circle of necessity, the Nemesiac hypothesis, and the jealousy of the gods. Deus alter, while the catastrophe is represented in Calliope by the destruction of the Persian host, the home return of the victors, and the lurid scenes at the close. It ends with an epigram, a kind of vas plaudite. The Persians chose rather to dwell in a churlish land and exercise lordship than to plough the plains and be slaves of other meaner sentiment, which would bring down the house in the highlands. All is written with a distinct purpose, and the sensible chronology is derived from Egypt. There is something poetical too in the enormous numbers, the magnificent impassable host of 5,283,220 men, and the 1,327 triremes to be defeated and destroyed by a handful of 9,000 Greeks and 378 ships, is highly imaginative. The philosophically and skeptical modern mind will hardly be satisfied till the details are confirmed by the contemporary evidence of inscriptions. For instance, the Behistun, which is a running commentary upon Thalia Hellas, ever was and is, and will be by virtue of her mighty intellect and her preponderating imagination. Garcia Mendac's Eastern History tells us nothing about the marvelous Persian invasion. We may fairly believe that there was a great movement headed by some powerful satrap who determined to crush the wasp's nest to the west, but we can go no farther. It is simply incredible that the great king, who at the time was Lord Paramount of the civilized world, should lead to so little purpose millions of warriorsmen, the flower of Asia, whose portraiture is the most favorable of any we possess, and whom the father owns to have been not a whit inferior in prowess to the Greeks. And for this view I duly apologize to Herodotus and his shade. The poet historian gives an interesting description of the sword amongst the Scythians, whom the Greeks and Persians call sak-shakas, or nomads, to judge from Hindu legend, for instance that of Shakari, foe to the Shakas, a title of the historical Vikramaditya A. Roman 500. The Sak were Turanians, Mongols or Tartars. When he makes them worship Ares Mars, he probably derives the idea from there, adoring the emblem of war. An iron dirk 801, a blade of antique iron, he tells us, is placed on the summit of every such mound, a flat-upped pile of brushwood 3 furlongs square, and serves as the image of Mars. Yearly sacrifices are made to it, the victims were cattle, horses, and 1% of war prisoners' libations of wine are first 227 poured upon their heads, after which they are slaughtered over a vase, and the vessel is then carried up to the top of the pile, and the blood poured upon the echinaces in the Scythian graves of Russian Cimmeria, the Crimea and of Tartary. The swords are mostly bronze. Dr. M. Fersen, however, found one of iron 1839 in the great tomb of Kerch, the old Milesian Pantacapum, so called from its river Anticapes. It was a short dagger-like thrusting blade, resembling the old Persian with midrib and curved handle in the days of Attila. A sword supposed to be one of the ancient Scythian weapons alluded to by the Greek was accidentally found, and was made an object of worship. Genghis Khan, when raised to the throne, repeated this sacrificial observance, which however can scarcely be called a Mongolic custom. It seems common to the Soromat, northern Medes, and Slavs, the Alans, the Huns, and the tribes that wandered over the steppes. The sword in Herodotus. The Scythians also swore by the emblem of Mars. Their oaths, says Herodotus, are accompanied by the following ceremonies: into a large earthen bowl, pouring wine, they mingle with it blood of the parties to the oath, who wound themselves superficially with a knife or an awl. Then they dip into the bowl an echinax, and arrows, and a battle-axe sagaris, and a javelin acontian, all the while repeating manifold prayers. Lastly, the two contracting parties drink each a draught from the bowl, as do also the most worthy of their followers in the Anabasis. The Greeks swear by dipping a sword, and the barbarians a lance into the victim's blood. So far these ancient authors, we must now see how they are confirmed by modern authorities. Dr. Schliemann's investigations at Meissen 809 are the more interesting, as the finds are supposed by him to be synchronous with those of burnt Troy, and they enable us to compare the former in her prosperity with the latter in her exhaustion. The energetic explorer doubtfully supports the use of copper for arms and utensils, and with whole truth makes it the staple metal of the heroic ages, as he found no tin at Meissen, or in the great layer of copper scoria at Hisarlik, Troy. While Cassiteros is repeatedly mentioned by Homer, he contends that the bronze of the Greek city was imported, and therefore rare and 228 expensive. Unfortunately, he did not analyze the thin copper wire which carried the necklace beads. The swords of Meissen. Fig 241, gold shoulder belt, with fragment of two-edged bronze rapier, sepulchre, Roman 1. It is a new sensation to descend with Dr. Schliemann into the old Mycenaean tombs, where 16 or 17 corpses had been simultaneously interred. Sepulchre. No, I attributed to Agamemnon, and his two heralds produced a variety of interesting articles, especially the golden shoulder belt that decorated the mummy. My photograph shows it attached to a fragmentary two-edged sword. Between the middle and the southern body lay a heap of broken bronze blades, which may have represented 60 whole swords. Some bore traces of gilding and several had gold pins at the handle. 2 blades lay to the right of the body, and their ornamentation strikingly resembled the description in the Iliad. The handle of the larger sword, No. 460, is of bronze thickly plated with intaglioed gold, and a broad plate of the same metal similarly worked passes round the shoulders of the sword. The wooden scabbard must have been adorned with golden studs, and a long broad plate, Fig. 244, shaped somewhat like a man with a ring issuing from the neck. The other sword, in a similar style of art, seems to have been even richer. Dr. Schliemann considers, No. 463, Fig. 245, a remarkable battle-axe, of which 14 were found in the Trojan treasure. It is evidently a sword blade, and the same may be said of Nos. 464, 465, Fig. 244. At the distance of hardly more than 1 foot to the right of the mummy body were found 11 bronze swords. 2 were tolerably preserved, and both were of unusual size: 2 feet 10 inches and 3 feet 2 inches. The golden plate of the wooden sword handle is given in p. 305. These weapons also had gold plates attached to the pommels by 12 pins of the same metal with large globular heads. The body at the south end of Sepulchre, Roman 1, was provided with 15 bronze swords, of which 10 had been placed at its feet. As a rule, the wooden sheaths had mouldered away, but the gold studs or bosses, which adorned them, like the 229 binding of a book, lay along the remains of the warriors who had wielded them. The whetstone, Sepulchre, Roman 1, was of very fine sandstone. Fig. 242, Sepulchre, Roman 1, Meissen. Fig. 243, a long gold plate. Fig. 244, not battle-axes. Fig. 245, sword blades. Sepulchre, Roman 1, Meissen. The fourth sepulchre was almost as interesting in its supply of swords. Excavating from east to west, the explorer came upon a heap of more than 20 bronze blades, most of them with remnants of wooden scabbards, and handles, the flat round pieces of wood, and the small shield-like or button-like discs of gold with intaglioic seem to have been glued in unbroken series along both sides of the sheath, and the largest being at the broad end. With a gradual diminishing in size they determined the width. The wooden hilts bore similar plates of intaglioed gold. The remaining space had been studded with gold pins, and gold nails were fixed in the large pommels of wood or alabaster. The quantity of fine gold dust left no doubt that the handles and scabbards had been gilt. The smith evidently did not possess the knowledge of gilding silver. He first plated the metal with copper, and then the copper with gold. The golden cylinder No. 366, adorned at both ends with a broad border of wavelines, and the field filled with interwoven spirals, all intaglioic, probably belong to a heft of wood. Along the middle runs a row of pinholes. There are 4 flat pinheads, and in the center is the head of a larger stud, by which it is attached. Sepulchre Roman 4 also yielded 4 to 6 bronze swords. More or less fragmentary of these 10 were short, and single-edged. Their solid metal measured, when entire, from 2 to 2 feet 3 inches in length. The handles are too thick for mounting in wood, and the tangs end in rings for suspension to the telemon, or to the girdle. The chopper-shaped blade Fig. 246, evidently of Egyptian derivation, is broken at the point, which may incline either way, probably inwards. The other Fig. 246 is the normal leaf shape. Dr. Schliemann believes that they explain the Homeric, which he makes perfectly synonymous with Xiphos, and here I venture to differ with him, holding the fascanon probably to have been the short Egyptian sword used like the boomerang blade for throwing as well as cutting. Fig. 246, Sepulchre Roman 4 Myson p. 279. Fig. 247 Bronze lancehead p. 279. Fig. 248 2-edged bronze sword and dagger Sepulchre Roman 4 Myson. The double-edged weapon with the long narrow tube was judged to be a dagger knife, the hollow being intended to save weight. To me it appears a lancehead, and the attached ring seems to prove its use. Fig. 247, the fragmentary 2-edged blade of bronze, a Fig. 249, shows a midrib broken by serrations intended either for ornament or for jagging the wound. The same two things appear in another weapon B. Fig. 249, which is supposed to be a dagger. No. 446, is a short 2-edged 231 blade, showing at the shoulders on either side 4 large flat headpins of gold. A gold plate extends all along the middle part of the blade, on both sides, and fragments of the wooden sheath are visible in the middle, as well as at the end. Fig. 249 2-edged bronze swords and alabaster knob Sepulchre Roman 4 Myson. We now come to the most startling part of the collection. It proves indubitably, if Dr. Schliemann's conclusions be correct, and if the blades do not belong as they may due to a later date, that the highest form of sword which became the fashion during our 16th century was known in B. Roman 100. It is a curious comment upon the fact how soon perfection was reached in the white arm, compared with the slow progress of firearms, which had to await the invention of the self-igniting cartridge plate. No. 445 p. 281 gives a 2-edged blade with a midrib. In fact, the rapier, which can be used only for the point, it measures 2 feet 7 inches, a Fig. 250, and at the top are attached remnants of its wooden scabbard. The lower end of its neighbor B. Fig. 250 is adorned with 3 flat golden pinheads on either face. No. 448, measuring 2 feet 10 inches long, is very well preserved. By its side lies its alabaster pommel. Fig. 249, No. 449, has retained part of its heft, which is gold-plated and attached by gold pins. Vertical lines of intaglio work run along the blade, and give it a truly beautiful aspect. Dr. Schliemann p. 283 notices the length in some cases exceeding 3 feet, compared with the narrowness of these grand blades. He adds, so far as I know swords of this shape have never been found before. I would refer him to the Villanova Etruscan blade, described in Chapter Roman 8. The fourth sepulchre also yielded 3 shoulder belts of gold. No. 354 measures 4 feet 1.5 inch long by 1 7/8 inch in width. Fig. 241, on either side of the band, is a narrow edging made by turning down the gold plate. The field is occupied by a row of rosettes, 6 oval petals surrounding a central disc, and the whole encircled by dots or points. At one end are 2 apertures in the shape of hourglasses. These serve to attach the clasp to the other extremity, as is shown by the small hole, and 2 cuts P300, 8 the second telemon, a plain band 4 feet 6 inches long by 2 to 2, and 1/3 232 inches broad, was the discoverer suggests possibly made for the funeral. It is too thin and fragile for general wear. To some blades were still attached particles of well-woven linen, which the discoverer considers to have been sheaths. P283 the natives of India and of other hot damp regions retain, I have said, the custom of bandaging their blades with greased rags. We are also shown P300 for a gold tassel, probably suspended to a belt of embroidered work. Fig 250 rapier blades of Myson. Fig 251 warrior with sword. The first of the tombstones found in the Acropolis above the sepulchres P52 shows very imperfectly a hunter standing in a one-horse chariot. He grips in his right a long broadsword. The second tombstone P81 has a naked warrior who holds the horse's head with his right and raises in his left a double-edged blade. Fig 251 Dr. Schliemann finds the figure full of anguish. P84 the head is in profile, and the body almost fronts the spectator. The huntsman charioteer holds in his left sheathed sword of the long dagger type ending in a large globular pommel. Many such articles were found in the tombs, and the author P225 draws attention to the size of the knob upon the signet ring. Mostly, they were of wood or alabaster. P281, with golden nails and frequently plated with precious metal. I would suggest that the perforated ball of polished rock crystal No. 307, found in Sepulchre Roman 3, and the large-mouthed article No. 308 coloured red and white inside, were also sword pommels. Fig 253, bronze dagger 2 blades soldered. Fig 252 bronze sword, found in the palace P144. The treasury supplied 5 unornamental blades of copper or bronze, with rings of the same metal. The large Cyclopean house, which the energetic discoverer would identify with the palace of the Atrade, yielded a straight 2-edged thrusting blade of bronze. The shoulders were pierced with 4 holes, and there are as many in the tang for attaching the handle. Fig 252. The heft was of various substances: wood, bone, and ivory, amber, rock crystal, and alabaster, and it was often plated with metals, especially the most precious of the latter. 6 specimens are given. pp. 27071, all highly decorated with intaglio work of circles and spirals, rope bands, and shell-like quaquiversal flutings. The general opinion that Homer ignored soldering gives unusual interest to a large bronze dagger found in No. Roman 3 sepulchre, 6 meters and a half, below the surface. P164 2 blades are well soldered together in the middle. Fig 253. The same art appears P280 in the attachment of 2 long narrow plates of thick bronze crickets. Cycad and other ornaments were also found of gold, worked in repousse, and composed of 2 halves soldered together. The goldsmiths of Meissen were true artists. They had work in plenty. Dr. Schliemann estimates the metallic value of his finds at £5,000. An admirable bit of work. P251 is the goat standing like that of Assyria and Istria, with gathered legs upon the top of a pin. Another, No. 365, is the lion cub apparently cut and tooled as in modern India. The circles, spirals, and wavelines are excellently executed, and so is the gold plating upon buttons of wood. pp. 25859. The old Greek city too had a peculiar treatment of the wall, which combining 2 and even 3 their dextrorsum or sinistrorsum about a common centre, and making the lines of at 234 least 2 continuous, deserves to be called the Meissen spiral. This ornament passes from the gold trinkets and the tombstones of the Acropolis to the treasuries of much later date. An intaglio of gold is especially interesting because it represents a monomatia or dual he to the proper right, a tall beardless or shaven warrior without helmet, and clad only in tights and shorts, bears the whole weight of his body upon his left leg, extending the right as in a lunge, and is about to plunge his straight and pointed dagger blade into the throat of his bearded foe. P174, a signet ring displays a gigantic warrior who has felled 1 opponent, put to flight a second, and is stabbing a third with a short, broad, straight blade. The vanquished man attempts to defend himself with a long xiphos. P225. Perhaps the subject may be Theseus clearing out the thieves. A gold button shows a square formed by 4 sacrificial chopper knives of Egyptian shape. P263, No. 397. The characteristics of the sepulchres are the orientation of the remains, the heads lying to the east, and their imperfect cremation. The latter is familiar in Hinduland, although the people hold the fire funeral to be a firebirth when the vital principle called soul or spirit has been purged of its earthly dross. The regular layers of pebbles which by ventilating the floor would give draught to the flames have also been noticed in ancient Etruria. The only viaticum or provisions for the dead were unopened oysters, the rest was probably burnt. The utensils are jugs and vases of terra-cotta plain, and painted copper tripods, and cauldrons, urns and kettles and cups and goblets, the latter one, and two-handed. The ornaments of gold and electrum are foilwork and plates upon wood, beads of glass and agate, studs and buttons, crosses and breastcovers, lentoid gems, and masks, crowns and diadems. The weapons, all of bronze, are axes and arrows, lances, knives, daggers and sword blades. While gold and alloys are abundant, we may fairly say that iron is absent from the Acropolis of Mycen, as well as from the burnt city of the Troad. And there is a remarkable similarity in the pattern and construction of sundry articles, especially the gold tubes with attached spirals. Dr. Schliemann's discoveries have been subjected to much adverse criticism. As far as they go, they prove that the warriors of Mycen used three varieties of swords: ziph, the fascanon and the kopis. The sword in Greece. The of Mycen is the long, straight, rapier-shaped cuton thrust sesim, et punctum blade. Its only guard is a crossbar which, like the scabbard, is beautifully ornamented. The word ziphos is still applied in Romaic to a straight sword, opposed to spati 822, the saber, the broadsword. The ordirk, which Merrick pl. Roman 4 fig 16, and sometimes perhaps the ancients confound with the ziphos, is a straight blade, mostly leaf-shaped, and showing its descent from the spear. It is rarely longer than 20 inches in Romaic poetry. The word is still applied to knives and sword-daggers, like the yataghan. My idea that the fascanon was used for throwing does not derive from the classics, but from the similarity of the blade to the seques and the scramasacs. Fig 254, fascanon. Fig 255, Greek fascana. Fig 256, short sword fascanon of bronze, found in a crannog at Peschiara, and probably Greek. The which Merrick makes an Argive weapon, and which English translators render simply by sword, has been derived by me from the Egyptian kopsh, whose inside cutting curve it imitates, merely flattening the bend. Writers on hippology have mostly ignored its origin. They follow Xenophon, who speaks of it as being used by the Persians and barbarians, and Polybius, who assigns its use to the Persians before the Greeks, apparently an anachronism. They remark that on vases it is the weapon of the giants, not of the 236 gods, and that the Amazons wield it against Hercules. Hence Senner Soromenho would assign its origin to the Arabs, and Colonel A. Lane Fox to the Roman legionaries. The latter authority, indeed, contends that its form is obviously derived from the straight, leaf-shaped bronze sword, of which it is simply a curved variety. Here I think he reverses the process. Specimens of the kopis. A rare one was found in a tomb said to be Roman between Madrid and Toledo, and another of the same find is in the British Museum. Fig 257. Fig 258, kopis with pommel. Fig 259, kopis with hook. Fig 260, kukri blade of Gurkhas. The peculiarity of the kopis is, I have said, its cutting with the inner, not the outer curve, and thus suggesting the use of the point and the drawing cut instead of the sheer cut. This peculiarity was inherited from Egypt and long appeared in Greek blades. It is well shown in the fragment of a bronze coppice-like broadsword from the collection of Don Giovanni Balmarsic. The arciprete of Cherso, the relic, was found in the island of Osero, with an immense variety of bronzes. Greek, Roman, and prehistoric or protohistoric. General Petrivers has a bronze sword blade from Corinth, a very fine specimen. The handle has an H section, the pommel measuring 2¼ inches across, and the grip 3½ inches in length. There is no tang. The blade springs from the shoulders, which are prominent. The length is 27 inches, and the section that of the Toledo rapier. It is, however, slightly leaf-shaped. In the Armeria reel of Turin section, Beaumont, Northwest, 2 Greek blades are shown in a glass case. One is especially interesting. The total length, all being in one piece, is 3 feet and a half. The blade has a midrib. There is a straight, simple crossbar at the shoulders, and the hilt ends in a crutch like the Hindu antelope horns and the scroll hilt of the Danish swords. The inside edge has been preserved from days immemorial by the Abyssinian sword, an exaggerated sickle or diminutive scythe. It reappears in various parts of Africa, as shown by Barth's Travels, chap Roman 2 Roman 100. His Danisco, which he translates handbill, is used by the people of a highly interesting province, Adamawa. The general weapon in the neighborhood is the galio or billhook of the Margai, and the njiga of the Baghirmi. It is a heavy and clumsy kopsh of the boomerang type. Fig 261 the danisco. The inside edge characterizes to a certain extent the Albanian yataghan and the flisser of the Kabyle kabyles, and it is thoroughly well developed in the formidable kora or kukri of the Gurkha or Nepalese mountaineers, whose edge swells out to a half-moon. The Mycenaean finds do not enlighten us upon the subject of the and other forms of the Greek sword. We know nothing of the Thracian the rapier of Gellius Roman 10, which the Roman 5827 translates sword. Most writers hold it to be a Thracian lance, like the European Partisan and Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities describes it as a long spear resembling the sarissa with a sword-like blade. This comes from Livy Roman 31, who tells us that in woodlands the Macedonian phalanx was ineffectual on account of its long hast, and that the ramphor of the Thracians was a hindrance for the same reason, but in modern Romaic usage it denotes the flamberg, or that form of the wavy blade, which the Church places in the hands of the angelic host. It is always carried by Monseigneur Saint Michel the Archangel, the first knight who in the quarrel of God battled with the dragon, the old enemy of mankind, and drove him out of heaven. Mycen supplied no specimen of the gladius chelidonius, the broad blade with a bifurcated swallow-tailed point. It is mentioned by Isidore Roman 18 and by Origen chap Roman 6, and I have alluded to it in chapter Roman 7. We are unable to specify the shape of the Athenian nestes or the Lacedaemonian Zion, which Xenophon calls Zool. They may have been, to judge from their use, thick Cutan thrust daggers. In fact, Kupchu, nor do we know what kind of blade was carried by the Zystophori. In addition to the Zyston, the latter was either the footman's spear or the horseman's lance in the Iliad. As has been seen, it is a long pole studded with iron nails. Fig 262 Greek Xiphos Johns. According to history, the Greek infantry sword was a straight two-edged blade, rather broad and of equal width from hilt to point, which was of beveled shape for cavalry. They preferred the saber or cutting weapon. Iphicrates B. Roman 100. When improving arms and armor, must have found spear and sword too short, for he doubled the length of the spear, and made the swords also longer. 238 Diod Sic Roman 15 Corn Nepos. Roman 11 Plutarch in Lycurg tells us that a man in the presence of Agesilaus jeered at the Spartan blade, which measured only 14 to 15 inches long, saying that a juggler would think nothing of swallowing it, whereto the great commander replied, "Yet our short swords can pierce our foes." And when a bad workman complained of his tool, the Spartan suggested with dry heroism, "You have only to advance a pace." Dodwell relates that an iron blade found in a tomb at Athens was 2 feet 5 inches long, including its handle of the same metal. Most of our museum specimens, both of bronze and iron, are of fair average dimensions. That of Mayence measures 19.5 inches of Fig 265, and that of the Museum of Artillery, 32, the Pella blade in the K Antiquarian Berlin, is only 21 centimeters, including 4 for the heft. Fig 263 Gallo Greek 60 cents long. Fig 264 Gallo Greek. Fig 265 Mayence blade. Fig 266 Gallo Greek blade and sheath. The swords called Gallo Greek with bronze blades and sheaths Figs 263, etc. 239, are of moderate length 25 inches. Pausanias alludes to perhaps a shorter weapon, and we are told that when Manlius invaded Galatia, he found the swords were longi gladii. The Greek fashion of carrying the sword apparently varied with the times and perhaps with the length of the weapon. It is easy to draw a dagger from the right, but awkward to unsheathe a full-sized blade. Some writers make the Greeks carry the weapon on the right, and others on the left. Homer seems purposely to leave his description vague. For example, Thort, drawing the grided dirk fro the sheath which hung by his thigh side. The words perimeru are similarly used elsewhere, but which thigh is not specified. Hector's sharp sword hangs below his loins, both huge and strong, and brandishing it, he rushes to his death by Achilles' spear. The Trojan, too, strikes Ajax, who carried his weapon after Assyrian fashion, where the two belts cross upon his breast, both that of the shield and that of the silver-studded sword. The Parazonium dagger with its metal scabbard was usually attached to the sword belt on the other side, shaped like an oxtongue ainlace or langdebuff, and measuring 12 to 16 inches long. It was common to Greece and Rome. I have shown its origin in Egypt. Fig 267, bronze Parazonium, 1645 inches long. The part played by the Hellenes upon the great stage of the world's history was their development of civil life off citizenship. As a nation, they wanted the lifelong practice of arms and training for warfare brought to absolute perfection by the Romans. Their annual games, as shown by the Pindaric odes, were mostly trials of speed and agility. They had the bibases or gymnastic dance, and to mention no other the Pyrrhic or sword dance like all ancient and many modern peoples. But these mimicries soon became in the cities mere women's work. They wore sidearms at home, only during the Panathenaic fetes, where orchestral actions and attitudes were displayed. And they had not those military colonies like the Romans where every man was a soldier, and every soldier was a veteran. Their gymnasia and pausta were schools for calisthenics, which the sturdier Italians held in 240 contempt. They were like the gymnastic grounds of the Spartan girls, mere hotbeds for growing beauty and good breeders for attaining the perfection of form duly to be transmitted. This process, indeed, began with the bride who furnished her nuptial chamber with the finest possible models in painting and statuary. Hence, every well-bred citizen at Athens, every gentleman, was expected to be handsome. The beautiful, the good, and the holy grew to be almost synonymous. Physical man was raised to his highest expression till he became the mythological ideal godman. This anthropomorphism found its final stage in Phidias. The Parthenon was its expression, and Olympus its culmination, since the ancient manbreeding and manshaping system was abandoned, and the race became intimately mixed with foreign blood, chiefly Slav and Hebrew. The reverse has become noticeable. A Greek of the classical type is now rarely seen. Fig 268, hoplites heavy-armed. Fig 269, Greek combatants with sword and lance. Then came the intellectual age of Greece. Already in B. Roman 100, Protagoras, the sophist of the Cyrenaic school, had made man the measure of all things. The individual becomes a duality, as Aristotle expresses it. The animal life is one of sensation, the divine life of intelligence. And this change of view gradually extinguished the holy fire of art. The Hellenes, even in their best times, did not pay that attention to the use of arms, which was a daily practice with the more practical Romans. They had no gladiatorial shows. The finest souls d'armes in the world, the or army maters, d'armes and professors of the noble arts of offence and defence, were not required by law in Lacemen. They practised the sword, as we learn from Demosthenes. He compared the Athenians with rustics in a fencing school, who after a blow always guard the hit part, and not before. Yet they preferred the pentathlon. The pancration and military dancing, the fencing groom, was a secondary consideration. Indeed, Plato objected to the useless art of sword exercise, because neither masters nor disciples ever became great soldiers, a stupendous Platonic fallacy. Nor did Hellas greatly prize herself upon mere arms. The soldier at Athens, and amongst all the Ionian and kindred races, occupied, it is true, an honourable position in the four castes. He followed the priestly, and he preceded the peasants and the mechanics, but the Hellene was essentially a citizen, a politician. He chose his magistrates and pontiffs, and he could aspire to become one himself. He spent his life in the agora, canvassing laws and constitutions, treaties, and alliances. His minor delight was gossip, euphuistically expressed by hearing new things. Hellas soon learned that her forte lay in literature, poetry, oratory, and philosophy, in engineering, and in the fine arts. She excelled the world in the exquisite rules of proportion, in the breadth of idea, and in the clearness and perfection of the literary form. These arts she bequeathed as a heritage to mankind, who have nowhere and never surpassed her, while the grand old Chemites built for eternity and subjected even size to solidity. Hellas elaborated the principle of beauty and carried it to its very acme. Her spoilt children were avid of novelty. They constructed every possible system of cosmogony, of astronomy, of geology, except the right one, and they paraded their knowledge, as Bacon says, with fifes and drums. Hence their teachers of the Nile Valley told them they were ever children, and hence they excelled their teachers. This is not the place to discuss Greek tactics, nor is there anything new to say about them. Authors are contented with borrowing from the treatises of Lion and Arrian, who lived in the days of Hadrian. I will only remind the reader that even during the Iliadages, the Greek army had its scheme of battle. Nestor advises his warriors to keep their ranks in action, after the wont of their forebears, and in two places we have allusions to a rude phalanx or oblong rectangle of civilized Egypt, and Catiline Xenophon tells us that the army of Agesilaus appeared all bronze and red. The latter survives in our most inappropriate British scarlet, for the heavy-armed hoplite swordsmen and the light peltastes who had apparently no swords. The student will consult any dictionary of antiquities. Another unpleasant feature in Greek warfare was its indifference to human life. So much regarded by the Romans, the former preserved their old barbarous practice of putting to death their war prisoners, whilst even during the First Punic War, the latter had a system of exchange combined with a money payment for any number, in excess on either side. Greece rarely appears in arms except in defensive warfare, as against the Persians in civil wars between citizens, and in semi-civil wars, as between the Athenians and the Spartans, the Dorians, Ionians and Aeolians. A glance at any of their campaigns, Anabasis, for instance, gives us their measure as soldiers, and what else can we expect from a race whose typical men were Themistocles and Alcibiades? They were too clever, by half too vain, too restless, too impulsive, ever shedding tears, too self-assertive to become disciplined men-machines. They were always ready for a revolt, for a change of officers, and it must have been a serious thing to command them in this point. Perhaps they are rivaled by the Frenchman, one of the best soldiers in Europe, and also one of the most difficult to manage great captains, Turenne and Napoleon Bonaparte, for instance, shot their recalcitrants by the dozen, till the survivors learned to tremble and obey like the French, too, and the Irish. The Greeks had more dash than firmness. They gained victories by the vigor and gallantry of their attack, but they did not distinguish themselves in a losing game. Here England excels, and hence Marshal Bugeaud said she has the best infantry in the world. Happily, they are not many, we must make them so. Hellas owed her successes in foreign wars mainly to the barbarous condition of her neighbors, the Romans, and all the peoples of Asia Minor save her own colonies were far behind her, when after the fashion of the equestrian races of northern Asia, she had exchanged the chariot for the charger, and when she borrowed from Egypt the arts of warfare by land and sea, the paraphernalia of the siege, the best of arms and armor, and even the redoubtable phalanx, but she lost preeminence, physical and moral, when the rival races rose to be her equals, and even her superiors in weapons organization and discipline. She began with beating, and she ended with being thoroughly beaten by the Romans. Greek literature does not abound like Roman and Hebrew in perpetual allusions to the sword. It refers more frequently to the spear and bow, yet Athanas ennobles the end of his curious alla padrida, the Deipnosophists, with some charming lines, alluding to the queen of weapons. The first passage begins with, "I'll wreathe my sword in myrtle bough, the sword that laid the tyrant low, when patriots burning to be free, to Athens gave equality." The second is the song of Hybrias the Cretan. "My wealth is here, the sword, the spear, the breast-defending shield. With this I plough, with this I sow, with this I reap the field. With this I rape the luscious grape, and drink the blood-red wine. And slaves at hand in order stand, and all are counted mine." And here arises a curious question: do races, as is generally assumed, decline and fall like nations and empires? Does the body politic obey the law of the body corporal? Do peoples grow old and feeble and barren after their most brilliant periods of gestation, or rather, do they not cease to be great, and to bear great men, because their neighbors have grown to be greater? And because genius is repressed by unfavorable media, I cannot see that time has greatly changed the peasant of the Romagna, the mountaineer of the Peloponnesus, the Persian become a Parsi in Bombay, or the modern soldier of the Nile Valley, who under Ibrahim Pasha defeated the Turks in every pitched battle. But the conditions of Italy, Greece, Persia and Egypt are now fundamentally altered. They are no longer superior to their surroundings. They are environed by races stronger than themselves, hence, perhaps, what is popularly called their degeneracy. Chapter Roman 12, the sword in ancient Rome, the legion and the gladiator. The role played by pagan Rome on the stage of history was twofold: that of conqueror, and that of regulator. In obeying man's acquisitive instinct, she was compelled to perfect her executive instrument, the fighter. To her we owe the words arms and army, armor and armory, as pugna derives from pugnus, the fist, so armor and its congeners derive from armus, the arm. Antiqui humeros cum brachiis armos vocabant, says Festus, well knowing that the god of battles favors superiority of weapons as much as, and in select cases more than, big battalions. She ever chose the implements and instruments she found the best, and following her own proverb, she never disdained to take a lesson in arms, even from the conquered. But Rome soon learnt that to make good soldiers she must begin by making good citizens. She insisted upon the civilizing maxim sedent arma taug, without however the invidious precedence which Sallust calls those most offensive words of Cicero. Concedat loria lingu. She subordinated the captain to the magistrate, and she proclaimed to both the absolute reign of law. The idea presented itself to the Greek mind in the shape of fate. Anec nemesis. Rome brought it down from the vague to the realistic, from the abstract to the concrete, from heaven to earth. Thus, while Greece taught mankind the novel lessons of ordered liberty, free thought intellectual culture and patriotic citizenship Rome by her reverence for law in whose sight all men were equal preached the brotherhood of mankind, hence Christendom ever has been, and is still governed by a heathen code, by that Roman jurisprudence, which flowed from the 12 tables like the laws of jury from the 10 commandments, indeed the Fetial College, which pronounced upon the obligations, 245 of international war and peace, is an institution which might profitably be revived in the modern world. Rome was single-minded in her objective conquest, and unlike the Greeks from whom she borrowed, she was not diverted by art or literature. All her poets for 1,000 years fit into one volume. All her art, indeed, can hardly be said to exist. History is silent concerning any save a few exceptional Roman architects. Varro laughs at the puppets and effigies of the gods. The triumph of Meticulous B. Roman 100 introduced art, but the Helleno-Roman artist contented himself with copies, and with portrait statues of the great in the days of their highest luxury and refinement. The togaed people were connoisseurs and purchasers, who diffused instead of adding to knowledge others, as Virgil said might give movement to marble and breath to bronze. The art of the Roman was to rule the nations, to spare the subjected, and to debase the proud fortia ager Romanum est. For the constitution of the Roman army, we must consult the estimable Polybius, its early historian Livy, and the latest of the great authorities Vegetius in the days of Valentinian Roman II, a Roman 50,092, not forgetting Varro who treats of weapon changings. Whilst the militia consisted of 3 bodies, the citizens, the allies who were sworn, and the auxiliaries or mercenaries, the characteristic of Roman organization, was the legion. That is leger they chose, emerging by slow degrees from the phalanx or close column. It learnt to prefer for battle the Achai's instructor hay or line, and the Achai's sinuata with wings, and it reserved for especial purposes the agmen pilatum or close array, and the agmen quadratum or hollow square. The reason of the change is manifest. The phalanx or oblong hearse was irresistible. During the compact advance, the wise Egyptian inventors made it perfect for the Nile Valley, but it lost virtue in woodlands and highlands. It was liable to be broken when changing front, and the long unwieldy spears which it required caused confusion on broken ground. The legion consisted, strictly speaking, of heavy-armed infantry off millets from miles, because reckoned by their thousands, they were preceded by the velites ferentarii, or rurarii light infantry eclairers, who cleared the way for action in the 1st century. They were reinforced by the exensi velati, whilst the auxiliaries fought with bows and arrows, and some like the Etruscans with the funda, or sling. The veals carried 2 to 7 light throw spears, hast 246 velitari, about 3 feet long in the shaft, with a 9-inch lozenge-shaped head of iron. For close quarters, he wore on his right side a parazonium dagger, and on the right a broad Cutan thrust blade of moderate size. His defences were an apron of leather strips studded with metal, and a palma, the small round shield like the cetra, some 3 feet in diameter. Fig 270. Fig 27, 11 2 helmets of haestarii from Trajan's column, 3 4 helmets of haestarii, 5 bronze helmet from Can. The legion proper was a line, or rather a triple line of haestarii or legionary spearmen. Livy briefly describes the Achai's when it emerged from the phalanx, as drawn up into distinct companies, divided into centuries. Each company contained 60 soldiers, 2 centurions, and 1 ensign, or standard-bearer. First in line stood the haestati in 15 companies, with 20 velites. 247 behind them were the principes with heavy shields and complete armour, also numbering 15 companies. These 30 companies were called antipolani, because there were 15 others placed behind them, with the standards. Each of the latter consisted of 3 divisions, and the first division of each they called a pilus. The first ensign was at the head of the 3rd line, proper the triarii. Behind them stood the rurarii, whose ability was less by reason of their youth and inexperience, and lastly in the rear came the exensia body, in which little confidence was reposed. The haestati began the fight, and if unable to gain the day, passed to the rear through the ranks of the principes. The latter now marched forwards to action, the haestati following. Meanwhile, the triarii continued kneeling behind the ensigns, the left legs extended to the front, the shields resting on the shoulders, the spearpoints erect with butts firmly fixed in the ground, so that the line bristled as if enclosed by a rampart. If the principes failed, raise ad triarios, redeat the triarii, after receiving the principes and haestati into their intervals, closed files, and fell upon the enemy in a compact body. This was the most formidable attack, when the enemy, having pursued the vanquished, suddenly beheld a new line starting up. Fig 272, haestatus from Trajan's column. Thus far Livy I am tempted by the subject of the Roman legionaries, those massive hammers of the whole earth, to add despite its triteness a few details. The haestatus or spearman, a young light-armed soldier, preceded the colours, hence he was called antisignanus. He wore for defence a plain or crested helmet, which varied with his legion. He had a bronze breastplate 32 inches long or a cuirass of thin metal plates defending the chest and forming shoulder pieces, a kilt of the same material, protected his lower body greaves or leggings ochre his legs, and the scutum or shield his flank. This article leather, dogskin, a curved rectangular oblong larger than the parma, measured about 4 feet by 2.5 feet, the framework was of wood, and the covering had a strong boss and metal platings. As his name denotes, the haestatus was armed with the full-sized spear, and with a long or short gladius or encis. The latter was carried on the right as a rule, as will be seen. It greatly varied in size, and shape. The soldier, when excited in battle, threw away his spear, and drew 248 his sword. The Etruscans did the same. The shieldumbo was also used in close combat to bear down the opponent. Fig. 273, centurions, cuirass with phaler or decorations. The second line, which like the third followed the standards, was composed of the principes or prose soldiers of mature age. The name seems to denote that originally they formed the front line as the Greek promochoi, and our grenadiers. Lastly came the triare, third-line men, a reserve so called from their position, veterans of tried valor who were expected to retrieve the fortunes of the day. At first they were the only pilani javelineers, as opposed to the two first lines, antipilani, their redoubtable weapon, which conquered so much of the old world, and which descended by inheritance to the Franks, was about 6 feet, and 3/4 long, composed of an iron 2 feet with oval or pyramidal head set by a broad tang in a wooden socketed shaft, treble its length. The latter was round at the heel and squared about the shoulders, as we learn from Livy when describing the phalerica or fire missile. Both principes and triare also carried swords, the former at the right hip, the latter above it. As has before been noticed, this is a most complicated subject. The bandsmen wore, like the signet-bearers, a peculiar helmet. They consisted of tubicines using the tuba, a long Etruscan trumpet of cornicines, the cornu being a writhed horn, and of buccinators blowing a short simple instrument. The Roman officers were armed like the men. Under the term utrac militia was included the legionary cavalry, whose number varied little in proportion to the infantry in Polybius' day. The ratio was 200 to 4,000. This arm was clad in a complete suit of bronze, less heavy than the Greeks, and the Gallo-Greeks. The buckler of oxhide was round oval or polygonal. The horseman's weapons were a spear cantus, often accompanied by a javelin, a waist dagger, and a sword worn on the right. The latter, unlike ours, preserved the form of the infantry weapon. The Greek cavalry in the Roman service at the siege of Jerusalem, as we learn from Josephus, carried long swords suspended to the right flank. Lastly, the legion was followed by its massive tormentor artillery catapults, 249, for darts and ballast for stones, escorted by the vexillarii or oldest soldiers under their own vexillum, and worked by the sappers or fabri lignare, Roman 100, the campfollowers, calones licks, and the baggage impedimenta brought up the rear. The Roman infantry was carefully drilled. Vegetius tells us that recruits were exercised with osier bucklers and stakes double the weight of the normal swords. There were also regular champs de Mars shamfights with wooden swords, and with javelins whose points were sheathed in balls. In the effeminate days of the empire, shortly after Constantine, military discipline was relaxed, and the decay of the legion became complete. Instead of shouldering their packs, the men carried them in carts. The haesta was given up, and the helmet and the cuirass were dispensed with, as too heavy. Vegetius had reason to ascribe the defeat of the legion by the Goths to the want of its old defensive armor. It was not only when campaigning that the Romans studied the use of arms. In the Campus Martius and the other 7 parks of the capital, crowds of young men practiced riding, swording, and athletics. Another mighty salle d'armes was the amphitheatre to a purely military nation. Gladiatorism had great merits. Sestoit la verite, says Montaigne, un mervelu exempel, et de tresgrand fruict pour l'institution du pupil devoir tous les jours en sa présence, cent du sens, war mille couples d'armes armes, les uns canter, les alters si hasher en pieces, avec une si extreme fermite de courage quan, ni lor voit lasher une parole de foiblesse, au commiseration, jamais tourner le douze, and why fair sulement unmovement, lash pour gotcha au coup de leur adversaire ains tender local a son esprit, et si presenter au coup. It appears to me that the 19th century wastes much fine sentiment upon the detestable savagery of the Lannister, and upon the wretches butchered to make a Roman holiday. The ludus gladiatorius began as a humane institution amongst the Etruscans, who instead of slaughtering upon the funeral pyre slaves and war captives like Achilles and Pyrrhus, allowed them to fight for their lives. The munus at Rome, moreover, was originally confined to public funerals, and it was an abuse which allowed it at private interments at entertainments, and at holiday festivals in general. According to Livy, when Scipio exhibited gladiators at Carthage b. Roman 100, they were not slaves or men who sold their blood, the usual stuff of the Lannisters' school. The service was voluntary, and gratuitous combatants were often sent by petty princes to show the courage of their people. Others came forward 250 in complement to the general, and some decided their disputes by the sword. Amongst persons of distinction were Corbus and Ursua Cussinsgerman, who determined to fight out their claims to the city called Ibes, and they exhibited to the army a most interesting spectacle, the elder swordsman easily mastering the artless attacks of the younger. The Roman gladiator. Even when the gladiators at Rome were condemned criminals and captives, whose lives were forfeited by the old laws of war, some humanity remained, although the malefactors doomed ad gladium were to be slain within the year. Those sent only ad ludum might obtain their discharge within 3 years, and under the empire to join the shows became fashionable. Severus was compelled to forbid freeborn citizens, knights, senators, and even women from entering the life of the gladiator was one to make the honest poor curse their lot. He was trained in the best climates, and fed with the most succulent food, sagina gladiatoria. Hence Cicero calls rude health and good condition gladiatoria, totius corporis fermitas. He became one of a familia or brotherhood after taking the oath, which Montaigne gives from Petronius 117 nous durans, de nous laeser en chaino brusler batter, et tuor de glaive et de souffrir tout, sequelles gladiators legitimes, souffrant de lor maters engagent tres religiusement, le corps, et lama sun service. In other words, he had plenty of society, and he was disciplined under the Lannister. He practiced daily at the schools, and the ludus matutinus near the Clealis or Little Clion Hill was frequented by all classes. Here he fought the era like our fighting the sack. He contended with the rudi's rod or wooden sword. He cut at the palace the post-practice of German universities and modern regiments, and he strengthened back and shoulders with the halters, dumbbells, demels, and with other artifices. Thus a wound fatal to a man out of training would only disable one in such splendid condition. Pliny, indeed, makes light of his danger, speaking of Roman 100, Curio's 2 pivot theatres, which during representations could be wheeled inwards or outwards. This model Grumbler declares the safety of the gladiators was almost less compromised than that of the Roman people, which allowed itself to be thus whirled round from side to side. If worsted in combat and sentenced to receive the sword ferrum recipa, the gladiator prepared for his fate met it with manly firmness. When the downturned thumbs granted mercy, the vanquished got his missio or discharge for the day. Augustus humanely abolished the barbarity of shows sign mission, where no quarter was given. The victor was presented with palms, whence plurimarum palmarum gladiator, and with cash, which doubtless commended him to the other sex. We read of old gladiators, showing that the career was not necessarily fatal. 251. These veterans, and sometimes novices who had fought only in a few munera, were, at the request of the people, discharged the service by the editor or exhibitor of the games. They were then presented with a rudi's rude donati, and as ruderi lived happily ever afterwards. We have also notices of distinguished gladiators. Diogenes Laertius does not disdain to mention, as the 4th Epicurus. Lastly, a gladiator, Spartacus Crixus and Namaus, broke out of Lentulus' fencing school, escaped from Capua, and made a camp at Vesuvius. They used the swords made out of iron plundered in the slave houses, to such effect that Athenus declares if Spartacus had not died in battle, he would have caused no ordinary trouble to our countrymen as Eunice did in Sicily. Gladiatorial shows were first exhibited b. Roman 100, in the Forum Boreum by Marcus, and Roman 500 Brutus at their father's funeral. During the Saturnalia or Christmas, and the Minerva feasts they were abolished by Constantine the Great a. Roman 50,033. But the edict seemed to give them fresh life. Frank prisoners were slaughtered by the 100 in the arena of Treves. They were finally suppressed a. Roman 500 by Honorius, who made a martyr of the monk Telemachus. I need hardly relate how this meddling ecclesiastic rushed into the amphitheatre to separate the combatants, and was incontinently stoned by the house. But the time had come for abolishing these glorious spectacula, as mostly happens. Long custom and familiarity had merged the use into the abuse, and caused Lactantius to exclaim tolenda est nobis. The misuse had begun under Divus Caesar, who collected so many gladiators for the fights that his enemies became alarmed, and restricted the number. Caligula Buteling was devoted to the sport, and made some gladiators captains of his German guards. He deprived the Myrmilones of certain weapons. 1 Columbus, coming off victorious in a fight but slightly hurt, he caused the wound to be infused with poison, which got the name of columbinum. The nervous Claudius Coldius assisted at the spectacular, muffled up in a pallium, a new fashion, having spared at the intercession of his 4 sons, a conquered prizefighter. He sent a billet round the house reminding the spectators how much it behoved them to get children, since these could procure favour and security for a gladiator in later years. He became savage if a combatant chanced to fall, especially one of the retiarii. He ordered him to be butchered, that he might enjoy the look of the face in the agonies of death. 2 Combatants happening to kill each other, he ordered some little knives to be made of their swords. He also delighted in seeing bestiarii, and he made the sport most brutal and sanguinary. Nero, during his golden quinquennium, ordered that no gladiators, condemned criminals, should be 252 slain, and he persuaded 400 senators and 600 knights, some of unbroken fortunes and unblemished fame, to fight in the arena. He espoused the cause of the Thraces or Parmularians, and often joined in the popular demonstrations in favour of the Prassane or Green faction, without however compromising his dignity or doing injustice in his later and crueler days. Hearing the master of a family of gladiators say that a Thrax was a match for a Myrmilo, but not so for the exhibitor of the games, he had him dragged from the benches into the arena, and exposed to the dogs with this label, a Parmularian guilty of speaking blasphemy. And as Nero scandalized the world by his passion for singing and harping, so Commodus degraded himself by amateur gladiatorship. He was cunning offence, but in the most cowardly way a powerful man and a practised gymnast. He wore impenetrable armour and fought with a heavy sword, whereas his antagonists were allowed only blades of tin, and lead even the humane Trajan exhibited after his victories some 10,000 Dacian monomachists. The militarism of the Romans, however, made them familiar with butchery. Thus Tacitus says, the Germans gratified us with the spectacle of a battle, in which above 60,000 men were slain. This gladiatorial show took place near the canal of Drusus, where the Roman guard on the Rhine commanded a view of the other shore. The gladiators used both forms of swords, the straight 2-edged blade, and the curved the dimishary carried, as the name denotes, 2 weapons. These may have been either 2 swords of the same size as carried by the Japanese, or possibly sword and dagger, a practice long preserved on the shores of the Mediterranean. The same may be said of the dus gladios borne by the Gaul whom Torquatus slew. The hoplomachii armed capepi must also have been swordsmen. The murmillo was weaponed with a curved blade, cutting inside gladio incurvo et falcato in Montfaucon. He carries a long convex shield, and a seeker or short sword opposed to the murmillo was the retiarius armed with net and trident. Cortes found netsoldiers in Mexico, as was natural to fishermen. Winkelmann shows a fight between the 2. Retiarius has netted his fish, and 253 proceeds to use the fusina or tridents, while a togaed Lannister, rod in hand, stands behind him and points out where to strike. The Samnites were distinguished by the oblong tribal scutum and the leaf-shaped Greek sword, so says the Count de Caylus, but on the monument erected by Caracalla to Bato the weapon is straight up, and down the Thrces or Thraces Thracians proper had round shields, and instead of the huge swords noted by Livy, the short knife called by Juvenal falx supina. The Thracian sword closely resembles that used in the Isle of Cars. Winkelmann gives a combat between 2 Thracians, each backed up by his Lannister. We find also a naked gladiator with sword and shield, fighting another in breastbelt, apron, subligaculum, and boots with a shield, and a 3-thonged flagellum or scourge. The gladiators were an order distinct from the bestiarii, who fought against wild beasts. These were exhibited in the forum. Those in the circus, again bestiarii, who can boast that St. Paul once belonged to them, must not be confounded with the criminals thrown ad leones, without means of defence, like Mentor Androclus and early Christian communists. The beast fighters had their skull bestiarum, or bestiarium, where they practised weapons, and they received octoramentum or pay. The arms were various mostly. They are shown with a sword in one hand, a veil in the other, and the left leg protected by greaves. Under Divus Caesar, criminals for the first time encountered wild beasts with silver weapons. The modern survival is the Spanish bullfight. Gladiatorism lasted in England after a fashion till the days of Addison amongst professional swordsmen. The highest surviving name is that of the Great Fig by the prize-fighting swains, the monarch acknowledged of Marybone Plains. To conclude this discursus on gladiatorism, most popular sports are cruel, But we must not confound, as is often done, cruelty with brutality. The former may accompany greatness of intellect, the latter is the characteristic of debasement. Every nation is disposed to fify its neighbour's favourite diversion. The English fox hunter and pigeon shooter are severe upon bullfighting and cockfighting, the 254 classical and oriental pastime preserved in Spain and in Spanish South America. The boxer who imitates at a humble distance the cestusplay of the Greeks and Romans looks scandalized at la boxe francaise with its garnishing of savate, and at the Brazilian capoeira who butts with his woolly head, and so vice versa. Absence or presence of fair play should methinks condemn or justify all the various forms of sport, which are not mere or pure barbarities, and applying this test, we shall not harsh judge the gladiatorial games of Rome. I now proceed to describe the sword amongst the Romans, a simpler subject than in Greece. As the so-termed founding of Rome took place during the early Iron Age of southern Europe, it is probable that the citizens, like their predecessors the Etruscans, originally made their blades of copper and bronze, the leaf shape being borrowed from the Greeks as we see it retained by the gladiators. The material would last into the age of steel, but even in her early years Rome must have preferred the harder metal. Pliny expressly tells us that Porcina, after his short-lived conquest, prohibited the future masters of the world from using iron except in agriculture. It was hardly safe to handle a stylus. Polybius notes that in his day bronze was entirely restricted to defensive armor, helmets, breastplates, and greaves. All offensive weapons, swords and spears, were either made of or tipped with steel. To this superiority of material, we may attribute the Roman successes in the Second Punic War B. Roman 100,201, and their conquest of the gallant Gauls, when their foes could oppose nothing better than bronze they had reason to call a sword ferrum. The sword in Rome. The Romans called the sword ensis gladius and spatha. The two former are used as synonyms by Quintilian, but the first presently became poetical. The derivations are eminently unsatisfactory. Voss would find ensis in haste. A Sanskritists in a sword. The zend and gladius is popularly drawn a clade ferenda. Quasi Cladius Varro and Littleton Voss prefers ramus, a young branch, the earliest sword. To others it appears a congener of the Celtic clad, the destroyer of the derivation of spatha. I have already treated. Suetonius makes it equivalent to machera, but this word and its diminutive macrium are loosely used. The Roman sword was like their other weapons, longer and larger, heavier, and more formidable than that of the Greeks. The earliest form, the hero's arm of Virgil and Livy, was a short single-edged cutting weapon of bronze, also called the Gallic sword, because long preserved by that people. It is shown in the arm of 255, the Roman auxiliary fig, 276. Another, very early if not the earliest shape was the leaf, which varied in length from 19 inches, the blade found at Mayence, to 26 inches. The Bingen find the latter is peculiar. The hilt is ornamented with bronze, and it has a crossguard upon another blade, fig, 277, of which a cast is in the Artillery Museum, Paris, appears the armourer's mark Sabini opus. Fig 27, 41, Roman sword 19 inches long, 2 gladius. Fig 275, bronze two-edged early Roman ensis. Fig 276, sword of Roman auxiliary. Fig 277, Roman sword musi d'art. The third form, which is most generally identified with the Roman soldier, greatly resembles that which was introduced into the French army, by not without financial benefit to Marshal Soult. The average length may be assumed at 22 inches, with a grip of 6 inches and a crossbar not always present 4 inches and a half long and 4 lines thick. Some specimens show a distinct hilt plate. Fig. 274-2. A midrib ran along the blade, which was either straight or slightly narrowing, and it ended in the beveled point langue de carpe. This thick heavy blade, used cisim et punctum, was most efficient for hand-to-hand work, and the Romans soon mastered the truth unknown to most Orientals, that the cut wounds and the thrust kills. Accordingly they soon learned to despise the old sword 256 short, and crooked. The national weapon must have been used by Milius at the Battle of Telamon B. Roman 100, for Polybius notes that the Roman blade could not only deliver thrust, but give the cut with good effect. Shortly after that fight, the Romans, during their earliest invasions of the Spanish peninsula B. Roman 100, intended to subvert Carthaginian rule, adopted the gladius hispanus, including the pugio. Fig. 280, and the change from bronze to steel became universal. After the Battle of Cannes, the superior material aided them not a little in conquering their obstinate rivals, The Roman proconsul Roman 1000 Fulvius captured B. Roman 100 Toledo Toltem, a small city but strong in position, and the superior temper of the steel attributed with truth, I believe, to the Tageswater, recommended it to the conquerors. A later conquest of the Regnum Noricum Styria B. Roman 100 gave them mines of equal excellence from Pliny and Diodorus Siculus. We know perfectly how the Celtiberians prepared their iron ores of this material, was made the spatha or Iberian blade, a name adopted under the empire, especially under Hadrian A. Roman 500,130, 8 long two-edged, and heavier than the short Xiphos gladius. It added fresh force to the impetus gladiarum. Fig 278 sword and vagina sheath. Fig 279 ditto. Fig 280 the pugio. In Cicero's time the sword must have been of full length to explain the joke against his son-in-law, and Macrobius expressly tells us that Lentulus was wearing a blade, which justified the chaff during the days of Theodosius A. Roman 500,390, for the straight and strong weapon of Hadrian's time again shortened, till it was 257, not twice the size of the hilt. In fact, it became a parazonium. The general's sword, says Meyrick, was called cinctorium, because carried at the girdle that surrounded the larica just above the hips, it greatly resembled the Lacedaemonian sword. The parazonium pugio or dagger accompanied the gladius under the later empire, and was carried in the same or in another belt, generally on the opposite flank. It is the Greek, and we have seen its origin in Egypt. The metal was successively pure copper, bronze, and steel. The shape of this two-edged stiletto is either lanceolate, Fig 280b, showing its descent from the spear, or the straight lines converge to a point, Ibid. It has a notable resemblance to the daggers found in Egyptian tombs, Ibid C, and the weapon with the zection still used in the Caucasus. And in Persia the tang is usually fitted to receive a wooden plate on either side. A favorite substance was the heart of the Syrian terebinth, the oak of Mamre. Fig 281 two-edged Roman stilettos. The bronze hilt of the gladius was retained long after the blade was made of steel. The common grip was of wood set with metal knobs or rivets. The richer sorts were of bone and ivory, amber and alabaster, silver and gold. The heft ended in a capulus. This metal pommel was in its simplest state a plain mound or a stepped pyramid, but presently the little apple became the seat of decoration. Pliny moans over it, and Claudian speaks of capulae's radiantibus ensis. This fashion lasted deep into the Middle Ages. The haft was often capped with the head of some animal, after Assyrian fashion, and that of the eagle recurved was a favourite in Rome. In the Armeria Real Turin there is a fine Roman chopper blade with a peculiar handle, and a ram's head for hilt. The handle was usually without guard plate, and at most it had only a simple crossbar or a small oval. The original vagina sheath was of leather or wood, ending in a fibula or half-moon-shaped ferrule of metal. Some scabbards on the monuments wear the sword like the helmet, and the pilum is conventionally treated show the scabbard with 3 opposing rings on either side. And as the belt had only 1 or 2, it is not easy to explain the use of the other 5. In the luxurious days of the empire, the sheath, like the heft, the pommel, and the ferrule was made of gold 258, and silver. Reliefs, repoussy work, and incrustations of precious stones, disposed upon every part, made it a chef-d'oeuvre of art. Such is the sword, or rather parazonium, of Tiberius, dug up at Mayence in 1848, and now, in the British Museum. The scabbard, the mouth, the rings on either side, and the ferrule are strengthened and beautified by reliefs in gold and silver, and the central field bears the portrait of the beautiful Biberius. Another parazonium, Anglorome Col, has an iron blade and a bronze scabbard. Fig 282 sword of Tiberius. A reform of this overluxury ensued under Constantius Roman II A. Roman 500, and under the noble and glorious Julian, the apostate. The latter took a lesson from the Eastern Persian, Parthian, and Sarmatian Slav. Moreover, he adopted the iron face-guard known at Nineveh, and the mailcoat found upon the Trajan column. These revivals and improvements extended deep into the age of chivalry. The sword was carried in the Balteus, an Etruscan word, applied indifferently, it would appear, to the baldric, or to the waist belt or cingulum. Both were of cloth or leather, either plain or decorated with embroidery, with metal plates, splendid and elaborate rings, and fibble and buckles and brooches of the most precious material. It is generally said that the gladius and its successor, the long Cutan-thrust spatha, were worn belted to the right, as amongst the Persians the old ensis, on the other hand, was slung to the left, like the Egyptians, Assyrians, Hindus, and other barbarians. The latter fashion enabled the swordsman to draw his weapon safely by passing hand and forearm across his body under the shield. He would also in this way grip the hilt with the thumb at the back of the blade, where it should ever be held especially. When delivering the cut, I believe, however, that the sword was worn by the Romans, as amongst the Greeks on either flank. We have no knowledge, except from books of Roman fancy swords, such, for example, was the cludon or juggler's shutting sword, which ran up into the hilt so great. Is your fear of steel, says Apuleius in his defence, that you are afraid to dance with the close sword? Roman blades of iron are not often found, and yet they must have been made by the million Captain Gros, figures a leaf-shaped blade, like that of the 259 modern somel, taken from the Severn near Gloucester Merrick, tells us that Woodchester produced an iron sword blade resembling a large and broad knife, the oldest form of gladius and a dagger pugio, nearly 1 foot long, and much resembling the modern French bayonet. He mentions another iron gladius 19.5 inches long, with a fibula of brass. T. Douglas in his Ennea Britannica shows the find in a Kentish barrow. The sword measures 35 and a quarter inches from pommel. To point the iron blade 30 inches by 2 inches broad is flat, and two-edged. The wooden grip had decayed. The scabbard was of wood covered with leather, and the weapon hung by a leather strap to the left side. Excavations at South Shields produced, says the Rev. J. Collingwood Bruce, 5 Roman swords 2 to 3 feet long with wooden scabbards and bronze crampets or ferrules. If Greece produced the golden youth of European civilization, Rome bore the men of antiquity she taught by example, and precept the eternal lesson of individual and national dignity, of law and justice, and of absolute toleration in religious matters. She had no fear of growing great, and scruples about territorial aggrandizement were absolutely unknown to her. The quondam masters of the world affected their marvels of conquest and colonization with these arts, urged by a forceful will so single-viewed and so persistent that it levelled every obstacle. A similar gift of determination and perseverance made the Turks and Turkomans of a former generation, mere barbarians on horseback, bear down all opposition. Hence the Arab still says, "Mount your blood mare, and the Osmanli shall catch you on his lame ass," in virtue of an equal obstinacy. The Celto-Scandinavian, I will not call him an Anglo-Saxon, the modern Englishman, has trod worthily in the footsteps of the old Italian, and from his angle of the world, his scrap of bleak inclement island, has extended his sway far beyond the orb known to his Caesars. May he only remember the word forwards, and take to heart the fact that to stand still is to fall back. The Roman of the Republic was incomparably the first soldier of his age, and he equalled the best of the moderns in discipline, in loyalty to his loaders, and in enduring privations, hardship, and fatigue. But a glance at any of his campaigns, famous commentaries suffice, shows how completely dependent he was upon the quality of his commander, handled by second- and third-rate men, such as generals mostly have been, are, and will be. He was ignobly defeated in his most glorious days, by the barbarous Gauls of Brennus, by the half-servile hordes of Hannibal, by the degenerate Greeks of Pyrrhus, with their huge earth-shaking beasts, and by the armed mob which the Cheruscan Arminius Ormin or Herman led against the incompetent Verus. His campaigns, invariably successful in the end, were marked by many reverses, and in cases of sudden and sinister emergencies 260, he was too often scared and put to flight. In fact, he could not fight a soldier's battle, nor has any race done this effectively in modern days, except the English and the Slavs. But when following military genius, the Roman soldier performed prodigies of gallantry and valor. A Julius Caesar, a conqueror, in 50 pitched battles, whose practice was to order vanity not ite, whose military instinct could cry at the spur of the moment, in the Pharsalian fight face him ferry miles, and who could reduce mutineers to reason by one word, quirites, never failed to point the way to victory. We learn from the great epileptic himself the secret of his unexampled success, the care with which he cultivated the individual. He instructed the soldiers when exposed to a new mode of attack, not like the general of a veteran army, which had been victorious in so many battles, but like a Lannister training his gladiators. He taught them with what foot they must advance or retire when they were to oppose, and make good their ground when to counterfeit an attack, at what place, and in what manner to launch their javelins. His very arrogance was effective in making him a ruler of men, as when on receiving bad tidings he struck his sword hilt, saying, "This will give me my rights," and of his politique, as the Greeks call it, we may judge by what Paulinus tells us of him. The Romans had been taught by their commanders that a soldier should not be decorated with gold or silver, but place his confidence in his sword, says Livy. But Divus Caesar encouraged his men to decorate their weapons with all manner of valuables, for a truly soldier-like reason, that they might be the less ready to part with their property in flight. and though he plundered freely and rifled even the fanes of the guards according to Suetonius, he was careful, like a certain modern condottieri, to see that his men were well fed and regularly paid by means of the loot. The Roman soldier. The Roman soldier had another valuable gift, which has not wholly left the Latin race. He knew the magic of patience, and was aware that Le Monde est 261, la maison du plus fort. So in the Napoleonic days, the Spaniards believed chiefly in general no importer no matter, and made little of defeat, hoping it might lead to victory, nor did the Roman soldier degenerate till the citizens set him. The example Velleius Paterculus dated the decline of Roman virtue after the destruction of Carthage, when civil disputes were decided by the sword, others to the invasion of luxury with Lucullus. Yet Pliny could boast of his fellow countrymen, they have doubtless surpassed every other nation in the display of valor. But the Roman soldier generally prevailed against races, whom he excelled in size, weight, and muscular strength. His superiority in arms, like that of the Greek, was not conspicuous. When he came into contact with the barbarians, especially with the northern barbarians, after they had learned the moral training and confidence of discipline and the practical art of war, as well as if not better than himself, for the man of the higher European latitudes has ever surpassed the Southron in strength of constitution, in stature, in weight, in muscular power, and in the mysterious something called vitality. Hence, it is a rule in anthropology that the North beats the South in the Southern Hemisphere, the reverse being the case, as we see in the wars of the Hispano-American republics, Chile versus Peru in Europe. I need only point out that the Northmen of Scandinavia conquered Normandy, and that Norman French conquered England. The only exceptions are easily explained. The genius of Divus Caesar made his Romans overrun and subjugate Gaul. Napoleon the Great found the road to Berlin open and easy, but intellectual monsters like these two are the rare produce of time, and human nature requires a long period of rest before repeating such portents. Those who read history without prepossessions and prejudices are compelled to conclude that the life and career of a nation are mainly determined by its physical size and its muscular strength. We have only to learn how many foot-pounds a race can raise, and we can forecast its so-called destinies. Chapter Roman 13, the sword amongst the barbarians. Early Roman Empire. Most works on arms and armor, when treating of Rome, describe the weapons of her European neighbors, upon whom she sharpened the sword of her valor. As on a whetstone, the extent of the subject will here confine me to a general glance, beginning with the Dacians on the east, and ending with the British Islands. I must reserve details concerning the Celts, the Scandinavians, the Slavs, and other northern peoples, for part 2, to which they chronologically belong. The Dacians, especially of Dacia, Trajana, Hungary, and Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia, are known to us chiefly by the bas-reliefs on the Trajan column. It was built by that emperor who, like Hadrian, followed in the footsteps of Divus Caesar to commemorate the conquests of A. Roman 500,104, and it dates 3 years before his death in A. Roman 500. The Dacian sword was somewhat sickle-shaped, with an inner edge like the oldest Greek, and its model, the Egyptian kopsh, a Dacian sword on the trophy belonging to Dr. Gregorutti of Papiriano, is a curved saber without a crossbar. I have elsewhere noticed the Thracian sword. Dr. Evans mentions the fragment of a remarkable bronze blade from Grecian Thera. It has a series of small broad-edged axes of gold in shape, like conventional battle axes, inlaid along the middle between two slightly projecting ribs. The same author, speaking of the beautiful bronze sword in the Berlin Museum, reported to have been found at Pella in Macedonia, mentions the suspicion that it may belong to the Rhine Valley. Ancient Illyria has transmitted the Roman gladius to comparatively modern ages. Bosnian tombs of Slavs, Moslem and Christian, show the short, straight, thrusting sword with simple crossbar and round pommel. It looks as if it had been copied from some classical coin. The old Celtic sword. The ancient cemetery at Holstadt in the Salzkammergut, occupied by the Danubian Celtic Alani or Norican Tourisci, is especially interesting for 2 reasons. It shows the bronze sword synchronous with the iron, and it proves that the change of metal involved little of alteration in the form and character of the weapon. This, however, was to be expected, as both were adapted for the same purpose. Thrust, not the cut of the 28 long swords. 6 were 263 of bronze, 19 of iron, and 3 with bronze hefts and iron blades. There were also 4 to 5 short swords, iron blades with bronze or ivory handles. The blade, about 1 meter long, is leaf-shaped, 2-edged, and bevel-pointed. The small and guardless grip of 25 centimeters, when made of bronze, meets the blade in a hollow crescent like the British sword in the tower, and is fastened with metal rivets. the pommel is either a cone of metal or a crutch with a wall ending either. Fig 285, Danish Scrammersax 9th century Copenhagen. Fig 284, Scrammersax from Holstedt Jans. Fig 283, German or Slav sword from a bas-relief Halberstadt. Dr. Evans mentions that in one instance the hilt and pommel of an iron sword are in bronze, in another the pommel alone the hilt plate of iron being flat and riveted like the bronzes. In others, the pommel is wanting, he has a broken iron sword from this cemetery, the blade showing a central rounded rib with a small bead on either side, also a beautiful bronze sword from the same locality on the blade of which are two small raised beads on either side of the central rib, and in the spaces between them a threefold wavy line punched in or engraved. In this instance, a tang has passed through the hilt and was formed of alternate blocks of bronze and of some substance that has perished, possibly ivory. A magnificent iron sword from Holstedt, now in the Vienna Museum, has the hilt and pommel of ivory, inlaid with amber. Other grips were of bronze, wood, or bone. The sheaths were mostly of wood, which seemed to have been covered with leather. Most of the blades were buried without scabbards, and the bronze had been purposely broken. The 4 to 5 short swords represent the ensis noricus, and were in use till the Roman days. The iron blades are either leaf-shaped or formed like the peculiarly English ainlace or antlers, more or less conical and sharpened, and the grip of bronze or ivory, ended in a simple crutch amongst them, is a distinct scrammersax which may be compared with the late Danish weapon. Bronze blades are comparatively rare in Italy, although the use was long retained, and the weapon is often mentioned by Latin writers in verse and prose. This seems to decide the question against the Roman origin of the North European sword. Of course, it is possible that, like the runic alphabet, they might have been copied from coins, but there are other points which militate against this view. Dr. John Evans notes a peculiarity which he has often pointed out by word of mouth, but which has not as yet been noticed in print. It is that there is generally, though not universally, a proportion between the length of the blade and the length of the hilt plate. Long sword blades, having as a rule long hilt plates, and short sword blades, short hilt plates. So closely is this rule of proportion preserved that the outline of a large sword on the scale of 1/6 would in some cases absolutely correspond with that of one which was 2/3 of its length, if drawn on the scale of 1/4. This suggests derivation, as if an original modulus of the weapon had appeared in a certain racial centre, and thence had radiated in all directions. Nor have we any difficulty in determining that this centre was the Nile Valley. The bronze swords of Italy present varieties not found in Britain. The blade sides are more nearly parallel, and many have a slender tang at the hilt, sometimes with one central rivet hole, sometimes with 2 rivet holes forming loops at either side of the spine. In others the blade slightly narrows for the tang, and each side has 2 semicircular rivet notches. In many Italian and French swords, the blade is drawn out to a long tapering point, so that its edges present a subogival curve. On an Italian quincussus, or oblong bronze coin, 6 inches and 5/8 by 3 inches and a half and weighing about 3 pounds and a half, is the representation of a leaf-shaped sword with a raised rib along the centre of the blade. Upon the reverse appears the figure of a scabbard with parallel sides and a nearly circular shape. Another coin of the same type, engraved by Caerley, has an almost similar scabbard on the reverse, but the sword on the obverse is either sheathed or is not leaf-shaped, the sides being parallel. The hilt is also curved, and there is a crossguard. In fact, upon the one coin the weapon has the appearance of a Roman sword of iron, and on the other that of a leaf-shaped sword of bronze. Those pieces, says Dr. Evans, were no doubt cast in 265 Umbria, probably in the 3rd century B. Roman 100, but their attribution to Ariminum is at best doubtful. From the 2 varieties of sword appearing on coins of the same type, the inference may be drawn either that bronze blades were then being superseded in Umbria by iron, or that the original type was some sacred weapon subsequently conventionalized to represent the article in ordinary use. The iron swords of the Italian tribes are rarely mentioned, and then cursorily Diodorus Siculus, for instance, tells us Roman 5 that the Ligures had blades of ordinary size. They probably adopted the Roman shape, which had proved itself so serviceable in the field. The Celtiberian and Old Spanish sword. Fig 286, blade and handle of bronze with part of eagle kessel. Proceeding further westward, we find Diodorus Siculus Roman 5 cap. 33 dwelling upon the Celtiberian weapons. They had 2-edged swords of well-tempered steel, besides their daggers. A span long to be used at close quarters, they make weapons, and iron in an admirable manner, for they bury their plates so long underground as is necessary to eat away the weaker part, and therefore they use only that which is firm and strong swords, and other weapons are made of this prepared steel, and these are so powerful in cutting that neither shield nor helm nor bone can withstand them. Plutarch repeats this description, which embodies the still prevalent idea concerning the Damascus Persian scimitar, and the Toledo rapier Swedenborg introduces burial among the different methods of making steel, and Beckmann, following Thunberg, declares that the process is still used in Japan. General Apitriva's collection has 2 swords from Spain. The first is a bronze subleaf-shaped, with a thin protracted point. The length is 21 inches, the breadth at the swell 2 inches, thinning near the handle to 1 inch, and a quarter. The tang is broken, and there are 2 rivet holes at the shoulder, which is 2 inches wide. The other, which the owner calls a copes, also 21 inches long and 2 inches and a half in width, has a broad back, and a wedge section. The cutting part is inside, and the whole contour remarkably resembles the kukri or core of Nepal, and in a less degree the Albanian yataghan and the Kabyle flissa. The copes, however, has a hook handle, as if for suspension, and there is a swelling in the inside of the grip. As the Celtiberians, continues Diodorus, are furnished with 2 swords, probably espada y daga, the horsemen, when they have routed their opponents, dismount, and joining the foot fight as its auxiliaries. The Lusitanians, most valiant of the race, inhabited a mountainland, peculiarly rich in minerals. Justin speaks of the gold, copper, lead, and vermilion, which last named the Minu 266 river. Of the iron he says it is of an extraordinary quality, but their water is more powerful than the iron itself, for the metal being tempered, in it becomes keener, nor is any weapon held in esteem among them that has not been dipped in the bilbilis, or the chalib. Strabo represents Iberia as abounding in metal and arms, the Lusitanians with poniard and dagger, probably meaning dirk and knife. The sword of the old Gauls. Fig. 287, Gallic sword of bronze Johns. The northern neighbours of the Celtiberians, warlike old Celtic Gauls, were essentially swordsmen. They relied mainly upon the claydub. When they entered Europe, they had already left behind them the age of stone, and they made their blades of copper, bronze, and iron. The latter, as we learn from history, entered into use during the 4th or 5th century B. Roman 100, the later Celtic period, as it is called by Mr. Franks. The material appears to have been, according to all authorities, very poor and mean. The blade was mostly 2-edged, about 1 meter long, thin, straight, and without points. Sign muckron. It had a tang for the attachment of the grip, but no guard or defence for the hand. Yet their gallantry enabled the Gauls to do good work with these bad tools. F. Camillus, the dictator, seeing that his enemy cut mostly at head and shoulders, made his Romans wear light helmets whereby the machair blades were bent, blunted, or broken. Also the Roman shield being of wood, he directed it for the same reason to be bordered with a thin plate of brass, copper, bronze. He also taught his men to handle long pikes which they could thrust under the enemy's weapons. Dionysius Halicarnassus introduces him, saying, while he compares Roman and Gaulish arms, that these Celts assail the foe only with long lances and large knives, 954-267, of saber shape. This was shortly before his defeating and destroying Brennus, and the Senonian Gauls, who had worsted the Romans B. Roman 100 on the fatal Dies Aliensis, and who had captured all the capital save the Caput. The Gauls of Caesar's day had large iron mines which they worked by tunneling. Their ship bolts were of the same material, and they made even chankables of iron. They had by no means, however, abandoned the use of bronze arms. Pausanias also speaks of Diodorus, notes that the Celts wore, instead of short straight swords, long broad blades 960, which they bore obliquely at the right side, hung by iron and copper chains. Their swords are not smaller than the Saunians 961 of other nations, and the points of their Saunians are bigger than those of their swords. Strabo also makes the Gauls wear their long swords hanging to the right. Procopius, on the other hand, notices that the Gallic auxiliaries of Rome wore the sword on the left. According to Posidonius, the Gauls also carried a dagger which served the purpose of a knife, and this may have caused some confusion in the descriptions. Q. Claudius Quadrigarius in Aulus Gellius, noticing the monomachy of Manlius Torquatus with the Gaul, declares that the latter was armed with 2 gladii livi, describes the same duel in his best style. The Roman, of middling stature and unostentatious bearing, takes a footman's shield and girds on a Spanish spatharms fit for ready use rather than show the big Gaul another Goliah, glittering in a vest of many colours, and in armour stained and inlaid with gold, shows barbarous exultation, and thrusts out his tongue in childish mockery. The friends retire, and leave the 2 in the middle space more after the manner of a theatrical show. than according to the law of combat the enormous northerner, like a huge mass threatening to crush what was beneath it, stretched forth his shield with his left hand, and planted an ineffectual cut of the sword with loud noise upon the armour of the advancing foe, the Southron raising his 268 sword point, after pushing aside the lower part of the enemy's shield with his own, closed in insinuating his whole body between the trunk and arms of his adversary, and by 2 thrusts delivered almost simultaneously at belly and groin through his opponent, who, when prostrate, covered a vast extent of ground. The gallant victor offered no indignity to the corpse, beyond despoiling it of the torques which, though smeared with blood, he cast around his neck. Polybius recounting the battle at Pise, where Aenrost's king of the Gsat 968, aided by the boy the Insubers, and the Torisci Norican Styrians, was defeated by Roman 100 Attilius, O Roman 100 B Roman 100, shows the superiority of the Roman weapons. He describes the macer of the Gauls as merely cutting blades altogether pointless, and fit only to slash from a distance downwards. These weapons, by their construction, soon wax blunt, and are bent and bowed, so that a second blow cannot be delivered until they are straightened by the foot. The same excellent author, when describing the Battle of Cannae B Roman 100, tells us that Hannibal and his Africans were armed like Romans with the spoils of the preceding actions, while the Spanish and Gaulish auxiliaries had the same kind of shield, but their swords were wholly unequal and dissimilar. While the Spanish ziphos was excellent both for cutting and thrusting, the long and pointless Gallic macra could only slash from afar. Livy also notices the want of point, and the bending of the soft and ill-tempered Celtic blades. When Lucius Manlius attacked the Gauls B Roman 100, the latter carried long flat shields too narrow to protect the body. They were soon left without other weapons, but their swords, and these they had no opportunity of using, as the enemy did not come to close quarters. Frenzied, with the smart of missiles raining upon their large persons, the wounds appearing the more terrible from the black blood contrasting with the white skin, and, furious with shame at being put hors de combat by hurts apparently so small, they lost many by the swords of the Velites. These light barbs in those days were well armed. They had shields 3 feet long pila for skirmishing, and the gladius hispanus which they drew after shifting the javelins to the left hand. With these handy blades they rushed in, and wounded faces and breasts, whilst the Gallic swords could not be wielded without space. Passing from books to monuments, we see on an urban medal of Rimini, dating from the domination of the Senons, a long-haired and moustachioed Gaul, and on the reverse a broad spatha with scabbard and chain. This is repeated on another coin of the same series, where a naked Gaul protected by an oblong shield assails 269, with the same kind of sword. A third shows the Gaul with 2 gladii, one shorter than the other. The scabbards and chains were of bronze or iron. According to Diodorus, the Gauls advanced to battle in Warchariats Carpentum Carvinus Essedum. They also had cavalry, but during their invasions of Italy they mostly fought on foot. They had various kinds of missiles, javelins, and the catia or kea boomerang, or throwing club, slings and bows and arrows, poisoned as well as unpoisoned. They then rushed to the attack with unhelmed heads, and their long locks knotted on the head top. In many fights they stripped themselves, probably for bravado, preserving only the waistcloth and ornaments, torques, leglets and armlets. They cut off the heads of the fallen foes, slung them to their shields or saddlebows, and kept them at home as trophies. Still the practice of the Dark Continent, their girls and women fought as bravely as the men, especially with the contus or wooden pike, sharpened and fire-hardened. The wagons ranged in the rear formed a highly efficient laager. The large Celtic stature, their terrible walkries, and their long swords wielded by doughty arms, and backed by stout hearts, enabled them more than once to triumph over civilized armies. Divus Caesar, who is severe upon Gallic nobilitas, levitas and infirmitas animi, employed 9 years in subduing Gaul B Roman 10,050. Before a century elapsed, the people had given up their old barbarous habits, and costumed their fur coats like the Slav and Afghan postin, with sleeves opening in front, their sagacloaks or tartan plaids, which were probably imitations of the Primval tattoo, their copper torques, and their rude chains and armlets. Gallia comata shore her limed and flowing locks, and Gallia bracata provincia Provence doffed the trues trews or trousers, which were strapped at the waist and tied in at the ankles. Their women adopted Roman fashions, and forgot all that Ammianus Marcellinus had said of them. A whole troop of foreigners could not withstand a single Gaul if he called to aid his wife, who is usually very strong and blue-eyed, especially when swelling her neck, gnashing her teeth, and whirling her sallow arms of enormous bulk. She begins to strike blows mingled with kicks, as if they were so many missiles sent from the string of a catapult. Of their old and rugged virtue we may judge by the tale of Orsiagan's gallant wife, and the caitiff centurion thus Gaul was thoroughly subdued by 270 Roman civilization, and the Latin tongue she contributed to literature, her quantum of poets and rhetoricians, her cities established schools of philosophy, and she saw nothing to envy in Gallia Togata Upper Italy. The old German sword, Fig 288, found at Augsburg 66 centimeters long in Sigmaringen Museum. The Alemanni or Germans Germani cast of the Rhine inhabited at the time of the Roman conquests a dismal land of swamps and sylve, even in the present day. A run from Hamburg to Berlin explains the ancient exodus of tribes bent upon conquering the promised lands of the south, and the modern wholesale emigration to America. These warmen were formerly surpassed by the Gauls in bravery, but they had none of the Celtic levity or instability the national characteristic was, and is the steadfast purpose. Till lately the German Empire was a shadowy tradition, yet the Germans managed to occupy every throne in Europe save two. They never yet made a colony, yet cuckoo-like they hold the best of those made by others, and their sound physical constitution, strengthened by gymnastics, enables them to resist tropical and extreme climates better than any European people. Save the Slavs and the Jews in the great cities of the world, they occupy the first commercial place, the result of an education carefully adapted to its end and object, and their progress in late years seems to promise Germanism an immense future based upon the ruins of the Neo-Latin races. We have the authority of Tacitus for the fact that the Germans of his day did not, like the Celts, affect the short straight sword rari gladiis utunter. The national weapon was the spear of a peculiar kind, hastes vel ipsorum vocabulo, framers gerunt angusto, et brevi. Ferro, the derivation of the word and the nature of the weapon, are still undetermined. Modern authorities hold the oldest frame to have been a long spear with a head of stone, copper, bronze, or iron, shaped like a palstab or an expanding celt, and Demin shows the same broad shovel-shaped base in the Abyssinian lance. It was either thrown or thrust, and the weapon must not be confounded with the enormous hast of 271 Tacitus, in whose day the Roman spear was 14 feet long. It was a formidable weapon. Those who knew it spoke with awe of elam cruntam victrisum framum, and the Germans long preserved the saying, one spear is worth two swords. Yet strange to say, it is rarely found in graves, where the throwing-axe of stone and bronze, pierced or unpierced, one-edged or two-headed by pennies, is so common. Fig 289, bronze 75 centimeters long, pommels of bronze and bone from Hallstatt diggings. In time the word framer was apparently applied to wholly different weapons. Thus Augustinus makes it an equivalent of spatha or ramphier, and Johannes de Janua glossary explains it as glaive a gudunpart et doterisp. Iron, according to Tacitus, was known to the Germans, but was not common. His statement is supported by finds in the old tumuli and stone rings, known as Riesenmauer Hunnenringe Teufelsgraben Bergwall, and others. The myths of giants, dwarfs, and serpents suggest an Eastern origin for the metal. Bronze blades, on the other hand, are common. A typical specimen from the Elbe Valley in the Clem collection is thus described by Johns. The whole weapon is 23-25 centimeters long, the blade being 185 with a maximum breadth of 16-25. The shape is conical, tapering to the point. A high and rounded midrib is subtended on either side by a deepened line, which runs to the end between shoulders and blade. The front view shows on either side a crescent-shaped notch. The grip is narrower at the middle, where there is a long oval slit for making fast the handle, and there are two rivet holes on either side of the shoulders, whence the midrib springs. It shows no pommel, the place being taken by a shallow crutch. Iron swords are rare even in the 2nd century B. Roman 100, when the Romans had given up the softer metal. The Gauls and Germans preserved it. This is especially noticed when Germanicus marched against Arminius B. Roman 100,990, and as late as the days of Tacitus Germany could not work the raw metal. Remains of iron spath have mostly been found in very bad condition. The material also is poor and badly made. The held or champion used two kinds of blades, and the meter-long two-edged German sword is not to be distinguished from that of the Celts. The spatha was especially affected by three tribes, the Suordones, sworders, the Saxons, daggermen, and the Cherusci. In process of time, it reached the Goths 272, and at last, waffen, weapon applied only to the sword, the blade blatt blan in Roman 1499. Germ valts, with its two edges egg, was often leaf-shaped, as if copied directly from the bronze sword. Others were smaller in the middle, than at heft or point for facility of unsheathing the tang reached the pommel end, and the grip or hilt was lined with wood birch or beech bone and other material covered with leather fish skin and cloth. There was no crossbar, but the crescent extending over the shoulders and serving to contain the rivets was sometimes supplied with a guard plate die, lest the weapon had a solid scabbard often of iron, even when the blade was bronze, and was hung by reams or leathern straps to the warrior's left. Fig 290 The Spather of Schleswig. Fig 290, one short Celtic sword 40 centimeters long iron blade bronze grip, from Holstadt Vienna Cabinet of Antiquities. The other German blade was single-edged and curved. It was a semi-spather half the size of the spather, and it hung to the warrior's right side. This weapon was probably the saxe, the favourite of the Saxons, also called braitsax and knife, and at later times scramasax, a large iron knife with a yataghan curve. It was used 273 either as a dirk or a missile. Some of these throw swords had a hook by way of pommel for better securing the hilt. The Schwertstab swordstaff, or prachtaxt, is described and figured by Johns as a kind of dolch or dagger attached to a long hollow metal haft, like that of a Persian warix. It is a rare article, and its rarity leads him to believe it was symbolic of the Saxonot sword god Zeotui or Tuisco. Dr. Evans considers the weapon a kind of halberd or battle-axe, others a commander's staff or baton of honour, but the article is too widely used to be so explained. A fine specimen of the Schwertstab, with handle and blade of bronze, was found at Arup in Scania, and an analogous form is shown in a Chinese blade. History, even written by their enemies, shows that the ancient Germans were an eminently military and martial people. The bridal present consisted of a caparisoned horse, a shield, a spear, and a sword. At their festivals, youths danced naked before the sword god amidst drawn blades and couched spears. Their lives were spent in hunting and warfare, despite their barbarism. A thorough topographical knowledge of their bogs and bushes, mountains and forests, enabled them to inflict more than one crushing defeat upon the civilized Romans. The highly developed Teutonic brain also invented a form of attack which suited them thoroughly. It was theirs as the phalanx borrowed from the Egyptians became Greek, and its legitimate outcome, the legion, was Roman, and subsequently the crescent adopted by the Kafirs was Moslem Achai's. Says Tacitus Pecunios Componitor, the cale or wedge was not unknown to the Greeks and Romans, but they used it subordinately, whilst with the Germans the Schweinskopf, the Svinfälking of the Scandinavians, was national. They attributed its invention to Odin, the country god. The apex was composed of a single file, and the numbers doubled in each line to the base, while families and tribesmen ranged side by side added moral cohesion to the tactical formation. It lasted 1,000 years, and it played a conspicuous part in the Battle of Hastings, where the Normans attacked, in Wedge, and finally at Swiss Sempach. During its long life, it underwent sundry modifications, especially the furnishing of the flanks with skirmishers. Evidently, the wedge was admirable for the general advance against line or even column, but it was equally ill-calculated for a retreat. Most writers now consider the Cimbri a Celtic people, and possibly congeners of the Cymri or Welsh, yet in the 2nd century B. Roman 100, we find them uniting, as Pliny tells us, with the German Teutons or Teutoni Theudisco Teuch, Deutsch the Kimpers of Italian, Recoro the supposed descendants of the invaders who escaped the sword of Marius. B. Roman 100, undoubtedly spoke German. Fig 292 Danish sword. Bronze 85 centimeters long Copenhagen. Plutarch describes the Cimbrian sword as a large heavy knife blade. They had also battle axes and sharp bright daggers or daggers. The latter were highly prized, and their cuneiform shape caused them to be considered symbols of the deity. As usual amongst barbarians, the weapons of the chiefs had terrible names so as to strike even the hero with fear. Their defensive weapons were iron helmets, mail coats, and white glittering shields. Eckhart holds that these arms and armour must have been taken from the foe, their barrows in Holstein and elsewhere, having produced only stone celts and spearheads with a few copper sword blades, but no iron. The Scandinavian Goths, Get, and Vandals were held by the ancients to have been originally one, and the same people. Their Bronze Age is supposed to have begun about B. Roman 100, and to have ended in Sweden at the opening of the Christian era. They used short sword blades, which made them, unlike the Celts, formidable in close combat, and the Goths claim to have introduced the spear to cavalrymen. Identical weapons were used by the Lemurver of Pomerania and their kinsmen the Rugii. The latter lived on the southern shores of the Baltic about Rugenwald, and this place, one of the focuses of the Stone Age preserves, like the Isle of Rugen, the old barbaric name, the Danes mostly affected the long-handed securist Danica hash, Danus the fenny fins of Tacitus, had neither swords nor iron. They used only bows and stone-tipped arrows. The bronze sword from Finland, with flanged hilt plate and 8 rivet holes, must have found its way there. The old British sword. We now proceed to the Celtic population of the home islands of Great 275 Britain, and find there evident offshoots of the Gauls. We have no metal remains of the pre-Celtic Aborigines, Iberians, Basques, Finns, except their palaeoliths, and the history of our finds commences with the 2 distinct Celtic immigrations, advocated by Professor Rhys the Goidels Gauls, who named Caledon or Caledonia Gael Doin or Gael Dun Forest District, and the Brythons. The authentic annals of England, says Mr. Elton, begin with the days of Alexander the Great, that is in the 4th century B. Roman 100, the next historical station being the invasion of the Anglo-Saxons in the middle of the 5th century A. Roman 500. He does not trace any continuity of race in Celt or Saxon with the Paleolithic men of the Quaternary Age or with the short dark-skinned Neolithics who succeeded them. The two were followed by a big-boned, round-headed, fair-haired family, which brought with them a knowledge of bronze, and with it the sword. Colonel A. Lane Fox has summarized the 4 principal theories concerning the source of bronze in Great Britain. Dr. Evans prudently finds a certain amount of truth embodied in each of those opinions, but he also concludes that no 4 must commend itself to all archaeologists. I quite agree with this view, provided that the common center be Egypt, and that Western Asia be held only a line of transit. We have full proof of the immense antiquity of bronze in the Nile region, whence the art would radiate through the world, but the almost identical proportions of the alloy 9 copper to 1 tin, and the persistent forms suggest that a wandering race of metalworkers, somewhat like the gypsies of a later age, are the originators of the stations, the fonderies, and the tressors. The first step from Egypt would be to Kitterland and Ph-Nisha, and these Englishmen of antiquity would carry the art far and wide. Sir J. Lubbock opines that the Ph-Nishans were acquainted with the mineral fields of Cornwall between B. Roman 1,001,200, somewhat niggard measure for the Bronze Age in Switzerland, is dated from B. Roman 100. On the other hand, Professor Rhys absolutely denies that there are any traces of Ph-Nishan art in England. Dr. Evans assumes the total duration of the Bronze period in Britain at between 8 and 10 centuries. He would divide this sum into 3 several stages, and 276 to the last, which produced the bronze sword. He assigns a minimum duration of 400 to 500 years. This was followed by the early Iron Age or later Celtic period. The metal may have been used in southern Britain, peopled long before Caesar's time by immigrant Belgii, not later than the 4th or 5th century B. Roman 100, the approximate date of the earliest iron swords in Gaul. Lastly, by the 2nd or 3rd century B. Roman 100, the exclusive use of bronze for cutting implements had practically ceased in Belgic Britain. The Roman historians do not lead us to suppose that the weapons even of the northern Britons were anything but iron. It has been suggested that the bronze swords found in Britain were either Roman or at all events of Roman date. The discussion began as early as 17,511,022, on the occasion of some bronze blades, a spearhead, and other objects being discovered near Gannat in the Bourbonnais. It opened with greater vigor between the German and Scandinavian antiquaries in 1860, and the late Thomas Wright was an ardent advocate of the Italian view. Dr. Evans, who has carefully considered the question, concludes the whole weight of the argument is in favor of a pre-Roman origin for these swords in Western and Northern Europe, and he notices apparently with scant respect the 3 provinces to which the bronze antiques of Europe have been assigned. These are the Mediterranean with Georgio-Italic and Helveto-Gallic subdivisions, the Danubian including Hungary, Scandinavia, Germany and Britain, and the Uralian, comprising the Russian, Siberian, and Finn regions. Finally, he quotes the bronze socketed sickle, the tanged razor, the 2 forms of sword, the shield, with numerous concentric rings, with sundry other articles, specially British, to show that Britain was one of the great centres of the bronze industry. Lead bronze, well known in ancient Egypt, is found extensively in Ireland, where some specimens of Daris metal have as much as 911 parts in 99,321,025. The Ph-Nishans would certainly teach the use of an article which takes a fine golden luster. Dr. Evans notes the remarkable prevalence of lead in the small votive socketed celts supplied by Brittany. Professor Peligot found some of them containing 2850% and even 3250% of lead, with only 15% or a smaller proportion of tin, in others with a large percentage of tin, there was from 8 to 16% of lead. Some of the bronze ornaments of the opening Iron period also contain a considerable proportion of lead in the early Roman and its parts the figures are from 20 to 30%. A socketed celt from Yorkshire gives copper AD 115, tin 1230, and lead 263 per 277 cent. In this case, Mr. J. A. Phillips expresses an opinion that the lead is no doubt an intentional ingredient. Apparently the Roman invaders unduly depreciated the ancient Britons. Strabo declares them to be cannibals, yet he includes amongst their produce gold, silver, iron, and corn. Caesar makes them use the ring money of Egypt, but Dr. Evans has proved that England had a gold coinage in the 1st century B. Roman 100. It is an old remark that a people can hardly be savages when they employ the curus falcatus, or scythe walker, the griam carbed, or carbed scader of the Irish, the Welsh curbid, borrowed from the Gallic Celts. Pomponius Mela also assures us that they had cavalry. Besides big and curus, their works in glass, ivory, and jet, and their incense cups suggest extensive intercourse, commercial and social, with the continent during the 90 years which separated Julius Caesar and Claudius. The Britons had made progress in letters and had built important towns. The amount of Latin blood introduced into England has perhaps been undervalued by our writers, but the discovery of Roman ruins, which rapidly proceeds and succeeds, will draw the attention of the statistician, and that new man the anthropologist, to a highly interesting subject. The bronze swords of the ancient Britons are of two kinds, the leaf blade and the rapier, both well cast. The total length of the former is about 2 feet, the extremes being 16 inches to 30, and in rare cases more. The blades are uniformly rounded, but with the part next the edge slightly drawn down so as to form a shallow fluting. The breadth appears greatest at the third near the point, and this would add to the facility of unsheathing. In almost all cases, they are strengthened by a rounded midrib, more or less bold, or they show ridges with and without beading or parallel lines that run along the whole blade or the greater part. Near the edges some combine midrib and ridges. The shoulders are either 278 plain notched or flanged. In rare instances, the outer part of the hilt is of bronze. Dr. Evans engraves a specimen of this kind. The total length of the weapon is 21 inches, of which the globular pommel and the grip made for a large hand occupy 5. The hilt has the appearance of being cast upon the blade. It seems to have been formed of bronze of the same character, and there are no rivets by which the two castings could be attached. The shallow crescent, whose hollow faces the midrib, Fig. 293, is a characteristic feature, and endures for ages in the northern bronzes. Fig. 293, British sword, bronze tower. The handle of the leaf blade usually consisted of plates of horn, bone, or wood riveted on either side of the hilt. Plate the latter differs considerably in form, and in the number and arrangement of the rivets by which the covering material was attached. Some have as many as 13 piercings. They seldom, however, exceed 7. The apertures are either round holes or longitudinal slots of greater or lesser extent. There is a pronounced swelling in the grip. When the tang is of full length at the end, it expands evidently for the purpose of receiving a pommel formed by the material of the hilt. This tang end is a fishtail, more or less pronounced one, illustrated by Dr. Evans, has 2 spirals attached to the base of the hilt, a rare form in England but common in Scandinavia. Another pommel end has a distinct casting, and is very remarkable on account of the 2 curved horns extending from it, which are somewhat trumpet-mouthed with a projecting cone in the centre of each. This manolind appears to me Irish. We have seen the rapier in Mycenae and Etruria. It reappears in northern Europe, England and France, perfectly shaped, and though of rare occurrence in hoards, it seems to belong to the period when socketed celts were in use. There is no difficulty in tracing the intermediate steps between the leaf-shaped dagger and the rapier. The latter measures from 20 to 23 and a half and even 30 and a quarter inches, with a breadth of 5/8 inch, widening at the base to 2 and 3/8 to 2 and 9/16 inches. The largest have a strong projecting midrib, while their weight is diminished by flutings along either side. Another form of blade is more like a bayonet, showing a section nearly square, while a third has a flat surface, where the midrib would be a form not yet obsolete. Few are tanged. Mostly we find the base or shoulders, 279 of the blade provided with drill holes, or with notches to admit the nails, and in some the wings are broadened for this purpose. During the late Celtic period, the Britons, like the Gauls, were armed with gladii sine mucrone, which Tacitus calls in gents and enormes. These spath must have grown out of the bronze rapier, a monument found in London, and preserved at Oxford, shows the blade to have been between 3 and 4 feet long. All history declares the ancient Britons to have been of right warlike race, and Salinus relates of them a characteristic trait: when a woman is delivered of a male child, she places its first food upon the father's sword, and gently puts it to the little one's mouth, praying to her country gods that its death may be in like manner amidst arms. The ancient Irish seem to have been rather savages than barbarians, amongst whom the wild non-Celts long prevailed over the Goidels or Gaels. Ptolemy calls the former Ivernae, and it has been lately suggested that this may have been the racial name throughout the British Islands. The same savage element, which is still persistent, was noticed by Tasso when speaking of the Hibernian Crusaders. Questi dol alt selve ursudi manda, la divisa del mondo ultima Irlanda. The modern Irish, who in historical falsification certainly rival, if they do not excel, the Hindus' claim for their ancestry, an exalted grade of culture, they found their pretensions upon illuminated manuscripts and similar works of high art, but it is far easier to account for these triumphs as the exceptional labours of students who wandered to the classic regions about the Mediterranean. If ancient Ireland ever was anything but savage, where, let us ask, are the ruins that show any sign of civilization? A people of artists does not pig in wooden shanties, surrounded by a rude vallum of earthwork. Ireland, like modern Central Africa, would receive all her civilized weapons from her neighbours. The Picts of Scotland would transmit a knowledge of ironworking, and of the sword to the Scoti or Picts of the northeast of Hibernia. This is made evident by the names of the articles, or the Welsh clediv is simply gladius, and is tuck or a clerk's sword, so the 280 lance head derives from the Gaulish spear lansque, which Diodorus Siculus terms a congener of the Greek, and of the Low Latin lancia or lancia, meaning either spear haster or sword. Conclusion. We have now assisted at the birth of the sword in the shape of a bit of wood charred and sharpened. We have seen its several stages of youth and growth to bone and stone to copper and bronze to iron and steel. When it had sufficiently developed itself, Egypt gave it a name Esfet, and this name, at least 50 centuries old, still clings to it, and will cling to it in the hands of the old. Nilotes, the sword, spread culture and civilization throughout adjoining Africa and Western Asia. The Phoenicians carried it wide and side over the world. Then known to man, the Greeks won with it their liberty, and developed with it their citizenship. Wielded by the Romans, it enthroned the reign of law, and laid the foundation for the brotherhood of mankind. Thus, though it soaked earth with the blood of her sons, the sword has ever been true to its mission, the progress of society. In Part Roman 2, we shall see the sword attain the prime of life, when no genius, no work of art was too precious to adorn it, and when from a weapon of offence it developed exceptional defensive powers. Here begins the romance of the sword.